Welcome to the Shima continent. This is a survival battlefield where all races vie for supremacy. All healthy humans aged 16 to 50 across the globe have been reborn as lords of the Shima continent with a total number of 568 billion. Each person starts with a single plot of land. Fight for hegemony, cultivate the land, develop your forces, plunder resources, and struggle to survive. Everyone has a chance to become an eternal, undying god demon. You will have a 7-day protection period. During this time, your initial territory will be shrouded by an invincible. Each lord will receive a Tier 1 castle and a random initial troop building. A random draw is in progress. Yi Xian struggled to open his eyes. Before his eyes lay a dim, shadowy space. Within a radius of 1 square kilometer around him, everything was enclosed and protected by a transparent barrier. Beside him stood a small time-worn castle entirely gray-white, 2 stories tall. I was chosen and brought to the Shinma continent, becoming a lord to take part in this survival competition. Realization dawned on Yi Xian, and he could not help speaking in excitement. At this moment he felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, he was indescribably thrilled. It had been 18 years since his rebirth on Blue Star. Just an hour ago, Blue Star had been shrouded by a terrifying and mysterious power. Subsequently, out of more than 10 billion people worldwide, over 5 billion were selected and brought here. They had all heard the earlier announcements. Yi Xian was by nature a transmigrator, having lived 2 lives. His mind had long since become incomparably clear and perceptive. After browsing through the prompts from that mysterious power, he understood everything. In simple terms, he had now become a lord. On the Shinma continent, boundless opportunities lay before him. If he continued to grow stronger, he could even become one of the legendary undying god demons who rule over all. For Yi Xian, who had once thought his life would pass in mediocrity, this was both a challenge and an opportunity. Who does not long for everlasting life, and to become a god demon powerhouse who controls everything? On this Shinma continent, where myriad races compete in perilous and thrilling struggles, such dreams could become reality. He had no intention of remaining ordinary. Next, what should I do to grow quickly? Yi Xian looked at the ancient little castle and felt a slight headache. Soon the prompts appeared once more. Lord Yi Xian, please recruit troops as soon as possible and grow stronger during the 7-day protection period. Beware, beyond your territory lie all kinds of dangerous, ferocious beasts, demons, mighty native races, empires, and more. Do not charge out recklessly in blind confidence and throw your life away. Each person has only one chance at survival. In this Lord survival competition, whoever first reaches a god-level territory will cause their original nation of birth to be promoted to a high-latitude god-level civilization where everyone is as a dragon and a destiny-blessed divine dynasty is forged. The losers, however, will face erasure, and their nations will completely fall and vanish. When the protection period ends, the first wave of ferocious beasts will besiege the city. All lords must ensure their castle crystal cores are not destroyed. Failure will result in expulsion from the Shinma continent and the loss of any chance to become an undying god demon. Ding, your troop building random draw is complete. Congratulations, Lord Yi Xian. You have obtained the troop building Dark Magic Tower. You may check its attribute panel at your discretion. The prompts appeared and then faded away. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian looked ahead in sudden delight. Not far from the castle, an ancient magic tower of crimson-black hue had appeared. This tower exuded faint, chilling strands of darkness and rose a total of 12 stories high. At present, only the first level of the tower emitted a gentle demonic glow. With a mere thought from Yi Xian, the information of the 12-story tower unfolded before his eyes. Building Dark Magic Tower. Grade Supreme, Mythic, Unique. Functions: 1. Can only summon dark attribute female troops. 2. Female troops within the territory gain 1 innate talent. 3. Female troops within the territory gain 1 bloodline rank. 4. Female troops within the territory receive 50 to all attributes and 100 to beauty. 5. Chance to obtain crown rank troop units, 38 chance for legendary troops, 15 chance for mythic troops. 5. Upgrading the territory and Dark Magic Tower will further enhance attributes and probabilities. Remark: a Tier 1 Dark Magic Tower can recruit 5 troops every 3 days. Troop recruitment consumes 50 energy and can only summon troops of the same race. The first recruitment is free. Conditions for upgrading to Tier 2: 5,000 energy, 1 Tier 2 Dark Evolution Crystal Core, and a Tier 2 Lord Castle. After reading the Dark Magic Tower's attributes, Yi Xian fell silent. Immediately afterward, his silence turned into wild joy. Damn, seriously. My initial troop building is actually Supreme Mythic grade. Yi Xian's heart surged with elation as he cried out in excitement. He had never imagined that his initial troop building would be of Supreme Mythic grade. According to the prompts, troop buildings were divided into white, common, blue, rare, purple, elite, orange, lord, crimson, crown, gold, legendary, and 7-colored mythic. In other words, his starting hand was god tier from the very beginning. Troop buildings directly determined one's future growth potential and the speed of accumulation in the early stage. With a mythic grade building, why should he fear any so-called danger? Could this be my golden cheat? However, the fact that it can only summon female troops is a bit of a trap. It feels like male troops would be stronger. Yi Xian was a little dazed, muttering to himself. Then he looked again at the Dark Magic Tower's attributes and felt relieved. With such monstrous attribute bonuses from a mythic grade troop building, the distinction between male and female troops no longer mattered. Moreover, female troops would at least be pleasing to the eye and would be excellent for fighting, farming, and even warming the bed. Thinking of this, he could not help feeling rather delighted. Most importantly, from the very start, his chances of obtaining top-tier crown troops had increased by 30%. He even had a chance to recruit legendary and mythic troops. This was simply too powerful. It felt almost indecently exhilarating. He was convinced that even among the more than 5 billion lords, those who had obtained a unique mythic troop building would be exceedingly rare. Then his gaze swept around, and he discovered other functions. Regional chat channel, world chat channel, universal, trading market, personal information, friend information, and so on. He skimmed them and found that each person was limited to one message per day in the chat channels, with each message capped at 100 words. Regional chat would only unlock after the 7-day protection period. At the moment, however, the world chat channel was abuzz with activity. Damn, Shinma Continent. What an imposing name. How is this survival competition supposed to be played? Can anyone teach me? Damn, my initial troop is a blue rare Berserk Minotaur. It feels pretty strong. Shameless. Mine is only a white common gray goblin. I'm finished. Haha, this is awesome. Mine is an orange lord grade silver behemoth. Just watch me go beyond godlike. Real name, NV1. Mine is also just a common troop building. Yi Xian scrolled for 10 minutes, skimming through hundreds of thousands of messages, and discovered that the highest anyone had mentioned was merely an orange lord grade troop building. Crimson Crown grade was almost nowhere to be seen, let alone legendary or mythic troop buildings. It seemed highly likely that he was the most extraordinarily lucky of them all. Since that was the case, what reason did he have not to become the strongest? Yi Xian closed the chat channel. For now, everyone was at the same starting point with no more useful information. But he held firm that his troop building was absolutely unique. After all, his was the only mythic troop building. For now, he could only summon dark-type troops. And they were all female troops with a 100 beauty boost for the dark type. Truly exhilarating. There's something in the backpack. Fog-breaking fire ring 5, coarse bread 2, rusty hoe 1. Fog-breaking fire ring can break through a 1000 by 1000 dark mist area in the wild, the best tool for early exploration. Coarse bread hold on 7 days isn't a problem. Restores a tiny amount of stamina. Rusty hoe, dig a well, or you'll die of thirst. Or rush out to find water. You'll die even faster. These items should be the initial resources for every lord. The fog-breaking fire ring was bearable, but the other two were utterly annoying. This was a real world. Hunger, thirst, and pain were all real. But could 2 pieces of coarse bread really last 2 days? Even if they could, it would be unbearable to swallow. Yi Xian's expression froze instantly, his face showing. This iron lump nearly shattered his teeth with one bite. Yi Xian shook his head, disgusted, and abandoned the idea of gnawing on it. His eyes now gleamed as he looked toward the Dark Demon Tower. Let's recruit today's troops. Yi Xian commanded, mentally communicating with the Dark Demon Tower. He was eager to see what surprise his mythic dark troop building would bring. Ding, starting first day recruitment for the Lord. First recruitment is free. Note, the higher the troop building rank, the fewer troops recruited, the longer the time, and the more energy consumed. But don't lose heart. They are all very strong. First tier Dark Demon Tower can recruit 5 troops every 3 days, and 1 hero troop of Crimson Crown rank or above is guaranteed. Recruit now. The prompt information about the Dark Demon Tower appeared. Recruit immediately, Yi Xian said without hesitation. But to his surprise, the Dark Demon Tower was able to guarantee a hero troop of Crimson Crown rank or above. A hero troop, a being of Crown rank or above with powerful wisdom and talent far stronger than ordinary troops. Their growth potential usually reaches King Saint or even Divine level. In other words, Yi Xian started with a troop whose growth potential was at least King level. Such a troop was immensely powerful. Even if its tier was low, it could defeat higher tier lower quality troops. So after seeing the prompt, Yi Xian was filled with anticipation. Following his command, the first floor of the Dark Demon Tower soon glowed with black-red light. 3 minutes later, strange phenomena appeared. Suddenly, the entire territory was coated with a cherry blossom rain drifting down slowly. Even a soft, beautiful divine music began to play. An illusion, Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. He reached out to catch a falling cherry blossom, but it dissipated into light in his palm. Clearly, these phenomena were illusions. He hadn't expected such peculiar illusions on the first recruitment. Then he turned his gaze to the first floor of the Dark Demon Tower. 4 crimson figures walked out in 2 rows, one after another. Then above the territory, golden light burst forth, covering the sky. A girl in pink robes with an exquisite figure descended gracefully. She stepped through the air like a light swallow, drifting like a demon fairy. Clusters of late cherry blossoms, fragrance filling the branches, interwoven branches dappling the moonlight. The maiden in pink, holding a crimson blade, danced a divine tune under the moon like a fluttering butterfly. Imperial blade Yao Dao Ji. Seeing this girl, Yi Xian felt an exquisite feeling rise in his heart. The maiden before him wore a bow on her hair ornament. A fox demon mask hung on her shoulder. Most striking of all was the girl's 1.7-meter height, yet behind her waist hung a massive demon blade over 2 meters long. Wasn't this exactly the Shikigami Yao Dao Ji? He hadn't expected Yao Dao Ji to be a dark-type troop, and now she had become his subordinate. This feeling was too wonderful, filling Yi Xian with joy. Congratulations, Lord, you have randomly drawn the Dark Fallen Shikigami, Demon Sword Clan. Which troop? Note: first tier Dark Demon Tower can only summon troops of one race. The prompt appeared, confirming Yi Xian. Master Yao Dao Jishin Lo is here. Master, we Demon Sword Clan witches are here. The five spoke simultaneously, kneeling on one knee before Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at them carefully, observing the members of the Demon Sword Clan. Each one was extremely beautiful, enchanting. They were the epitome of Eastern aesthetics. Every single one was a delight to behold. Who wouldn't love such troops? The leading figure, Yao Dao Jishin Lu, had a cold, enchanting, flawless face. Yet she exuded a cold, mountain-like, ethereal aura. She was icy and distant. But when Yi Xian approached, her eyes burned with excitement and fervor. Thinking that they were all at max loyalty, Yi Xian felt relieved. He quickly opened the information template of these Demon Sword Clan witches and glanced at it. Troop: Yao Dao Jishin, low level, second tier, 6 stars, quality, golden legend, peak loyalty, 100 max growth limit, lower tier, peak, true god skills, demon blade, whirl, shadow stalk, residual heart, shadow, edge blade, strike, soul devour. Troop: Demon Sword Clan, which level, first tier, 8 stars, quality, crimson crown, advanced loyalty, 100 max growth limit, peak, demigod skills, double slash, shadow, edge blade, strike. Holy crap, this is too strong. Yao Dao Ji is golden legend quality with growth limit up to lower tier, peak, true god. Even the lowest Demon Sword Clan, which reaches crimson crown with demigod peak potential. Too strong. Yi Xian gasped, then burst into wild joy. He hadn't expected such powerful troops on the first recruitment. With troops as strong as Yao Dao Ji, what was there to fear in exploring the wild? This was a huge win, worthy of a mythic troop building. Even the first tier summoned such formidable troops. He wondered what powerful dark race awaited him behind the second floor of the Dark Demon Tower. Thinking of this, Yi Xian seemed even more motivated. Such beautiful dark races, it was impossible not to love them. All rise. Now I'm giving you your first mission. Yi Xian spoke with an impassive expression. Yes, master, your orders. We will go through fire and water. Yao Dao Jishin Lu stood up, first, her voice firm and resolute, icy to the extreme. The realm of gods and demons is a tangible world. However, most entities here can be semi-digitized, revealing basic attribute information. Yet the troops before him are indeed living beings. There are no comprehensive numerical references. However, their ranks, qualities, and growth potential determine that they possess immense power. Fighting above their level is undoubtedly simple. As for battling those of a much higher rank, as long as the opponent's quality does not exceed that of his troops, it is not impossible. Typically, newly recruited troops possess first-tier strength. However, the demon women of the Demon Blade clan start at first-tier 8 stars. Such strength is already sufficient to handle the early crises. After all, everyone has just arrived in this world. The threats surrounding the Lord won't be too exaggerated. He had just glanced at the information of the Demon Blade clan members. They are actually a peculiar type of Shikigami beings. Besides being fed, they can also sustain themselves with pure energy, maintaining their vigor. When they are tired, they can consume the Lord's energy value to recover their stamina, which is simple and convenient. All the demon women of the Demon Blade clan need to consume energy value to maintain their survival. Of course, if the energy value is insufficient, they can still supplement it through food. Yi Xian glanced at his current energy value, which was 0. 2 course breads are simply not enough. The only option now is to go out hunting to solve everyone's food and clothing needs. This is Yi Xian's task. Fortunately, their loyalty is at maximum. This means that no matter how hungry he makes them or how he mistreats them, they will not betray him, nor will their loyalty diminish. Kagura, lead the troops to explore the situation in the black mist ahead. Be careful, do not retreat first. Killing monsters can collect energy value, and suitable food and materials can be gathered. Yi Xian instructed, lightly outlining the task. After all, he does not know what dangers lie outside the territory. Caution is the best approach. Although his troops are powerful, they cannot act recklessly. Yes, my lord, how do we go out? Kagura, with one hand on her sword, looked towards the transparent barrier outside the territory. Her gaze gradually turned cold. Clearly she is also very eager to explore the outside world. I will grant you the permission to go out. This is the fog-breaking fire ring. With this you can explore certain areas. Let's start from the southeast direction. Yi Xian pointed towards the south. During the 7-day protection period, the Lord can grant permissions for creatures to enter and exit. In the early stages, they can only rely on the fog-breaking fire ring to clear the dark mist for successful exploration. According to the rules, if the fog is not cleared by the fog-breaking fire ring, entering it can easily lead to disorientation. Moreover, the monsters within the dark mist have strengths that are 3 times that of the mist. Rushing in carelessly would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, the fog-breaking fire ring is crucial in the early stages. At this moment, looking southeast, one can see that there should be a series of hills in the territory with scattered trees, and the terrain is not complex. Occasionally shadows flit by. However, they seem to be wary of the transparent barrier and deliberately avoid this area. It appears that the invulnerable protective barrier in the early stages is also a taboo for the monsters. Yes, my lord. Let's go, sisters, follow me into battle. The demon woman Kagura spoke coldly. Yes. The other demon women followed suit, keeping silent. What a group of cold-blooded assassins. Yi Xian watched in surprise as the demon women of the Demon Blade clan departed. He noticed that Kagura hardly touched the ground. Her feet hovered a few centimeters above the ground, floating like a fairy. It seems that possessing true divine-level growth potential grants her innate abilities of flight. These demon women have calm and indifferent personalities, speak little, and are meticulous in following orders. Such troops are undoubtedly the most favored by lords. Cold, powerful killers. They probably hold a fatal allure for some male beasts with particular tastes. Once they left, Yi Xian finally had time to observe other information. After all, he can share their vision and command them in real time, so there is no need to worry. He first opened the territory information to take a look. Territory unnamed Lord Yi Xian, level 1st tier, territory size 1 square, 10001000. Buildings own Dark Altar, 1st tier, basic small castle, 1st tier, troops own Demon Blade clan, demon women, functions basic, identification basic, storage basic, gathering basic, defense etc. Constructible buildings ordinary and watchtower, warehouse well, upgrade conditions 2000 energy value, 500 units of iron or 300 units of basic wood, 1st tier, evolution crystal core, territory naming, let's call it the Lord of Darkness. Yi Xian spoke. Immediately the name of his territory changed to Lord of Darkness. It is quite fitting to summon dark-type troops as the Lord of Darkness. He noticed that all buildings can be upgraded by consuming energy value. Ordinary and 5 units of basic wood, 100 energy value. Lords do not have peasant troops, they are all combat units. Therefore, all constructions do not require manual labor as long as energy value and other materials are consumed. Of course, if you lack materials and energy value, you can also build manually. However, having combat troops construct buildings they are not adept at will likely cause their loyalty to plummet. He certainly wouldn't foolishly send Kagura and the others to dig wells or build inns. Next, he opened the world chat channel to take a glance. So terrifying. Just now my 5 half-beast men went hunting and were swallowed by several 1st-tier, 9-star giant spiders. What should I do? I'm so hungry. Who is meat? I'll exchange it with the fog-breaking fire ring. Anyway, I'm too scared to go out. Hee weaklings, I have elite quality 2-headed ogre troops that can definitely hunt monsters and be the first to gather resources. The upstairs person really isn't afraid of death. Most wild monsters outside are social creatures, and elite-level troops are seeking death. Wow, I'm a silly girl, I'm so scared. Who can give me some resources? My troops are water elementals, and they don't dare to go outside. Yi Xian shook his head, scrolling for a while, and found that not a single lord had succeeded in hunting. It seems the dangers outside are greater than imagined. Of course, everyone has just recruited troops. Many shrewd lords are likely waiting for others to explore, first biding their time. At this moment, Yi Xian's Demon Blade clan had already stepped outside the protective barrier. Kagura raised her hand, and threw the fog-breaking fire ring. Suddenly, the mist covering an area of 10001000 in the southeast dissipated. At this time, the sky had already begun to darken. Clearly, it was already afternoon, the sun was setting, and it wouldn't be long before night fell. However, Kagura and the other demon women of the Demon Blade clan showed no fear. Under Kagura's lead, they directly charged into the hills. Soon, several monster figures appeared in the shared vision of Yi Xian. The hunting moment has arrived. Yi Xian licked his lips, feeling excited. As night falls, after an hour, all lords are advised against venturing out into the darkness. After the night descends, the strength of outdoor monsters triples, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty with a 30 increase in drop rates. Treasure chests have refreshed and will appear in perilous wilderness areas. The first kill of a powerful outdoor boss guarantees a treasure chest, but hunting them requires formidable strength. Treasure chests can yield various rare items, blueprints, materials, weapons, and more. Lords clearing a certain number of monsters will yield special rewards, with the first to achieve this receiving the richest rewards. A series of notifications appeared. All the lords were excited. After all, this round of notifications was indeed quite valuable. They never expected that treasure chests would refresh in the wilderness. Moreover, the treasure chests could yield rare items. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, it was clear that without sufficient strength, acquiring them would be quite difficult. Furthermore, at this stage, lords capable of first killing outdoor bosses are exceedingly rare. It is estimated that only those with units of crown rank or above might have a slight chance at a first kill. Nevertheless, this special reward for clearing a certain number of monsters has many lords eager to take action. Charge everyone. The drop rate increases by 30 at night. If you want to get rich tonight, is the night. You up there, are you brave enough to go out at night? I'll stand on my head as proof. Those with crown rank units, your opportunity has arrived. I am Anan, the goddess of a million fans skilled in singing and dancing and can warm the bed. Is there a young man who can gift me a crown rank unit? You up there dreaming? Crown rank units in the divine demon continent are at least in the hundreds of billions. Do you think you're worthy? You think you're a worthy one? The world chat channel was already bustling. Though each person could only send one message a day with 30 billion lords, the chat was still extremely lively. Most lords were just engaging in banter. Currently, no lords have acquired resources. Many lords have already begun to venture out into the wilderness. However, most suffered heavy losses, losing numerous units and returning empty-handed. The number of units is fixed each day. Once they die, they do not respawn. They must wait until the next day to recruit again. Buildings below legendary rank can recruit units every day. However, recruiting the next day requires energy points. If the free recruitment yields no results, units may even sustain injuries or die. What awaits the lords is destruction. After all, the protection period ends in 7 days. Facing the monsters invading their territories without strong units to guard them essentially spells failure. Many lords can only proceed with extreme caution. At this moment, Yi Xian is following Kagura's vision, looking at the monsters ahead. On the hillside, 8 or 9 monsters have appeared. They are a group of grotesque rat men. With their menacing rat heads and clawed arms holding crossbows, they stand about 1.6 meters tall. Their crimson eyes are focused on hunting a massive black boar. The boar, covered in black quills, is now on the verge of death, with 3 ratmen corpses lying nearby. Evidently, these ratmen are hunting, but they have suffered heavy losses. Kill, leave no survivors. Kagura commanded coldly. Then she charged ahead. With a swift motion, she drew a massive demon sword measuring 2 meters long, wielding it with ease despite her small stature, exuding an overwhelming and chilling presence. She stood suspended in midair, diving down with the massive demon sword in hand. The other demon sword witches showed no hesitation. One by one, they grasped their enormous demon swords and charged toward the rat men like dragonflies skimming the water. The speed of the demon sword witches was astonishing, akin to a death motorcycle racing at high speed. A first-tier 8-star crown rank unit is already exceptionally powerful. The might of a single sword can easily shatter a 100-ton boulder, akin to a human-shaped missile. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the demon sword maidens approached, the rat men finally noticed their presence. They reacted swiftly, preparing to counterattack. However, the strength of the demon sword maidens far exceeded their expectations. Attack! Kagura flashed, becoming a fleeting shadow as her long sword slashed through. A cold light flashed, blood splattered, and a rat head flew into the air. The remaining ratmen witnessing this were filled with rage, their crimson eyes expressing incomprehensible fury as they retaliated. Just as a ratman fired a crossbow bolt, its body was split and 2 limbs flying. Yet their crossbow bolts could not touch the demon sword maidens at all. Continuous slashes. At this moment, the other 4 demon sword witches had already arrived, their blades striking down. Instantly, the remaining 7 ratmen were also severed. In less than a minute, the 9 ratmen monsters were entirely slaughtered. Killed rare first-tier 8-star plague ratmen, gaining 40 energy points, 3 iron ores, and 3 basic wood. Killed rare first-tier 9-star plague ratmen, gaining 45 energy points, 5 iron ores. Killed rare first-tier 6-star plague ratman, gaining 30 energy points, and 2 basic wood. A row of notifications appeared on Yi Xian's attribute panel. He was surprised to find not only energy points, but also iron ores and wood. It was truly an unexpected gain. These rare plague ratmen were rather affluent. Kagura, bring back the ratmen's weapons, as well as the boar's corpse, and continue exploring. Yi Xian commanded. No matter how far a lord can communicate with their subordinate units. However, if it's not their territory, sharing vision and abilities is something other lords cannot do. The so-called territory is the land that has been occupied. According to the information from mysterious notifications, only after clearing all monsters in a specific area can that area be occupied. Within their own region, lords can observe the territory through their units and buildings. Yes, my lord. Kagura and the others did not hesitate, directly accepting the orders. The other demon sword witches began to retrieve crossbow bolts and collect materials. Gathering is a basic ability granted to them by the territory. Through the gathering function, they can strip useful materials from monsters. However, basic gathering can only collect materials from lower-tier monsters, and the function is limited. Only through extensive gathering can they level up. At this moment, Kagura waved her hand. A surge of power from the demon sword lifted the massive boar's corpse into the air. Then she opened a pouch at her waist. The witches collected the materials and the huge boar, all of which vanished. Oh, this little girl has a spatial treasure. Yi Xian's eyes brightened in surprise. It seems that the demon sword maiden Kagura harbors many secrets. However, he didn't mind. It was a good thing that facilitated hunting, which was excellent. As a lord, he could only admire and would not covet his subordinates' possessions. Having easily eliminated a group of monsters, Yi Xian felt even more confident in Kagura and her companions. He must thoroughly cleanse this square kilometer of territory, as he also wished to begin expanding his domain. To expand the territory, all the monsters in the occupied area must be exterminated. Moreover, it requires a certain amount of time. Yi Xian is not in a hurry at the moment. At this time, his gaze was fixed on Kagura and the others in the wilderness. Nightfall would arrive in about an hour. In other words, there are still 2 hours left. After clearing 5 waves of plague rat archers, nearly an hour has passed. The actual time spent in battle was quite minimal. The main issue was the unfamiliar terrain that required scouting. Additionally, they needed to gather materials, which wasted some time. Yi Xian observed that the plague rat warriors were not of a high tier. As long as they can avoid the poisoned crossbow bolts, they can basically kill them in seconds once they close in. Although they are also first-tier, Yi Xian's elite units can easily crush these rare-quality rat warriors. Furthermore, the demonesses of the Demon Blade clan also have enhancements from the Dark Magic Tower's attributes. It can be said that even when matched against units of the same quality, they would undoubtedly win. After gathering, they found that they could collect teeth and rat hides from them. Currently, they have gathered nearly 50 units of materials, hundreds of wood and hundreds of iron ore. Essentially, every plague rat warrior possessed such basic materials. Corrupted hills, apart from being full of stinky rats, other dangers lurk here. Be cautious, they might be observing your territory from the shadows. This is the basic information Yi Xian obtained after scouting this wilderness. The area he is in is called Dusky Forest. The corrupted hills are just a small part of the entire Dusky Forest. However, from the information gathered so far, the corrupted hills are quite large, possibly spanning several dozen kilometers. In the wilderness, there's a certain point within several kilometers. Kagura, accompanied by the demonesses, has already used 4 fog-breaking fire rings. The detection area spans 4 square kilometers. In this limited region, they have slain 7 waves of plague rat warriors. These rat warriors usually travel in groups of around 10 or more. This sweep has proven to be quite fruitful aside from the materials from the rat warriors' iron, ore, and wood. They also hunted several first-tier black-spiked wild boars and 2 first-tier wind deer. Among them, they found 3 fog-breaking fire rings and copper ore. It must be said the drop rate for fog-breaking fire rings is really low. After killing over 50 to 60 monsters, only 3 fog-breaking fire rings have dropped. Without this item, it is basically impossible to continue exploring other areas shrouded in black mist. Master, we have already used 7 fog-breaking fire rings. There is 1 left that has dropped. Should we use them all? Use them all to eliminate all the monsters in this area. Yi Xian calmly commanded. With the strength of the second-tier 6-star Demon Blade Princess, less than an hour is more than enough to scout the remaining territory. This area belongs to the outskirts of the corrupted hills. The overall strength of the monsters is not strong, and he is yet to see any existence beyond the second tier. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about Kagura's safety. Moreover, Kagura and the other demonesses have also increased by 1 or 2 stars. They are just a little short of breaking through to the second tier. After killing monsters, they can gain experience for leveling up. Yi Xian can also share in this. He has now leveled up to first tier 3 stars, gaining 1,000th of the experience from all unit kills. As for Kagura, her experience from killing first-tier monsters is only half of that of a first-tier demoness. Therefore, even if she has killed the most so far, she hasn't leveled up. Upon discovering this issue, Kagura even chose to refrain from attacking. Allowing her underlings, the first-tier demonesses, to absorb the experience completely is the best choice for maximizing benefits. Realizing this, Yi Xian secretly admired Kagura's wisdom. It seems she needs to kill monsters above the second tier to obtain normal leveling experience. This mechanism also prevents lords with exceptionally strong units from easily exploiting loopholes, ensuring that the gap does not become too pronounced. Yes, Master, I understand what to do. Kagura nodded. At this moment, after killing over 70 to 80 monsters, the demoness's eyes already glimmered with a hint of bloodlust. While killing monsters, it makes them feel exhilarated. When she threw out the 8th fog-breaking fire ring, they delved into the last remaining area. As the 5 of them just entered a hillside, their expressions subtly changed. They saw dozens of crimson eyes suddenly emerge from the top of the hill. They stared at the 5 women below with resentment and greed. It was these 5 women who had killed dozens of them. This had long attracted the attention of the plague rat warriors. Damn humans, how dare you kill so many of our kin? You must pay the price. At this moment, a not-so-fluent universal language echoed. The voice was filled with rage and resentment. Following that, atop the hill appeared a figure about 2 meters tall. A rat-headed humanoid wielding a large broken blade emerged, its icy gaze fixed on Kagura and the others below. Evidently, it possessed considerable intelligence. It had gathered so many plague rat warriors and lay in ambush here, intending to wipe out Kagura and the others in one fell swoop. Race Plague Giant Rat Warrior Level 2nd Tier 6 Stars Quality Purple Elite Bronze Boss Skills Violent/Toxic Bite. Yi Xian's gaze locked onto the gigantic rat humanoid and immediately information surfaced. This is the identification ability inherent to Lords. It can identify biological information of creatures that are not too far above the Lord's level. Of course, Yi Xian's identification is even more impressive. With a myth level building, he can identify the information of opponents through the perspective of high tier units. With Kagura's current strength, she should be able to identify creatures below the 4th tier. Damn, it's a bronze level 2nd tier elite boss, nearly matching Kagura's level. With over 30 monsters lying in ambush plus the boss, I wonder if Kagura and her 4 companions can retreat unscathed. A hint of worry appeared in Yi Xian's eyes. Now it would be too late to command Kagura and the others to retreat. The enemy had surrounded the Demon Blade Princess with over 30 monsters. Although Kagura and the others are strong, they are only 5 in number. The numerical disadvantage combined with the presence of the boss makes the situation extremely perilous. Fire arrows kill them all, leave none alive. The plague giant rat roared. It did not give Kagura and the others any chance to react. As soon as it saw them, it raised its hand and ordered. Instantly, over 30 plague rat archers positioned above unleashed a rain of deadly arrows. They locked onto the 5 of Kagura, launching a deadly assault. The plague rats are natural archers with excellent accuracy. Over 30 rat archers initiated a barrage. Suddenly, more than 100 toxic arrows whistled and shot towards the 5 demon blade princesses. Over 100 poisonous arrows fell like rain, terrifying beyond measure. The plague rat men were 1st tier high star monsters. However, their arrows were difficult to penetrate the defenses of the likes of the demon blade princess and her companions. After all, the disparity in strength and rank was immense. The higher the rank, the stronger the attributes. Moreover, they also had the enhancement of the dark magic tower, making them even more formidable. However, the poisonous arrows of the plague rat men were extremely sharp, and their attack power was also quite strong. Even a mere graze could allow the toxin to seep in. A 1st tier plague rat man could inflict lethal toxicity on 2nd tier beings. Moreover, if the poisonous arrows found a weak spot in a creature's defenses, they could even threaten 3rd tier powerhouses. Attacking the demon blade princess vulnerable spots would also deal critical damage. Thus, this wave of poisonous arrows was a perilous and malicious trap. Attack split up. I will slay their leader, and you all take them down one by one. The Demon Blade Princess calmly commanded, making the most correct strategic arrangement. The more dangerous the battlefield, the more composed she became. She truly enjoyed the thrill of perilous combat. The more lethal the battle, the more it excited her, pushing her to surpass her limits. She craved combat, even deriving a pathological pleasure from such deadly danger. She was born for battle. Demon Blade Whirlwind. The Demon Blade Princess shouted. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura manifested, chilling her presence like a deep abyss. Immediately, her enormous demon blade transformed into a fierce streak of light, slashing towards the void above. In the blink of an eye, the blade aura erupted like celestial demons dancing, filling the entire sky. This was the unique and powerful blade technique of the Demon Blade Princess. Boom. Countless blade auras exploded, transforming into a terrifying thunder resonating through the skies. Hundreds of sharp, poisonous arrows were shattered by the blade aura, turning into powder that scattered away. This wave of poisonous arrows could not even come close to the 5 of them. Scatter. Those who dare to ambush Lady Kagura, show no mercy. Kill. No one shall provoke Lady Kagura. Fight for our master. The several Demon Blade witches were also furious, shouting angrily. They moved like phantoms, charging towards the swarm of plague rat men on the low hill. The Demon Blade witches all had strength of at least 1st tier 8-star experts. Coupled with their rank, they were all top-tier troops of the Crimson Crown, level brimming with potential. With the enhancement of the Dark Magic Tower, they had a 50 boost to their attributes. Additionally, their talents and bloodlines further enhanced their power. Facing monsters far outnumbering them, they showed no fear and charged forward. The low hill stood 20 to 30 meters high. Seizing the opportunity created by Kagura, the demon blade witches swiftly rushed up the hill. Like wolves entering a sheepfold, their enormous demon blades sliced through the air, releasing waves of blade aura. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sounds of wailing echoed. The plague rat men were no match for even one of the demon blade witches. In an instant, limbs flew across the low hill, blood splattered everywhere, resembling a scene from a hellish battlefield. At the same time, the demon blade princess took action even faster. Demon shadow stealth. She directly unleashed her demon shadow stealth, transforming into an invisible slender shadow. In that moment, she concealed even her breath, becoming an invisible specter, sending chills down people's spines. Damn, I can't sense her presence anymore. The plague giant Ratman warrior boss roared in fury. However, he was indeed worthy of being a bronze-level boss in this area. Upon sensing the impending danger, he switched from defense to offense. Violent slash. His broken giant blade transformed into a terrifying heavy weapon, chopping down fiercely in front of him. With this strike, he put forth all his strength. A powerful, malevolent aura enveloped him. The violent slash turned the space in front into a terrifying blade light, preventing anyone from approaching. Boom. A massive sound erupted. Squeak. The plague giant Ratman warrior let out a shriek, the terrifying blade light dissipating. His enormous broken blade flew out of his hand, and one of his arms soared high, blood spraying into the air. Soon after, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and his vision went dark. A pink embroidered shoe appeared, eerily kicking against the iron shield on his chest. The 2-meter-tall plague giant Ratman warrior was sent flying like a broken kite. He flew 5 to 6 meters away and crashed into a massive rock behind him before coming to a stop. The plague giant Ratman boss coughed up blood, momentarily exhausted and unable to stand. You can die now. The demon blade princess' gaze was icy as she held the enormous demon blade, approaching the plague giant Ratman boss. No, you can't kill me. You cannot kill me. Lord Corruption will not forgive your sins. The plague giant Ratman boss, covered in blood, screamed in terror. Seeing the demon blade princess approach, he trembled, all over filled with dread. Die. The demon blade princess had no interest in his ramblings. She swung her blade. In an instant, the head of the plague giant Ratman boss flew high. Blood gushed forth as he was slain in a single strike. Meanwhile, those ambushing plague Ratman shooters on the hill were almost wiped out. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Killed rare first tier 8-star plague Ratman, gained 40 energy points iron, or 3. Killed rare first tier 9-star plague Ratman, gained 45 energy points iron, or 5. Killed elite second tier 6-star plague giant Ratman bronze level boss, gained 1200 energy points iron, or 100 basic, wood 50 second tier poison, crystal 1, bronze treasure chest 1. Killed rare first tier 9-star plague Ratman, gained 45 energy points iron, or 5 basic, wood 4. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pieces of information refreshed on Yi Xian's panel, especially after killing the plague giant Ratman boss. Seeing those rewards, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Damn, killing a boss gives so many rewards. This is going to make me rich. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never expected such a tremendous harvest this time. Before he could fully revel in his joy, a notification appeared that could be heard and seen by billions of lords across the continent. In the World Channel, 2 enormous crimson banners floated up, blindingly bright. Lords, please pay attention. 2 world announcements are now being made. A ethereal voice echoed. Congratulations to the Dark Lord for achieving the first kill of a bronze-level boss, gaining rewards: reputation 2,000, prestige 1, energy 2,000, a random purple item. Congratulations to the Dark Lord for becoming the first to complete the 100 kills achievement, receiving special rewards: reputation 500, energy 1,000, a rare blue blueprint. The 2 world crimson banners lasted a full 3 minutes. Upon seeing these dazzling red banners and their rewards, over 30 billion lords were stunned, and the entire world fell into a slight silence. Soon after, the World Channel went into a frenzy. The entire world went crazy, with billions of lords from various nations expressing their shock. Upon seeing the red notification, the World Channel exploded. All the lords were caught off guard, never expecting such a global announcement to be made suddenly. Wow, this display is legendary, so majestic and powerful. Who could it be that within just 2 hours achieved the first kill of a bronze-level boss and completed the first 100 kills? Who is the Dark Lord? Which country do they belong to? They are simply too strong. Without a doubt, such a flamboyant and cool name must belong to a lord from our Semita country. Don't be shameless up there. I believe it's more in line with our American Empire's style. The Dark Lord must surely be the resurgence of our American Empire. The Dark Lord is definitely a genius from our bear country. You up there, shut it. In an instant, the World Channel erupted in fierce disputes. Everyone believed that the Dark Lord must be a lord from their own country. After all, such a powerful lord is a significant representation for their nation. Only a few rational lords were speculating about Yi Xian's troop types. Does he perhaps possess a top-tier royal troop that smashed through a monster lair? I'm a royal troop of Golden Flame Lion. Ooh, I've only killed a dozen monsters, and have already lost one troop. What the heck if royal troops can't do it? Does this Dark Lord possess legendary level troops? Same question 1. Dark Lord, I am the campus beauty from Harvard. I want to warm your bed and bear you children. Let's be friends. I also seek a friend request. The world channel was flooded with countless messages. It exploded complete. All the lords had just descended into this world, and within just 2 hours someone had already slain a bronze boss and completed 100 kills. It was simply outrageous. Perhaps it's the reincarnation of a luckiest person. Countless speculations, rumors, and voices of shock and envy emerged. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's friend request notifications rang incessantly. Startled, Yi Xian quickly closed the friend request notification sound. What's wrong with these people? Tens of millions of friend requests are still increasing. This is going to overload the server. My ID is going to explode. Yi Xian's head was filled with black lines and cold sweat broke out. He never expected these people to be so crazy. It was just a world announcement. He glanced at the world chat channel, and it was all messages about the Dark Lord. At this moment, he had completely caught fire. At this moment, the gaze of billions of lords was focused on Yi Xian. He turned off the chat channel and rejected all friend requests with one click. He noticed that the requests were from various so-called goddesses, internet celebrities with millions of fans, policewomen, and actresses. Yi Xian completely ignored them. In this world where the strong are revered, everyone is only interested in immediate benefits. They wanted to befriend him just to reap some advantages. At this moment, there was no need to pay attention to them at all. Moreover, his troops were all stunning beauties, their looks surpassing top actresses with exceptional charisma. What do I need women for? Aren't female troops enticing enough? Just then 2 hours had passed. The Demon Sword Princess and her companions finally returned to their territory just before dark. Kagura, accompanied by the Demon Sword Clan's witches, approached Yi Xian directly. I have not failed you, master. Here are all the spoils. Upon reaching Yi Xian, the Demon Sword Princess Kagura unhesitatingly handed him a warm sachet. This was naturally her spatial treasure. Generally speaking, such items are extremely precious and rare. Even low-level spatial treasures are worth a fortune. However, for Yi Xian, he didn't need to leave the territory, so it was unnecessary. You've worked hard, Kagura. You all did exceptionally well. Yi Xian smiled and praised. This world is real, and naturally the witches of the Demon Sword Clan are flesh and blood. Hearing the praise from their lord, each of them showed a delighted expression. A hint of excitement flashed in Kagura's cold eyes. Gaining recognition from Yi Xian was the greatest sense of achievement for her. Very good, there are plenty of resources, just in time for you to upgrade a few housing units. Yi Xian directly allocated all the resources from the spatial treasure into the territory's warehouse, and then returned it to her. The territory's warehouse has 10 slots. Each slot is 1,100 square meters. Such a spacious area is more than enough for the initial phase. Because he owned a myth-level territory, the space was massive, with each slot being 100 square meters. Ordinary territories only come with one slot, and each is just 10 square meters. Next, he opened the territory panel. Territory Dark Lord, Lord Yi Xian, level First Order Territory, 1 slot, 10001000. Buildings owned Dark Altar First Order Primary Castle First Order Troops owned Demon Sword Clan Witches Functions Basic Identification 78 Basic Storage Basic Collection Progress 86 Basic Defense Constructible Buildings Ordinary and Watchtower Well Warehouse Wild Boar 6 Wine Deer 2 Sawtooth Rabbit 8 Iron or 480 Primary Wood 255 First Order Poison Crossbow 6 Normal Second Order Gluttonous Blade Rare Available Energy Value 58 60 Upgrade Conditions 2000 Energy Value 500 units of iron or 300 units of primary wood 1 evolution crystal. This time's harvest along with the rewards exceeded Yi Xian's expectations. The energy value for upgrading was completely sufficient. He was just short on iron, ore, and wood. He already had a way to obtain these materials. However, he wondered if he could acquire that 1 evolution crystal. According to the prompts, this item can be obtained with a chance from treasure chests, elite level monsters, or quest rewards. He currently has 1 treasure chest and could see if he could open it. Constructing an ordinary and 30 energy value requires building blueprints for upgrades. Building a watchtower 50 energy value requires building blueprints for upgrades. Warehouse 10 units reaches the limit requires building blueprints for upgrades. Constructing a well 100 energy value requires building blueprints for upgrades. Construct 4 inns 4 watchtowers and 1 well. Yi Xian communicated with the rules system. Immediately new buildings emerged in all the locations he had planned in his territory. Having consumed 420 energy value, he constructed 3 types of new buildings. Master, why are there only 4 houses? There are 5 of us. At this moment Kagura, looking at the surrounding buildings, suddenly spoke, looking at Yi Xian. Logically speaking, Lord Yi Xian should not lack energy value. How could one house be inexplicably missing? There are 5 of them. You will sleep in the castle with me tonight, Yi Xian said with a faint smile. Am I sleeping with the master? Kagura's face immediately flushed upon hearing this. She looked at Yi Xian in surprise, seemingly at a loss. She also did not expect that Yi Xian would want to sleep with her. She had never been close to a man before. You are their leader. I cannot treat you poorly. Of course you are allowed to sleep in my castle. Don't worry, you'll have your own room. Yi Xian gently flicked Kagura's fair forehead and explained. Oh, understood. Subordinate takes the command. The demon sword princess shyly shrank her neck, realizing she had misunderstood. Yi Xian shook his head, then with a thought he opened his personal attribute panel for the first time to take a look. This time the performance of the demon sword princess and her companions was exceptional, and his own strength had increased significantly. He also wanted to see just how strong he had become. Every lord, like their troops, possesses a level of strength. However, a lord can remain at home while their subordinates farm monsters to share experience. Each lord shares 1,000th of the experience gained from every troop's farming. It may seem little, but when there are many troops farming a lot of wild monsters, it becomes a delightful situation. If the troops are powerful enough, sending them to farm wild monsters with a higher level than the lord, such as BOSSES, would yield even greater experience. Just now the Demon Blade Princess accidentally farmed a second-tier boss. Even though she only shared 1,000th of the experience, Yi Xian still leveled up to 3 stars in an instant. Coupled with the fact that they had farmed over 100 first-tier high-star wild monsters, she also gained a few more stars. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength surged several dozen times. Yi Xian not only shares experience, but due to his mythical talent, he can also share 1% of the attribute increase after his subordinates level up. At this time, his attribute values within the same realm were definitely several times higher than those of other lords. He glanced at the information of the Demon Blade Princess. Troop, Demon Blade Princess Kagura. Level 2nd tier, 8 stars. Quality, Golden Legend Peak. Loyalty, 100 full. Growth limit lower peak, True God. Skills, Demon Blade, Frenzy, Demon Shadow, Stealth Remnant, Heart, Phantom Edge, Blade Attack, Soul Devour. After defeating the 2nd tier bronze BOSS, she also leveled up by 2 stars. Just 2 stars away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. At that time her power would definitely increase significantly, allowing Yi Xian to outpace all other lords and explore more maps. Next, Yi Xian opened his attribute panel. Lord Yi Xian. Talent, Dark Sovereign, Mythical, Unique. Level 1st tier, 8 stars. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Treasures, 1 rare blue blueprint, 1 purple item, 1 bronze treasure chest. Reputation, 2500. Prestige, 1. Dark Sovereign, 1. Troop loyalty reaches full value, Eternal, 2. Troops increase level. The Lord can fuse all troops to gain 1% growth attributes after leveling up. 3 is shared, designated troop, vision abilities, etc. For each major realm increase, can recruit 1 legendary level or above troop, 1-5. When the Lord personally leads troops into battle, all attributes 50 is 6. The Lord can designate sacrificial troops for enhancement or self-healing recovery, etc. 7 suppress dark creatures by 20 can be enhanced. 8 can designate to extract troop skills 2. Looking at his personal attribute panel, Yi Xian was stunned. He was not shocked by his current strength of 1st tier 8 stars. At this moment he felt as if he could easily crush an elephant with a single punch. However, he was far more astonished by the revelation of his talent. While this mythical talent, Dark Sovereign, is incredibly powerful, one talent surprisingly possesses 8 characteristics. This is truly extraordinary. It must be the enhancement brought by the mythical troop buildings. It's simply too powerful, too exhilarating. Yi Xian's heart was filled with joy. Seeing that Dark Sovereign had so many significant enhancing characteristics, what reason did he have not to be happy? His troops already had the enhancement from the Dark Magic Tower. But with him personally leading the troops, they became even stronger. This was akin to having a super buff for leading his troops. This was terrifying. If he were by her side, perhaps the Demon Blade Princess Kagura could defeat enemies by surpassing a major realm, right? Thinking of this, he envisioned many possibilities. For instance, if he personally led the team, if Kagura could surpass levels to kill a BOSS, wouldn't leveling up be as easy as drinking water? He suppressed his excited emotions. For now, these are just thoughts. He still didn't know how dangerous the outside world was. He couldn't act recklessly. If he died, he couldn't come back. However, starting with a divine level talent like Dark Sovereign put Yi Xian in a great mood. He then looked at the attributes on the Demon Blade Princess panel. Kagura, which 2 abilities are the strongest and most practical? He'll extract 2. Yi Xian asked. Since this divine level talent can extract troop abilities, why wait? Yi Xian was already a bit impatient. After all, one must be strong to forge strong ambitions. Meow. Without solid resources, how could he accomplish great things? I suggest the master choose Demon Blade Frenzy and Demon Shadow Stealth. These are my unique, powerful secret arts, unpredictable. The Demon Blade Princess respectfully replied, not daring to hide anything. Although she didn't know how the Lord would extract them, that was not her concern. All right, I choose these two. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. He also thought these two abilities were very practical. The first one was a powerful sword technique with many variations. The second skill greatly enhanced survival rate and was an excellent stealth technique. As he activated his mythical talent to extract them, he suddenly felt a wealth of knowledge flooding his mind, as if he had mastered them over several decades. It seemed he didn't just copy the skills. He also perfectly replicated the Demon Blade Princess' practical experience with the skills. This completely saved Yi Xian's learning time. It was incredibly delightful. Next, he directly opened the newly obtained rewards. You identified one rare blue blueprint, obtained second-tier rare level Ice Arrow Tower construction blueprint. Ice Arrow Tower upgrading requires 100 primary with 200 energy points, and one first-tier Ice Attribute Crystal Core. You opened purple item, obtained third-tier elite level 3rd generation Ghost Chopper weapon. 3rd generation Ghost Chopper, a weapon of a lost great swordsman, grants 20 sharpness, 15 critical strike, and automatically masters the secret technique, One Sword Flow, Iato Lion Song. You open bronze treasure chest, obtain mysterious fragmented map, gain 1000 energy points, Mistfire Ring 5, and second-tier poison evolution Crystal Core 1. Yi Xian was a bit dazed. After looking at the rewards, he couldn't help but smile. Awesome, so refreshing. This is like getting a pillow when you were sleepy. Just when I needed a suitable weapon, I unexpectedly obtained a purple quality weapon. This is too strong. Lion Song, isn't that the skill of that green algae head? I didn't expect to acquire it directly. Yi Xian was overjoyed, muttering to himself. With this weapon, his strength soared. Moreover, he felt more confident in dealing with the monster siege in 7 days. Most importantly, this blueprint turned out to be for a defensive building. This was truly worth its weight in gold. However, upgrading the construction required one Ice Attribute Crystal Core. This thing can only be dropped by first-tier high star or even second-tier Ice Attribute monsters, right? Although it's a useful building, without the materials, it would be useless. However, this god demon continent has over 5 billion lords. Surely someone will drop such a crystal core. He can choose to trade for it. As for what to trade, he is not short on resources to trade. He directly looked at the food in the warehouse. Additionally, the surplus energy points, second-tier poison magic crystals, etc. are all hard currency. Kagura, bring your sisters over to warm up. It's a bit cold tonight. They'll teach you how to make roasted meat. Oh, let's eat something. Yi Xian called out. Then, spending 10 energy points, he upgraded a bunch of campfires that could burn for 10 hours. Kagura, upon hearing this, brought a few sisters out from the wooden house. Seeing Yi Xian cutting a large pig leg and roasting it over the campfire, soon an enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Yi Xian now lacks not in energy points. However, he still wishes to let Kagura and others taste the smoke and fire of humanity. Delicious food is far more flavorful than energy points. He used to love eating and was quite skilled at it. Spending 10 energy points again, he exchanged for a heap of seasoning packs. It must be said that the Lord's system in this world is exceedingly powerful. As long as it's within a reasonable range, anything can be exchanged. Of course, currently, he can only exchange for basic living items and tools. Other items need to be acquired on one's own. As he adjusted, the seasoning waves of mouth-watering aromas wafted through the air. Come, Kagura, try my culinary skills. Yi Xian directly used the Demon Slayer to effortlessly slice off a large piece of tender, juicy thigh meat and handed it over. If the green algae head saw this scene, he would probably be enraged. Using the renowned sword 3rd generation Demon Slayer to cut roast meat is truly overkill. Kagura frowned slightly, but did not refuse. Instead, she directly raised her hand and grasped the meat. Instantly, a large piece of roast was split into dozens of small pieces. Next, these pieces of meat floated in her palm, being delivered one by one to her crimson, alluring lips. One must admit, this little girl eats with such elegance, it is simply breathtaking. She seems to have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Not getting her hands dirty, wow, so delicious. Master, your culinary skills are amazing. Kagura really likes it. Kagura chewed carefully, her eyes lighting up. While eating, she began to murmur her praise. After that, disregarding Yi Xian and the astonished gazes of the other sisters, she reached out to grab a piece of meat, no longer caring about her oil cleanliness obsession, and devoured it heartily. Seeing this scene, her female companions and Yi Xian were all surprised. They never expected the aloof and enchanting Kagura to disregard her image like this. Yi Xian also cut off a piece of meat and tasted it. To his surprise, it was indeed extremely delicious. The quality of the meat, along with its origin from a fierce beast, made it far tastier than pork on earth. It seems that in the future he could hunt these peculiar fierce beasts more often. They are truly delicious. Moreover, after swallowing the beast meat, Yi Xian distinctly felt a slight enhancement in his blood energy. Though weak, it was evident that his physique had strengthened a bit. It seems these items are not only delicious, but also, although the enhancement is slight, long-term consumption of powerful beast meat can indeed strengthen oneself. This was an unexpected discovery. He then called for the remaining witches to start eating. However, they were quite reserved and did not dare to eat as recklessly as Kagura. After a hearty meal, Yi Xian told the girls to rest. He then took Kagura into the castle. The beginner-level castle had only 2 floors resembling a slightly larger stone house. The interior was simply decorated. However, Yi Xian was now exceptionally wealthy. He directly spent 500 energy points to alter the layout and decoration of the rooms inside. From a humble 50-square-meter lodge, it had upgraded directly to the standard of a 5-star presidential suite. With an ancient elegance, the room was tastefully comfortable, complete with a bathtub, wash basin, vanity, super king-sized bed, and floor-to-ceiling windows. One could say that spending 1,000 energy points was quite substantial. It must be said that the capabilities of the Lord system are too powerful. As long as there are sufficient resources, one can truly enjoy a life of luxury akin to that of an emperor. Inside the castle are classically elegant modern Chinese luxurious rooms. Outside, however, is a wild and crisis-filled exotic style. This intense contrast shocked Kagura as well. "My lord, this room looks beautiful and feels so comfortable. I want a room next door, is that okay?" The demon blade girl Kagura's face showed an expression of delight as she walked toward the exquisite vanity in the adjacent room, looking at Yi Xian with pleading eyes. "Sure, this is for you. You'll live right next to me from now on." Yi Xian nodded with a smile. It seems no woman can resist such a romantic and beautiful environment. He had intentionally beautified the adjacent bedroom, knowing it would strike at Kagura's youthful heart. This room was filled with a faint floral fragrance and a soft pink allure. On the walls hung various exquisite wild-looking weapons. The bedroom also featured a separate cultivation room, spacious enough at around 500 square meters. The room exuded a unique design that women love, truly befitting Kagura's temperament. Even if one is aloof under Yi Xian's intentional arrangement, one could easily break down their defenses. One could say that spending 1,000 energy points was already a huge investment. Other lords are still struggling to meet their basic needs. If they knew that Yi Xian spent 1,000 energy points just to make his living conditions a bit more comfortable, they would likely be so furious they would spit blood. This is simply wasteful. In such a dangerous continent, energy points are exceedingly precious, and enhancing one's strength is of utmost importance. Wasting energy on such frivolous decorations is simply a waste of resources. But to Yi Xian, with mythical architecture, energy points would be easily obtained in the future. Though it costs a bit more, as long as the living conditions are comfortable, this expenditure is hardly worth mentioning. "Thank you, my lord. Kagura will not let you down. I will grow stronger and become the sharpest blade in your hand." Kagura held the sword in her right hand, kneeling on one knee, her tone resolute. "Very well, you are my first commander. In the future, we shall conquer this continent together. Perform well, and I will bestow more rewards upon you." Yi Xian smiled knowingly, gently lifting Kagura's beautiful chin with one hand. Their gazes met. A blush rose on Kagura's face, and her heartbeat quickened. Being touched in such a sensitive area by Yi Xian, she experienced a shocking electric sensation for the first time. Looking into Yi Xian's deep gaze, she felt somewhat lost. After teasing the cold, yet warm Kagura, Yi Xian returned to his own room. One must admit this little girl is actually quite pure at heart, exuding a charming contrast. Though she appears aloof like an ice peak, deep down she is innocent and possesses a youthful heart. It is quite interesting. Gathering his thoughts, Yi Xian opened the trading channel. He looked around, and at this moment there wasn't a single item in the trading channel's market. Clearly only a few hours had passed since the server opened, and everyone had yet to accumulate tradable resources. If he himself was lacking, how could he possibly offer anything to others? These items should be in high demand, right? Yi Xian glanced through his warehouse, already forming an idea in his mind. Then he put items up for sale one after another. With over 10 items listed, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. And this attention quickly turned into shock. The Lord's Trading Channel. This is a separate section created for all lords by the Lord system. It functions similarly to a games trading system, but is more flexible and varied. Here anything can be traded, bartering is allowed, and energy points can be used for purchases. Sellers can set their own trading terms. First, Yi Xian listed food. He divided 5 giant wild boar meats into 100 portions. Price option 1 5 primary wood, option 2 5 primary iron, or option 3 50 energy points, option 4 1 fog breaking fire ring. 2 portions of wind deer meat, 30 portions. Price option 1 5 primary wood, option 2 5 primary iron, or option 3 50 energy points, option 4 1 fog breaking fire ring. 8 portions of sawtooth rabbit meat divided into 16 portions. Price option 1 5 primary wood, option 2 5 primary iron, or option 3 50 energy points, option 4 1 fog breaking fire ring. These meats are from first-tier ferocious beasts and are highly beneficial to consume. Moreover, in the early stages, these resources are quite valuable. They can not only be consumed by oneself, but also fed to troops. Eating ferocious beast meat can save on energy consumption. When troops suffer from prolonged hunger, without food and energy replenishment, not only does their combat power decrease, but they also lose loyalty, potentially leading to rebellion. Thus, food is absolutely precious. The price he set was well considered. He definitely wouldn't sell cheaply. Killing a first-tier ordinary wild boar would only yield a little over 10 energy points. But for lords with strong troops who lack food, this should still be acceptable. A portion of food, if rationed, could last 2 days, which is quite economical. This is why he can sell at such a high price in the early stages. He must not sell cheaply. Moreover, he offered 4 choices for trading. Those without money energy points can trade using fog-breaking fire rings, wood, iron, or etc. With such diverse trading options, he need not worry about not being able to sell. Second-tier poison crystals, 1 piece, price option 110. First-tier ice crystals, option 2 0 energy points, option 320 fog-breaking fire rings. Additionally, he would purchase 1 evolution crystal for 100 energy points and 1 ice crystal for 200 energy points. Yi Xian directly listed 200 energy points as backup, which was half of his remaining assets. Second-tier poison evolution crystal, 1 piece, price exchange for 1 second-tier dark evolution crystal. The Dark Lord left a message. Currently, I have a batch of high-quality weapons which will be sold in 2 days. The more you buy, the greater the discount. Yi Xian glanced around, and upon confirming there were no issues, directly listed his items in the trading channel. These resources were exactly what Yi Xian desperately needed. Ice arrow towers require ice crystals and wood. Moreover, lords need evolution crystals to upgrade. He had learned that attribute-free evolution crystals are among the rarest types. Such crystals are essential for upgrading territories and troop buildings, and they will undoubtedly be in high demand. However, offering 1000 energy points is considered a sky-high purchase. After all, first-tier items generally cost around 100 energy points. His purchase of ice crystals for 200 energy points is also quite high for the early stages. Currently, Yi Xian can be described as financially generous. Additionally, he is confident in acquiring more energy points, so he is not worried about running low. After all, early-stage crystals are hard currency, without offering high prices, many would not be willing to exchange them. Yi Xian's items were just listed for a minute. Many lords immediately noticed the listings. It is currently night, and with dangers lurking outside, no one dares to venture out. Many appeared bored engaging in various training with their troops. Indeed, many lords' troops consist of beautiful female races. Some lords with ulterior motives may not hesitate to cause trouble. But the consequences? Most likely loyalty would plummet, leading to rebellion. Yi Xian observed that some lords, due to teasing and coercing their troops into strange actions, faced early rebellion and were killed. Since this incident occurred, many lords have harbored desires but lacked courage, refraining from reckless actions. Once Yi Xian's items were listed, the tone of the global chat channel immediately changed. World chat channel, quick look. A big shot has listed items. Wow, it's the Dark Lord stuff. Everyone heard. What? The Dark Lord? Is he the one who made 2 world announcements earlier? Don't all rush. I've got money, leave some for me. Is there any food? I'm starving. Wow, is there food? In the campus flower of Southern University, they let me have a piece of meat. My troops are too hungry, and I feel they're looking at me strangely. Hey, upstairs, why don't you make a little sacrifice and let your troops taste some sweet rewards? Maybe they won't be hungry anymore. Funny face. Various bizarre comments flooded the chat. When they discovered that the listed items were from the world-announced Dark Lord, they became even more frenzied. Then those lords who had not yet noticed the trading channel quickly opened it. Upon seeing the items listed, they completely exploded. Wow, great stuff. All meat. I'm about to go crazy from hunger. Don't compete with me. You upstairs, are you sure you can afford it? This price is simply that of a great merchant. Not just a merchant, it's outright robbery. I barely earned 60 energy points, and 1 piece of meat will wipe it all out. I firmly oppose this. I've lost 5 troops just to earn 6 pieces of primary iron ore. This is outrageous. I can't exchange for it. You upstairs are a bunch of fools. If you don't trade, soon the food will be gone. Why waste time chatting? Haha. No supplies. Don't tell me you don't have fog-breaking fire rings. Everyone starts with 5. Are you dumb? The world channel was bombarded with comments. At that moment, competition in the trading channel became extremely intense. In less than a minute after going online, Yi Xian's meat was sold out, not a single piece remaining. Those who had shouted that they wouldn't buy and cursed Yi Xian as a merchant were left dumbfounded. Many two-faced individuals cursed Yi Xian while secretly trying to buy, but they didn't manage to grab a single portion. As they were busy complaining in the world chat, the items had long been sold out. This speed amazed Yi Xian, and while the speed of buying is incredible, A bunch of bandits. Could it be that I sold too cheap? Yi Xian shook his head in amazement. He then glanced at his trading results. 225 primary with 285 primary iron, or 1500 energy points, 12 fog-breaking fire rings. In less than a minute, he had gathered the resources to upgrade his castle's iron, ore, and wood. Moreover, he unexpectedly acquired 12 fog-breaking fire rings. However, no one has exchanged for evolution crystals yet. It seems that such valuable items are not yet in anyone's hands. Or perhaps someone has obtained them, but is reluctant to trade. After all, those items that can upgrade to the second tier are known to offer significant benefits, and they wouldn't sell them cheaply to others. Ice Bunny, big shot, do you need an evolution crystal? 3 minutes later, as Yi Xian was feeling somewhat puzzled, a friend request message caught his attention. The food was swiftly devoured, all gone in an instant. Such a meager amount of food could hardly satisfy the demands of billions of lords. Damn it, you all are too quick. I just opened the trading channel, and it's already gone. A bunch of beasts. They say they don't want it, but their bodies are very honest, grabbing it faster than anyone else. Haha, I managed to snatch a piece of rabbit meat. Wow, roasted meat is delicious, so satisfying. Thank you, Dark Lord. Thanks, one, eating this pork makes me feel stronger. My troops' loyalty has increased by 1 point. This money is well spent. Doesn't the one upstairs fear getting beaten for showing off like this? Damn it, next time I must grab something. At this moment, those who snatched the food were overjoyed. Some lords even shared pictures of roasted meat on the World Channel, instantly provoking countless curses, envy, and jealousy from others. Of course, those who didn't manage to grab anything glanced at the trading section and found that there were still some items available for trade. A second-tier poison-type crystal core. This must be a reward for defeating that bronze boss, right? So envious. Lords with poison-type troops quickly jumped into this thing, can definitely strengthen their units. Damn this price, who can accept it? It's too expensive, simply outrageous. Indeed, 4,000 energy points for 10 first-tier ice-type crystal cores. Who has that many resources to exchange right now? Evolution crystal cores, 1,000 energy points for a harvest is quite a bold move, but who would be willing to trade such hard currency? Wow, 200 energy points to buy a first-tier ice-type crystal core. I just happen to have two. I'll grab them first. Many lords looking at Yi Xian's other trades were immediately stunned. They never expected Yi Xian to have such a wealth of resources available for exchange aside from food. Moreover, being able to offer 1,000 for harvesting evolution crystal cores was simply a heavenly acquisition. Currently, lords with a few hundred energy points would already be considered quite wealthy. 1,000 energy points to upgrade buildings, strengthen troops, or recruit new units. This is hard currency. Yet evolution crystal cores are currently extremely rare. Billions of lords might not even have a double-digit number of evolution crystal cores. After all, the server has only been live for a few hours. It requires either extraordinary luck or powerful lords who can sweep monsters for a chance to obtain them. Thinking about it this way, it's not surprising that 1,000 energy points can be exchanged for evolution crystal cores. As for the ice-type crystal cores, although precious, they won't be lacking. The Divine Demon Continent is vast and boundless. Some lords were assigned to the Ice Continent. There the majority of monsters are of the Ice type. Even if the probability of obtaining a first-tier Ice-type crystal core is low, it won't be lacking. Hey look, there's a message from the Dark Lord. Damn, he actually has a batch of high-quality weapons. That's incredible. The drop rate for weapons and equipment is so low. I've killed over 10 monsters and haven't dropped a single one. How does he have a whole batch? Psy people can be so infuriating. For those who want it, start saving up. This vampire will definitely sell it at a heavenly price. I suggest we collectively boycott him. If he can't sell a single one, hell, sell them cheap. Is the one upstairs stupid? Equipment can greatly enhance troops in the early stages. Those wealthy people will definitely sell their possessions to buy them. Exactly. Having equipment would significantly strengthen us. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, I also want to buy it. Please put it up quickly. I also request that equipment be put up quickly. Many, after not obtaining food, turned their attention to Yi Xian's messages. Numerous confident lords began urging Yi Xian to put up the equipment soon. After all, exploration is the most challenging in the beginning. Having equipment would undoubtedly enhance strength significantly, which would be very beneficial for the defense after 7 days. However, Yi Xian merely glanced at it and didn't care. Urge me all you want. If I put it up, it counts as my loss. The reason he hasn't put it up is that he is waiting for those lords to gather more resources before considering making a move. It's only been a few hours, and no matter how powerful the troops are, the resources gathered are still scarce. Such low-tier items are basically of no help to him. It would be better to make a significant profit instead. At this moment, his attention was drawn to Ice Little Rabbit. He decisively accepted her friend request. Well, what big shot, you finally accepted my friend request. I'm so touched. Before Yi Xian could speak, the other side had already sent a voice message. Well, what big shot, you finally accepted my friend request. I'm so touched. Before Yi Xian could speak, the other side had already sent a Lord Ice Little Rabbit, age 16 years, level 1st tier, 3 stars, Troop Flame Rock Dwarf Orange Quality Leader. Other information not disclosed. This was the information he could see. Friends can share their basic information with each other, and they can also choose to keep it hidden. Yi Xian, however, had not disclosed anything. Unexpectedly, this Ice Little Rabbit had openly shared everything with him. Hearing the voice and seeing the age, he realized that the other party seemed to be a little lowly. What surprised him was that the other party's troop was actually of orange quality. It seems that her strength is quite impressive. No wonder she has reached 1st tier 3 stars. Do you have evolution crystal cores? Yi Xian got straight to the point. Yes, Big Shot, do you need it? I can give it to you. Ice Little Rabbit answered without hesitation. Give it to me. Don't you need to exchange resources? Yi Xian said in surprise. This Ice Little Rabbit is too kind as she actually wants to give it to him. This is too unreasonable. After all, this item is very valuable in the early stages. Even if she exchanges it for resources, it would still be a significant profit. Ice Little Rabbit immediately replied. Yes, Big Shot, I only have one request. Go ahead, if it's not excessive I can consider it. Yi Xian didn't agree immediately, but spoke after some consideration. That's great, thank you, Dark Lord brother. Yi Xian felt a bit speechless. What is there to thank? And she even called him brother. He hasn't agreed yet. She's quite familiar right from the start. My condition is very simple. I know that Dark Lord brother is very powerful, so I want to collaborate with you. As you can see, my troop is Flame Rock Dwarf, which is a very special rare troop. They inherently possess strong forging abilities. I hope that in the future Dark Lord brother can give me the materials that drop, so I can forge weapons and equipment, and I will take 80 of the profit, and you take 20. Is that okay? Little Rabbit cautiously spoke, her tone earnest yet careful. When she mentioned the 80-20 split, she even quickly changed her words, saying, You can take 90, and I only need a tiny bit. This statement came out a bit humble. Hearing this, Yi Xian thought to himself, this little lowly is so understanding that it makes one feel heartbroken. So humble. This deal is simply too sweet. It's a total steal. Yi Xian was quite surprised that Bing Xiao too actually wanted to cooperate with him. Moreover, the other party was willing to give up 90% of the profits, which felt like a pie falling from the sky. It should be noted that he had killed over 100 first-tier high-star plague ratmen, yet he only obtained 6 weapons. The drop rate was astonishingly low. It was evident that weapons would absolutely be very precious hard currency in the future. Such items would never lack buyers, and would surely fetch a high price. Moreover, Bing Xiao Tu's unit type was a rare auxiliary type that was very suitable for forging. Logically speaking, she should be able to take a large share. After all, such a rare unit type would undoubtedly allow Bing Xiao Tu to become a wealthy lady in the future, essentially a money-printing machine. Sensing the tone of the other party, it seemed this child had a somewhat timid personality. Or perhaps she felt very insecure in such an unfamiliar world. Thinking this way, it made some sense. What does a child understand? At just 16 years old, she might just be seeking shelter and a sense of security. After all, Yi Xian had made the world announcement twice, proving his formidable strength. She had no idea that the unit type she possessed held immense value. Once her fame grew, many people would definitely want to ingratiate themselves with her. We can cooperate, but your share is too unfair. How about this? For the items I forge from the materials, you take 4 and I take 6. This way it's fairer. I can send you a batch of materials shortly. And I will give you an additional condition: if you encounter difficulties, you can seek my help once as long as I am capable. What do you think? Yi Xian pondered for a moment before replying. He was merely providing materials and taking 60%, which was already quite advantageous. He shouldn't bully her just because she was younger. Considering long-term cooperation, such a ratio was appropriate. That's great. Thank you, Brother Dark Lord. As long as you agree to cooperate, it's fine. I will mail you the evolution crystal core right away. Please accept it. Bing Xiao Tu exclaimed excitedly. She had been sending voice messages, and her tone made it clear she was very happy and excited. The next moment, Yi Xian received a notification that he had received something. This was a feature of the Lord's trade, allowing friends to mail items to each other. A small service fee would be deducted based on distance and volume. Yi Xian opened his mailbox and saw a pure white crystal stone. This was precisely the evolution crystal core he needed most. He was slightly taken aback by Bing Xiao Tu's straightforwardness, feeling a bit surprised. Moreover, his heart felt warm. This little girl was quite direct. He found her pure character quite pleasant, suitable to become his partner. I have already sent the materials to you. Please check. Yi Xian also spoke. These materials included the teeth and skin of wild boars and plague rat men. The quantity was in dozens of units. The success rate for gathering materials was much higher than the drop rate, so he had collected quite a bit. Moreover, most of these materials were first-tier high-star materials. If the forging was successful, he should be able to obtain some decent equipment. Of course, considering the other party's current forging level wouldn't be very high, it was normal for a large portion of the materials to be wasted. Wow, so many high-level materials. Brother Dark Lord, you are amazing. My current forging level is only beginner, and the success rate for first-tier equipment is only 20. Let me improve my forging level before using these materials. It might take a few days, but is that okay? Bing Xiao Tu said cautiously. You can just call me Brother Yixian from now. Also, these materials are for you to practice with. Using high-level materials will significantly increase your proficiency. Don't worry about the material consumption, I will have more materials for you. Just focus on improving your forging ability quickly. Yixian replied earnestly. Cultivating a master forger was not easy. Without sufficient resources to support her, it would be difficult for her to grow. Even with a rare auxiliary-type forging unit without investment in resources, it would be hard to become strong. Since he chose to cooperate with Bing Xiao Tu, he decided to trust her. Having a lowly cultivation plan isn't bad. No, it should be a forging master cultivation plan. With his growth rate, if the other party deceived him, it would be too easy to take control of her in the future. As long as he had strength, it wouldn't matter at all. The initial investment could be seen as investing for future returns. Whoa, I'm so touched. Thank you, Brother Yixian. Little Tu knows what to do now. Brother Yixian, can Little Tu make a small request? Bing Xiao Tu said, tearfully pleading. You can. Yixian said directly. My birthplace is in a dark volcanic cave, and it's so dim and scary. When you are not busy at night, can I chat with you? She asked. Don't worry, I will definitely not disturb you. Just reply to me when you have time, Brother Yixian. In a dark cave, Bing Xiao Tu hugged her knees, looking expectantly at the chat box. Okay, I agree to this request. It's already late, you should rest early. I have to get busy now. After Yixian finished speaking, he temporarily closed the friend chat. He also mailed 3 pieces of wild boar meat to Bing Xiao Tu. The evolution crystal core she provided was very valuable, far exceeding the worth of the meat and the materials. Giving her a little benefit and warmth should motivate the little girl even more. After closing the chat, Yixian looked towards the location of the castle's crystal core. Upgrade the territory. Yixian said without hesitation. Now he had gathered all the resource materials and could fully upgrade to a second-tier territory. He was also looking forward to the changes that would come with upgrading to a second-tier territory. Moreover, once the territory was upgraded, the unit buildings could be enhanced again. As long as the unit buildings were upgraded again, he would be able to recruit new units. He was already very satisfied with the first layer of units he had recruited. He wondered what the second layer of units would be. It should bring him quite a few surprises, right? Ding, detecting that the Lord's resources have been fully gathered, you can upgrade to a second-tier territory. Note: upgrading to a second-tier territory will take 3 hours. Please be patient, Lord. As the materials for upgrading the territory vanished, a transparent halo soon enveloped the territory. 3 hours. Yixian was not in a hurry. It was night now, and going out was too dangerous. After a good night's rest, by the time he woke up, the territory should be upgraded. He walked into the bedroom and found that the Demon Blade Princess living next door had unexpectedly entered his room. Kagura, do you have something? Yixian looked at Kagura, curiously puzzled. What was this girl doing in his bedroom instead of sleeping in her own room? Yixian did not expect that Shingura would suddenly come to his room. However, they were separated by only a bedroom, so it was merely a matter of crossing a door. It was not that Yixian wanted to have anything with the troops. He simply felt that if the Lord provided generous treatment to the troops, it would surely give them greater motivation. Although their loyalty was at maximum, they could not be treated carelessly. Moreover, the beautiful witches of the Demon Blade clan were stunning, making them a delight to have around, uplifting the mood. In this real world, the troops also had genuine feelings. They were flesh and blood. Therefore, clear rewards and punishments were very necessary for the troops. My Lord Shingura has matters to discuss. Shingura said with neither humility nor arrogance, looking at Yixian. Speak, I have just finished my work. Yixian nodded. He then sat cross-legged on a low couch and gestured for Shingura to sit across from him. He began to brew tea. These fine teas were all exchanged with energy points. The top-grade Longjing tea cost 100 energy points for an ounce. It would surely be painful for others. But for Yixian it was nothing. He still had over 2,000 energy points left. Moreover, he was about to gain more energy points, so he felt no anxiety. While other lords were still at the stage of basic sustenance, he was already living a luxurious life. All of this was thanks to the mythical troops. Hence he treated these troops with great kindness. My lord, just now while I was sweeping the ratmen outside, I had the feeling that some monster was spying on our territory. It could be the big boss of this area. We must be cautious. Shingura knelt obediently across from Yixian, reminding him. Oh, do you think you can confidently defeat it in an unknown? Yixian smiled, indifferently pouring a cup of tea for Shingura before looking at her. One had to say this little girl Shingura was truly captivating. Proud, sharp, and enchantingly beautiful. Not many men could withstand the aura of such a female demon. Hearing Shingura's words, Yixian was surprised, but not overly concerned. With the 7-day protection period still in effect, his territory would be safe, so there was no need to worry. However, the lurking dangers spying on his territory would be a potential threat if monsters launched an attack. He planned to eliminate the hidden dangers within a 30-mile radius in these 7 days. It feels very dangerous, but I am confident that I can slay this monster in an unknown fight. Shingura replied proudly, exuding confidence. Yet Yi Xian could sense that the little girl was under some pressure. It seemed that the monster lurking to spy on his territory was definitely not to be underestimated. It might be a higher-eared dangerous monster than that bronze Ratman boss. Currently, Shingura was only at the second tier 7 stars, although she could easily challenge foes of a higher tier. But facing a third-tier monster might be a bit challenging. Very well, since you are confident, I will leave this matter to tomorrow. Take your subordinates out and root it out. Yi Xian's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of his territory would not tolerate any creature peeping. No matter who it was, anyone daring to covet his territory would pay a heavy price. Yes, my lord, I know what to do. I will not disgrace my mission. Shingura nodded, firmly pledging her commitment. Do not worry, it is just a mere monster. Once we grow stronger, this area will be under my control. Come, let us enjoy some tea, and we will discuss this matter tomorrow. Yi Xian handed a cup of tea to Shingura, smiling as he spoke. Thank you, my lord. Shingura nodded obediently, hastily receiving the teacup, feeling somewhat flattered. A night quickly passed. Yi Xian got up from his bed. To his surprise, Shingura had long been waiting at the side, and at her insistence began to assist him in washing up. The bathing, changing, washing up, and breakfast were all meticulously done. This made Yi Xian look at her with newfound respect. He did not expect this little girl to be so delicate. On the surface, she seemed like a female demon, but she was indeed doing a good job. Being served by such a beautiful girl, although a bit unaccustomed, was quite enjoyable. After washing up and dining, Yi Xian exited the castle. At this time, it was just past 7 in the morning. Outside, the thick, gray-white fog still obscured the surroundings. However, the areas that Shingura had cleared yesterday were now clearly visible. At this moment, a few wild boars and the figures of wind deer had already appeared in those places. It seemed that without the ratmen and other hunting monsters, these first-tier ferocious beasts had come out to feed. The other witches had also tidied up neatly and stepped out. My lord, His Highness Shingura. A few witches from the Demon Blade clan respectfully greeted. Yi Xian nodded and turned to glance at his castle. At this time, the castle had transformed into a 3-story gray stone building, more aesthetically pleasing. It was once only the size of a basketball court. Now it had grown to half the size of a football field, capable of housing more people and with stronger defenses. All functions had also improved. He quickly opened the territory information panel. Territory: Lord of Darkness, Lord Yi Xian, level 2nd tier, territory size 1 grid, 10001000. Buildings: owned Dark Altar 1st tier, intermediate castle 2nd tier. Troops: owned Demon Blade clan witches. Functions: basic appraisal, 78 basic storage, basic gathering progress, 86 basic defense, etc. Can be upgraded to intermediate. Constructible buildings: exquisite and intermediate watchtower vitality, well, ice arrow tower walls. Special buildings require blueprints. Warehouse: basic iron or 420 basic, wood 305. 1st tier poison crossbow 6 common, 2nd tier gluttonous blade rare. Available energy points 2550. Upgrade conditions: 6000 energy points, 300 units of intermediate iron or 200 units of intermediate, with 2nd tier evolution crystal. Territory area 10001000. 30-inch. The materials required to upgrade to the 3rd tier are quite excessive. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Upgrading to a 3rd tier territory actually required intermediate materials. 1 unit of intermediate iron or equals 10 units of basic iron, or which can be synthesized. In other words, to upgrade to the 3rd tier, 3000 units of basic iron or would be needed, which was an increase of 5 to 6 times. Clearly, upgrading to the 3rd tier had become significantly more difficult. Moreover, after that, upgrading the territory would likely require occupying more land. Oh, all energy points have been consumed, but I gained 10 ice elemental crystals. Suddenly, Yi Xian noticed the trading warehouse and could not help but feel delighted. He did not expect that the 2000 energy points he had put up were gone, and the trading warehouse now had 10 ice blue crystals. He did not expect that this item would sell so quickly. It seemed he could now construct an ice arrow tower in his territory. Yi Xian carefully examined the requirements for upgrading the territory to the 3rd level. A new requirement for territory area had been added. Yesterday, he cleared an area of 8 grids. 1 grid equals 1000 square meters, which translates to a dimension of 1000 meters by 1000 meters. This is somewhat similar to settings in games allowing for easier conquest and exploration. Of course, things are a bit different in the Divine Demon continent. For protective reasons, such settings only apply during the first 7 days. After that, any area that has been explored can be conquered. Glancing at his resources, he realized they were almost depleted. It seemed like it was time to venture out and harvest new resources. Just then, a terrifying roar resounded as he was deep in thought. Immediately following, a massive black shadow appeared in the southeastern direction of the territory. It was a two-headed black dragon measuring around 50 to 60 meters in length, covered in black scales. Even from several miles away, Yi Xian could feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. Especially those two pairs of crimson vertical pupils gazing in his direction, instantly igniting a strong sense of crisis within him. "Beast, dare you provoke our master?" At that moment, a soft reprimand jolted Yi Xian awake, dispelling the fear that had settled deep in his heart. He saw Shingura had already positioned herself in front of him, gripping her sword, with one hand coldly staring at the two-headed black dragon in the distance. It seemed that if the enemy dared to continue provoking, she would rush forward to slay it. That chilling and terrifying gaze even made the two-headed black dragon turn its head away and soar into the distance. "How terrifying! This black dragon is quite strong," Yi Xian exclaimed, watching the figure of the black dragon fade away. He had not expected there to be such a dangerous and formidable monster surrounding his territory. If it weren't for the protection during the novice period, he might have been in grave danger here. "My lord, this should be a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Once I break through to the late 4th tier, I will have the chance to slay it. It is nothing to fear." Shingura snorted coldly, her eyes revealing a hint of excitement and killing intent. Clearly, witnessing such a powerful creature had stirred her competitive spirit. "Very well." Yi Xian nodded. He had complete faith in Shingura's words. Shingura was a legendary peak-quality hero unit brimming with potential. In contrast, that ferocious black dragon likely lacked even legendary quality. Quality suppression translates into the power to crush the opponent. Furthermore, with the Dark Altar and Yi Xian's attribute enhancement, slaying a 6th-tier beast with a 4th-tier unit is certainly not an empty boast. Moreover, in the Divine Demon continent, various races vie for supremacy. Even dragons are categorized by levels. This black dragon appears to be a low-tier hybrid dragon within its race. It is said that high-tier pure-blood dragons can exceed the 8th tier shortly after birth. This black dragon, clearly an adult ferocious beast, is only at the 6th tier. Therefore, its rank should not be high, but its strength should not be underestimated. With the current strength of Yi Xian's territory, it is insufficient to contend with such a powerful creature. If a monster were to attack the city with it around, it would indeed be exceedingly dangerous. Of course, there are still 6 days left. Although the time is short, as long as Shingura reaches the 4th tier, or if his dark magic tower can be upgraded to the 2nd level to summon a 2nd type of unit, then he would have nothing to fear. It's just a mere beast. I believe you will be able to slay it in the future. For now, there's no need to worry too much. This ferocious beast should just be passing through. Just be careful when you go out." Yi Xian's expression lightened as he spoke earnestly. "Yes, my lord." Shingura understands. Shingura nodded seriously. "Great, you all rest for a bit, eat something, and then set off. Remember, your first task is to clear the area you swept yesterday and check for any other monsters that may have invaded. Eliminate them all. Secondly, under the condition of ensuring safety, find out if there are any presences spying on our territory and act accordingly." Yi Xian instructed calmly. "Yes, my lord." The 5 witches replied in unison respectfully. Then the girls gathered in a circle. Following the method Yi Xian taught them last night, they began to roast meat. They were all special beings, so it was no issue for them to eat some meat in the morning. Yi Xian had also prepared some tea for them. Moreover, their appetites were astonishing. 5 of them could consume half a wild boar. To put it into perspective, this tier of wild boar weighs over 1,600 pounds. For 5 people to eat 800 pounds, they were truly gluttons. Of course, Shingura also explained. They possessed the ability to absorb the essence of life. Thus, consuming high-energy food provided them with even greater benefits than merely absorbing a certain amount of energy. After replenishing their strength under Shingura's lead, the witches set off once more. This time their task would be somewhat easier. They were to clear the area they worked on yesterday. As for the purpose, obviously for conquest. Everyone spread out and clear all monsters, not leaving a single one. As they exited the territory, Shingura issued a cold command. Subsequently, several subordinates dispersed. This was to enhance efficiency. With their strength, exploring an 8-grid 10001000 area would only take a little over an hour. After all, clearing monsters would slow them down somewhat. Soon after more than 2 hours, the girls had cleared a range of 4 kilometers. This time they encountered some lower-tier ferocious beasts. In addition to wild boars, they found sawtooth rabbits and wind deer. There were also over 20 scattered plague ratmen scouts. Although they were elusive, Shingura and her team managed to find and eliminate them all. It took quite a bit of time to locate them all. After all, some plague ratmen were hiding in caves and were quite. Among them, 2 witches had successfully broken through to the 2nd tier. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had also successfully leveled up by 1 star, reaching the 1st tier 9 stars. It appeared that these plague ratmen had not been completely exterminated. Their leader and many companions had been slain, thoroughly enraging their tribe. However, Yi Xian paid no mind. He did not regard these filthy rats at all. Tomorrow he would be able to recruit 5 more witches from the Demon Blade tribe, strengthening his forces even further. This time they had also accumulated a considerable amount of ingredients. With the territory upgraded to the second tier, permissions could be granted for units to directly deposit their harvests into the territory warehouse. This would make collecting materials in the wild much more convenient. Of course, there are distance limitations. Currently, it is within a 20-kilometer range. Alright Shingura, you all temporarily guard the cleared area. We need to occupy this place. Remember, if any monster approaches, show no mercy. Yi Xian commanded from a distance. Yes, my lord. The witches stationed at various positions responded coldly. Occupying the area, they aimed to make it their own territory. The first condition, clear all monsters in the area. The second condition, occupying 4 kilometers, requires 2 hours for encroachment. During this time, there must be no invasions. Furthermore, once occupied, the new territory will not be protected by the 7-day protection mechanism. Once occupied, it will be necessary to maintain the safety of the territory. If there are invasions or damages, it could result in losing the occupied region. Begin the occupation of the cleared area. Yi Xian spoke without hesitation. Following his command, a layer of transparent ripples enveloped the cleared area. To upgrade the territory to the second tier, an area of 30 units is required. At present, 8 units have been cleared, and he has already accumulated 17 fog-shattering fire rings. It is not impossible to upgrade the territory to the third tier within the 7-day protection period. The fog-shattering fire ring is a resource that every lord values greatly. Therefore, even if he offers food in exchange, not many lords are willing to part with their fog-shattering fire rings. It's important to note that even after clearing an area, as long as this area is occupied by monsters again after a day, he will need fog-shattering fire rings to clear the fog once more. Hence, it is a long-term consumable. The drop rate is extremely low, making it quite challenging to obtain. However, Yi Xian has considered this and decided to occupy and clear the area. As long as he turns the cleared area into his own territory, he will no longer need the fog-shattering fire rings. However, it also requires someone to guard the territory against erosion. This issue was well addressed when Yi Xian acquired the Ice Arrow Tower, which possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Moreover, after today, he will be able to recruit the second batch of Demon Blade clan witches. By then, defending this cleared territory should not be too difficult. Let me see the rewards for upgrading the territory. Yi Xian revealed a hint of excitement. The first lord to upgrade to a second-tier territory receives a reward package. Let me see the rewards for upgrading the territory. Yi Xian revealed a hint of excitement. The first lord to upgrade to a second-tier territory. Open the lord upgrade rewards. Yi Xian said directly. Ding, congratulations to the Dark Lord for being the first to upgrade to a second-tier territory, leading all lords globally and receiving a reward package. Would you like to open it now? Only the first lord to upgrade to the second tier will receive a reward. Notice after the lord claims the reward package, a world notification will be issued. The lord system's notification sound appeared. Open the reward package. Yi Xian said without hesitation. As for the world announcement, it wasn't his first time, so he didn't mind. He believed that countless world announcements awaited him in the future. As Yi Xian claimed the upgrade reward, a world announcement quickly appeared. This time it was another bright red world notification. Congratulations to Dark Lord for being the first to upgrade the territory to the second tier, receiving a reward package. This world announcement lasted a full 3 minutes. Like a thunderclap, it shook the lords of the billions on the divine demon continent, leaving everyone astonished. Damn, it's the Dark Lord again, and he actually upgraded to a second tier territory first. Damn, why is all the good fortune falling on him? I don't even have 1/10 of the resources to upgrade, and he's already done it. This is unfair, he must be cheating. I want to report him. How could he upgrade to the second tier in less than a... Did the person above forget that he obtained the first kill of the bronze boss and the 100 kills rewards, which must be the upgrade materials? I'm so envious. Wow, another upgrade reward. I'm so envious and jealous. I wonder what good stuff it is. What would Dark Lord, you are so powerful and majestic. I am the campus flower of Wu University. I can have your children. Let's be friends. Don't be so shameless upstairs. The world is going downhill. Why not have my children instead? I can take it easy. Take it easy, one. I can hold on for an hour. As soon as the world announcement appeared, the world channel exploded again. This time, everyone reacted just as intensely. After all, it had only been a day, and someone had already upgraded their territory. This speed is truly astonishing. Most of the comments on the world channel were envious exclamations. Of course, there were also many who were bitter and throwing out random insults. Among them, many female lords expressed their admiration for the Dark Lord and requested to add him as a friend. Their intentions were simple: to climb the social ladder with Yi Xian. After all, this is a world where strength is revered. Yi Xian, being the first to reach a second-tier territory, undoubtedly proved his formidable strength. Such powerful figures undoubtedly have a strong allure for most women. Naturally, Yi Xian ignored all the friend requests and various suggestive and explicit messages. In a valley at the southern end of the divine demon continent. Damn, who is this Dark Lord? I thought I was the only one who obtained the evolution crystal core and could upgrade my territory first, but he got ahead of me. Once the 7-day protection period ends, I will definitely meet you. This world must be ruled by our great eagle empire. A golden-haired man with a dark and ominous gaze looked towards the east. He stood atop a massive two-headed black owl, emanating a powerful and cold aura. His unit was the orange leader-level two-faced black owl, giving him full confidence. On the western end of the divine demon continent, in a forest, a stunningly beautiful woman stands atop a silver-horned dragon measuring over 10 meters long. Her waist-length purple hair swayed in the wind, exuding a cold and domineering presence. Upon seeing the world announcement appear again, a glint of sharp light flashed in her eyes. Interesting, someone is even faster than me. What a pity I'm still a bit short on iron ore. So what if I have 2 evolution crystal cores? So what if I have the pinnacle unit Silverhorn Dragon? In the end, I was still a step too slow. Just wait, the warriors of my bear nation will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the world. The purple-haired woman spoke with unwavering determination. Anyone who heard her would surely be left in shock. She possessed 2 evolution crystal cores which billions of lords could not obtain. Such luck is truly unparalleled. She is simply the goddess of fortune. Unfortunately, even the goddess of fortune will face setbacks against the Dark Lord. Fuck, why am I still a step too late? This reward should be mine. Give me half a day, and I can also upgrade to the 2nd tier. This Dark Lord, I've remembered you. If you are not a lord of my Me Empire, I will definitely destroy your territory. Meanwhile, a furious red-crowned lord from Me country roared angrily. His unit is the red-crowned low-level unit Hellhound. The Hellhound, measuring 8 or 9 meters long, roared mightily, seeming ready to devour everything. Similar scenes unfolded all across the divine demon continent. After all, billions of lords came from various countries on Blue Star. The strength of the lords is directly related to the future fortunes of their respective countries. As the Dark Lord gained fame worldwide, everyone naturally hoped he was from their own country. At this moment, Yi Xian still had no idea that his consecutive appearances in world announcements had caught the attention of many powerful figures. Of course, it also earned him a lot of animosity. Many people are probably wishing they could kill him and seize all his resources and rewards. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was happily checking his rewards. He simply had no time to pay attention to the demonic and monstrous beings speaking in the world channel. The reward gift pack opened, and Yi Xian eagerly looked at his rewards. Among the billions of lords in the world, the first to upgrade to the 2nd tier should surely receive a decent reward, right? Yi Xian muttered to himself. As he pondered, the rewards quickly appeared. Congratulations to the Dark Lord for receiving the rewards Spiritual Moon, well, Special Tier 5, 3000 energy points cooldown card, and unit count 1 one-time effect. Looking at these rewards, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Aside from the 3000 energy points reward and the unit count 1, which delighted him, the other rewards were names he couldn't comprehend. However, to receive such a large amount of energy points at once was still an excellent reward. He was currently in dire need of energy points, and these rewards would give him much more confidence. To think there's a unit reward, this is fantastic. Just one more unit can significantly enhance my strength. Yi Xian exclaimed with joy. A unit count 1 is something that money can't buy. For lords with low-tier units, this reward isn't very significant. For example, does having an additional regular goblin unit matter to a lord who can summon 10 goblins each day? One more truly doesn't have much effect. It would just be one more expendable unit. However, for higher-tier units, this reward becomes increasingly precious. For instance, the peak unit of the Silverhorn Flood Dragon. Gaining one more is akin to winning a lottery. After all, she can only summon 6 every 2 days. Adding one more would greatly enhance her strength. Note, unit buildings can only summon the same race of units, but they also vary in quality and bloodline level, with the strongest quality not exceeding the unit building. And Yi Xian possesses a supreme, mythical level unit building. Gaining one more unit can greatly enhance his strength. For him, the unit reward is truly invaluable. Then he quickly checked the attributes of the other 2 rewards. Spiritual Moon, well, Special Tier 5, a special spring that can elevate levels possessing various powerful buff effects. The higher the level, the stronger the effects, limited to a maximum of 5 wells. Tier 1 functions. 1. Increases the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory. 2. Sitting beside the Spiritual Moon well increases cultivation speed and comprehension. Sitting quietly for 1 hour grants fixed experience points not exceeding 20 per day. 3. The spiritual water inside can enhance physical constitution and strengthen meridians. More functions require leveling up. Building materials, 1000 energy points, 1 tier 1 water crystal. While this is incredibly powerful, It's practically a tool for passive leveling. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim, his face filled with joy. Sitting quietly for an hour grants 20 of leveling experience. Isn't this meant for passive leveling? With this, even without going out to hunt monsters, he could level up. Of course, the Tier 1 Spiritual Moon Wells enhancement is limited. However, when he later upgrades to the 5th tier, will sitting for an hour daily lead to a 1-star upgrade? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian felt quite excited. If it truly is that powerful, who could catch up to him? Leveling up during the day by hunting monsters and sleeping in his territory at night would still grant him levels. One could only ask, wouldn't other lords be envious? Knowing about this reward building, they would be green with envy. It's like an additional experience level up buff, and it's permanent. One could only ask, how satisfying is that? This is a good thing. Upgrading units will be much easier from now on. Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly. Although building a spiritual moon well requires quite a bit of energy points, just these 3 effects are already worth it. It seems he must work hard to obtain energy points. With an additional gold-eating beast building, it's not something an ordinary person can handle. After all, even a Tier 1 Ice Arrow Tower requires a considerable amount of resources. Although it can only be upgraded to the 2nd tier, it will still be a significant expense. Other lords might find it difficult to utilize this building in the early stages. However, Yi Xian is confident he can fully build and upgrade it. Cooldown card: within 5 days, occupying new territory or upgrading buildings only takes 3 minutes. Damn, so powerful, too powerful. Being the first to upgrade to the 2nd tier territory is a massive win. These rewards are simply amazing. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He didn't expect these rewards to be exceptionally useful. These precious tools could bring him immense help. Immediately use the cooldown card. Yi Xian decisively activated his newly obtained reward. This tool provides a significant advantage in the early stages. This means he can always stay ahead of others. Just imagine, others need several hours to secure new territory. Yet for Yi Xian it only takes 3 minutes. It's simply delightful. Soon as he used the cooldown card, 3 minutes passed swiftly, and he successfully occupied his new territory. Congratulations to the Dark Lord for successfully occupying new territory. Tip 1. The new territory is not protected by an invincibility mechanism. The Lord must guard the territory's safety against monster invasion to maintain control. Tip 2. After occupying new territory, the Lord can build defense structures on it and freely use the territory, sharing its functions and characteristics. The prompts from the Lord system appeared. These were all easy to understand. The newly occupied land would still be attacked by monsters requiring long-term defense. Thus, the strength and quantity of units are crucial for territorial expansion. Only powerful units and defensive structures can protect the homeland. Truly a real world. It seems I will need to introduce more population to maintain control over this vast territory. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. The larger the territory, the harder it is to manage. After all, the number of units is limited, and they can only defend some crucial areas. In this case, introducing new populations and establishing a good territorial ecosystem becomes. However, this can be overlooked in the early stages. It can be considered when the territory expands later. At this moment, his territory displayed that it had reached 9 squares. Thinking it over, Yi Xian decided to build several watchtowers and ice arrow towers in each square. These watchtowers and ice arrow towers belong to territorial buildings. As long as more than 4 buildings are constructed in each square, a warning effect can be achieved. Beasts entering that area will be displayed on the territorial map. As long as he sends out units in time to clear them, it will suffice. Moreover, he can establish walls and other structures at strategic points based on the terrain to defend against monsters. By holding the walls, he can prevent losing the territory. There are 3 key areas where walls need to be built for defense. The defensive power is indeed sufficient. Yi Xian murmured to himself, already having made a decision. Kagura, come back first to protect me, while the others closely monitor any unusual movements. Yi Xian stepped out of his territory, observing the surroundings. One must admit the outside world always carried a faint sense of danger, igniting Yi Xian's instincts. It seems that the outside world is not as safe as imagined. A notification appeared. This should be a reminder built into the system of protection for new lords. However, Yi Xian had made up his mind and felt no fear. If there is danger, then bring it on. If I don't even have the courage to face danger, what right do I have to become a powerful? Yi Xian said firmly. If he wanted to become strong, merely hiding in a safe harbor would never cultivate a strong heart. To stand at the pinnacle, he must endure the baptism of blood and violence. Yi Xian was already aware of this. The strength of his army is not equivalent to his own strength. Only after becoming exceptionally strong himself can he truly strategize and fear no challenge. I have already broken through to the first level 9 stars, and I'm eager to test my strength. Yi Xian sneered, raising his hand to summon a black blade over a meter long. This was the 3rd generation ghost cut he had obtained. With the blade in hand, a powerful aura surged from Yi Xian. It seemed that as long as he held this knife, he could sever anything. With the skills of Shinkagura and Zoro, a fierce sword intent emerged from him. Coupled with his experience in Shinkagura's swordsmanship and Zoro's secret techniques, his confidence soared. At this moment, Shinkagura was still miles away. At her speed, it would take her a few minutes to reach him. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all. He was now not far from his territory. If any danger arose, he could quickly return. Therefore, his pace was leisurely, as if strolling through a garden. When Shinkagura arrives, he can speed up if needed. "Oh, my second-level poison-type crystal core has been traded," Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise as he walked along the hillside path. It was still early, so he was in no rush and casually glanced at the trading market. At this moment, the trading channel had become extremely lively. The main items being traded were still food. Among the billions of lords, some had acquired powerful army buildings capable of hunting for resources. Now a day has passed, and many people have obtained excess food materials. In fact, many were selling at even higher prices than Yi Xian initially did. Originally, he sold wild boars for 50 energy points, while some lords sold them for 80. Surprisingly, it seems that the demand for food is still very high at present. Yi Xian's prices were relatively cheap, which is why they were instantly bought out. There were also some crystals, ores, and wood for sale. Yi Xian looked around and found no ice-type or dark-type crystal cores that he needed. However, their prices were quite exploitative. 1 unit of iron ore was surprisingly sold for 20 energy points, which was simply robbery. 100 units would require 2,000 energy points. To upgrade to a second-level territory, one would need at least 100. However, anything priced over 10 energy points was hard to sell. Yet there were always some wealthy lords eager to upgrade their territories who would still purchase these exploitative goods. At this moment, the trading channel's resources were still quite scarce. Basically, as long as the prices weren't exploitative, items would be sold out in an instant. Yi Xian glanced briefly and noticed that items were listed and sold out in the blink of an eye. In just 1 minute, hundreds of transactions could occur. If your hands were too slow, you wouldn't be able to grab what you... With billions of lords, the thousands of items each day were barely enough. "Poison Lord, I snagged your poison-type crystal core. Save the poison-type evolution crystal core for me. I will find a way to obtain a dark-type evolution crystal core within 3 days. Let's become friends for easy trading." "Oh, there's a message," Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. It seems that these 10 ice-type crystal cores were snatched by the Poison Lord. Indeed, there were many powerful lords. To obtain a second-level dark-type evolution crystal core within 3 days, what kind of strength is that? One must know that dark-type evolution crystal cores only have a chance to drop from second or even third-level dark-type monsters. Moreover, only second-level or above Black Iron raid bosses have a higher drop rate. This means that not only do they have dark-type monsters, but the other party is also confident about farming them within 3 days. That is quite formidable. It seems that among the billions of lords, he is not the only one with good luck and powerful army buildings. The Poison Lord's army must be exceptionally strong to boast such confidence. Interesting, then let's add this friend. Yi Xian revealed a hint of interest. He was just 1 dark-type evolution crystal core away from upgrading his building, so he naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Yi Xian actively added the Poison Lord as a friend, and the other party almost instantly accepted. It seems that the Poison Lord had been waiting for his response. Before he could even look through the messages, his expression suddenly changed drastically. "Damn it, how dare you ambush me!" Yi Xian cursed. In the moment, he was distracted by the trading channel. 8 or 9 shadows charged toward him. Before the figures arrived, a dozen arrows shot through the air, aiming directly at Yi Xian. These arrows were exceptionally sharp, whistling through the air at incredible speed. Moreover, their targets were firmly locked onto Yi Xian, who was standing there in a daze. A group of rodents seeking death. Yi Xian's gaze was as cold as ice. He looked at the 9 dark shadows charging towards him, their speed astonishing as they transformed into fleeting afterimages. These plague ratmen were evidently first-tier high-star monsters, each exceeding 7 stars. Their hands shot out sharp claws half a meter long. The grayish-white claws gleamed with a green hue, clearly indicating a potent venom. A scratch from them could pose a fatal threat. The plague ratmen belonged to the poison category, sly and treacherous. Furthermore, they possessed a high level of intelligence. They often acted in groups, ambushing their prey. Those targeted by them rarely met a good end. Adding to their danger, they were extremely vengeful. Once fixated on a target, they would wait patiently for it to... This operation was orchestrated by their leader in the shadows. They had long observed Yi Xian within their territory. Seeing Kagura obeying Yi Xian, it was clear that she was the leader of her group. If they could kill Yi Xian, they would have a chance to exact revenge on this territory. Thus, they had dispatched several high-star rat men to lie in ambush within the surrounding darkness. In the areas not cleared by the mistfire ring, Kagura and her companions could not detect their presence. This led to the perfect ambush and a deadly assassination. Squeak, squeak, squeak. If we kill this human, the masters will surely reward us greatly. A first-tier 9-star Ratman leader howled in excitement. Its speed was the fastest among them. It crawled on all fours, sprinting rapidly. With a leap it covered nearly 10 meters. In the blink of an eye it reached Yi Xian's front. Die, human! You dare offend the great Ratman tribe and invade the territory of the corrupt lord. You are destined to be torn apart, leaving not even a shred of bone. The Ratman leader let out a piercing shriek. At the moment of its leap, its claws shot forth, aiming for Yi Xian. The other Ratmen followed, closely attacking almost simultaneously. This ambush was the favorite tactic of the Plague Ratmen, executed with remarkable coordination. They struck together, fierce and terrifying. With their sharp, hard claws, even a second-tier low-star expert would be easily overwhelmed. Faced with such a malevolent and terrifying sneak attack, Yi Xian at that moment appeared as if paralyzed with fear, standing still without moving. His gaze was cold and stunned as he stood there, gripping the hilt of his blade, not showing any intention of dying. Upon witnessing this scene, all the witch-like members of the Demon Blade clan were taken aback. They could observe the movements of their lord through their shared abilities. This ability, granted by the mythic architecture, facilitated their protection of the lord, making it extremely convenient for commanding or scouting. Oh no, our lord is being ambushed by those damned Ratmen. How could this be? Why is the lord standing still? Could it be that the secret technique of His Highness Kagura just now consumed too much energy, leaving him exhausted? Oi! Quick, we must protect the lord. We cannot let those disgusting old rats harm him. Several witches from the Demon Blade clan changed their expressions drastically. Initially, they had sighed in relief after seeing Yi Xian slice through the toxic rain of arrows. They believed Yi Xian could easily handle these rat monsters. However, the next moment their expressions shifted dramatically. They realized that Yi Xian stood frozen in place, as if stunned. Instantly, their speed to return for rescue increased. If their lord perished, their fate would also be destruction. The bond between their lord and them was akin to an unbreakable master-servant contract. Thus, seeing Yi Xian face a deadly threat, they were naturally very worried for his safety. Moreover, their loyalty was at maximum. Upon witnessing their master being ambushed, they were already frantic, even filled with rage. They even wished to flay those ambushing Ratmen alive. In their hearts, Yi Xian was the sacred, inviolable supreme ruler, their faith, and everything. If mere Ratmen dare to harm my master, I will surely annihilate your entire race. At this moment, Kagura was both shocked and furious. Her speed suddenly surged several times. Seeing Yi Xian in danger, Kagura spared no effort or resentment, pushing her shadowy stealth to the extreme. Her speed approached the speed of sound in an instant, leaving afterimages. At this pace, she could reach Yi Xian's side within a minute. However, it was still too late for rescue. She could only hope that Yi Xian could withstand this round of ambush. As long as he could hold on for a moment, she would arrive immediately. One sword style Iato Death, Lion's Song. Just as all the Ratmen lunged at him menacingly, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, Yi Xian, who had been standing still, suddenly vanished. Bang! The ground where he stood had completely shattered. Underfoot, only a half-meter-sized deep pit with cracked edges remained. The hard rocky ground had exploded. The sense of power was explosive and overwhelmingly strong. A massive white cold light flashed, cutting through the space. Like a flash of white lightning, it instantaneously tore through the sky. In that moment, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth were cleaved by this cold light. Squeak! 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 The chilling screams echoed consecutively. All 9 figures exploded apart, severed into 2 halves. Their bodies were cleanly sliced apart. Some heads flew high, some torsos were severed, while others were split in half. In that instant, all the ambushing Ratmen were cut down by a single stroke. Killed rare first-tier 8-star Plague Ratman, gained 40 energy points iron, or 3, basic, wood 3. Killed rare first-tier 9-star Plague Ratman, gained 45 energy points iron, or 5. Killed rare first-tier 9-star Plague Ratman, gained 45 energy points basic, wood 8. In an instant, all the Ratmen perished, and a series of prompts appeared on Yi Xian's panel. His experience had surged by nearly 90 in that moment. Just 2 more, and he would break through to first-tier 10-star, stepping into the formidable second-tier. Indeed, the blade technique of the moss-haired one is quite powerful. Yi Xian looked at the corpses of the Ratmen that had fallen in an instant and couldn't help but exclaim. This was the power of the one-sword-style Lion's Song secret technique, which left him somewhat incredulous. After all, it was his first encounter with these monsters. He had no clear understanding of how strong he truly was. Now it seemed that he indeed possessed the strength to annihilate opponents of the same rank, and perhaps even fight beyond his tier. After all, he hadn't used all his strength during that last strike, holding back somewhat. Even so, he had effortlessly eliminated 9 first-tier high-star Ratmen. Master, the Lord is so strong. Instant kill, eh? All the witch-like members of the Demon Blade clan preparing to come over were momentarily stunned, frozen in place. Their gazes toward Yi Xian became fervent. Lord's drawn sword technique is utterly terrifying. I feel I might not even withstand this single strike. A demon's word clan sorceress, already ascended to the second order, gazed toward Yi Xian, her voice calm, yet resolute. Her eyes burned with fervent admiration and unreserved devotion. Indeed, this blow was flawless, its power rivaling that of a second-order cultivator at the 2- or 3-star level. Truly horrifying. So this is Lord's true strength. He is merely a first-order 9-star cultivator, yet he manifests the might of a second-order powerhouse. Unfathomably formidable. Hurry, no time for hesitation. Rush to protect Lord immediately. Should the sovereign grow enraged, we shall all bear severe reprimand. Several sorceresses exchanged urgent messages via their shared communion link. At that moment, they were already galloping at full speed, racing toward him without pause. Not a single second could be spared, not now. Who knew when another ambush might strike? Should Lord sustain even the slightest injury, their guilt would be unforgivable. 10,000 deaths would not suffice as atonement. My lord, are you unharmed? We arrived too late. Please punish us accordingly. Kagura's shadowy form materialized before Yi Xian. She knelt upon one knee, her expression heavy with remorse. We have failed in our duty. Please mete out whatever punishment you deem just. Moments later, the other demon's word sorceresses converged from all directions. Bowing reverently on one knee before Yi Xian, they wore identical expressions of profound contrition and begged his clemency. It is of no consequence. This ambush came without warning. You bear no fault. Rise, all of you. Yi Xian smiled lightly, his demeanor serene and unruffled. Even as 9 blood-soaked corpses lay scattered beside him. Even after surviving a lethal ambush moments earlier, he had already regained perfect composure, as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. Witnessing their lord's imperturbable calm amid chaos deepened the sorceress's reverence. My lord, these rat folk are relentless, lurking unseen, striking treacherously from the shadows. Shall we eradicate them entirely today? Uproot this menace once and for all. Kagura rose to her feet, her voice edged with frost. Gazing upon the slain ratfolk, a dark shadow passed across her face. She had not anticipated such cunning. Their repeated ambushes revealed both guile and malice. This time they deployed elite first-order warriors. Next time, should they send a contingent of second-order ratfolk in equal numbers, Lord would face far graver peril. She bore crushing self-reproach for failing to safeguard Yi Xian, protecting him from harm. This was her absolute, inviolable line. No matter, this assault cost them dearly. They will not dare mount another so soon. These vermin pose no real threat. It is the power behind them that warrants concern. Tomorrow I shall recruit additional elite warriors from your clan. Then we shall act decisively. After a brief, thoughtful silence, Yi Xian spoke. Then with an easy smile he added, our immediate priority is erecting defensive fortifications, swiftly and thoroughly. I anticipate that tonight the ratfolk will certainly scout our outer territory. Let them come. If they do, we shall strike then and purge them utterly. A cold, knowing smile flickered across Yi Xian's lips, as if he had already pierced through every veil of deception. Given the ratfolk's limited intellect and their obsessive thirst for vengeance, they would never abandon this vendetta. And since his newly established domain lacked protection, those foul rodents had seized their opportunity. They would not miss a chance to sabotage his territory. Understood, my lord. I shall follow your command without hesitation. Kagura paused, then bowed deeply, her realization dawning like sudden clarity. She held absolute faith in Yi Xian's foresight. His uncanny ability to divine events left her profoundly impressed. Her lord was no mere brute force wielder, but a strategist of rare acumen. Rather, he was a master tactician whose heart beat with the rhythm of a true sovereign. To serve such a master was for Kagura a source of quiet, unshakable joy. Enough, let us depart together. First I shall construct perimeter walls and frost ice arrow towers. Only then will this domain truly stand secure. Yi Xian spoke, and without delay he departed swiftly, escorted by the sorceresses heading toward 3 critical mountain passes. According to the Domain Lord system's mechanics, any defensive structures erected at these strategic choke points would compel invading monsters to breach the walls first, before they could penetrate deeper into the domain. Other approaches were either geographically unsuitable or inherently restricted by territorial occupation protocols, designed precisely to ease expansion and fortification for new domain lords. Otherwise, defending every possible ingress would prove impossible. Even with 100,000 elite troops, perfection would remain elusive. As he walked, Yi Xian summoned his data interface. Frost Ice Arrow Tower requires 100 units of basic timber, 200 energy points, and 1 first-order Frost Element Core for upgrade. First-order Rare Arrow Tower, 20 physical defense, 10 magical defense, 25 slow effect, 5 critical strike, chance, attacks every 5 seconds. highly effective against first-order foes, but to repel second-order threats further upgrades are essential. Though primarily designed to impede enemy movement, these Frost Ice Arrow Towers possessed appreciable offensive capability, roughly equivalent to a 5-star first-order rare monster in raw strength. A direct hit inflicted debilitating frost effects, freezing or slowing targets, even if it did not kill outright, thus greatly enhancing coordinated defense and elimination by allied troops. Yi Xian currently possessed 20 first-order frost element cores that allowed for the construction of 20 Frost Ice Arrow Towers, though his reserves of timber and energy points fell far short of what would be required. Fortunately, he had just purchased 500 units of basic timber on the exchange market for 2,500 energy points, seizing the listing instantly. The seller had imposed a strict single transaction limit. Few domain lords could muster such energy at once, hence the exceptional bargain granted solely to Yi Xian. This price represented the fairest value available on the market. With his existing stockpiles, Yi Xian now commanded a total of 905 units of timber. He had also spent 1,800 energy points to acquire 300 units of basic iron ore, bringing his total iron reserve to over 700 units. Stone was costlier, but acquiring such volume in one transaction was well worth it, especially for wall construction. Perimeter wall requires 10 units of basic timber, 5 units of basic iron ore, and 50 energy points per 100 meter segment height, 10 meters. First order standard wall, 8 physical defense, 3 magical defense, 3 structural integrity. With only this you expect me to hold back hordes of monsters. Seek rare blueprints if you desire true resilience. So this wall can barely withstand assaults from 3rd-star first-order monsters. Does that mean it cannot even deter those wretched rats? Yi Xian studied the specifications and muttered wryly under his breath. Clearly without rare wall blueprints or proper citadel schematics, effective defense remained an illusion. Surveying his resource inventory, he realized he could only afford rudimentary fortifications, for now. Yet even modest defenses were better than none. Primary defense would rely instead on Frost Ice Arrow Towers and disciplined troops. With current resources, he could erect a maximum of 8 arrow towers and reserve enough materials to build 3 wall segments. Those 3 sections would span approximately 900 meters, a substantial investment indeed. Even by Yi Xian's standards, generous, even extravagant, this expenditure stung sharply. Yet the moment demanded total commitment. Every resource would be poured into fortification without reserve. Yi Xian effortlessly slayed the 9-headed plague ratmen and quickly proceeded to set up defenses. This is the dwelling place of the plague ratmen. The continuous slaughters by Yi Xian and Kagura have already incited the wrath of the ratmen tribe. They are one of the strongest races of this generation. Although among the myriad of races their strength is at the bottom and they remain in the shadows. However, among the low-tier races they are cunning and treacherous, knowing how to cling to the strong and take advantage of situations. Thus, although their high-tier strength is not impressive, yet on this continent their numbers are exceedingly high and they thrive in the darkness. However, now this tribe has suffered heavy losses, having lost over 100 warriors. These young warriors make up a third of the 600 warriors in this tribe. Such a significant loss has enraged their rat king immensely. The plague ratman's tribe features various low tent-like structures resembling Mongolian yurts about 1.5 meters high. The grayish-black buildings are simple and dim. They seem to be constructed from the skins of fierce beasts and animals, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. Yet hundreds of ratmen reside here. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Damn it, those humans dare to kill so many of our kin. They even killed my child. It's utterly despicable. How I hate them. I will surely devour their flesh and blood, letting their souls suffer in the depths of the dark abyss. A furious roar echoed from a gigantic tent made of fierce beast bones 3 meters high. At this moment in the spacious yurt a series of resentful roars resounded. A dozen plague ratmen warriors were prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. If Yi Xian and the others were present, they would be greatly surprised. The ratmen prostrating here are mostly as large and strong as that bronze boss. In fact, a few of the robust ratman warriors exude a presence even stronger than the original bronze boss. Of course they are not bosses. Their bloodlines have yet to reach the level of a boss. However, each of them is incredibly powerful, representing the highest combat strength of this plague ratman tribe. In front of these warriors stood a majestic ratman over 2 meters tall. He was clad in rusty, grayish-white bronze armor, wielding a pair of curved double blades on his back, exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura. He is the strongest rat king of the plague ratman tribe. His strength has long surpassed the terrifying 3rd tier. Wenger, our king, I have thought of a plan. Please calm your anger. Standing beside the rat king was an elderly ratman, hunched over and less than half the height of the rat king. He was the Rat King's strategist, although his combat ability was lacking, his wisdom and insight surpassed all Ratmen. Many schemes originated from him, including the ambushes against Kagura and Yi Xian. However, the consecutive defeats have left his position precarious. Even though his contributions and importance are irreplaceable, if he fails again, the Rat King will undoubtedly take his head. Speak. If we fail again, I will skin you alive. The Rat King's fury had not subsided, yet he coldly snorted and looked at the resourceful old rat man. Great King, this human lord has stepped out of the forbidden protective circle. Oh, our opportunity has come. Their strongest members are only at the second tier. This time we can take advantage of the darkness to wipe them out completely. This time General Qin Shu will lead our elite forces and launch a surprise attack when the enemy is at their weakest. At midnight our Ratman's combat strength can double. This time we will surely succeed. I have already contacted the corrupt lord's people. They are willing to lend a hand, but all the spoils will belong to them. The old Ratman pinched his long whiskers at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cunning smile, seemingly confident of victory, as he spoke slowly. The corrupt lord is still as greedy as ever, wanting all the spoils. The Rat King snorted coldly, filled with rage. However, he soon coldly smiled and said, well, as long as it can avenge my kin and my child, it will all be worth it. The forces of the corrupt lord are not something we can offend. Oh, let it be a tribute in exchange for protection. The Rat King's green eyes twirled as he chose to compromise. His wisdom is no less than that of an ordinary human, and he naturally understands the importance of timing. Oh, time flies. Under Yi Xian's orders, Kagura led her subordinates. During the day, they cleared a large area once again. They consumed 9 fog-breaking fire rings to clear the territory surrounding their occupied lands. This time they encountered surprisingly little danger. Aside from a few sneaky scattered low-tier Ratman scouts and some first-tier fierce beasts, they did not meet any formidable enemies. Thus Kagura and the others easily cleared a vast area. This cleaning expanded the surrounding territory around the occupied area. This is Yi Xian's strategy. When night falls, areas not cleared by the fog-breaking fire rings become extremely dangerous. After cleaning, generally formidable fierce beasts do not come around. Of course, it does not exclude the possibility of powerful fierce beasts passing by or retaliation from the Ratmen. At around 8 in the evening, my lord, this wall does not seem very sturdy. It might not withstand the nighttime attacks from fierce beasts. A second tier which stood beside Yi Xian and Kagura expressing her concerns. At this time the few of them were gathered beneath a wall. This wall is at least over 200 meters long, enclosing the entrance of the canyon ahead. The wall is 10 meters high, but only 20 centimeters thick, made entirely of grayish-white loose concrete. Although it appears quite majestic and sturdy from a distance. However, several witches have tested it, and this wall might not withstand even 1/10 of their strength. In their eyes, the wall's defensive power is practically zero. It is like a flashy paper wall. This is a strategically crucial pass, and it is also where the bronze Ratman boss was slain. Yi Xian has built 3 layers of walls this time, each layer nested within the other. This is the entrance and exit to their occupied territory. Unless there is an aerial attack, monsters on the ground can only break through this wall to attack the territory. So as long as they hold this wall, they can ensure the territory is not invaded by monsters. Even if this place is breached, there are 2 more walls behind, providing some extra assurance. It can be seen that there are 8 ice arrow towers standing beneath the wall. These ice arrow towers are about 6 meters high with unknown metallic supports below. At the top, there is a fist-sized crystal emitting a chilling aura. As long as an enemy enters the attack range of the ice arrow towers, they will be attacked immediately. The attack range of these ice arrow towers is 20 by 20 square meters. The 8 ice arrow towers are arranged by Yi Xian in a unique formation. They perfectly cover the area beneath the wall, ensuring no dead angles in their attack. No worries, if they breach the city walls, it would be their own demise. Yi Xian appeared relaxed with a hint of coldness in his smile. The night has fallen, and outside the area cleared by the fog-breaking fire ring, danger lurks with monster strength. At midnight, the beasts and dark creatures in the area cleared by the fog-breaking fire ring will also have their strength doubled. Be cautious in defending your new territory. Cunning monsters have already set their sights on you. Danger accompanies opportunity. If one can successfully defend their territory, unexpected rewards await. This is a friendly reminder for the lord occupying new territory. As expected, Yi Xian is undoubtedly the first lord to start claiming new land. After all, it requires not only formidable strength, but also a certain accumulation of resources. Defending a new territory is no easy task. If things go wrong, it could lead to total annihilation. Yi Xian dares to act this way because he relies on the strength of his troops. Coupled with sufficient resource accumulation, he is ready to take a gamble. Even if he fails, he can always retreat to his own territory. It will just be a trial for growth. However, if he successfully defends this territory, will not face significant threats in the near term. Moreover, Yi Xian's strength will continue to grow, so there is little to fear. At midnight, the strength of the beasts and dark creatures will double. Upon hearing the reminder, Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He did not expect the night to be so perilous. It seems that these filthy rats will wait until after midnight to attack. After all, for humans, midnight is a time for rest, making it the weakest moment for defense. Shinra, eat something first. You need to maintain peak condition to respond to any potential enemies. Yi Xian instructed solemnly. Yes, my lord, we understand. Several witches replied respectfully. They then began to feast on the beast meat. This time there was the meat of an iron bull beast of first tier 8 stars. Yi Xian chose not to trade it, but instead shared it with several witches. Now as he occupies this new territory, and having offended the Ratman tribe, there is no chance for rest tonight. Fortunately, Shinra and the others are powerful and special beings capable of going for days without rest. As long as they replenish their energy, they can fight at any time. Master, I just spotted those filthy rats hiding in the darkness, spying on our new territory. Are we really going to just let them be? Another second tier witch asked curiously. No need to worry about them. Those filthy rats won't attack so soon, you just stay vigilant. Yi Xian said calmly and assuredly. With the system's reminder, he felt more at ease. However, the thought of monsters doubling their strength after midnight was indeed a bit concerning. After all, the plague ratmen have many high-tier first stars, and some even have second-tier warriors. If their strength doubles, it could be quite terrifying. Although the witches of the Demon Blade clan each possess the ability to fight above their level, it may not be so easy. Establishing a new territory, this quickly feels like a rapid development. But since he has made this decision, he cannot easily give up. He absolutely cannot allow failure. Yes, my lord, we understand. The witches ceased their chatter and focused on their meal. They possessed the talent to devour the essence of flesh and blood. Almost without needing to chew, they quickly consumed half of the iron bull meat. In fact, one which even managed to break through to the second tier due to this meal. Now he already has 4 second-tier witches from the Demon Blade clan. Yi Xian has also broken through to first tier 10 stars. He is just a bit of experience away from breaking into the second tier. Shinra has even reached second tier 8 stars, significantly increasing her strength. If it weren't for the lack of second tier monsters nearby with her strength, she might have already broken through to the third tier. Nonetheless, with Yi Xian present, she can easily crush monsters above the third tier. After all, he as the Lord personally leads the charge. As long as the troops are within a kilometer of him, they receive a 50 boost to all attributes, meaning their strength can more than double. Moreover, they are currently within their territory. The Dark Magic Tower also provides a power boost. Therefore, each of them possesses the terrifying strength to crush foes of the same tier and fight above their level. This is where Yi Xian's confidence lies. He is even confident that facing monsters that have tripled in strength in the darkness, as long as they are not high-tier beings, he has little to fear. Shinra, guard this place tightly while I return. Yi Xian said after finishing his meal and standing up. Are you returning to the territory? Shinra, who had been silent, seemed to sense something. Yes, I trust you won't let me down. Yi Xian nodded and patted Shinra on the shoulder. He has great confidence in the strength of this female demon. Even without his personal charge effect, she is still incredibly powerful. All right, master, go ahead, I can handle it. Shinra replied earnestly. Yi Xian smiled gently, and then without looking back returned to the territory. In his newly established territory, there was no danger. However, the distance meant it would take about 10 minutes to return. Of course, Yi Xian had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. After nearly an hour, he finally returned to the castle of his territory. By this time, it was already 1130 p.m. During this time, Yi Xian had listed many food items and a few poison crystal cores in the trading channel. He exchanged for several hundred pieces of basic iron ore and basic wood. He also mailed a batch of materials to Ice Little Rabbit. Ice Little Rabbit, brother, Yi Xian, are you there? I miss you so much. You don't have to reply, I know you're busy. I'm working hard to forge equipment now, and am so close to upgrading to a high-level first tier. Wow, brother Yi Xian, I have good news to share. My troops killed a wolf spider underground today, and surprisingly dropped a treasure chest. It's a rare treasure chest that contained a blueprint for a second-tier forging furnace along with a reward of 500 energy points. I'm so happy. Brother Yi Xian, are you done with your work? I was wandering underground tonight, and found another rare treasure chest by a pool. This one contains a second-tier rare reinforced wall blueprint. I think it might help you. I've already mailed it to you, so remember to check. It's getting late, I need to sleep now. Brother Yi Xian, you should rest early too. I'll work hard to improve myself. Seeing Ice Little Rabbit's warm messages, Yi Xian felt a warmth in his heart. He did not expect that Ice Little Rabbit had been sending him messages all this time. However, he had been too busy that day to check or reply. Seeing the later messages, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. What kind of divine physique does Ice Little Rabbit have? She's so lucky. Yi Xian felt speechless. He had worked hard to grind for 2 days. Yet aside from the initial kill of a bronze boss that yielded 1 treasure chest, he had received nothing else. But Ice Little Rabbit seems to just casually kill a monster and wander around to acquire 2 treasure chests. Is she truly the destined girl? The beloved daughter of the Lord's system? Yi Xian sighed inwardly. While this little rabbit is indeed generous, she can freely give away a second-tier rare blueprint. Does she not know that this item might sell for over 2,000 energy points in the market? Yi Xian took out a blueprint from his mailbox, his eyes lighting up with surprise. The tempered wall requires 100 units of basic wood, 200 units of basic iron, or 200 energy points, and 2 earth-type crystal cores, 100 meters long and 20 meters high. Second-tier rare wall, 25 physical defense, 20 magical defense, 25 sturdiness, 20 crit resistance, 30 durability. With such a wall, what is there to fear? While the attributes of this tempered wall are incredible, Yi Xian exclaimed as he gazed at its properties. He never expected the attributes of this rare blueprint to be so excellent. It was already extremely powerful. Yi Xian suspected that it could withstand the attacks of second-tier monsters. With such high durability, it wouldn't be easily destroyed. However, the required materials were indeed a bit much. But considering such impressive attributes, it was absolutely worth the investment. This is a great find. I just need to collect a few earth-type crystal cores to start building. A smile appeared on Yi Xian's face. He thought that this should be placed at the outermost checkpoint. There a wall of about 260 meters would be needed. Calculating the costs, it wouldn't be too much. He could definitely afford it. He still had over 2,000 energy points left. He had already gathered over 1,000 iron ores and 700 or 800 wood. It was sufficient. He was just short of a few second-tier earth-type crystal cores. In the trading channel, only first-tier ones were available and second-tier ones were basically non-existent. However, crystals can be synthesized through territories. Depending on the territory level, different tiers of crystals can be synthesized. Now his territory was the only one in the world that had been upgraded to second tier. Therefore, he just needed to buy 10 first-tier crystal cores to synthesize second-tier ones. Of course, it would be even better if he could obtain second-tier ones directly. Next, he directly listed new items on the world channel. First-tier poison, crossbow 9, common penetration 5, poisoning 10. Price option 1, first-tier ice crystal core 3, option 2, first-tier earth crystal core 3, option 3, basic iron, or 150, option 4, basic, wood 150. Second-tier gluttonous blade, rare strength 15, crit 7, grants skill charge, briefly charging to launch an attack, damage 30, cooldown of half an hour. Price option 1, first-tier earth crystal core 30, option 2, first-tier ice crystal core 30, option 3, 5,000 energy points, option 4, basic iron, or 1,500, option 5, basic, wood 1,500. Originally, he had planned to hold off until tomorrow to list these. However, he couldn't wait any longer, mainly due to a lack of resources. Moreover, the construction of the new territory also required a large amount of materials. He could only list them now and check back for trades tomorrow. As soon as his trade was listed, it instantly attracted the attention of all the lords. After all, most trades currently involve food, iron, ore, and wood. Although there were some equipment as well, they were very scarce and of poor quality. For example, the first-tier rusty iron rod, penetration 1, crit 1. The first-tier butcher knife, penetration 3, A sharpness 3. Attributes like that of the butcher knife were already considered exceptional. Basically, once listed, they were immediately snatched up. Additionally, the first-tier decayed copper armor, physical defense 3. Just one attribute, and it was quickly gone once listed. Such equipment had already sparked disputes in the world channel. After all, the drop rate for equipment was notoriously low. Moreover, good equipment dropped early on was even rarer. Most lords were reluctant to trade equipment with slightly better attributes. After all, being strong was the most. Having equipment provided a significant advantage. Therefore, equipment had become a pursuit for many powerful lords. At this moment, with Yi Xian's equipment being listed, the world channel erupted again. Quick look. The Dark Lord has listed new items again. Wow, it's actually weapon equipment. What? The Dark Lord has listed equipment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, if you're slow, you'll definitely miss out. Damn, the attributes of this equipment are really exceptional. It's explosively strong. Insane, such premium equipment, and there are actually 9 pieces. Is he crazy to sell them? You should first look at the prices. This is not something an ordinary lord can afford. There are so many night owls, it's almost midnight, and they're still secretly watching the trading channel. By the time you make your move, they will be gone. Damn, a bunch of bandits, robbers, 9 weapons were snatched up, just like that. Damn, I envy this kind of powerful equipment, especially long-range weapons. They are definitely top-notch for monster farming. These dog lords are so wealthy, I envy them. Such a price is not low, yet they can still buy them instantly. The world channel was currently exploding with comments. No one expected that Yi Xian would list equipment in the middle of the night. Moreover, it was snatched up immediately. According to market prices, prices were definitely not low. After all, first-tier crystal cores cost over 200 energy points. 3 of them would be 600 energy points. The price for iron ore was 750 energy points. This required farming dozens or even hundreds of monsters to gather. And it was only the second day. Any lord with such strength was undoubtedly at the top tier among all lords. Yet even with such high prices they were still snatched up. This could only prove that there were indeed many powerful lords. After all, with over 5 billion lords, even if powerful lords were few, there would definitely be a few million. Such equipment was really not enough to fill the gaps. Oh, there's still a second-tier weapon left. While this attribute is even more explosive, and it has skills. Damn, as expected of the Dark Lord, this must be a good item dropped by that bronze boss. The Dark Lord is so generous to trade such premium equipment that he doesn't even use himself. Haha, this price has stunned you, right? A bunch of useless people not worthy of such good weapons. Dark Lord, I have an orange high-level leader unit, silver-faced fox girl, beautiful and strong. Would you be willing to trade for 2 units? Damn, is the Lord above stupid? Such a strong high-tier unit is offered for exchange, but I think the Dark Lord's units must be even stronger. He wouldn't want them. Not worth it. One, the Dark Lord absolutely has top-tier units, forever young. The World Channel was already flooded with various opinions. However, aside from first-tier equipment getting snatched up immediately, no one exchanged for second-tier equipment in a short time. After all, second-tier equipment was too rare and the prices were too high. Such prices were simply beyond what an ordinary lord could afford. Of course, it was still midnight, and many lords weren't paying attention to the trading channel. By tomorrow, perhaps someone would gather the resources, who knows? After all, lords could also exchange resources with each other. The strength of one person is limited, but some lords who band together might be able to gather enough resources. Of course, these were not what Yi Xian was concerned about. He had long anticipated the first-tier equipment being snatched up. The resources to build the tempered wall are already sufficient. Next, let's start recruiting for the second time. Yi Xian's face lit up with excitement as he looked towards the dark magic tower. At this moment, the time had already reached midnight. It was now the 3rd day, and he could conduct his second recruitment. He was also looking forward to whether there would be new surprises with the second recruitment. This time, combined with the number of rewards, he could recruit 6 units at once. Yi Xian's departure was noticed by a shadow lurking in the darkness. He had just left for a short while outside the walls of the territory where Shanhua resided, shrouded in darkness. At this moment, a massive army was gathering. The sharp and piercing cries made one's scalp tingle, sending chills down the spine. Soon, just a little longer, and we will slaughter these humans. Hee, foolish humans, they surely do not know that our dark race's combat power doubles at midnight, right? A chilling childlike voice echoed. Wait to be crushed by this general. That girl in pink armor is mine. Her flesh must be extremely delicate and delicious. Just thinking about biting into her and extracting her heart makes me tremble with excitement. In the darkness, a robust rat man with green fur grinned maliciously. General Qing, that pink girl is so beautiful. If offered to the great king, perhaps we could gain more benefits. Another small ratman with shifting eyes said slyly. Very well, I will spare the breath of the other one. The green-furred ratman nodded, seemingly approving of his subordinates' words. Although their intelligence was low, they understood how to weigh the benefits. However, while General Qing and the other ratmen were plotting, a massive figure suddenly appeared not far away. This figure was coiled around a large tree, its size even greater than the 2-meter-tall green-furred ratman. The moment such a terrifying figure appeared, all the ratmen, who had been howling in unison, froze in place, not daring to move at all. Ridiculous ratman, all the spoils here belong to our corrupt lord. You are responsible for the siege. If you dare have any other thoughts, don't blame me for blood sacrificing you all to satisfy my hunger. A cold and chilling voice emanated from the figure in the tree, causing all the ratmen to fall silent, and even the originally fierce green-furred ratman trembled, staring in terror at the horrifying figure. Yes, my lord, I know what to do. Remember to leave some breath for those human women who our corrupt lord enjoys toying with living beings. The cold and hoarse voice commanded, leaving no room for doubt. Soon midnight descended. At this moment, the god and demon continent plunged into a deadly, dangerous night. During this time, even the powerful forces and races did not dare to venture into the wilderness lightly. As midnight approached, a blood-red crescent moon hung ominously in the sky. For a full hour, beasts and dark races would become frenzied and bloodthirsty under the blood moon, their strength multiplied. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Eerie sounds of chewing echoed from the darkness outside the territory. Here they come, those disgusting old rats seemed to have come prepared. Shenhua stood on the city wall, floating in the air, gazing towards the darkness outside the walls. She could see countless pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on her territory. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of pairs of blood-red eyes. Just a single look sent chills throughout her body, and fear surged within her. Your Highness Shenhua, something is not right. Though those foul rats are gathered, they have never acted in such numbers before. Could it be that their entire tribe has come out? The numbers have definitely exceeded 300. With just the 5 of us, we are insufficient to contend against such a large army of alien races. The few witches' eyes were cold, yet they began to analyze their concerns. After all, there were only 4 second-tier and 1 first-tier, just 5 of them. Even though they all possessed the strength to fight above their rank, facing an overwhelming numerical advantage made them feel somewhat inferior. Even if they fought until exhaustion, they might not be able to eliminate all their foes. Do not worry, trust in our Lord's decisions. We should just defend this place as best we can. Even if the city falls, it's no big deal. Shenhua spoke with a calm tone. At this moment, it was evident that the killing intent emanating from her was intense, shocking the few witches. It seemed that their princess was truly enraged. Shenhua was a being of pure royal blood from the Demon Blade clan, with boundless potential. They all knew that in such a state their master was truly serious. Kill, break the city, and capture all the human girls, especially that boy. That boy is the instigator, we must not let him escape. From the darkness, the cold shout of the Green Rat General rang out. With his command, countless pairs of blood-red eyes surged forward towards the city. A torrent rushed forward at an incredible speed. In just a moment, they burst forth from the darkness, reaching the base of the city wall. On the city wall, hundreds of torches were lit, illuminating everything below. Squeak, 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 squeak. The terrifying sounds of chewing and rat shrieks filled the air. The overwhelming black tide sent chills down one's spine. Looking out, it was a tide of countless monstrous rats. These rats varied in size from half a meter to 1 meter long, even larger than some cats and dogs. They were agile and incredibly fast. These massive monstrous rats exposed their sharp and enormous teeth, each one appearing fierce and terrifying. Their hard and long claws were spine-chilling. It could be seen that some of the gigantic rats were even ridden by rats. These ratmen brandished poisoned crossbows, laughing maniacally. These gigantic rats belonged to the ratmen's kin. The vast majority of ratmen evolved from the monstrous rats. Most of these beasts had strength ranging from first-tier 1 star to first-tier 5 stars. Those over 6 stars could essentially evolve into ratmen. Therefore, most ratmen possess strength exceeding first-tier 6 stars, making them extremely powerful. All ratman knights, pay attention, focus on sniping those human powerhouses. Other kin destroy the city walls. Next to the green-furred ratman general, a ratman strategist was commanding the troops in their language. Kill. Shenhua coldly uttered a single word. Her eyes radiated a chilling light. At that moment, she was genuinely enraged. Even in the face of thousands, she was unafraid. All for the sake of protecting Master Yi Xian's territory, even at the cost of their lives. After death, they could be resurrected in the dark magic tower, though their strength would diminish significantly. However, at this moment, she did not care about any of that. In Shenhua's eyes, to invade Yi Xian's territory was to seek death. She drew out her massive demon blade and dove down from the city wall with unmatched momentum. Kill. Even if we die in battle, we cannot allow these monsters to destroy our master's territory. The other Demon Blade witches also surged with great momentum. They let out a light cry and leaped down from the city wall, charging into the terrifying crowd of monstrous ratmen below. Spectral edge continuous slash. Shenhua shouted coldly, swinging her Demon Blade. In an instant, dozens of blade energies transformed into chilling and terrifying afterimages, striking into the rat horde. Suddenly, cries of anguish erupted as the first few monstrous rats in the front were instantly torn apart. Shenhua's terrifying momentum immediately intimidated most of the beasts, drawing the attention of all the monsters. All the monsters fixed their gazes firmly on the goddess of war that descended from the sky. With merely a casual strike, this girl had slain dozens of ferocious beasts. Instantly, it provoked the furious howls of all the monsters. Generally, low-tier ferocious beasts possess very low intelligence, acting solely on instinct. Moreover, the blood-red crescent moon hung in the sky. Even those ratmen were no better off. Under the illumination of the blood moon, they became exceedingly frenzied and bloodthirsty. Even with the guidance of a wise ratman warrior, their actions gradually descended into chaos. Nevertheless, this did not imply that they were weak. On the contrary, they became even more ruthless and fearless. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless ferocious rats emitted sharp howls as they charged towards Kagura. They leaped into the air, instantly soaring several meters high. Like swords tearing through the sky, they were terrifying beyond measure. Their sharp teeth and claws were their finest weapons. Under the amplification of the Blood Moon's power, first-tier 3 to 4-star ferocious rat beasts could even threaten higher-tier entities rated 7 to 8 stars. Yet even so, before Kagura, they were as fragile as paper. The girl dashed into the swarm of ferocious rats. Alone against a multitude, she exuded a terrifying aura of invincibility. Every ferocious beast that lunged at her was instantaneously torn to shreds by her blade's energy. Furthermore, as Kagura unleashed her swordsmanship, she often managed to slay a large group of ferocious rats. In a matter of moments, she had broken through to the second tier, achieving a 9-star level. Everyone scatter. defend the city wall, and be cautious of them damaging the walls. One of the strongest among the witches spoke coldly. She had reached the second tier 2-star, and her strength was formidable. At this moment, several massive ferocious rats had already bypassed Kagura and reached the foot of the city wall. Some ferocious rats opened their gaping mouths and began to gnaw at the surrounding walls. Some ferocious rats leaped into the air, directly landing on the walls, climbing up towards the top. There were also massive ferocious rats that jumped over the city wall and charged inside. Kill, kill, kill. All the demon blade witches uttered coldly. Facing over 100 massive shadows rushing, and they showed no fear. With their long blades swinging widely, they met those rats heated with lethal strikes. Powerful units often came equipped with weapons, and their quality was not inferior. Moreover, with their overwhelming strength, they stirred up a bloody storm. However, there were only 4 of them, and their defense inevitably had vulnerabilities. It was impossible to guard a 200-meter-long city wall. Thus, in some areas, ferocious rats managed to leap inside. Even several corners of the wall were torn open by the ferocious rats. Instantly, these ferocious rats surged through the massive openings into the territory. After all, the walls were merely made of ordinary materials and could not withstand such a terrifying horde of beasts. Thud, thud, thud. However, the moment these ferocious beasts entered the territory, they emitted a chorus of mournful wails. Inside the territory, 8 ice arrow towers erupted with a chilling blue light simultaneously. Following that, 8 wheel-sized icy arrows shot towards the enemies. Although these ice arrow towers were only first tier, their attack power was not high. However, they shot with great accuracy, instantly injuring those ferocious rats. The most terrifying aspect was that these icy arrows would freeze upon being shot, coating the ground in frost. In fact, many of the ferocious rats that rushed in were mostly frozen in place, their movements becoming extremely sluggish. This severely hampered their speed, making it difficult for them to breach this defensive line. Don't worry about the walls. We don't have enough personnel to hold them. Kill the ferocious beasts under those arrow towers. We must not let them approach the second line of defense. Before the master arrives, we must hold this territory. The strongest witch cried out coldly. They abandoned the walls and charged towards the ferocious rats beneath the city wall. The witches moved like lightning, their demon blades slashing through, often taking down 3 or 4 ferocious rats in an instant. Although there were too few of them to defend the city wall, their speed in clearing the enemies was nevertheless extremely rapid. Coupled with the ice arrow towers slowing down the horde of beasts, it gave them an opportunity. Thus, in just a brief moment, the ferocious rats began to flee in panic, clutching their heads. Boom. Without the witches' defense, the fragile city wall ultimately became riddled with holes, crashing down in large sections and raising a massive cloud of dust. Although the city wall had collapsed, the witches grew bolder, and all of them broke through to the second tier, successfully defending against all attacking ferocious beasts. Outside the city walls, Kagura's overwhelming slaughter had already incited the wrath of the Blue Rat General. All Ratman Knights attacked this madwoman together. The Blue Rat General roared in exasperation. Instantly, over 30 first-tier high-star Ratman Knight archers moved into action, riding on massive ferocious rats. With their poison crossbows erupting with a sound that pierced the air, they unleashed a barrage at Kagura. These first-tier high-star Ratman Knights were the sharpshooters of the Ratman tribe. As over 30 Ratman Knights fired simultaneously, hundreds of poisoned arrows were unleashed, creating a horrifying sight. The rain of arrows nearly obscured all of Kagura's movement space. Demon Blade chaos shocked the sky. Kagura snorted coldly. In her hand, the massive demon blade transformed into a stream of afterimages, slicing out a blade aura several meters long. This gray-black blade aura was almost tangible, resembling a hellish weapon. The moment it formed, it shattered the air and shredded the storm of poisoned arrows. This technique consumed an immense amount of spiritual essence. However, its effect was remarkable, as it managed to shred an arrow storm far stronger than what she faced with the bronze boss in the past. This terrifying power shocked the observing Blue Rat General. Ratman Knights, continue the assault. All second-tier warriors, follow me into battle. Regardless of life or death, the king will surely reward you handsomely. The Blue Rat General sneered. He then took the lead and charged forward, accompanied by over 20 Ratman warriors. These Ratman warriors also rode on massive rats. The difference was that they wielded sharp, large cleavers in their hands. These second-tier Ratman Knights were among the strongest forces of the Ratman tribe. To seek revenge, the Rat King had spared no expense, deploying nearly half of the elite of the Ratman tribe. As the second-tier Ratman Knights charged, they became a torrent of coldness, roaring ferociously as they rushed towards Kagura. The storm of poisoned arrows continued to roar, and the ferocious rats swarmed towards Kagura aggressively. In the darkness, the second-tier Ratman Knights unleashed their terrifying strength. They transformed into afterimages, their large cleavers resembling butcher's blades, casting an overwhelming cold light over Kagura. Die, human madwoman. Taste this blade from this general. The blue rat general took the lead, riding on a giant rat, as he leaped into the air, his large blade turning into a terrifying beam of cold light descending upon her. This strike under the blood moon resembled a fearsome demon, terrifying beyond measure, intent on tearing everything apart. Simultaneously, the attacks from other second-tier knights also descended. This overwhelming killing intent locked onto all of Kagura's vital energy. It seemed that after the blade light fell, Kagura's body would be reduced to mere fragments of flesh, instilling immense fear. The time rewinds to a quarter of an hour ago. A dark red glow illuminated the first floor of the dark magic tower beside the castle. It is now 12 o'clock, marking the third day of the Lord's arrival. Other lords may have already recruited their third round of troops. However, Yi Xian has just begun his second round of recruitment. Naturally, most of the other lords only have one type of troop. Yet Yi Xian's troop buildings are of the supreme mythic level. Unless something unexpected happens, he can recruit at least 10 powerful races of troops, all of which are female. If the other lords knew, they would likely be filled with extreme envy and hatred. The second round of recruitment won't consist entirely of the Demon Blade clan's witches, will it? If I can also recruit an existence of the caliber of Kagura, that would be fantastic. Yi Xian murmured softly, looking at the dark magic tower with anticipation. Regardless of the rank of the troops recruited, due to the characteristics of the dark magic tower, they will not be below the crown tier. Even if he recruits 6 more witches from the Demon Blade clan, he would still feel it worthwhile. Soon the light began to twist. This territory was enveloped in a distorted crimson halo. This phenomenon was completely different from the last time. Yi Xian was also surprised. As the crimson halo gradually dissipated, a hint of golden light emerged. Then 6 figures walked out from the dark magic tower. The first to appear were 5 distorted shadowy figures. They were completely wrapped in dark black light armor, their bodies slender and graceful. Moreover, they wore semi-transparent black veils, revealing only a pair of sharp cold eyes. Hanging at their waist was a short dagger, less than half a meter long, and their figures were agile like demons. Following the emergence of the 5 women in black, another stunningly beautiful woman stepped out. She wore a blood-red robe, her aura cold and otherworldly, and held a staff embedded with blood-red gems. This woman gave Yi Xian a feeling of extreme danger. Her pair of wise eyes seemed to see through everything, evoking a sense of reverence. Of course, Yi Xian was her master, so she naturally could not see through him. This was merely a feeling. This woman is not simple. Yi Xian muttered to himself. It seemed that this recruitment had brought him new surprises. Demon Blade clan blood sacrifice master blood charm, accompanied by 5 Demon Blade assassins, pays respects to the Lord. We bow to the Lord. The 6 newly recruited troops all knelt on one knee before Yi Xian, respectfully speaking. Yi Xian quickly opened their attribute panel to take a look. Troop Blood Sacrifice Master Blood Charm, level 2nd tier, 9 stars, quality Golden Legend, high loyalty, 100 max growth limit, lower peak, True God skills, Insightful Blood, Eye Blood, Gift Blood, Escape Technique, Summon Blood Demon, Deadly Absorption, Bewitchment. Troop Demon Blade Assassin, level 2nd tier, 8 stars, quality Crimson Crown, high loyalty, 100 max growth limit, peak, Demigod skills, Sneak Attack, Shadow, Cloaking Technique, Heart Remnant, Soul Devour, Demon Transformation. Very good, you all are strong. Rise. Yi Xian nodded, speaking lightly. At that moment, seeing the attributes of these individuals, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. He did not expect that these newly recruited troops would be so powerful. Moreover, the leading blood sacrifice master of the Demon Blade clan blood charm unexpectedly possessed growth potential only second to Kagura. Each of them was extremely strong, all achieving at least 2nd tier 8 stars. After carefully studying the recruitment rules, Yi Xian finally realized. It turns out that the higher the quality of the recruited troops, the stronger their initial strength. Their realm is closely related to the strength of the Lord. Generally speaking, they absolutely cannot exceed the Lord by a large tier. For example, if Yi Xian is at 1st tier 10 stars, then the initial realm of the recruited troops can only be at most 2nd tier 10 stars. The stronger the Lord's strength, the more powerful the recruited troops will be. Naturally, this is based on having sufficiently high-quality troop buildings. If you have an ordinary goblin troop building, even if you are a top expert at 7th or 8th tier, the initial realm of the recruited troops will not exceed 3rd tier. This is because the growth potential of ordinary goblins can only reach a limit of 3rd tier, unless it is a mutated goblin. Very good, with this power joining, it will be much simpler to resolve this crisis. Yi Xian's face was filled with joy, and he felt a newfound confidence in victory. In fact, when the Ratman Beast army attacked the city, he had already known the situation there, through shared vision. Seeing so many Ratmen and Beast armies, Yi Xian was also greatly shocked. He never expected that he would experience the monster siege even before the 7-day protection period was over. These filthy rats are indeed not to be underestimated. Very well, dare to attack my territory, and you shall await your annihilation. Yi Xian chuckled coldly. He was not anxious about recruiting troops. He believed that Kagura would not let him. You all follow me into battle quickly. Yi Xian looked at Blood Charm and several other strong members of the Demon Blade clan and said coldly. At this moment he had already shared the intelligence and the current situation with them. This way they would instantly understand the current situation and be better prepared. My lord, with me here we will definitely arrive in time and not let his highness be harmed. Please lower your guard and allow me to cast a spell. Blood Sacrifice Master Blood Charm spoke, calmly smiling. You are quite good, go ahead. Yi Xian nodded at Blood Charm, not forgetting to compliment her. This Demon Blade clan priestess was clearly the type of support strategist, steady and competent, meticulous in her work. Moreover, she possessed the aura of someone capable of strategizing. His territory was in dire need of such talents. Blood Charm was indeed very suitable to manage the internal affairs of the territory. This recruitment truly brought numerous surprises. Blood Gift Rapid Phantom. Blood Charm chanted the incantation, finally uttering a few strange syllables softly. Immediately she gently waved her blood-red staff. Instantly, a hazy blood-red halo entered the bodies of the several individuals. Yi Xian felt his body become as light as a swallow, and he even turned into a blurred phantom. Let's go, this amplification spell can only last for 10 minutes, that should be enough. Blood Charm spoke softly, waving her staff again. Instantly 7 figures were wrapped in a layer of blood light, transforming into a blurred blood shadow. Everyone floated into the air, instantly speeding towards the distant fortress. Their speed was as fast as a blood-colored lightning, silently merging into the night like ghosts. Within 3 minutes, they had already appeared above the battlefield. The first line of defense established by Yi Xian was breached. Even the ice arrow tower sustained damage, rendering it unable to attack normally. Fortunately, several demonesses did not disappoint, holding the final line of defense. The ferocious beast rat horde was unable to advance. In fact, having suffered heavy losses, they fled in disarray. Though influenced by the blood-colored waning moon, bloodthirsty and vicious, how could they not feel fear when faced with overwhelming strength, knowing they were marching to their deaths? However, outside the territory, Kagura found herself in a perilous situation, her pressure mounting. Although she possessed extraordinary strength, she was still only at the second rank, 9 stars, and had not yet broken through to the third rank. Faced with the elite Night Corps of the Plague Rat tribe, there were over 20 second-rank rat warriors joining forces to attack her. One could say Kagura was single-handedly contending against dozens of monsters of similar rank. Even though she had the strength to fight above her rank, she was in a precarious situation. Kill her, she can't hold on any longer. This female demoness has slain so many of our elite warriors, we absolutely cannot let her go today. The blue-furred rat general roared fiercely, calling out loudly. At that moment, one of his arms had already vanished, gushing blood, causing him to howl in pain. Not far away, in the midst of the battle with Kagura, lay over 30 mangled corpses. Just moments ago, the blue-furred rat led a charge, bringing a group of experts to attack her. Not only did they fail to injure her, but she also managed to slay several of their experts with a single strike. Even the second-rank 8-star blue-furred rat general, caught off guard, lost an arm. Kagura's combat power was terrifying. Even when surrounded by so many experts of her rank, she remained unbothered and composed. However, after all, bare fists are no match for 4 hands. At this moment, she had begun to show some minor wounds. Although she had sustained some light injuries, her achievements were remarkable. Almost 20 first-rank high-star rat knights had been killed, nearly exterminated. 8 or 9 second-rank rat warriors also perished. The fierce beast rat horde had suffered nearly 100 deaths. One could say that Kagura alone had blocked the majority of the rat beast tide, her combat power being exceptionally fearsome. Now only a dozen second-rank rat warriors remained. They even dared not approach Kagura. All the rat warriors were filled with fear at the sight of her. At this moment, all the rat warriors regarded Kagura as an unrivaled female demon. A true great demon was indeed terrifying. However, after killing so many rat warriors, her blade had clearly slowed down. Though she had been slaughtering for a long time, even nearing a breakthrough to the third rank, she had indeed reached near exhaustion after a grueling and bloody battle. Those rat warriors were too cunning. Come on, today, I will offer your kind as blood sacrifices. Those who dare invade the territory of the Dark Lord will have their tribes erased. Kagura's gaze had grown icy, her face devoid of expression. After killing so many monsters, she had instead become extremely exhilarated, yearning for more lives to sacrifice. In her view, all monsters that dared to invade Yi Xian's territory deserved death. Before she emerged, she had already ordered her subordinate demonesses not to leave the city, ensuring the territory was protected. Furthermore, she also aimed to quickly break through herself. Kagura had begun to sense that she was on the verge of breaking through to the third rank. At that point, her strength would become even more terrifying. Though she had consumed most of her energy and appeared somewhat exhausted, this was merely a facade. You female demoness boast quite a bit, then I shall fulfill your wish. The blue-furred rat general snarled menacingly. Altogether tear her apart. She can't hold on any longer. After saying this, the blue-furred rat charged at Kagura once more. If they did not subdue this female demoness, they would also be torn apart by the Rat King upon returning. Moreover, a significant figure was watching him nearby. If the blue rat general did not fight to the death, he could be crushed at any moment. Now under the blood moon, the blue rat general had forgotten most of his fear, consumed only by the desire to kill. His bloodshot eyes glinted as he swung his blade, causing all the rat warriors to erupt into frenzy. All remaining rat warriors charged towards Kagura once more. They roared ferociously, unleashing a rain of poison arrows. The cold glint of blades converged upon Kagura. You are all seeking death. Kagura's eyes shot out a cold gleam. Gripping her enormous demon blade, she raised it above her head. Demon blade, chaos essence, blood wind. With a soft cry, a dark red light burst forth from the massive demon blade. In an instant, a terrifying blade intent surged, transforming into a massive blood-colored storm. Within this storm, dozens of blood-colored blades spun wildly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wails erupted as the surrounding fierce beast rat horde was instantly shredded and devoured. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fierce beast giant rats and the remaining first-rank rat knights perished. Those poison arrows could not even approach Kagura, being ground to powder. The first few second-rank rat warriors at the front, along with the giant rats beneath them, were torn apart into thick clouds of blood missed by the blood-colored blade light. The blue rat general and others were so frightened they turned pale, directly abandoning their attack and fleeing in a panic. What a joke! Kagura's move was too terrifying. So her weakness was all an act. Such a terrifying strike could even instantaneously annihilate a third-rank powerhouse, right? At this moment, the blue rat general and several second-rank rats did not dare to attack Kagura at all. Fear surged on their faces and in their hearts filled with despair. This female demoness was so strong, what could they do? This was no longer a matter that could be dealt with by sheer numbers. However, now seeing the blue rat general, over a dozen remaining rat survivors desperately fled. Kagura stood still but did not pursue. She was closing her eyes on the spot, feeling the powerful new energy within her body. An even more terrifying power was brewing and growing within her. At this moment, Kagura had broken through to the third rank. Finally broke through to the third rank. I can now wield more secret techniques. Once I restore my original strength, I will surely clear all obstacles for my master, becoming the sharpest blade in his hand. Kagura's heart surged, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Her originally exhausted body, which had consumed more than half of her energy, was now rapidly recovering. Damn beast seeking death. Kagura, get away. Suddenly, a hurried warning came from the sky. Kagura reacted swiftly, instantly leaping into the air, ready to break through the void. However, it was still a moment too late. Boom. The ground beneath where Kagura stood exploded violently. A terrifying, fierce mouth opened akin to a behemoth from the abyss, attempting to swallow her whole. Even as Kagura soared several meters high, she could not escape the attack of that abyssal maw. Yi Xian, Blood Charm, and others stood in the sky, staring in shock at the ground. They saw a gigantic, slanting, terrifying shadow erupt from the ground, swallowing Kagura whole. The sudden change stunned everyone. No one expected such an incredible turn of events. The invincible female demon was unexpectedly swallowed whole by a monster that burst forth from the ground. At that moment, everyone finally saw the true form of the monster. It was astonishingly a giant snake. This giant snake measured at least 11 or 12 meters in its midsection, and its total length likely exceeded 20 meters. Its entire body was adorned with grayish-brown patterns resembling a layer of toned armor. Its form melded with the ground, appearing both eerie and sinister. Its massive jaws opened wide as if resembling a small room. It could easily swallow a large water buffalo in one bite. This giant snake emanated an aura of extreme ferocity, terrifying beyond measure. Your Highness, Kagura has been swallowed. Damn it, let's go together. We must rescue Her Highness. This monster has likely surpassed the third tier. It is extremely powerful. Attack its vulnerable spot. Several demonists from the Demon Blade clan were taken aback upon seeing Kagura being swallowed. Ignoring orders, they rushed forward to save Kagura. Everyone stop. Her Highness Kagura has given orders. We cannot leave the territory. Trust the princess. Defending the territory is our mission. At that moment, one of the strongest second-tier 4-star demonesses coldly reprimanded them. Immediately, the other demonesses halted in their tracks. For her subordinates' orders took precedence over everything. Moreover, they should choose to trust Kagura. Furthermore, they didn't need to intervene at this moment. When they saw two figures enveloped in red light in the sky, they were both surprised and delighted. Oh, it's the Lord coming. That's great. Her Highness will be saved. Look, that seems to be Lady Shui Mei. She has actually been summoned by the Lord. Since she is here, the Shadow Assassins will surely descend as well. While with Lady Shui Mei here, Her Highness will definitely be fine. She is a priestess who can control life and death. The demonesses became excited upon seeing Yi Xian and Shui Mei. Especially upon witnessing Shui Mei's appearance, everyone exhaled in relief. Clearly, these demonesses held deep reverence and blind confidence in Shui Mei. Lord, do not worry. With me here, Her Highness Kagura will be safe. Shui Mei smiled gently from high in the sky, dozens of meters above the giant snake. At this moment, several strands of blood-red threads emerged from the staff in her hand. They silently and swiftly crawled all over the giant snake's body like a spider's web. Even I didn't notice how she made her move. Yi Xian felt a slight shock as he looked down at the giant snake. In truth, he and Shui Mei had been here for a while. However, Shui Mei suggested that they temporarily remain hidden, which is why they had not revealed themselves yet. The purpose, of course, was to train Kagura, allowing her to rapidly break through in battle. This little girl was someone who grew stronger the more she fought. Moreover, such abundant experience would be a sin to miss out on. Yi Xian only needed to stand there, allowing Kagura to reap the rewards, and he effortlessly advanced to the second-tier 4-star level. This feeling of upgrading like a lazy fish was simply delightful. If other lords knew that Yi Xian had merely stood there for a short while, and had already surpassed the 4th and 5th stars, they would surely be jealous to the point of vomiting blood. However, Kagura belonged to a legendary class of troops. The experience needed for upgrades was several times more than his. Therefore, even after killing over 100 ferocious beast rats and dozens of 1st and 2nd-tier high-star monsters, she had only just broken through to the 3rd tier. However, once she broke through to the 3rd tier, her strength would undergo a qualitative change, becoming even more powerful. Hiss! At this moment, the giant snake below began to tremble. Before long, it was covered in dense blood-red threads. These blood-like threads resembling a bloody net wrapped tightly around its body. Moreover, they transformed into sharp blood spikes, piercing into its flesh. They began to crazily absorb nutrients, devouring its blood and flesh essence. No matter how violently it struggled, it could not break free from this terrifying bondage. In fact, its massive form was visibly shrinking. This was one of the blood priestess Shui Mei's innate abilities, fatal absorption. These blood threads would continuously drain the essence of the enemy's blood and flesh, as well as their vitality, to strengthen themselves. Furthermore, they could also enhance the master Shui Mei. The more the enemy struggled, the more intense their blood energy became, and the greater the fluctuations in their vitality, which would in turn speed up the absorption rate of the blood threads. To interrupt this fatal absorption, there were only 2 possibilities: to kill the casting blood priestess Shui Mei, or to possess a strength far exceeding hers by several times, which could allow for a potential escape. Clearly, this giant snake was incapable of achieving that. Although it had already reached the 3rd tier 4-star level, its mental power was far weaker than Shui Mei's. It was simply no match. Just when everyone thought the giant snake would be completely devoured by the blood threads, a delicate shout rang out. Break! Then the giant snake's massive head suddenly shattered, exploding into a mist of blood. A girl enveloped in a faint red glow soared into the sky, holding a knife in one hand. Kill elite, 3rd tier 4-star, gray defeated giant snake, gained 340 energy points, 2nd tier, earth-type crystal core, 1 intermediate iron, or 30. At the moment the giant snake exploded, Yi Xian's attribute panel also refreshed with new information. What left him speechless yet delighted was that he had unexpectedly leveled up again by a star, reaching the 2nd tier 5-star level. It was evident that the experience from a 3rd tier monster was still very high for him. Moreover, it seemed Kagura had also broken through to the 3rd tier 2-star level, significantly boosting Yi Xian's strength. Now Yi Xian felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. It seemed as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. This was the illusion brought about by the explosive rise in strength. Of course, to truly ascertain his strength, he would need to test it out. However, why did the 3rd tier monster only drop a 2nd tier crystal core? It seemed this giant snake was a bit weak. No wonder it was defeated so quickly. Weakness is indeed a sin. If it could condense a 3rd tier crystal core, it would definitely reach the orange boss level. Master Magia, thank you for your hard work. If a mere little worm dared to swallow me, how ridiculous. Kagura scoffed coldly. Then she glanced proudly at Shui Mei, and then apologetically at Yi Xian. Haha, I'm glad you're okay. Your performance was quite impressive. You will be rewarded when we return. Yi Xian smiled as he playfully rubbed Kagura's small nose, jokingly saying. Seeing that Kagura was unharmed, and even her aura had become much stronger, he felt relieved. Well done, Your Highness Kagura. If the king knew of your outstanding performance, he would be very pleased. Next to them, Shui Mei also giggled, looking at Kagura with admiration. Upon hearing the words, the king Kagura's delicate body visibly trembled slightly. However, this was not the time for reminiscing. The fleeing rat men were about to vanish into the looming darkness ahead. As long as those filthy rats escape into the darkness, they can attain safety. After all, in areas where the fogfire ring has not dispersed, the monster's strength will increase by more than threefold. Moreover, they can conceal themselves within, making them difficult to detect. Therefore, they must not be allowed to escape. Your Highness need not worry, not a single one of these filthy rats will escape. Shui Mei smiled faintly, her expression one of assured victory. Then with a wave of her staff, several people gently floated down. She was only at the second tier, and maintaining several individuals in midair for an extended period consumed a significant amount of mana. Furthermore, the effect of the blood-colored blessing had already passed, and they could only descend. Only Kagura, due to her innate bloodline talent, was born with the ability to fly. Both Shui Mei and Yi Xian were only at the second tier, and did not possess the capability to fly. Of course, she could cast spells to fly, but it would consume a great deal of energy. Normally, aside from flying races, one must break through to the third or even fourth tier to traverse the skies. Assassins of the Demon Blade clan. Kagura's eyes brightened at the mention. She had not expected that her master had recruited such troops this time. This was an extremely rare troop within the Demon Blade clan, and they were exceptionally powerful. Even in an unknown fight, the Demon Blade clans, which would not be a match for these assassins. Quick, leave this place. If you escape into the darkness, you will be safe. Damn it, these human powerhouses are scarier than the monsters. They can easily kill even the companion beast of the Corruptor Lord. It's terrifying. General Qing Shu grit his teeth, his face filled with fear and panic. Originally, he had been gloating when Kagura was ambushed, thinking they could turn the tables. Yet unexpectedly, that youth suddenly appeared with a blood-robed girl. Not only that, the third-tier giant serpent was also easily slain. In an instant, the remaining rat men were terrified beyond measure and fled even faster. They were on the verge of escaping into the darkness, attaining safety. But in the next second, a horrifying event occurred. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several cries of agony rang out. Some fleeing rat men suddenly had a massive blood hole torn open in their chests. Moreover, some were torn to pieces, sending chills down one's spine. Even some second-tier rat men did not have time to utter a sound. Their heads soared high into the air. Blood splattered as they fell to the ground. The entire process was silent, yet permeated with a strange bloody aura that sent chills down one's spine. How could this be? They are all dead. General Qing Shu, who had been running the fastest, glanced back at the commotion, his soul nearly leaving his body. With his keen eyesight, he surprisingly did not see how his companions were killed. Just at that moment of distraction, a strange shadow appeared behind him. The last one you can die too. The shadow emitted a chilling voice. Before the words fell, General Qing Shu's old head also took flight, landing on the ground. Thus the entire army of rat men was annihilated, leaving not a single one alive. This time the Ratmen tribe had gathered most of their elite forces only to be completely wiped out here. One could say it was a complete failure, utterly devastating. Killed elite second tier, 6 stars plague rat warrior, gained 160 energy points primary iron or 60. Killed elite second tier, 8 stars plague rat warrior, gained 180 energy points primary. Killed rare first tier, 9 stars plague rat knight, gained 45 energy points primary, wood 20. Killed normal first tier, 5 stars plague fierce rat, gained 15 energy points. Killed low-level leader second tier, 8 stars General Qing Shu, gained 220 energy points primary iron or 80 first tier poison system crystal core 1. Yi Xian's attribute panel once again displayed over 20 pieces of information. His strength had also broken through reaching the level of second tier 6 stars. This leveling up is a bit too easy. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he marveled inward. He never expected that tonight he would witness the entire process and easily break through from first tier 10 stars to second tier 6 stars. At this rate would he soon break through to the third tier. Thinking of this, he indeed wanted to expand his territory. As long as the territory expands and more monsters are cleared, he could become stronger. These assassins are quite good, their efficiency is remarkably high. Indeed, Master, it's just that the opponents are too weak. There's really no difficulty. These Demon Blade clan assassins can even assassinate third-tier powerhouses across tiers. Kagura rarely became more lively explaining herself. Usually she spoke very little. But for some reason this little girl seemed much happier upon seeing Shui Mei. It seems that the relationship between Shui Mei and Kagura is quite extraordinary. Yi Xian speculated inwardly. Master, don't let your guard down. There is still one guest who is not dead. At this moment Shui Mei suddenly spoke up to remind them. With a wave of her staff, a gigantic shadow appeared on a large tree near the edge of the black curtain. Yi Xian clearly saw the figure and could not help but furrow his brows, revealing a hint of surprise. He saw that on the more than 20-meter tree in the distance, a serpent shadow was entwined. This strange creature had a human-shaped upper body and a serpent-shaped lower body. It was over 4 meters long and remarkably strong. Its face resembled that of a human female, but had brown vertical pupils and exposed fangs. Its entire body, including the cheeks, was covered in gray-white scales, looking incredibly hideous and terrifying. Its mouth split back to the root of its ears, spitting out a crimson serpent shape, resembling a human-like ghost that sent shivers down one's spine. Yi Xian immediately cast an identification spell. Race Corrupt Giant Serpent Clan, level 3rd, tier 5 stars, quality Orange, leader, intermediate skills, Venom, Projectile, Rending, Poison Claw, Explosive Tail Sweep. Damn, this monster has reached 3rd tier 5 stars, and it's a leader class monster. What a pity it's not a boss, of otherwise it would have been a big windfall. Yi Xian marveled inwardly. Although this serpent person looked a bit too hideous to Yi Xian, it was merely a moving source of experience. Now that he had elite troops at his disposal, what was there to fear? I just don't understand. I can't trust these incompetent, filthy rats. Young human lord, you have thoroughly enraged our corrupt giant serpent clan. You will surely pay a heavy price. You killed my companion beast. I will personally tear you apart. Young human lord, you have thoroughly enraged our corrupt giant serpent clan. You will surely pay a heavy price. You killed my... It seems that these filthy rats dared to set their sights on me. It's all you who schemed behind the scenes. Very well, a nest of snakes and rats, I'll take you all out. Yi Xian, however, smiled calmly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The forces behind this corrupt hill had finally revealed their true colors, saving him the trouble of searching for them. This serpent person was strong, but he did not take it seriously. Hiss. However, in the next second, something that left Yi Xian speechless occurred. Having just threatened Yi Xian, this serpent person suddenly turned around and slipped into the darkness, fleeing into the black curtain. What the hell, weren't you supposed to tear him apart? This situation feels a bit off. Yi Xian couldn't help but complain inwardly. The movement of the corrupted giant serpent stunned everyone. She had spoken the harshest words, yet carried out the most cowardly deed. At this moment, the serpent being was not far from the Black Veil, barely 100 meters away. With her size and strength, a single turn, 2 or 3 seconds, and she could slip into the shroud. Kill. Several demonic blade assassins flickered forward, their speed razor fast. Yet they were separated from the serpent by over 1,000 meters. Coupled with the disparity in realms, there was virtually no hope of overtaking her. By the time they realized and moved, she was already nearing the edge of the veil. Night was the perfect concealment. With the blood-red waning moon above, the giant serpent's strength was doubled from its usual measure. Even if the demonic blade assassins pursued, they could not slay her as easily as they had the rat people. Oh, it would demand considerable effort. Yet what they lacked most now was time. Letting her escape might be tolerable in itself, but to Yi Xian, it would be a defeat, a provocation. After all, the rat people's assault on his territory was surely the scheme of these corrupted giant serpents. If they dared scheme against him, they would pay. He'll go. At the instant the serpent turned to flee, Shun Lu stepped. She assumed an odd stance, both hands gripping a massive demonic blade. Then with a horizontal shove, she unleashed a savage slash. Yao blade, soul devour. Shun Lu called softly. Her horizontal cut struck forth, and in that instant a terrifying blade intent condensed. It coalesced into a vast blood-hued Bladora suffused with a deeply pure darkness and an appalling blood-smiting chi. Merely standing nearby and feeling it made Yi Xian's skin crawl, as if confronting mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his mind wavering and unable to look away. This slash was monstrously unnatural, eerily capable of influencing the mind. Had Shun Lu aimed it at him, Yi Xian knew he could never have borne it. The blood-smiting Bladiki alone could shatter a soul. He had not expected Shun Lu to become so formidable upon breaking into the 3rd tier. This strike likely targeted those of 4th tier or above, utterly terrifying. No, how is this possible? The giant serpent half within the veil suddenly went rigid. Her heart felt as if it had been clenched in an instant. Her senses blurred, her eyes going vacant and staring. She trembled and turned back in alarm. In the night sky, a colossal streak of blood-red Bladiki tore through the darkness, a single slash descending from the heavens. True and unerring, the colossal blood blade fell and cleaved through her massive body. In a breath, the corrupted giant serpent was split in two. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, her great form began to rot at a visible speed, collapsing into a smear of bloody ruin. The scene was unbearably horrific, chilling to the core. Terrifying, a single slash. From several kilometers away, one stroke had slain the giant serpent. Killed mid-level boss, corrupted giant serpent warrior, 3rd tier 5-star. Gained 450 energy, 1 tier 2 earth crystal core, and 80 mid-grade iron ore. A notification refreshed. Yi Xian felt his own power swell considerably. Shun Lu was also on the verge of breaking into 3rd tier 4-star. Good Shun Lu, cut the weeds to the roots, leave none. Tell the men to gather all spoils and return to the city. Tonight, we will celebrate properly. Yi Xian was in high spirits, speaking excitedly. This battle had been near perfect, annihilating every enemy. Though his flimsy outer wall had been breached, the losses were well within acceptable bounds. Next came the tallying of spoils. This haul would be considerable. Not least several of his subordinates had broken into the second tier and gained stars. Yi Xian himself had advanced to second tier 6-star, while Shun Lu had reached the pinnacle of third tier 3-star. With most everyone's strength improved, these spoils were all the more worthy of celebration. Back in the city, Yi Xian spent energy to procure a long table and an assortment of exquisite fruits and pastries. He then brought out stored boar and iron ox beast meat. He also redeemed some top-grade champagne and began the celebration. A chime announced beginning skin judging. Congratulations, Dark Lord. You have successfully completed the hidden task, your first city defense battle rating S. The Shinma continent holds countless dangers and countless opportunities. The Lord's spirit detected that you completed the first city defense ahead of schedule, successfully activating and finishing the hidden task, leading millions of lords. Reward distribution begins. Friendly reminder, given the Dark Lord's great strength and the completion of the defense during the protection period, the monster siege difficulty 7 days from now will be correspondingly increased. The challenge will grow, so prepare prudently. Congratulations, Dark Lord. Rewards: 2 orange lottery draws, 500 energy, 100 mid-grade iron ore, and 100 mid-grade lumber. The Lord's system's prompts appeared in rapid succession, leaving Yi Xian dazed. Unbelievable. Defend a city and complete a hidden task and receive such generous rewards. This is incredible. But the increased siege difficulty in 7 days. Are they deliberately messing with me? No matter, with these rewards, upgrading to a third-tier territory will be much easier. Fantastic. Yi Xian read the notifications, both surprised and delighted as he muttered. All in all, the hidden reward was exceedingly generous and heartening. Not to mention 5000 energy, and 100 mid-grade iron ore, and 100 mid-grade timber. Practically a fortune. It's like hitting 50 million on a breakthrough. How could one not be thrilled? As for the forthcoming rise in monster siege difficulty, Yi Xian was not overly concerned. His rate of growth was already rapid. Even if the assaults intensified, he had confidence in facing them. His gaze landed on the 2 orange lottery draws, so he now had 2 chances at the prize. He did not know what fine things he might draw. System, begin the draw. Yi Xian could not wait, and used draws made him uneasy, so he started immediately. Fortunately, he was not chronically unlucky with draws. He hoped for something great. Soon a phantom interface appeared before his eyes. On it sat a golden compass studded with thousands of reward slots. Yi Xian studied the names listed there. Jampa Blade, Shiwei, Orb, Animal Type, Nyonyo Fruit, Navy 6 Form, Imperial Relic, Demon, Possession, Golden Radiance, Curse, 6 Vault, Immortal Thief. Yi Xian stared at those illustrious reward names, utterly stunned. No way. Aren't these abilities from those dimensional worlds? To be able to draw such treasures, this is a windfall. Seeing one familiar name after another, he was astonished. These were things he knew intimately, supremely powerful abilities, techniques, and artifacts. Oh. As fantasy bled into reality, Yi Xian felt he might lose his mind. He truly wanted to possess them all. Though a little greedy, each of these prizes was an extraordinarily formidable power. As a former two-dimensional otaku, Yi Xian could do nothing but brim with anticipation and a racing heart at the thought of obtaining them. Yi Xian's face was full of anticipation as he looked at the golden lottery compass, silently praying to draw something good. He discovered that there were many powerful techniques available, such as the 8 extraordinary skills, the North Sea Divine Art, the 18 Palms of the Dragon, even the Thunder Fruit, and the Super Soldier Enhancement Serum from Team E. The value of these items varied, but most of them were indeed good things. It seemed that the ceiling of the Orange Lottery was the high martial level item rewards. To obtain those treasures from the realms of immortals and fantasy, one would likely need a higher quality lottery to acquire them. Some lesser items were merely basic equipment, acceleration talismans, blood essence pills, and the like. For Yi Xian at the moment, these items were somewhat useless. With his third-tier weapon Ghost Cutter, he had little need for it. It would be best if he could draw an ability for practical use. I don't seek the best ability, I just hope it isn't too bad. Yi Xian prayed in his heart. Soon the golden compass spun rapidly. With a thought from Yi Xian, the compass came to a stop before he could see what he had drawn. 2 faint golden beams of light flew out of the compass. Congratulations to Lord of Darkness for obtaining the reward Advanced 3-Color Hockey Advanced Storage Ring. Advanced 3-Color Hockey. After fusion, the user will gain Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, Advanced Observation Hockey, and Advanced Armament Hockey, which can be further developed and upgraded. Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, it exerts a powerful deterrent effect on lower tier and same tier beings, instilling fearlessness in the face of strong opponents. Its explosive aura can harm weaker entities, causing mental shock, enhancing presence, and increasing lethality against spirits and monsters. Advanced Observation Hockey strongly perceive the power of the opponent's sound, and once this power is enhanced, one can detect the location number, and the next action the opponent will take outside their line of sight. Observation Haki can sense the opponent's thoughts and emotions, transmitting the user's own consciousness to others, influencing their minds and thoughts, creating a strong resonance. Advanced Armament Haki enhances personal defense, functioning like an invisible armor. It can also evolve into an offensive capability. Advanced Armament Haki can be wrapped around various non-sentient objects, greatly enhancing both offense and defense with endless transformations. Advanced Storage Ring. Its space can store all things, even temporarily store living beings, possessing extreme preservation properties. 1000 cubic meters. Information regarding the rewards appeared before Yixian. Wow, it's actually the 3-color Haki from Pirates. To draw 3 types at once, that's too strong, too exhilarating. He was astonished to have received such valuable items. Moreover, to gain 3 types of Haki at once rather than just one was beyond his expectations. This was immensely satisfying. With the advanced 3-color Haki from Pirates, his strength would significantly increase, potentially rising by 2 or 3 tiers. Even though he currently possessed only 2nd-tier strength with the 3-color Haki, he was absolutely confident in slaying powerful beings above 3rd-tier high stars. This was the source of his confidence. Originally, he had already obtained the attribute bonuses of his troops, providing a solid foundation. Now with the advanced 3-color Haki, he was truly formidable. Did this mean that dealing with lowly minions would require just a glance? With this thought, Yixian's gaze became. This was truly one of the abilities he most desired. Fuse the 3-color Haki immediately. Yixian urged impatiently as his words fell. Soon he felt a mysterious essence merging into his spirit and flesh. Having repeatedly practiced the 3-color Haki for many years, he directly grasped all the experience needed to wield it. Of course, each person has their personal style when using the 3-color Haki. This requires individual exploration. Moreover, the advanced 3-color Haki is not the highest tier state. If the 3-color Haki were divided into 10 levels, he should now have directly mastered the 6th level. Levels 8 and 9 would likely be on par with the 4 emperors of the pirates. If he could break through to the 10th level, he would undoubtedly gain even more incredible enhancements. However, these were not what he needed to contemplate at the moment. Once his strength increased, and he became proficient in these abilities, he could gradually improve. In any case, the advanced 3-color Haki was more than enough for now. Higher levels were beyond his current strength to control. The advanced storage ring was a delicate platinum-colored ring, featuring a dragon head design that exuded immense presence. Yixian slid it onto his finger. The moment the ring was on, Yixian's entire demeanor seemed to elevate. Lord, the meat is ready to be grilled. Would you like to taste my cooking? At that moment, Kagura suddenly approached, offering Yixian a piece of fragrant roasted meat. Oh, this is pretty good. Yixian took a bite and was instantly impressed. He had to admit that Kagura, this little girl, learned things quickly. This roasted meat was even tastier than his own, making him indulge in it. In the following time, Yixian held a celebration with the newly joined troops. Since they were all female units, each one was a stunning beauty. Additionally, their loyalty was very high, making them quite enthusiastic towards Yixian. If it weren't for the constraints of their identities, he might have been overwhelmed by a few enchanting women. Especially the priestess Shui Mei, who was utterly charming and knew how to win people over. Every word and every unintentional tease stirred the heart. Even Yixian, as the Lord, found it a bit hard to resist. In the end, it was Kagura who felt a bit jealous and sent Shui Mei away. Yixian, also wary of possibly creating some impulsive scandal, maintained a bit of distance. It wasn't that he didn't have feelings for these beauties, it was just that he had a lot of matters to handle at the moment. Moreover, he truly found it hard to engage in intimate affairs with the troops he had recruited. Shui Mei, the city walls and arrow towers have been repaired. You and the others stay behind to prevent any issues here. Kagura and I will return to the castle to handle matters, and we will discuss other things tomorrow. After a hearty meal, Yixian finally spoke seriously. At this point, he had already built a separate exquisite inn for everyone. Furthermore, he had also built 8 more ice arrow towers, making the defenses virtually impenetrable. After finishing this task, he took Kagura back to the castle. This hall was exceptionally rich, and it was crucial to return and strengthen the territory. Yixian returned to the castle in his territory and had a delightful sleep. This time he truly slept soundly. The rewards from last night were abundant, which made him very satisfied, and the enhancement of his strength brought him great peace of mind. Lord Yixian talent: Dark Sovereign Mythical, Unique Level 2nd Tier, 6-star Skills: Demon Blade, Frenzy, Demon Shadow, Stealth, 1 Blade Style, Lion Song, Advanced 3-color, Domineering Equipment, 3rd Generation, Ghost Cutter, 3rd Tier, Treasures Storage Ring, Mysterious Fragmented Map, Reputation, 2500 Prestige, 1 Very Good, about to break through to the 3rd tier. Yixian revealed a satisfied expression. If he continued at this pace, he should be able to break through to the 3rd tier in 7 days. It should be noted that there are countless powerful beings on this continent. After breaking through to the third tier, he would truly begin his path as a strong individual. Below the third tier, it was merely the beginning. Waking up at 8 o'clock on time, he had a romantic breakfast with Shinonome. Then he opened his attribute panel to Unfortunately, before unlocking the new layers of the Dark Magic Tower, I can only draw 2 skills, though otherwise Blood Charm's ability is quite impressive. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head in lament. Although it seemed a bit greedy, Blood Charm's ability was indeed incredibly powerful and useful. Especially the Blood Gift and Deadly Absorption, these were skills used by several powerful individuals. This reminded him to pay more attention to the capabilities of troop types before making choices in the future. After all, at each level, he could only draw 2 skills. Of course, after upgrading the Dark Magic Tower, he might gain more opportunities. Everything I put up for sale last night has sold, and my energy value has exceeded 10,000. He glanced at the warehouse, revealing a look of surprise. He didn't expect to accumulate so many resources. Last night, he had tallied his gains. Then he sent all the usable forging materials to Bing Xiao too. With the elimination of monsters and the task rewards, he had accumulated over 1200 energy points, marking a significant breakthrough. After counting last night, he also acquired 9 pieces of first-tier equipment and 1 piece of second-tier equipment. These pieces of equipment were quickly sold in the trading channel. All were exchanged for energy points, spirit cores, and other necessities. The equipment sold instantly, adding another 3,000 energy points and over 10 spirit cores. This time, aside from trading ice-type spirit cores and water-type spirit cores, he received nothing but iron, ore, and wood. Moreover, he spent 5,000 energy points to purchase another batch. Not for any other reason, but because he was in dire need of these materials. Currently, he needed to invest a large amount of resources into building Arrow Tower's various structures, spiritual energy moon wells, and fortified walls. Therefore, he had to spend a considerable amount of energy points to stock up. Fortunately, after 3 days of growth and accumulation, the goods in the World Trading Channel had also become quite rich. At least, although first-tier spirit cores had nearly doubled in price overall, they were no longer in short supply. After all, various attribute spirit cores, ores, and wood were the largest consumables for all lords. In fact, apart from premium equipment, these spirit cores held the highest value. Materials to build a first-tier spiritual energy moon, while 1,000 energy points, 1 first-tier water-type spirit core. After consuming 5 first-tier water-type spirit cores and 5,000 energy points, his castle's back garden gained 5 spiritual energy moon wells. This back garden was a place he had specially arranged and planned, costing him several hundred energy points. The territory was too dull, it needed some beautification. The spiritual energy moon wells were constructed within exquisite pavilions. All troop types within a kilometer of the territory could gain a 20 experience boost, so they didn't have to crowd. Awesome, it feels like the spiritual energy has intensified significantly. My experience is really increasing. Yi Xian displayed a look of surprise and joy. He saw through the attribute panel that his realm was about to break through. It seemed this thing was indeed very powerful. It was like a passive experience-gaining artifact. After completing today's tasks, he must gather all the troops back to let them enjoy this super benefit as well. At this moment, he also noticed Shinonome was sitting cross-legged in the pavilion where the spiritual energy moon well was located, attempting to break through. She was already on the verge of breaking through. With the help of this spiritual energy moon, she would soon break through to the third tier 4 stars. Then let's break through together. Yi Xian was eager to experience this effect. He sat next to Shinonome and began to gulp down the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. It must be said that having these spiritual energy moon wells made the cultivation speed feel significantly faster. Shinonome's Demon Blade Frenzy was in fact a powerful secret technique she cultivated. It possessed countless variations. Yi Xian absorbed Shinonome's cultivation experience. He easily mastered the Demon Blade Frenzy technique and rapidly cultivated. An hour later, both of them had successfully broken through. Yi Xian's strength had also increased significantly. It must be said that Shinonome was indeed very strong. Every level she casually gained provided a noticeable boost to Yi Xian's attributes. If the first-tier spiritual energy moon well is this strong, then what about the second tier? After Yi Xian's breakthrough, his eyes were filled with excitement. Now that he had ample resources, perhaps he could give it a try. Then Yi Xian checked the requirements for upgrading to the second tier. Materials to build a second-tier spiritual energy moon, while 2,000 energy points, 2 second-tier water-type spirit cores. Damn, the required resources have increased several times. Yi Xian couldn't help but complain. Looking at the remaining 10800 energy points, he felt a pang of heartache. Although the remaining energy points were sufficient to upgrade the moon, he was still short of over 30 second-tier water-type spirit cores. 10 first-tier cores could be synthesized into 1 second-tier, and Yi Xian collected over 10 yesterday, which was still not enough. Moreover, energy points had other uses, so he couldn't deplete them all. After giving up, Yixian turned his gaze to his treasure, the mysterious fragmented map. Would you like to identify this fragmented map? This was the reward he obtained last time, but he hadn't dealt with it because he was too busy. However, when he focused on the mysterious fragmented map, a prompt immediately appeared. Identify it immediately, Yixian said without hesitation. Ding! Identification of the mysterious fragmented map succeeded. Congratulations, you have triggered a new quest. Collect the mysterious treasure map. Prompt 1. It is said that the mysterious treasure map hides incredible treasures. Collecting all 3 maps will grant you extremely generous rewards. Prompt 2. The mysterious treasure map is divided into 3 parts, each held by the Ratman tribe and the corrupt lord. If you have the ability, go and take them. A danger and opportunity coexist. It's actually a collection type quest. Interesting. Yixian expressed a look of surprise. What surprised him the most was that the remaining 2 treasure maps were actually in the hands of the Ratman tribe and the corrupt lord. It seemed that obtaining these treasure map rewards would not be easy. He still had confidence in dealing with the Ratman tribe. But what kind of character was that corrupt lord? Thinking of the gigantic snake man's strength, he knew that this individual was definitely a tyrant in the nearby territory, strong beyond measure. With his current strength, he might not be able to easily defeat the opponent. It seemed that completing this collection quest would truly not be easy. After fully absorbing the enhanced experience from the spiritual energy moon, Yixian no longer wasted time. There were still many things to do today. He aimed to continue expanding his territory. Moreover, the materials required for upgrading the territory needed to be prepared with great care. There was also the dark magic tower. All other materials were sufficient, only an evolution crystal core was lacking. These tasks required time to accomplish. Then he casually opened the world channel and browsed for a while. Although the world channel was mostly filled with useless complaints and a war of words, it could still yield some useful information. After all, this world was vast and boundless, filled with countless opportunities and miracles. Even though he was currently ahead of all the lords, he could not afford to be complacent. There would always be a few children of fortune or destined maidens around ready to strike when one became careless. He could not be negligent, nor could he become arrogant. Have you heard? In the Western continent, there is a crowned lord who has already broken through to a second-tier territory. He's quite a formidable individual. Not only that, but on the frozen continent in the South Pole, there are also 2 lords who have upgraded to second-tier territories. However, the strongest is still on the Eastern continent where the Dark Lord resides. There's a 3rd lord who has upgraded to a second-tier territory. Indeed, these lords all have at least crowned troops. Such strength and opportunity cannot be envied. I heard that the lord from the frozen continent, the first to break through to second tier, might possess a legendary level troop. That's terrifying. Hey, does anyone know what kind of troop this legendary lord has? Curiosity 1. No need to guess. It said that this is a female lord with a legendary level ancient ice phoenix troop architecture starting at second tier 8 stars. That's incredibly powerful. Wow, that's frightening. Starting at second tier 8 stars, it's against the heavens. Truly a top-notch individual. I admit this Ice Phoenix Lady Lord is impressive, but she likely still falls short compared to the Dark Lord. Stop licking boots, the Dark Lord only has crowned troops. He just stepped in dog poop and got lucky enough to make it onto the world announcement. Get lost. The Dark Lord hasn't even revealed his troop, maybe he has a legendary one too. Exactly. The Dark Lord has always been the most mysterious figure. I look forward to him releasing his information. It's only been 3 days, and so many lords have upgraded to second-tier territories. It seems we really can't afford to slack off. There are still many strong individuals around. After browsing the world channel for a while, Yixian couldn't help but be taken aback, murmuring in surprise. He hadn't expected that in just 3 short days 6 lords were already known to have upgraded to second-tier territories. Those hidden second-tier lords who had not revealed themselves definitely existed, and there might even be quite a few. This meant that he was no longer the only second-tier lord. Moreover, besides himself, others also possessed legendary-level troops. It seemed that there were indeed many formidable individuals. If he relaxed even a little, he could easily be surpassed. However, the resources needed to upgrade to a second-tier territory were not too many. A lord with powerful troops indeed had the opportunity to achieve that. However, upgrading from second tier to third tier was a bit more challenging. It was unlikely that anyone would achieve that in the short term. He could still become the first third-tier lord. But how do they know I'm in the Eastern continent? Yixian showed a puzzled expression. He had never disclosed any information. Even Ice Little Rabbit only knew his name. How did everyone know he was in the Eastern Road? Then he opened the Lord's Spirit system to inquire. Some basic game functions and geographical information could still be checked. Upon checking, he discovered that as long as one appeared in the world channel, their identifier would be visible. It could also be seen on the world announcement. Before everyone's name, there was a very small icon. Yixian had not understood what it represented before. It turned out to be the continent's emblem. In the realm of gods and demons, there were currently 5 known continents. Each continent was vast and teeming with countless indigenous races. Among them were also powerful local forces such as empires. Besides the eastern, southern, western, and northern continents, there was a 5th continent that had not yet been opened and no lords from it chatted in the world channel. Thus some lords speculated. The 5th mysterious continent might be a new map. Only when all lords reached a certain level would it be unlocked. This speculation was quite reasonable. What if I have legendary level troops? What if I'm second tier? You all will never catch up to me. Yi Xian smiled coldly, revealing an unprecedented look of confidence. His gaze also became sharp. Having pressure was a good thing, it would drive him to become stronger. After all, being invincible was too lonely. Moreover, he firmly believed that with the supreme myth, this unique troop architecture, he would undoubtedly lead all lords and laugh until the end. Then he opened the friend system. Currently, he had only 2 friends. The first thing that caught his eye was a bouncing rabbit avatar. This could be set freely. Ice Little Rabbit's messages were still numerous, with over 20 scattered across them. From yesterday to today, he hadn't replied to a single one. However, it was clear that Ice Little Rabbit did not mind. This little girl seemed to trust him immensely. She shared everything happening in her territory, as if confiding in a boyfriend. She mainly wanted to share her joyful life. For example, she had obtained a few pieces of equipment from monster drops, and even discovered a rare treasure chest. This time she opened a high-quality piece of equipment suitable for her, which made her very happy. Additionally, Ice Little Rabbit stated that her forging level had reached first-tier perfection. Today, after digesting the materials Yi Xian sent last night, she had the chance to break through to second-tier forging level. At that time, her chance of forging first-tier quality equipment would greatly increase. Moreover, if she had second-tier materials, there was a chance to forge second-tier equipment. Furthermore, Yi Xian had continuously given her many materials 3 times. Although she had failed many times in forging, she had now accumulated 15 pieces of equipment for various parts. The most amusing thing for Yi Xian was, this little girl had a strength of only first-tier 4 stars, yet her forging level was about to break through to second tier. She was undoubtedly a forging expert, a support-type lazy lord. After all, she possessed an orange-level boss troop. Her inherent strength shouldn't be weak, yet she hardly leveled up by fighting monsters. It had been 3 days, and she was still at first-tier 4 stars. She was definitely slacking. Her pursuit of forging items to enhance her happiness in life was much more fervent and interesting than leveling up her strength. Indeed, among the billions of lords there were all kinds of individuals. There were certainly many lords focused on life support farming, and even lazy fish types, which was quite normal. This girl is truly a lucky lazy lord who prefers forging over leveling up. Should he say Old Iron 666, no problem. Once the protection period is over, he could take her to level up, otherwise her strength was too low and her forging level wouldn't improve. Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Generally speaking, skill levels could not surpass a large realm of inherent strength. To become a forging master, one needed strength as well. Just as Yi Xian was preparing to chat with Ice Little Rabbit, the avatar of the Poison Demon Lord, a pair of black wings suddenly bounced, and she sent a message. Out of curiosity, Yi Xian opened the chat box with this lord. It is said that since yesterday, after adding the Poison Demon Lord as a friend, Yi Xian has not had the time to communicate with them. It has been quite a while. It is time to give them a response. After all, this master is currently more important than the Ice Bunny. For no other reason, they possess the crucial item. He needs the Dark Evolution Crystal Core. As long as he acquires this item, he can upgrade his second-tier Dark Magic Tower. From what he understands, the drop rate for Dark Evolution Crystal Cores, like that of Light Evolution Crystal Cores, is among the lowest. Such evolution crystals can only be dropped by high-tier dark monsters, or even bosses. Of course, there is also a chance to obtain them through special quest lotteries or treasure chests. However, the chances are similarly very low. Moreover, whether they are light or dark monsters, they are all significantly stronger than others of the same tier. The dark creatures referred to here are not the poison-type dark monsters like the Plague Ratman, but rather true, pure-blooded dark races that have a chance to drop these. Pure-blooded dark races are indeed very powerful monsters. Yi Xian opened the chat window with the Poison Demon Lord. Poison Demon Lord, a day ago, I knew you would definitely take the initiative to add me as a friend. Wise choice. Shall we discuss a collaboration? Poison Demon Lord, a day ago, hey, it's been a while, don't you want to know about the Dark Evolution Crystal Core? Poison Demon Lord, half a day ago, Dark Lord, I urgently need the Poison Evolution Crystal Core to enhance my troop buildings. Please reply quickly. Poison Demon Lord, 2 hours ago, alright, you win. Besides the Poison Essence Crystal Core, what other condition? Poison Demon Lord, just now, big shot, I sue Yao Yao, I'm begging you, please reply quickly. Looking at the Poison Demon Lord's messages, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and sympathy. From being slightly aloof a day ago to showing impatience, and finally to a pitiful plea for Yixian, this poison demon lord named Su Yao Yao has experienced quite the roller coaster of emotions over the past day. It seems she is also afraid that Yixian would not trade her the evolution crystal. After all, this item is not something everyone has. Once this opportunity is missed, it might take several more days to obtain it again. If he waits too long, he might fall far behind other lords. Who can bear that? Yixian appeared to have nearly driven this poor little thing to madness with his busyness. It seems that this poison demon lord is truly eager to acquire the poison evolution crystal core in her hands. I just finished something and saw your message. Your territory has been upgraded to Tier 2. Yixian quickly replied, curious. To enhance troop buildings, one must first upgrade the territory level. Currently, throughout the entire Divine Demon continent, there are very few lords who have reached Tier 2. Perhaps among 50 billion lords, only a few could upgrade to Tier 2 territory within 3 days. Including hidden powerhouses, it definitely won't exceed 100. If this poison demon lord had not upgraded her territory to Tier 2, there would be no need for her to urgently seek an evolution crystal. That's right, my territory just broke through to Tier 2 an hour ago. I've prepared the materials for troop enhancement, am only missing the poison evolution crystal core from you. The poison demon lord replied almost instantly. Clearly, she was also afraid that Yixian would turn away and disappear again. So how do we cooperate? Yixian asked directly. At this moment, he was also slightly surprised. He did not expect that this poison demon lord was indeed a Tier 2 lord as well. Clearly, her strength is not to be underestimated. Generally speaking, the enhancement of troop buildings is related to the quality of the initial troop type. For instance, a white common goblin troop can at most be upgraded to a Tier 3 troop building. A blue rare troop can be upgraded to Tier 4, while a purple elite troop can be upgraded to Tier 5, and so forth. The quality of the initial troop building determines the growth limit of the lord. Unless one experiences a miraculous encounter, otherwise the achievements of a lord with common buildings will always be limited. However, the Divine Demon continent is full of miracles, and there are no restrictions on the growth limits of lord. Even if troops have a growth limit, if one's own strength continues to grow stronger, surpassing countless foes, that is also a viable path. However, without powerful troops to support one, wanting to cross a narrow bridge with 1,000 troops and become an unparalleled powerhouse is nearly impossible. As of now, those who can surpass billions of lords to upgrade to Tier 2 territory are definitely individuals with mighty troops. Thus, this poison demon lord should not be underestimated. He'll be blunt. I encountered a very terrifying dark-clothed powerhouse while clearing monsters yesterday. He said that meeting him is quite a fortuitous encounter, and then I received a hidden main quest. If I can pass all his trials, I will receive tremendous benefits and gain the qualifications to become a top-tier powerhouse. The first trial of this side quest is to pass through the first 2 layers of a dark cavern within 3 days. According to the hints I received, each layer of the dark cavern is guarded by dark creatures, and each layer has a boss to oversee it. I can form a team with a lord to assist in passing through the cavern. Obtaining the quest certificate will complete the first trial. So you can see why I've been so eager to find you, right? This lengthy message was sent via voice. Upon hearing it, Yixian naturally understood the situation. It seems that this poison demon lord has received a very lucrative main quest. It appears that this hidden main quest is a long-term task with interlocking requirements. Only by completing each trial can one obtain the ultimate rewards. Fortunately, each side quest offers generous rewards. No wonder she is in such a hurry. It seems she is not just eager to upgrade her troop buildings. Instead, she needs to complete this first side quest trial. A day has already passed, and with today, only 2 days remain. Once missed, she will lose the opportunity to gain tremendous benefits. What surprised him the most was that the voice of this poison demon lord was unexpectedly pleasant, soothing, and melodious. It was as if she was whispering sweetly in his ear, making one feel an itch of anticipation. He realized that the other party was actually a girl. All right, tell me what I need to do. If it's too dangerous, then forget it. After some thought, Yixian replied. It is not that Yixian is overly timid. In the continent of gods and demons, there are many hidden dangers. This challenge from Su Yao Yao is also the only hidden main quest. Just hearing it feels extraordinary. The fact that one can invite others to assist in completing the task shows the difficulty of the mission. If it's too perilous, then cooperation is absolutely out of the question. If the Lord truly dies, everything will be in vain. They will return to the real world and become an ordinary person. Therefore, most of the time the Lord will not easily engage in battle. Unless absolutely necessary, the troops are sent to complete the task instead. Now he has already surpassed billions of lords. There's no need to risk his life for a single evolution crystal. The dark-type evolution crystal, while extremely rare, can always be obtained through other means. The task is indeed challenging, but it's not without opportunities. I have already thought of a strategy. Whether you wish to cooperate with me is up to your own judgment. Now listen closely, I will share this task and my plans with you. Su Yaoyao continued to speak. Okay, go ahead. I will decide whether to cooperate or not. Yi Xian also sent a voice message. Then Su Yaoyao began to explain her plan and some of her thoughts. According to her, this task may last it might take several months to complete. This only hidden task seems like a tremendous opportunity, but also conceals great danger. Completing it is not easy. The reason for choosing to cooperate with Yi Xian is that his fame is substantial. This indirectly proves his strength, positioning him among the elite lords. This way the success rate of completing the task increases significantly. Once a collaborator is chosen for this task, subsequent tasks can only seek the same person for assistance. Moreover, this willing collaborator will also receive part of the rewards and benefits. Once the final task is completed together, there will be substantial advantages and opportunities. Of course, apart from some special circumstances, the number of times Yi Xian needs to take action will not be many. However, if 2 people complete it, the danger is doubled. The first trial task is to enter the dark cave, clear out 2 layers of dark monsters, and obtain proof. According to the task description, the monsters in the first layer are above the first to second tier elite monsters. As for the boss information, there are no hints. The second layer consists of second to third tier elite monsters. Even without facing a boss, this is already a hellish difficulty. It should be noted that the current lords are generally first tier territories and first tier troops. Even reaching the second tier is quite rare. Moreover, at this stage it can be said that lords who can upgrade to third tier troops are exceedingly few. Even among the top tier lords, possessing third tier troops is a privilege. However, third tier troops may not necessarily be able to handle a third tier boss. If the second layer is guarded by a third tier boss, the success rate would drop to an extremely low point. One could say that a tremendous opportunity is laid out before them, yet few will be able to seize it. Yet the Poison Lord is prepared to take the plunge. This time, every lord must personally lead the team into the dark cave and can only bring one type of troop. Additionally, according to Su Yaoyao's plan, if Yi Xian agrees to cooperate, he must hand over the poison-type evolution crystal to her now. This way she can enhance her troop building, strengthen her existing troops, and gain greater power. If the troop building is upgraded to the second tier, she will be more assured for tomorrow's entry. Upgrading to the second tier requires a 6-hour wait. Of course, she won't take it for free. She will give Yi Xian a second-tier ice-type crystal as an advance payment. As long as you agree to this cooperation, all rewards for clearing the monsters will belong to you. Moreover, once you are bound to this task with me, after I complete it, you will also receive part of the rewards and will gain even greater returns in the future. If you want to continue to stay ahead of other lords, this is a great opportunity. It all depends on whether you have the courage. Su Yaoyao added in a persuasive tone. According to her, as long as the 2 of them cooperate to clear the mission, they will be able to enter the dark cave again every 3 days to farm experience materials and so on. After all, a place where elite monsters are clustered can yield many good things. According to Su Yaoyao, there are dark-type boss in both layers. The chance of obtaining dark evolution crystals is absolutely over 60. This is a tremendous temptation for Yi Xian. One could say that this time risk and opportunity coexist with many benefits. I can agree to cooperate with you. When do we set off? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian directly replied. What a joke. This dark cave is like a monster farming paradise tailor-made for him. For other lords, this may be a hellish difficulty task, but for Yi Xian it is really not challenging. Xinhua had long surpassed the 3rd tier and was on the verge of late 3rd tier. With her strength, even facing a 3rd tier boss would not be a problem. Therefore, this cooperation is actually a significant advantage for him. It's like giving away money, experience, and opportunities. Su Yaoyao might just be his lucky star. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became excited, wanting to complete the task as soon as possible. Such a windfall from the heavens, he would not let it slip by. Tomorrow morning we set off at 9. I will tell you what to do. The Dark Lord, you truly have made a lasting impression. It's settled, then don't go back on your word, or I will definitely hold you accountable in the future. Su Yaoyao sighed in relief, her tone clearly excited. She did not expect Yi Xian to agree so readily. She thought she would have to give up more along with various pleas. After all, this dark cave is too dangerous, and among billions of lords, only a few could manage it within 3 or 4 days. Yi Xian's decisiveness also raised her fondness for him. In such a perilous place, being fearless, the Dark Lord truly deserves his reputation of leading all the lords. The poison-type evolution crystal has already been sent to you. I remember my advance payment. After their conversation, Yi Xian directly sent the poison-type evolution crystal. Getting a second-tier ice-type crystal for free is simply delightful. After all, this is exactly what he needs the most. Unfortunately, when Yi Xian pressed for more, Su Yaoyao, who would complain about having too few benefits. After finishing the chat with Su Yaoyao, he opened the chat window with Ice Bunny. Little Bunny, how's it going? Have you broken through to second-tier forging yet? Yi Xian sent a line of text resembling a parent checking on a child's homework with a hint of teasing. In fact, Yi Xian had always held high hopes for Bing Xiaodu. This little girl had immense potential. It was evident that she had a remarkable capacity for growth in mastering the forging techniques. After all, she possessed one of the most proficient forging classes. Moreover, she had a great affinity for creating exquisite equipment. Once she matured, she would undoubtedly make a significant impact. However, she was far too lazy. She showed no interest in leveling up. Her current strength was still too weak. After observing Bing Xiaodu's six-eyed gaze, Yi Xian realized that this little girl had never ventured far beyond her territory. Generally, she only ventured within a kilometer outside her territory. Furthermore, her class strength had yet to surpass the first tier 6 stars. How could she hope to enhance her forging skills under such circumstances? Moreover, it was exceedingly dangerous during monster sieges. If the monsters were to breach her territory, she would have no choice but to retreat home in advance. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally had to find a way to motivate her. Yi Xian, Gid, you're finally done with your tasks. Bing Xiaodu missed you so much. What Bing Xiaodu really wants to see you, Yi Xian, Gid. You must have been very busy lately. Alright, last night, I drank a bottle of vitality water and stayed up all night, finally leveling up to second tier forging at 3 o'clock. Hehe, am I amazing? Bing Xiaodu sent several voice messages in quick succession, appearing extremely excited. She was always delighted to receive a response from Yi Xian. This was a sign that she sincerely regarded Yi Xian as family and a close friend, wasn't it? Xiaodu, don't overexert yourself. You're still growing, so make sure to rest. And are you only my friend? After expressing his concern, Yi Xian inquired. Don't worry. Vitality water not only replenishes energy, but also strengthens the body. I'm feeling great, thank you for your concern, Yi Xian, Gij. I've added you as my only friend and I think that's enough. Having too many friends can be exhausting. I just want someone who understands me, and having you, Yi Xian, Gij, is enough. By the way, let me secretly tell you, Yi Xian, Gij, my development is superb. I'm definitely worth it. Do you want to take a look? Bing Xiaodu began to explain patiently. It was clear that she was very happy chatting with Yi Xian, and even a bit chatty. This was a complete display of trust and closeness. However, her last statement left Yi Xian both amused and exasperated. This little girl had such bold words and actions, daring to tease him. It was simply outrageous, wasn't it? Just as he was about to decline her invitation, a photo was sent over. It was a picture of her lower body, revealing only a small portion of her cheek. With a pair of small fangs, luscious lips, and a captivating allure. Her figure was slender and exquisite, likely around 165 centimeters tall. With a full bust, a curvy backside, a defined waistline, and a pair of long fair legs. Although her entire face wasn't revealed, her figure was undeniably perfect. Just the part that was displayed confirmed that this little girl was definitely very beautiful. It made Yi Xian think of a certain phrase, childlike face, voluptuous body. This was undoubtedly an exceptional little girl. Her development was certainly impressive. If she were to wear black stockings or JK or OL outfits, it would be simply explosive. It was almost too much to imagine, easily provoking impulses. Your figure is great and your development looks good, but don't tease me. That's very dangerous. Yi Xian teased, half jokingly, half seriously. Haha, I'm not afraid. Yi Xian, Gij won't be able to find me. Bing Xiaodu responded excitedly, completely carefree. Hearing Yi Xian praise her made Bing Xiaodu extremely happy. Her fair and delicate little face turned rosy. By the way, let's talk about something serious. You need to listen carefully. Yi Xian suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Alright, Yi Xian, Gij, as long as it's something I can do, I will definitely. You need to work hard to level up and become stronger, understand? This continent is very dangerous and those lords are quite cunning. In 4 days there will be a monster siege. You can't put all your focus on forging. You need to become stronger to protect yourself. I don't want to see you gone after 4 days. I hope you'll always be here and earn more money for me in the future. Can you do that? Yi Xian spoke earnestly, meticulously, trying to instill this mindset in her. With her temperament, if no one pushed her, she could easily be eliminated. This time, after Yi Xian finished speaking, she didn't reply immediately. After 3 minutes of waiting, she finally responded. What was Xiaotu is so touched. No one has ever cared about me like this. I understand now, Yi Xian, Gij. I will definitely work hard to become stronger and always stay by your side. Also, I will forge the best equipment and earn a lot of money for you. Yi Xian, Gij, promise me not to leave me and not to delete me as a friend. I will work really hard and become stronger. Bing Xiaodu sent a voice message filled with emotion. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. So this girl didn't reply because she was crying. She was so easily moved it was almost too easy to deceive her. This little girl was truly quite sentimental, completely a crybaby. If Yi Xian were a swindler, he could probably sell her off and have her count the money for him. However, this simple-minded little girl was definitely worth protecting. Alright, I will never delete you as a friend. You are my first lord friend. By the way, how many pieces of equipment do you have now? Yi Xian inquired. Hehe, I already have 26 pieces of equipment. I have helmets, weapons, armor, and shoes. 25 of them are first-tier equipment. Half of them are ordinary grade 6, are rare grade 5, are superb grade, and one is a second-tier superb armor that I forged using a blueprint. Yixian Gige, I have already shared the equipment data with you. Choose a few suitable ones for yourself. Bing Xiaodu reported her achievements with a hint of pride in her tone. She generously allowed Yixian to pick at will, which was quite magnanimous. With so much equipment, your business skills are exceptional. Yixian was stunned upon hearing this. He couldn't help but praise Bing Xiaodu for her impressive abilities. To forge such a large number of exquisite pieces in such a short time was truly commendable. Although she was quite lazy in leveling up her business acumen was indeed remarkable, not disappointing Yixian at all. Xiaodu, I don't need equipment right now. For the time being, choose a few second-tier and first-tier superb pieces for your upgrade. As for the rest, sell them all on the trading channel. I will continue to send you materials, you don't need to worry. After contemplating for a moment, Yixian made arrangements. Soon a trading shop named Master Rabbit's Forging Shop went online in the World Trading Channel. Upon hearing Yixian's suggestion, Bing Xiaodu agreed without a second thought. She now had unconditional trust in Yixian. Alright, I will choose what I can use, and for the remaining equipment, let's list everything right now. I've already shared the shop permissions with Brother Yixian, so you can also set the transaction details and view all the information. Bing Xiaodu worked efficiently. In no time, she had listed 23 pieces of equipment, all neatly categorized with prices set according to the market value. Finally, based on his understanding, Yixian made some adjustments. Although Bing Xiaodu's prices were at market value, they were still too low. She completely underestimated the purchasing power of the lords now. Or rather, she underestimated their fervent demand for equipment. In the early stages, having good equipment could provide a significant advantage. Moreover, half of Bing Xiaodu's equipment was rare and of premium quality. Such items could definitely fetch. She completely underestimated the purchasing power of the lords now. Or rather, she underestimated their fervent demand for equipment. In the early stages, having good equipment, there were a total of 3 purchasing options. The blueprints for forging various items were equally precious, so that was no problem. However, 300 energy points felt a bit low. Additionally, Bing Xiaodu needed a large amount of iron ore to forge equipment. Therefore, Yixian directly doubled the prices for these 2 purchasing options, raising them to 600 energy points and 300 iron ore. It wasn't that Yixian was being greedy. The main issue was that it was already the 3rd day. Many powerful lords had accumulated a significant amount of resources. Although this price was a bit high, there would always be some wealthy lords who could accept it and present the necessary trading. The first-tier premium equipment was priced at 400 energy points and 200 iron ore, which Yixian also doubled. He made similar adjustments for the other equipment. That second-tier premium equipment was an armor piece. This was an exceptionally top-tier item with attributes that included a counterattack skill. Such a great item would surely be snatched up quickly. Even if it were used until the 3rd tier, it would still be fine. But under Yixian's strong insistence, he had Bing Xiaodu wear it herself. With this piece of equipment, first-tier monsters posed little threat to her, and she would level up faster. Brother Yixian, you've increased the prices by double. Won't that be too expensive to sell? Don't worry, it will definitely be fine. Yixian said confidently. He then changed the name of what was originally called Equipment General Store to Master Rabbit's Forge. Just by changing the name, the store's prestige instantly elevated. Brother Yixian, I've just broken through to the 2nd tier. At most, I can only be considered a novice blacksmith. Calling me a master is too much. Bing Xiaodu, just listen to me. In the future, you will surely become a master blacksmith, even a god of craftsmanship. One must have ambitions, you know. Yixian earnestly guided brainwashed her. Alright, I will listen to Brother Yixian and will definitely become a master blacksmith. After forging the remaining materials today, I will take the troops out to level up. Brother Yixian, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to become stronger and will always be with you. Bing Xiaodu earnestly assured Yixian. After chatting a bit more, they concluded the topic. At that moment, as Master Rabbit's Forge went live on the World Trading Channel, it immediately attracted attention and caused a sensation. Hey, who opened this Master Rabbit's Forge, managing to list more than 20 pieces of equipment at once? Wow, how terrifying. The quality of this equipment surpasses even the Dark Lord's last batch, and it's all top-notch. The World Trading Channel became completely heated. When some lords discovered that more than 20 pieces of equipment were listed at once, they were utterly stunned. After all, equipment was so precious nowadays. Listing so many at once, the last major listing was from the Dark Lord. But this time, Master Rabbit's Forge was even bolder with 20 pieces of equipment listed. This was the first time anyone had listed such a large number of premium equipment. It immediately caused a frenzy. Don't all fight over it. I want 2 pieces. Damn, it's so expensive. 1 piece just emptied my savings. What kind of background does this Master Rabbit have? Looking at the store name, they must be a lifestyle lord with forging troops. Damn it, it was snatched away again. It was only half a minute. With such high prices you can still buy them so quickly. You guys are crazy. Master Rabbit, is there any more equipment? Please restock. Master Rabbit is the best able to forge so many premium items, there's no doubt about it. I want a friend request, oh I can warm the bed. Get lost. I can even bear Master Rabbit's children. I am Jojo Jia, a top-tier streamer with stunning looks, and I can definitely satisfy the master. Jojo Jia, didn't you just confess to the Dark Lord last time? How did you change your mind? I think Zhou Jia is looking ahead. If she can connect with such a master blacksmith, we won't have to worry about equipment in the future. Although the Dark Lord is strong, he doesn't hold a candle to a master blacksmith in terms of value. That's beyond. Exactly, a master blacksmith is the real deal. Jojo Jia, why not include me, the silly younger sister, to warm Master Rabbit's bed together? The moment the silly younger sister finished speaking, the world channel fell into a slight silence for 2 seconds. What kind of wolfish words were these? Imagining the scene of warming Master Rabbit's bed together was too stimulating and wonderful. After all, Jojo Jia and the silly younger sister were indeed top-tier beauties. In the original real world, they were both million-level streamers. Their fame was high. Seeing such moist words, some lecherous men could hardly wait to become Master Rabbit. Wouldn't that mean they could embrace 2 top-tier streamers at once, enjoying a moment together while exchanging insights on being lords? Overall, the world channel had become lively once again. When Bing Xiaodu saw so many people wanting to warm her bed, her innocent face turned crimson. She was just an inexperienced little girl. When had she ever received so many confessions? Moreover, the various wolfish words and indecent imagery were unbearable to look at. She could only turn off the world chat to avoid affecting her mood. Faced with countless friend requests, she, like Yixin, cleared them all. Brother Yixin, you're amazing. All these pieces of equipment have been sold out, and they were snatched away. I sold a total of 6,800 energy points. The rest is iron ore and 2 first-tier equipment blueprints. Little Rabbit, I will take 4,000 energy points first, and the rest will all belong to you. You should buy an evolution core and try to upgrade to a second-tier territory today. Yixin thought for a moment and directly took 4,000 energy points. This way he once again had over 10,000 energy points. The remaining items were already valued over 50%. However, considering that Bing Xiaodu had yet to upgrade her territory and needed iron, or Yixin chose to give everything to her. This time Bing Xiaodu did not refuse and agreed to Yixin's distribution. Let's go, Shun Raku, we need to meet up with Xue Mei and the others. The time had come to noon on the 3rd day. Yixin, accompanied by Shingu, arrived at the new territory to meet with Xue Mei and others. My Lord Prince Shingu, after you left last night, there were no further attacks here. It seems those filthy rats dare not strike first. Xue Mei respectfully saluted Yixin before she began to report on the situation. The Plague Ratmen tribe had just suffered a heavy blow. Clearly they could not muster their forces again to launch an attack. Given the strength of those filthy rats, last night's ambush was certainly their utmost effort. Very well, what is the situation outside? Yixin inquired again. Although he could observe through sharing, he had been busy with other matters in the territory. Now he was not very aware of the situation here. Currently, only Xue Mei was left to defend the territory, as the others had been sent out to clear the monsters. Xue Mei said, My lord, we still have 19 mist-breaking fire rings remaining, and we used 9 of them this morning. Adding the ones exchanged by Yixin, 5 more dropped last night, and 4 were purchased in the trading channel. Thus there are still as many as 19 left. For now it should be enough. You all are quite efficient. Have you found? After praising them, Yixin could not help but ask the most concerning question. The Rat King of the Ratmen tribe possessed the treasure map he desired the most, and it must not be overlooked. Even without the treasure map, these filthy rats repeatedly launching ambushes could not be forgiven. From the city we have expanded a total of 10 kilometers southwest. A mist-breaking fire ring covers a distance of 1 square kilometer plus the area already cleared before. Those filthy rats are cunning, and they are now nearly impossible to track down. We cannot determine their exact location, which is somewhat troublesome. It seems they have also sensed our intentions and must be hiding. Xue Mei analyzed helplessly. With her intellect, she naturally understood the situation. These rats had grown fearful of them and did not dare to show themselves. However, the deliberate hiding made them difficult to discover. After all, this decayed land was vast and shrouded in mist. Without sufficient mist-breaking fire rings, it was challenging to search comprehensively. They could only clear areas based on some traces, attempting to reach places where rat men might exist. This would undoubtedly slow down their progress significantly. These rat bastards are truly cowardly. Meijia, how about you and I venture out? Even in places shrouded in mist, their strength is tripled. With the 2 of us together, we will surely find them. Shungu's eyes grew cold as she gripped the massive demon blade in her hand, revealing a murderous intent. In her view, rather than searching step by step and wasting time, it was better to charge straight into the mist, thus conserving the mist-breaking fire rings. But the problem was that this would entail many dangers. After all, in areas enveloped by mist, the strength of the monsters was 3 times greater than usual. The monsters within the mist were even stronger than those encountered during the blood moon last night. This was a significant risk. No, this is too dangerous. If anything happens to you, the loss to me would be too great. Let's wait until I purchase a batch of mist-breaking fire rings at a high price before expanding the search. If today is not possible, surely it will be fine in a few days. Yi Xian shook his head, rejecting Xun Gu's proposal. This little girl was truly too aggressive and had an overabundance of confidence in her own strength. Although he felt that Xun Gu's method was the most efficient, the risks were too great. While she was strong enough, if she encountered danger, it would be a loss for him. When a unit dies, although it can be resurrected from the unit, building its strength will drop significantly, resulting in substantial losses. Tomorrow he had an agreement with Su Yaoyao. He decided to bring Xingu along. Therefore, if the Ratman tribe was not found today, they could only wait until later. After all, without Xingu, who served as the backbone, it was uncertain if they could take down the Ratman tribe. My lord, I believe Prince Xingu's plan is feasible. Last night you also said that theoretically there should be no monsters above the 4th or 5th rank around our territory that are too dangerous. As long as we do not encounter monsters above rank, for the two of us, we'll definitely be safe. Moreover, both Xingu and I possess several life-preserving abilities, and we will surely locate the Ratman tribe today. Shui Mei earnestly pleaded with Yi Xian, saying, please, my lord, allow us to enter the mist. If we fail, we are willing to accept punishment. She raised her staff and knelt down on one knee, speaking firmly. As she knelt, Xingu also kneeled, clearly eager to fight. Shui Mei was effectively making a military oath. Seeing their serious determination, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile in surprise. He then sighed and helped them up, saying, all right, I agree. If any insurmountable danger arises, you must return at the first opportunity. Since the units were so eager, what reason did he have to refuse? After all, both of these were legendary units. With the attributes provided by the mythic level, building their strength was indeed astonishing. Facing monsters with tripled strength, they indeed possessed the power to fight back. After all, last night taking down the rat army that had their strength doubled was exceedingly easy, like crushing them. Clearly their strength was already 4 to 5 times greater than others of the same rank. Thank you, my lord. We sisters will not let you down. Hearing Yi Xian's agreement, Xingu immediately became excited and joyful. There was even a strong fighting spirit in her eyes. Xingu was, after all, a very combative being. The battles of these past few days had been too easy for her. She was also thinking about finding stronger opponents. This is truly a hardcore duo. Having such units is incredibly comfortable. Yi Xian stood on the city wall watching the two leave the city and couldn't help but smile and sigh. If other lords knew that Yi Xian's units had voluntarily entered the Forbidden Mist, they would undoubtedly criticize them as insane. After all, the monsters within the mist were 3 times stronger. This was not blind confidence, it was akin to courting death. Yet at this moment Yi Xian had great faith in them. Blood Gift. Demon Shadow Stealth. After leaving the city, Shui Mei cast Blood Gift on the two, enhancing them in every aspect. This blood-based spell had a very powerful enhancement effect, and offered many variations. It could enhance speed, strength, defense, even flight, mental acuity, healing, and so on, truly a minor divine skill. Next, Xingu invoked Demon Shadow Stealth, enveloping the two. They transformed into a faint shadow invisible to the naked eye, slipping into the distant mist and vanishing. However, Yi Xian could see their every move through shared vision. Warning: your units have entered the exceedingly dangerous black mist. Immediate retreat is advised. After Xingu and Shui Mei entered the mist, Yi Xian actually received a prompt that he directly ignored. However, he had not anticipated this. The entry of units into the mist had triggered a warning. It seemed that the dangers within the mist were even greater than— Are you implying that I should give up? Yi Xian was taken aback by the notification. Yet in the next second, he resolutely chose to refuse. What a joke. With Shinra and the others entering with full confidence, how could he possibly recall them just because of this reminder? According to the rules of this world, the mist only exists during the 7-day protection period. Its main purpose is to protect the newly appointed lords. After all, the outside world is far too dangerous. Most lords are of lower-tier troop buildings. In the early stages, if they encounter ordinary monsters, it will be a struggle to win. Thus, for the sake of protection, fearing that the lords would die too quickly and there would be no game left, this layer of mist serves as a hidden protective mechanism. In other words, after 7 days it will no longer exist. By then, attempting to explore within the mist will be difficult. Although it is uncertain if other areas will still have it, the vast majority of the world map will begin to open up. Therefore, before the mist protection mechanism disappears, entering and exploring is also a form of enjoyment. Such enjoyment is only possible for those with immense strength. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of all lords possess such audacity, spirit, and strength. And Yi Xian is undoubtedly the foremost among all lords. After all, he is the lord who possesses the unique supreme mythological troop building. It's difficult not to be impressive. Warning ineffective. The lord refuses to recall troops. Detected. That Dark Lord is the first among all lords to send troops into the Dark Mist, successfully activating the unique hidden mission Vanguard of the Mist. Completion conditions for Vanguard of the Mist: eliminate 10 first-tier monsters, 5 second-tier monsters, and 1 BOS level monster. Time 1 day from the start of the mission. Failure incurs no penalties. Vanguard of the Mist completed. Earned the title of Vanguard of the Mist, 2,000 energy points, and 50 junior spirit stones. Would you like to accept the mission? As Yi Xian declined, several notifications suddenly appeared. What the hell, can one really receive a unique hidden mission like this? Yi Xian was astonished and stunned in place. However, he quickly reacted and joyfully accepted the mission. What a joke! Not accepting a unique hidden mission would be foolish. Although it seems a bit challenging, there are no penalties for failure, so trying it out should be fine. Moreover, regarding the rewards, although he is not very familiar with other items, he is very tempted by the 2,000 energy points. Even though he currently has over 10,000 energy points, his consumption is also significant. Who wouldn't want more money? Thinking of this, he felt quite pleased, having just agreed to Shinra and the others' requests. Although this unique hidden mission isn't as earth-shattering as Su Yaoyao's. What extraordinary power, what unparalleled opportunity, and so on. However, it is advantageous as it can be completed in a timely manner to obtain rewards. Furthermore, it is a one-time mission. How could one not love it? It seems that his luck isn't too bad. He has consecutively triggered several hidden missions and has tasted quite a bit of sweetness. It seems that in the future I should explore and try more. These hidden missions are truly well hidden. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. Initially, the first hidden mission was only activated after successfully defending the city. This one is also quite absurd, needing to enter the mist to trigger. It is only the 3rd day now, and it's likely that aside from him no other lord could accomplish this. If this mission were assigned to other lords, even if triggered, they would not dare to accept it, nor would they be able to complete it. Killing monsters within the Dark Mist and defeating a boss is simply a death wish. Shinra Shui, may I have a new task for you? Yi Xian no longer hesitated and directly informed them about the situation. With their sharing ability, it was easy to convey instructions. Rest assured, my lord, we will definitely complete the mission. Shinra and Shui Mei, who were exploring the Dark Mist, quickly assured him. Yi Xian jumped down from the city wall and returned to his territory. He found a long bench to lie down on, exchange for some fruits nearby, and began to relax. From then on, everything was entrusted to Shinra and Shui Mei. As the lord, he only needed to lie at home, enjoy food and drink, and command their actions. This leisurely laid-back life is truly comfortable. If other lords knew he lived so comfortably, they would probably envy him to the point of vomiting blood. At this moment, Shinra and Shui Mei had already walked into a certain forest. Within the Dark Mist, visibility was only about 4 to 5 meters, and everything appeared quite blurry. Even though it is broad daylight with the sun shining brightly, once entering the Dark Mist, visibility becomes severely limited. Fortunately, Shinra is powerful enough to sense some situations within 10 meters. Shui Mei was even more extraordinary. She could observe the situation within the Dark Mist normally. After using blood insight, a layer of blood color appeared in her eyes. Yi Xian looked through her vision. He discovered that Shui Mei could observe her surroundings normally, unaffected by the black mist. However, what she saw in her eyes was a faint blood color. This blood insight can also detect the signs of living beings, presenting them in crimson. It's like equipping a multifunctional night vision device on one's eyes, very convenient and powerful. However, this blood insight requires a continuous consumption of a certain amount of mana. Although the consumption is not large, if it is to be maintained for several hours, or even longer, it would definitely be unsustainable. After all, Shui Mei is only at the 2nd tier, and her mana is limited. What a pity I cannot share my... If Shinra could learn my observation haki, it would definitely be a great boost. I should find an opportunity to teach her how to use it. Yi Xian murmured while observing the scene within the black mist. Those who possess observation haki do not need to see with their eyes. They can sense every movement around them. Within the dark mist, having observation haki as assistance would definitely be a divine skill. Just as he was leisurely sipping tea, eating fruits, and observing, suddenly the scene changed. Be careful, Shinra, there are monsters ahead. There are a total of 5, and they are preparing to attack us together. Suddenly Shui Mei, who was using blood in a woo. The sounds of monstrous roars emerged. In the forest, agile black shadows were lunging towards Shinra and the others. These monsters bared their teeth with long arms that swung like 2 long whips. Snap! Numerous long-armed shadows tore through the air, and their claws created a terrifying gust. 4 or 5 dark shadows surged toward Shingetsu and her companion from different directions. Naturally, Shingetsu was well prepared. Although visibility was limited in the black mist, this did not pose any obstacles. As they approached, there would be no hindrance. Moreover, with the amplification of her blood-based spells, she showed no intention of dodging. You foam. Shingetsu uttered 2 words softly. In an instant, the enormous demon blade in her hand spun forth, revealing a blade of pure white. The blade resembled a crescent moon in the sky, terrifying and domineering. With a single slash, the area within several meters around her was enveloped by the blade's edge. Ow! Ow! The blade resembled a crescent moon in the sky, terrifying and domineering. With a single slash, the area within several meters around her was enveloped. These attacking monsters didn't even have the qualification to approach the 2 and perished instantly. Killed rare first tier, 8 stars long-armed savage ape, gained 45 energy points primary wood 5. Killed rare first tier, 9 stars long-armed savage ape, gained 45 energy points primary wood 5. Killed rare first tier, 9 stars long-armed savage ape, gained 45 energy points primary wood 5. These 5 long-armed savage apes stood about 1.6 meters tall. However, their arms exceeded their height, covered in dark gray fur, with exposed fangs and fierce expressions. These ferocious beasts were all first-tier high-star monsters. Even though they possessed 3 times their usual strength, they were utterly powerless before Shingetsu and her companion. It is important to note that Shingetsu was now a 3rd-tier 5-star presence. Even when facing a 4th-tier powerhouse, she had the strength to emerge victorious. It was simply laughable for first-tier monsters to think they could harm her. Too weak. Is this the level of enhancement by 3 times? Shingetsu revealed a hint of disappointment. Her face was calm and emotionless. She felt little sensation in such an overwhelming battle. We shouldn't be careless. The likelihood of encountering powerful monsters in this black mist is much higher than outside. Let's go. With the strength of these ferocious beasts, fulfilling our master's task will be simple. We just need to spend some time looking for prey. Blood May, however, smiled brightly, showing no concern at all. The 2 women, one cold as a demon and the other charmingly composed, were indeed a unique pair of sisters. First-tier ferocious beasts are taken down instantly. Goodness, it seems my hidden task is in the bag. In the territory, Yixin could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. First-tier ferocious beasts are taken down instantly. Goodness, it seems my hidden task is in the bag. In the territory, Yixin could not help but reveal. As long as they explored a bit, both the task and the hidden ratman should be easily dealt with. The 2 continued forward, not wandering aimlessly. They moved towards areas where life forms gathered, guided by Blood May's spellcraft. Her blood-based spells were highly precise in detecting life signatures and could reveal some clues invisible to the naked eye. Thus, having Blood May around saved a lot of time. The 2 had not gone far when they were suddenly surrounded by a group of dark shadows. Oh! This was a horde of long-armed savage apes, their faces twisted with ferocity, their emerald eyes fixated on Shingetsu and Blood May. Some stood on the ground brandishing their arms. Some of the apes wielded thick wooden clubs or stones. Others hung from the trees with one hand, growling menacingly at Shingetsu and her companion. Just moments ago, the 2 had killed their companions. It seemed these long-armed savage apes had come to settle the score. They were a pack of ferocious beasts that hunted collectively. Even high-tier beasts had to avoid their peak. Facing dozens of ferocious beasts, Blood May smiled charmingly, feeling an unexpected joy. Facing dozens of ferocious beasts, Blood May smiled charmingly, feeling an unexpected joy. Let's find their leader. The head of such a pack of feral beasts could very well be the boss. Shingetsu's gaze flashed with cold light as she continued. Leave all the beasts to me. Just protect yourself. After saying this, Shingetsu swung her long knife and transformed into a dark shadow, rushing out. Bang! 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 The long-armed savage apes hurled massive stones the size of wash basins or spears. Their strength was immense. The boulders struck like cannonballs and even broke some half-meter-tall trees. Some of the giant stones landed on the ground, creating deep craters. The wooden spears flew like arrows, directly targeting Shingetsu and Blood May. Many robust long-armed savage apes pounded their chests and lunged at Shingetsu with extended claws. However, despite their speed and ferocity before Shingetsu, they were as insignificant as infants, unable to touch her at all. Die! Shingetsu let out a cold snort, wildly swinging the enormous demon blade in her hand. Wherever she passed, it was like a blood-colored whirlwind, the blade energy tearing everything apart. Like a death god descending in the blink of an eye, she reaped more than 10 long-armed savage apes. Killed rare first tier, 9 stars long-armed savage ape, gained 45 energy points primary wood 5. Killed rare second tier, 2 stars long-armed savage ape, gained 80 energy points primary with 30 primary iron or 10. Killed rare second tier, 4 stars long-armed savage ape, gained 100 energy points primary with 40 primary iron or 20. Shingetsu's speed was so fast that even Yixin couldn't see how she struck before the opponent fell. One must admit the Demon Blade Mistress Shingetsu was truly formidable. Even second-tier ferocious beasts were no match for her instantly slaying. Even second-tier beasts amplified 3 times were as fragile as paper, utterly unable to withstand a blow. On the other side, Blood May's actions were quite different. She stood still, not making any significant move. The massive stones and wooden spears came crashing in. Instantly, they were blocked by a faint blood shield, unable to approach her or inflict any harm. Blood May raised her staff, shaking it slightly, and recited a few incantations. Then several blood blades coalesced and flew towards the ferocious beasts. The blood blades were as swift as lightning, instantly tearing through the bodies of the beasts. They even devoured their blood and flesh essence. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of the savage apes slain by Blood May shriveled, turning into puddles of blood, creating an extremely eerie scene. Ow! 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 Just then, from several meters away atop a massive tree, a towering figure, over 1.8 meters tall with arms nearly 2 meters long, appeared. Its face was filled with rage, clutching a spiked club. It leaped up, instantly covering several meters. It raised its massive spiked club high, preparing to bring it down violently upon Blood May. This beast evidently possessed considerable intelligence, choosing to ambush the seemingly weaker Blood May instead of pursuing the bizarrely fierce Shingetsu. This strike was terrifying, creating a sound that tore through the air. Like a ferocious beast missile, it aimed to crush Blood May's delicate frame. Shuemei was suddenly ambushed by a ferocious beast. Shinkura's expression changed slightly, and the demon blade in her hand began to dance faster. However, she did not return to help. She understood Sister Mai's strength very well. If it weren't for the limits imposed by Lord Yixin, Shuemei might have initially been stronger than herself. In another dimension, she was an extremely terrifying existence, comparable to her own potential for growth. Her methods were also exceedingly strange and varied. Moreover, she had an astonishing nickname, Crimson Rakshasi Queen. Shuemei appeared delicate and enchanting, quite easy to bully. However, once she struck, her methods were indeed ruthless and savage. Even Shinkura felt herself to be less ferocious than Shuemei. From the aftermath of her every strike, one could already tell the fate of her enemies. Just waiting for you to make a move. A beast is a beast, it simply doesn't understand restraint. Shuemei frowned slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Facing that astonishing blow descending upon her, she stood her ground, showing no intention of dodging. Blood shield technique, 6-petaled flower. Shuemei murmured softly. She then gently shook her staff. Instantly, a blood-colored flower bloomed above her head. The flower had 6 petals, alluring and dripping with a sinister aura. Bang! The imposing figure of the ferocious beast with its long arms swung its wolf-fawn club down, fiercely striking the 6-petaled flower. Immediately, ripples of blood color surged upon the flower. The ripples resembled blood-red tentacles, instantly wrapping around the wolf-fawn club. They wound along the weapon, ensnaring the muscular beast. Owl! 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 The muscular beast erupted in a series of enraged roars. But in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a cry of agony, lamenting. Fatal absorption. Shuemei again softly uttered several strange syllables. Just like last time against the giant python, countless blood-red tentacles burrowed into the beast's body. Regardless of how the beast struggled, roared, or even submitted in fear, Shuemei remained completely indifferent. Not even the faintest smile on her face changed. This scene was simply eerie, charming to the extreme, sending shivers down one's spine. What is a witch? What is a female demon? Shuemei perfectly embodied this notion. The troops recruited by the Dark Magic Tower were not kind-hearted, all were true female demons, of that there was no doubt. In no time, in less than a minute, the muscular long-armed beast had transformed into a small pile of bloody remnants, utterly devoured. It could be said that its death was extremely tragic, utterly gruesome. Yet for Shuemei it seemed trivial, with not even a change in her expression. Shuemei perfectly exemplifies the term femme fatale. Yixin couldn't help but sigh lightly upon witnessing this scene. His subordinates were truly not the kind-hearted sort. Eliminated elite second-tier 7 stars long-armed beast bronze level BOSS. Gained 1400 energy points primary, wood material 300 primary iron, or 100 second-tier, wood core 1 primary spirit stone 10. A prompt appeared. Yixin suddenly felt a powerful force rising within him. He had broken through, and in an instant he had reached the level of second-tier 9 stars completion. He had consecutively broken through 2 stars. Yixin observed that both Shinkura and Shuemei had also each broken through 1 star. Now Shinkura was third-tier 5 stars, while Shuemei was second-tier 10 stars. As long as he defeated a few more monsters, he should soon reach the 3rd tier. Unexpectedly this time, entering the mist actually allowed his 2 formidable subordinates to gain enhancements. Although the monsters within the dark mist were significantly stronger, correspondingly the experience gained for leveling up also increased, at least by 30. However, the drop rate seemed to be about the same without the increased drop rate from the night. But thinking back, the monsters in the dark mist at night were indeed 6 times stronger. Such a terrifying strength was simply beyond anyone's ability to contend with. Even Yi Xian did not believe he could easily accomplish it. However, he wasn't planning to try. Being able to enter the dark mist and complete this hidden task had already satisfied him. He hadn't expected to meet the task conditions so quickly. Shenkura and Shui Mei were truly impressive. He saw that the task requirements had all been met, even no one could match their efficiency. Detected Dark Lord completed the unique hidden task Mist Vanguard, beginning to issue rewards. Congratulations to the Dark Lord, you have received rewards 2,000 energy points, primary spirit stone 50, title Mist Vanguard. Mist Vanguard, Dark Suppression 1, Dark Affinity 1, Light Aversion 1, all attribute resistance 5. Seeing the rewards issued, Yi Xian was also stunned. While the attributes of the Mist Vanguard are truly Dark Suppression, Affinity, all attribute resistance, all are top-tier attributes. Yi Xian was both surprised and delighted, a look of joy appearing on his face. Dark Suppression, according to the information, increases comprehensive suppression over all dark creatures. Meanwhile, Dark Affinity enhances closeness to powerful dark beings from the dark camp. In other words, he could easily suppress weaker dark creatures. And the dark creatures he could not provoke would instead increase in affinity. This was essentially a versatile title. However, his title also had a somewhat negative attribute, Light Aversion 1. This meant that encountering beings from the light camp would trigger aversion. Embrace the dark, despise the light. Yi Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. This title would take effect permanently once equipped. In other words, if he chose to wear it, he would always be despised. In the future, this might become a troublesome attribute. It could even attract strong figures from the light camp. Nevertheless, Yi Xian still equipped the title without hesitation. What am I afraid of? I am the Dark Lord, the ruler of darkness. It's only a matter of time before those from the light camp come to seek trouble. Yi Xian had long understood this point. In the divine and demonic continent, there were clear faction divisions: light and justice, dark and evil, order and chaos, neutrality, etc. Darkness and light are eternally opposed. Yi Xian's troops belonged to the Dark Magic Tower, which had clearly categorized them into the dark camp without any room for choice. Thus, this title from the dark camp was very much suited for him. With this title in the future, interacting with more powerful figures from the dark camp might yield unexpected rewards. Organizing his gains, he equipped the Mist Vanguard. Yi Xian's gaze turned toward Shenkura's direction, where they had just finished clearing the long-armed beast. Shengua and Shui Mei worked efficiently. By 4 in the afternoon, they had already searched nearly 10 miles. If it weren't for the need to clear out monsters and collect spoils, their speed would have been significantly faster. One must admit that the monsters within the mist were far more numerous than in normal areas. Naturally, this allowed Yi Xian to gather a lot. For instance, he collected various materials, both first and second tier, totaling around 50 pieces. The energy value combined with the gains from the bronze BOSS had increased by more than 3,000 in total. With the task rewards, Yi Xian's energy value had just barely surpassed 20,000. Such a high energy value would surely make other lords envious. After all, for most lords, having a few hundred energy values would be considered impressive. Having over 1,000 energy values is considered wealthy. As for having 10,000 energy values, it is likely that there are very few lords on the entire Divine Demon continent who can achieve that. Of course, one cannot rule out some lords forming alliances and gathering resources. In such cases, it is possible that some may exceed Yi Xian's energy value. However, such cases would surely be few and far between. In the early stages, having a high energy value does not equate to being able to do as one pleases. This is because resources are too scarce. For example, even if he was willing to spend 10,000 energy values, he might not be able to acquire a single low-tier Dark System Evolution Crystal Core. The main issue is simply a lack of availability. Thus, being resource-constrained makes it difficult to achieve significant breakthroughs. He opened his attribute panel and took a glance. Lord Yi Xian, Talent Dark Overlord, Mythical, Unique, Level 2nd Tier, 9 stars, Title Mist Vanguard, Skills Demon Blade, Dance, Demon Shadow, Stealth, 1 Sword Flow, Lines, Song, Advanced, 3-color, Domineering, Equipment, 3rd Generation Demon, Slasher, 3rd Tier, Treasure Storage Ring, Reputation, 2500, Prestige 1. Territory, Dark Lord, Lord Yi Xian, Level 2nd Tier, Territory, Area 9 squares, 9 square kilometers, Buildings, Owned Dark Magic Tower, 1st Tier, Intermediate Castle, 2nd Tier, Spiritual Energy Moon, Well, 1st Tier, Ice Arrow Tower, 1st Tier, Only Records, Upgradable Buildings, Troops, Owned Demon Blade, Which Functions, Intermediate Appraisal, 12 Primary Storage, Intermediate Gathering Progress, 21 Primary Defense. Can be upgraded to Intermediate Buildable Buildings, Exquisite and Intermediate Watchtower, Spiritual Energy Moon, Well, Ice Arrow Tower, Reinforced Walls, Warehouse, Primary Iron, or 1850. Looking at the resources he possessed, Yi Xian couldn't help but show a satisfied smile. Just give him a few more days. After the 7-day protection period, he should have the opportunity to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory. This speed is undoubtedly top-notch. This is the benefit of having a powerful troop, allowing one to dominate early on. Like a snowball, this gap will only grow larger. My lord, it seems we have found the whereabouts of those nasty rats. Suddenly Xue Mei sent a shared message. Yi Xian snapped back to reality, looking over in surprise. He saw that Shun Guo and Xue Mei had arrived at a valley within the mist. They stopped beside an entrance at the... Just moments ago, the two of them had tracked a few ratmen that had gone out hunting. They had killed 5 out of 6 ratmen, leaving 1 to escape. Now that lone ratman was fleeing towards the entrance of the cave, preparing to squeeze inside. Puff! A blood-red tendril ensnared it. This was a low-tier ratman archer around 1st tier 6 stars. Caught by the blood-red tendril, it was instantly scared out of its wits, crying out in terror. Just now, these terrifying blood-red tentacles had devoured all the other ratmen. Master, this cave should lead to the ratman tribe. Should we just charge in? Xue Mei directly asked Yi Xian. After all, even though the two of them were they were confident they could break in and come out safely. However, there were definitely many ratmen in their tribe. They could not guarantee that they could eliminate all the ratmen and capture the ratman leader. After all, these ratmen were very cunning. If they alarmed them, it might result in a wasted effort. Yi Xian had explicitly stated he wanted to annihilate the ratman tribe. Most importantly, they needed to capture the Rat King. This was the key to the mission. Very well, don't alarm the snake in the grass. For now, come back. Today, let others clear the area along this location. When the time comes, we can all act together to ensure not a single one escapes. Yi Xian instructed after a moment of contemplation. Today, let others clear the area along this location. When the time comes, we can all act together to ensure not a single one escapes. Yi Xian instructed after a moment of contemplation. At that time, acting together would absolutely allow them to capture all the ratmen. Moreover, it was already quite late. Once night fell, the monsters in areas not cleared by the mist-breaking fire ring would have their strength increased by more than 3 times. In that case, even if Shun Guo and Xue Mei were powerful, how would they contend against the Ratman tribe enhanced 6-fold? Furthermore, they still did not know the strength of the Rat King. If the Rat King were already above 4th tier, it would be challenging for Shun Guo to kill it in the dark. To be safe, they definitely should not launch a full-scale attack right now. Alright, my lord, we understand. Sister Mei, let's retreat for now. It won't be too late to deal with them a day later. Let's kill this Ratman and let them panic. Shun Guo said coldly. We can't kill this little rat. I have a way, just watch me. Xue Mei said with a charm. Next, she walked up to the Ratman, who was bound and filled with terror. A layer of blood color gradually appeared in her eyes. Blood-eye bewitch. When the Ratman's eyes met Xue Mei's gaze, it immediately ceased its struggles and fear, becoming dazed. Soon the Ratman's gaze cleared up, appearing extremely normal. Xue Mei released the Ratman. The Ratman squeaked and turned, disappearing into the cave ahead. It was evident that this low-tier Ratman could not speak at all. Sister Mei, did you control it with your bewitching sorcery? Shun Guo asked thoughtfully. Indeed, those monsters can't detect it at all once controlled by my bloodline bewitchment. As long as this Ratman does not die, it will forever be under my control. Finding their tribe will be much simpler. Xue Mei giggled, seemingly confident of victory. Then she and Shun Guo quickly left. They needed to return to their territory before dark. Shingura and Xue Mei returned early before nightfall. It can be said that this time they achieved great rewards. Not only did they complete a hidden task, they also discovered the location of the Ratman tribe. Although they didn't confirm the exact location, according to Xue Mei, the Ratmen she controlled had stopped in that valley. Clearly, that place is the site of the Ratman tribe. They are hidden within the surrounding mountains and forests, making it extremely concealed. These cunning rats hide very well. This is their way of survival. After roughly determining the location of the plague rat tribe, Yi Xian naturally needed to formulate a corresponding plan. At this moment, everyone had returned to the territory. This time they had harvested a large amount of food. Wild boar meat, rabbits, wind deer, iron bulls, and so on. Dozens had been captured. This was not done intentionally. Instead, it was done while clearing the wild territory. Besides the portion for their own consumption, all other food was listed on the World Trading Channel. In total, it was divided into over 200 portions. Such a large amount of food went online and was almost instantly sold out. Yi Xian's prices were neither too high nor too low. Food is still a very precious resource. Even after 3 days, most lords could only barely feed themselves. In fact, some lords couldn't even fill their stomachs. This was either due to failed strategies in the early stages or because their troops were too weak, achieving little. Thus, 3 days later, according to the data from the Spirit of the Lords, over 10 million lords had been eliminated during these 3 days. It can be said that it was extremely cruel. However, compared to the 50+ billion lords, this number of eliminations is negligible. Survival of the fittest remains an unchanging truth. After selling the food, Yixian gained over 2,000 energy points along with some primary ores and primary. Shuemei looked at Shingura, who was leaning next to Yixian, slicing a piece of the most tender roasted meat for him. She immediately swallowed hard, filled with jealousy, as she protested. "Mei Jia, I have already taught you do it yourself. My roasted meat is only for the Lord to taste." Shingura rolled her eyes at Shuemei, completely ignoring her protests and requests. Although Shingura and Shuemei had a very good relationship, in Shingura's heart Yixian was the most important person. Besides, as Shuemei's superior, Shingura naturally had no need to give her face. "Alright Shuemei, you can have some too." Yixian looked at the pitiful Shuemei and couldn't help but smile in surprise, signaling Shingura to give her a piece. "Come and get it yourself." Shingura reluctantly spoke, letting her come over to serve herself. Of course, their relationship was like sisters, so they wouldn't be angry and were just playing around. Yixian looked at the two beautiful ladies, their beauty enhanced by the firelight. Moreover, the surrounding enchantresses and mysterious black-clad assassins were all stunningly beautiful. On this late evening, it truly invoked many thoughts. However, Yixian had too many matters to attend to, so he didn't think too much. He ate meat while chatting with the ice bunny. He sent over the materials from today and reminded her about some things. "Haha, brother Yixian, I leveled up 4 stars today and now at 1 star 8 stars, isn't that amazing?" The ice bunny seemed very excited while chatting with Yixian, eagerly reporting her achievements. "How could you level up so fast? Did you cheat?" Yixian asked in surprise. He felt embarrassed at the speed of the ice bunny. After all, he had killed many monsters to slowly level up. This ice bunny had improved so much in just half a day, which was a bit unscientific. Haha, more or less just a little bit of luck. This afternoon, while grinding monsters, I encountered a severely injured near-death second-tier bronze boss. I tried to cast a fireball, but unexpectedly I accidentally killed it in one hit, leveled up 3 stars, and even dropped a premium staff that I can use. Quick, praise me, isn't that awesome, haha. The ice bunny boasted about her wonderful experience of leveling up. Yixian couldn't help but feel embarrassed after hearing it. What does it mean to accidentally? Isn't this a real-life version of waiting for a hare? Just casually grinding a monster and encountering a near-death second-tier boss that wants to die. This luck is simply unparalleled. I must say, some people really don't need to do anything, they can just sit at home and get stronger, and this definitely refers to the ice bunny. Such a super lucky physique is truly enviable. I can only feel jealous. Yixian praised the ice bunny again and chatted for a while before ending the conversation. I must say, this little girl can always give him new stimulation each time. If someone has a weak heart, it's really not advisable to chat with her. It will make one question their life. Next, Yixian put a batch of items on the trading channel in exchange for a batch as well. To be honest, in order to grab those precious crystal cores, he really had to rely on his speed. Even though he had been watching for quite some time, he only managed to snag 5 or 6 of the needed crystal stones. Right now, he still needed a large number of water-type crystal cores and ice-type crystal cores. As for earth-type crystal cores, he already had enough. This territory had been upgraded with hardened walls, significantly increasing its defense. Besides, these bandits are simply unbeatable. I might as well buy a batch of crystal cores at a high price. Yixian couldn't help but complain. He currently had excess poison-type crystal cores listed on the trading channel to exchange for water-type crystal cores. However, this still wasn't enough. He needed a total of 50 first-tier water-type crystal cores. He only had about 10 first-tier poison-type crystal cores. He kept a few wood-type crystal cores for backup. Currently, the market price for first-tier ice-type crystal cores and water-type crystal cores is 300 energy points each. This price is acceptable to most lords. Yixian gritted his teeth and directly listed his price at 350 energy points for one. He put up 10,500 energy points, which could buy 30 cores. This was just barely enough to meet the demand for water-type crystal cores. The bulk of his needs is still for ice-type crystal cores. The Ice Arrow Tower requires second-tier ice-type crystal cores to upgrade to Tier 2. Naturally, the more the better. Moreover, as his territory continues to expand, he will certainly need to build more arrow towers for defense. Shuemei arranged for your subordinates tomorrow to clear the wild areas towards the Ratman tribe. Make sure to detect the exact location of the Ratman tribe and their internal strength deployment. The day after tomorrow, we will arrange a total attack to wipe them out. After finishing his tasks, Yixian solemnly instructed. Yes, Lord Shuemei knows what to do and will definitely complete the task. Shuemei nodded and responded seriously. Then she curiously looked at Yixian and then at Shingura. Tomorrow, does the Lord have something to do? With Shuemei's intelligence, she immediately sensed the underlying issue. Yixian did not mention Shingura, which certainly meant there were other arrangements. Tomorrow, I will take Kamihira to a place that will require some time. Yixian did not hide anything and spoke straightforwardly. Although Shuemei is his unit and does not require explanation, he has always regarded these units as truly distinct individuals. In fact, it's better to have more communication and interaction with these highly intelligent and infinitely potential subordinates. This way they will be more dedicated. Alright, I understand how to do it. I will definitely protect the territory and wait for the Lord to return. Shui Mei nodded seriously, making her promise. Being trusted by Yi Xian like this made her very touched. Yi Xian did not present himself in a high and mighty manner, but instead was gentle, making it easy for people to approach him. Yi Xian left an impression of being decisive, cold, and meticulous in his work. However, once he relaxed, he transformed into a warm young man next door, making people unable to resist wanting to get closer. Such a lord truly makes her fall in love. She absolutely loves such charming men. Unfortunately, as a subordinate, she does not dare to overstep or offend him. Just seeing Kamihira so close to Yi Xian made her very envious. Alright, you all guard this place. Kamihira and I will return to the territory first. After giving a few instructions, Yi Xian took Kamihira back. Alright, you all guard this place. Kamihira and I will return to the territory first. After giving a few instructions, Yi Xian took Kamihira back to the castle. With Shui Mei guarding here, he felt very reassured. Shui Mei should be able to break through to the 3rd tier tomorrow, and her strength will become even more formidable. With her, and those from the Demon Blade clan guarding this new territory is absolutely secure. Moreover, even if they encounter unforeseen circumstances and cannot hold it, they can return to the castle, which is invincible. Back at the castle, Yi Xian and Kamihira had a few glasses of champagne. Then, under the influence of slight intoxication in the ambiguous light, Kamihira assisted Yi Xian in washing up and getting ready for bed. That night, Kamihira did not return to her own bedroom, but stayed by Yi Xian's side, explaining some experiences in practicing sword techniques. As for Yi Xian, he imparted some techniques regarding the use of observation haki to Kamihira. It must be said that Kamihira's talent is extraordinarily remarkable. He only provided simple guidance, and she was able to start using it. Of course, mastering it would still require some time for practice and integration. After midnight, the two stopped their conversation. Kamihira lay down to sleep beside Yi Xian, who did not mind, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yi Xian woke up at 7 on time. After dining with Kamihira, it wasn't long before Su Yaoyao sent a voice message. Yi Xian, I will send you a task invitation. If you agree, we can go complete it together. Su Yaoyao said earnestly. Alright. Yi Xian replied immediately. Ding, Poisonous Demon Lord has sent a special shared team task invitation. Do you agree to team up to complete the task? Note, this task carries significant danger. Please choose carefully. Once agreed, it will bind certain interests with the other party. The prompt from the Lord system appeared. Agree to the team request. Yi Xian said without hesitation. He had already communicated with Su Yaoyao in advance, and naturally would not refuse. Yi Xian was quite looking forward to this trial journey. After all, once he agreed, the subsequent benefits of Su Yaoyao's task would also be bound to him. Perhaps when she receives the final reward, he could also gain considerable benefits. Ding, Dark Lord and Poisonous Demon Lord successfully teamed up, forming an ally relationship. During the task, we will share honor and disgrace, overcoming difficulties together. The Poisonous Demon Lord sends a teleport request. Upon agreement, you will be teleported to the task location. Note, each person can only bring 1 unit into the task. If death occurs in the task dungeon, you will lose the qualification to become a lord and return to the real world. Do you agree to the teleport request? The system prompt appeared again. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect that dying in the dungeon would cause him to lose the qualification to become a lord. This punishment is indeed severe and carries significant risks. However, he had anticipated this possibility long ago. Therefore, he had already made his decision. Agree. Yi Xian directly clicked to agree. He was also a bit impatient. Then a gentle, warm white light enveloped him and Kamihira. Before the two, there was nothing but blinding white light. A supreme force descended, wrapping around them, and they vanished from their original spot. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dim place. Ding, the Dark Lord has successfully arrived at the Dark Cavern. Please be cautious in your actions, as there are numerous dangers here harboring lethal threats. Only through sincere cooperation can true mutual benefit be achieved. The prompt appeared. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked around. This was a vast cavern. The walls around were embedded with some luminous stones emitting a dim yellow light. The cave was over 10 meters high and about the size of a football field. At the front there were 2 dark openings resembling the gaping mouth of a giant beast ready to devour anyone. You are the Dark Lord Yi Xian. You are younger and more handsome than I imagined. Your aura is also quite good. Very nice, at least it will lighten the mood during the task. Suddenly a pleasant and familiar voice rang out from beside him. Yi Xian turned slightly to look. There stood a tall and proud woman. She was tall, about 175 centimeters, with a perfect figure. Standing next to the 185 centimeters tall Yi Xian, they looked quite compatible. The woman's complexion was soft and exquisite with a hint of makeup, her eyebrows gracefully elongated, making her quite beautiful. Su Yaoyao had a stunning oval face, waist-length black hair, and wore a hairpin exuding the charm of an Eastern woman. Looking at her age, she seemed to be about the same as Yi Xian. The most special thing was that behind her floated a unique being. It was a peculiar being with a pair of delicate butterfly wings and a pair of antennae on its head. Its appearance was also stunning, with reddish-brown long hair and wearing an ice-blue long dress. When his gaze focused on Su Yaoyao, a line of basic information instantly appeared. Lord Su Yaoyao, age 18, level 2nd tier, 3 stars, unit Illusionary Butterfly, Crimson Crown Peak, other unknown. Crimson Crown Peak level unit Illusionary Butterfly. Indeed very strong. No wonder she has such unparalleled confidence. Yi Xian was secretly astonished. This was the first time he had seen another lord in their units. Moreover, it seemed that this unit was definitely not simple. What shocked him even more was that Su Yaoyao had already reached the 2nd tier, 3 stars. This leveling speed was also extraordinarily impressive. Su Yaoyao stared at Yi Xian's information, utterly shocked. After forming an alliance, both could see each other's basic information, although only their realms and troop qualities were visible, along with some superficial details. Su Yaoyao stared at Yi Xian's information, utterly shocked. After forming an alliance, both could see each other's basic information, although only their realms and with billions of lords, those who possessed legendary tier troops were truly few and far between, no more than 3 individuals. Moreover, they were from different continents. Yet now before Su Yaoyao there stood such a formidable figure. Initially, other lords speculated that Yi Xian could at most possess a Crimson Crown tier troop. His appearance on the world announcement was merely due to sheer luck. However, after viewing Yi Xian's information, Su Yaoyao was certain that he absolutely relied on hardcore strength. What a joke! Possessing a legendary tier troop already seemed to be the pinnacle. After all, among billions of lords, how many truly had legendary tier troops? And Yi Xian possessed a peak quality legendary tier troop, which was enough to explain everything. With a peak legendary tier troop and the strength of a 2nd tier 9 star, he truly deserves the title of the Dark Lord, the first man to consecutively appear on the world announcement. It seems choosing you this time was indeed the wisest decision. Su Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian in shock, her expression soon turning to one of delight. For this mission, she had actually approached it with a try-and-see attitude. Even she lacked the confidence to succeed. After all, she was merely a 2nd tier 3 star. Moreover, her troop had just recently broken through to a 3rd tier 1 star. Such strength might barely have a chance in the first layer. But the second layer would be exceedingly difficult. However, upon witnessing Yi Xian's strength and the quality of his troop, she gained greater confidence. If her troop had already broken through to the 3rd tier, then Yi Xian's troop must be even stronger, right? With this thought, Su Yaoyao curiously glanced at the cold and silent Kagura standing nearby. This girl who carried a massive demon sword gave her a very dangerous feeling. When their eyes met, Su Yaoyao immediately felt a chill and instinctively shrank her neck. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though she had been locked onto by a terrifying blade, fearing for her life at any moment. Chirp! The illusion demon butterfly flapped its wings, swiftly positioning itself in front of its master, cautiously watching Kagura. There's no need to be tense. My troop's nature is such that it won't act recklessly, Yi Xian said with a calm smile. He was slightly surprised by the strength of the illusion demon butterfly. Just now he had only seen a fleeting shadow of her movement. Although it wasn't as eerie as Kagura's, it was still quite impressive. Kagura retracted her cold gaze and stood silently behind Yi Xian. If anyone dared to disrespect her or threaten Yi Xian, she would not hesitate to draw her sword, even if they were allies. However, she understood that the other party had no ill intentions, so she didn't press the matter. You're not bad yourself, a 2nd tier 3 star, yet possessing a peak quality troop. Quite surprising. Yi Xian smiled, faintly nodding in acknowledgement of Su Yaoyao. Having a peak quality troop was also a sign of formidable potential. After all, a peak quality troop has the potential to break through to the lower true god level, promising a bright future. Alright, what should we do next? Yi Xian glanced around the empty dim cave and at the 2 cave entrances ahead. Although he had agreed to team up, he was entirely clueless about the mission's details. It's simple. Well, split into 2 teams to clear the monsters in the first layer of the dark cave. We need to eliminate them all and finally regroup at the end. I can assign you to handle the boss of the first layer, but the boss of the second layer must be personally defeated by me to obtain the proof. That's what I meant to explain, Su Yaoyao said earnestly. After explaining, she handed Yi Xian a brocade box. What's this, a little present for me? Yi Xian took the brocade box, glanced at Su Yaoyao, and then directly opened it. Inside lay 2 items. These are antidote pills made by my troop, which will allow us to pass through the cave smoothly. Within the dark cave, many areas are filled with dark toxins that can trap people in illusions, slow their bodies, weaken them, and cause various negative states. The toxins in the first layer are mild, but the second layer will be much more severe, requiring the antidote pills. You can take one now. The effect lasts for 3 hours, which should be sufficient. Su Yaoyao patiently explained, reminding Yi Xian to take it immediately. Alright, let's get moving. I know what to do. Yi Xian did not swallow it immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and confidently stepped into the left cave. This Dark Lord certainly acts decisively, completely doing things his own way. Su Yaoyao watched Yi Xian's figure disappear, her gaze sharpening. This young man gave her an incredibly mysterious impression. His hesitation to take the antidote pill first indicated a strong self-confidence in his abilities. She could only hope he wouldn't be too rash and cause trouble later. For this trial, she had prepared quite a bit and hoped not to fail. If she could complete the final assessment, perhaps she would have the chance to break through her current limitations. Then, without hesitation, she stepped into the right cave. Is this the dark toxins? As soon as she entered the cave, Yi Xian caught a faint pungent odor. It was somewhat reminiscent of sulfur, which could be quite irritating and disorienting. However, the scent was faint and had no effect on him. After all, he was the Dark Lord. He possessed a strong resistance to dark spells and negative states. Moreover, he also had the attribute enhancement of the Mist Vanguard. With his current second-tier 9-star strength, he faced no difficulties in movement. Instead, he felt a wonderful sense of control over everything. The cave was large, about 10 meters high and over 10 meters wide. However, visibility inside was even dimmer, akin to entering a dark fog. What surprised Yi Xian the most was that after walking for a while with Kagura, they had yet to encounter a single monster. It seemed these creatures were hiding, or perhaps there were none at all. It was said to be very dangerous, yet why did it feel as if they were strolling through a backyard? After another half-minute, the two arrived at a corner. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, a series of cold glimmers lunged from the darkness. They moved with extreme stealth without making a sound. Hidden in the darkness, they launched a surprise attack as the two approached. From the shadows, terrifying sounds of breaking air targeted Yi Xian and Kagura directly. These monsters were incredibly well hidden. They had only acted after Yi Xian and Kagura had stepped into the darkest corner, a blind spot in their vision. Faced with the sudden attack, Yi Xian remained remarkably calm. As soon as he entered this place, he activated his observation haki. This provides comprehensive coverage extending about 30 square meters around him. In this cramped cave space, his observation haki truly became a divine skill. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Shinra maintained her indifferent demeanor unchanged. She simply uttered the cold word kill. A shadow flashed by. Puff, puff, puff. Sounds of slashing echoed in the darkness. 3 corpses fell to the ground beside them. Unexpectedly, there was something new: beginner magic crystal. What is this for? Not all the monsters nearby were dead, many were rushing toward them. To his astonishment, none of the monsters here were below level 1. Moreover, they were all elite-level monsters. Such strength would be considered small boss level outside. Yet in here they were merely ordinary monsters. Indeed, the dark cave was exceedingly dangerous. If not for Shinra's overwhelming power, it would be a different story. Kill. So much experience, I can't miss out on this. Yi Xian's eyes brightened with excitement. Having just slain 3 elite monsters, his experience surged by about 9. He was already at 60 experience for level 2 9 stars. At this rate, if he killed a few more monsters, he would soon break through. The experience from elite monsters was substantial. Swish, swish, swish. A series of harsh scraping sounds vibrated through the space. Instantly, the cave trembled slightly. This was clearly a form of psychic attack, a demonic sound that disturbed the mind. Even Shinra's blade momentarily stiffened, slowing her down. Then the two saw a horde of grotesque, mutated mantis-like monsters swooping down from the cave ceiling. Their wings vibrated like lightning, producing a series of harsh, unpleasant demonic sounds that disturbed. Moreover, their mouths, lined with sharp teeth, opened wide, spewing acid toward the two below. Instantly, a barrage of light, gray corrosive acid rained down on them. It must be said the attack methods of these mutated mantis monsters were particularly vile. First, they disrupted the enemy's mind with demonic sounds, then swooped down to spit toxic acid. Additionally, each of them possessed huge mutated claws attacking like mantises. One could say this sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, yet was extremely vicious and terrifying. Not to mention an average level 2 lord, even those at level 3 would find it difficult to withstand. In such a small space, encountering such a terrifying series of attacks could easily lead to instant death. He never expected it to be so dangerous here. To be honest, he was quite worried about the situation on Su Yaoyao's side. However, Yi Xian and Shinra were certainly not ordinary individuals. He just needed to focus on his own task. Then Shinra swiftly dodged 2 blobs of corrosive poison. She transformed into a shadow, merging into the darkness, disappearing from sight. Yi Xian and Shun Guang worked with remarkable efficiency. Both possessed overwhelming power against their peers, and together they were even more fearsome. Soon they had cleared a path of the dark roach-like demons. These monsters were indeed strong, yet they could not impede the duo's advance. As they turned the corner, their line of sight suddenly opened up. Before them lay a much larger space. The walls were embedded with crystals of yellow, green, blue, and purple hues. These crystals emitted a dim glow, faintly illuminating the area. The poisonous miasma here was even thicker. Moreover, a faint black mist lingered. The monsters seemed to be hiding deep within the mist, not rushing out to attack. This space was over 20 meters high and more than 20 meters wide. As for its depth, it was impossible to discern. Even Yi Xian's observation hockey found itself greatly hindered upon entering the black mist. Clearly, this black mist obstructed mental detection. Furthermore, Yi Xian sensed that deep within the dark mist an extremely dangerous presence seemed to be lurking. Since the enemy did not rush out, he was no longer anxious. They haven't emerged yet, let's wait here, Yi Xian said casually with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he showed no trace of the fierce demeanor he had displayed while slaying monsters. Instead, he had returned to a youthful leisure, calm and composed. Master, they're too slow. Shouldn't we assist them? Shen Guang asked curiously. No need. If they can't even get past this stage, there's no point in thinking about what comes next. To earn my assistance, they must first prove their own strength. Yi Xian shook his head, leaning against the wall. He felt no urgency. In fact, he even tried to pluck a light green crystal. Once plucked, the crystal crumbled into powder and scattered. Evidently, this was just an ordinary crystal used for lighting in the cave. With nothing better to do, Yi Xian reviewed his data template. Not long ago, he and Shen Guang had been in the cave passage. They had dispatched over 50 dark monsters, yielding quite a good harvest. They had collected around 200 low-grade magic crystals. Low-grade magic crystal, a crystal condensed from the dark substances devoured by monsters capable of crafting dark-type equipment and items, enhancing dark-type troops. If consumed in sufficient amounts, there is a very low chance of promoting their evolution. It is said to be an essential item for upgrading dark-type troop buildings. Warning: use with caution. Anyone other than dark-type troops who consumes it may go mad and perish. Shen Guang, do you want to eat this? Yi Xian asked, holding out a black crystal the size of a bean. Low-tier trash crystals are of no use to us. Only top-tier magic crystals are valuable. Shen Guang merely glanced at it and lost all interest, even showing a hint of disdain. Yi Xian chuckled in surprise, shrugged, and put it away. It seemed that Shen Guang had high standards for food. This time, after clearing that passage, both he and Shen Guang had made progress. He had successfully broken through to level 2, 10 stars 43. Just a little more experience, and he could reach level 3. As for Shen Guang, she had already advanced to level 3, 6 stars. This haul was indeed quite impressive. He had also gained several thousand energy points. His energy points had reached 25,000. It was simply exhilarating. He checked his level 2 weapon, which had already been sold. Unexpectedly, it was traded for 30 level 1 ice-type crystal cores. He was in urgent need of ice-type crystal cores, which was a pleasant surprise. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a rapid sound of battle erupted. Following that, several large shadows were knocked away. Those were the roach-like demons, which upon hitting the ground bizarrely exploded into flames, instantly incinerating them. The roach-like demons were only about 1.6 meters tall. However, each had tremendous strength and extreme speed. Coupled with their magical sound attacks and venomous breaths, they were indeed quite troublesome. As two roach-like demons were sent flying, bursting into flames, and turning to ash, two somewhat disheveled figures soon charged out. It was Su Yao Yao and her troops. Yi Xian, hurry, help. These damn bugs are too difficult to deal with. Upon seeing Yi Xian and Shen Guang leisurely observing, Su Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and shouted without regard for her image. Then the two rushed toward her. One could see that Su Yao Yao's waist-length hair was somewhat disheveled and her clothing was a bit torn. Clearly, facing a large number of powerful roach-like demons had proven to be challenging for her. Swish, swish, swish. The unpleasant magical sounds erupted, densely packed. Behind them, there were actually 8 or 9 roach-like demons charging out of the cave, coming at the two. At this moment, she was wielding a nearly 1 meter long red fan-shaped weapon. While fleeing, she fiercely swung it backward. In an instant, a gigantic fire blade nearly 2 meters long coalesced and sliced through the air behind her. The heat of the fire blade was immense, and with one strike it severed 2 roach-like demons, causing them to explode into fiery sparks. It appeared that the roach-like demons that had just been sent flying were Su Yao Yao's handiwork. Who would have thought this girl was so fierce? Wow, is this a high-spec version of Shiranui Mai? Upon seeing Su Yao Yao in such a guise, Yi Xian, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Speaking of which, Su Yao Yao's stunning appearance seemed to surpass that of Shiranui Mai, possessing a unique allure of an Eastern woman. However, in terms of sensuality, she fell slightly short. Mainly, she was dressed too conservatively, and while her assets appeared ample, they seemed somewhat smaller than those of Shiranui Mai. Of course, this was just Yi Xian's subjective speculation. To truly gauge Su Yao's figure, practical experience was necessary. Meanwhile, the illusion butterfly beside her began to flap its wings rapidly. Countless translucent pink dust particles were released, transforming into an invisible dust that enveloped the space behind. Swish, swish, swish. The roach-like demons in the back seemed to recognize the terrifying nature of these invisible dust particles. They screamed and hastily dodged. However, 3 roach-like demons failed to avoid in time and were covered in the translucent dust. Subsequently, to Yi Xian's astonishment, the bodies of these 3 roach-like demons visibly corroded, revealing gory, putrid holes. In no time, they turned into a pool of stinking green liquid, completely obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of blood charm. Although the illusion butterfly's attack method was different, the effect was strikingly similar in its brutality. Moreover, this effect was somewhat reminiscent of the bone melting palm from Sea Old Man, utterly terrifying. Just as the 2 retaliated, a few remaining roach-like demons had already caught up with them. Some pounced fiercely at them, while others spat venom, exhibiting extreme ferocity. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian signaled with his eyes, and Shun Guang had already vanished without a trace. Puff, puff, puff. Behind Su Yao and Huan Yao Dai, waves of horrifying blade energy flickered. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 5 elite roach demons fell beneath Kagura's demon sword. The invincible stance that crushed the 5 elite roach demons left the 2 fleeing in a daze. They never expected that Kagura would so decisively eliminate all the monsters. Moreover, she appeared to be quite at ease. They didn't even see how Kagura made her move. Those monsters had already all fallen, their bodies shattered, bursting into clouds of blood mist. Compared to them, Kagura's methods were even more eerie and cold. So strong, I probably am no match for her. At this moment, the usually taciturn Huan Yao Dai finally spoke up. Most high-level combatants possess considerable intelligence and can naturally speak. Upon witnessing Kagura's power, she was also stunned, her eyes filled with wary expressions. All right, the monsters in the passage have been cleared. Next, should we continue forward, or? Yi Xian walked up to Su Yao, gazing at the black mist ahead as he asked. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Xian was the most relaxed one, merely watching the show from the sidelines. You and your combatants are so bizarre, incredibly strong. You must have come out much earlier than us, right? Su Yao looked at Yi Xian's nonchalant demeanor, puzzled. Seeing Yi Xian's ease, she felt genuinely. She had struggled hard and almost got severely injured by the monsters. After finally fighting her way out, she discovered that Yi Xian had been leisurely waiting for them. This feeling left Su Yao, who had always prided herself as a genius, a bit uncomfortable. It seemed she had been too arrogant before. She thought her strength was exceptional, and that she was incredibly fortunate to trigger such a hidden quest. Now it seemed she might still fall short compared to Yi Xian. It's fine, I only waited for you guys for less than 5 minutes, you're already quite fast. Yi Xian was careful not to discourage them. In reality, he had waited for 15 minutes, just saying it was less than 10. Dealing with so many monsters in such a winding cave was indeed quite challenging. Not being killed by those cunning monsters, and still managing to escape, Su Yao's strength was already quite impressive. Su Yao was taken aback by his words, feeling deeply criticized. Oh, what did he mean by only waiting 5 minutes? That statement was simply a blow to her pride. She could only hurriedly change the topic, saying the mission prompt told me that as long as we clear all the monsters, the sleeping monsters will awaken. As soon as Su Yao's words fell, a piercing, buzzing sound echoed from the depths of darkness. This hum was several times more powerful than that of the roach demons. Su Yao immediately felt a heaviness in her head, her body swaying slightly. Meanwhile, a layer of ice blue light shone on Huan Yao Dai's wings, quickly enveloping Su Yao to protect her from the magical sound. Faced with this eerie and terrifying buzzing, even Yi Xian staggered slightly. Kagura instantly flashed in front of Yi Xian, gripping her demon sword horizontally, ready to slice through the magical sound. I'm fine, no need to worry. Yi Xian grasped Kagura's fragrant shoulder and said with a faint smile. In truth, at the moment the magical sound struck, he had already unleashed his conqueror's haki. Indeed, this invisible force managed to effortlessly withstand the damage of the magical sound. Conqueror's haki is a mysterious power that exerts invisible pressure. It can even counteract most negative states. He had tested this out just moments ago in the cave. Let alone the magical sound. Even illusions could not significantly affect Yi Xian while he wielded Conqueror's haki unless the opponent was countless times stronger than him. It's coming, he's awakening. Su Yao's face turned pale, filled with caution. Tap, tap, tap. Then from the darkness emerged a massive figure. It was a giant roach demon with a thick dark shell. Its vicious head, filled with sharp teeth, had a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on the fore. It had a gigantic form, nearly 3 meters tall, with scythe-like arms spread wide, exuding a sense of oppression. Is that a second-tier leader-level boss? Finally, this is getting interesting. Yi Xian licked his lips, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he looked at the gigantic monster in the darkness. As his gaze locked onto it, his appraisal skill activated. Species Roach Demon level 2nd tier, 9 stars quality orange leader bronze level BOSS skills death, venom winged magic, sound berserker scythe. Yi Xian's face flashed with surprise at this data. He never expected that the opponent would be a leader level boss of a staggering 2nd tier 9 stars. This was the strongest boss he had faced so far. This also ignited a strong desire for battle within him. Thus, he quickly issued a command to Kagura through the sharing function. Invaders from the outside, I will crush your bones. The giant roach demon surprisingly spoke human language, letting out an enraged roar. After speaking, it immediately spread its wings and charged at the four. Its speed was like lightning, leaving only a blurry afterimage in its wake. The gigantic scythe opened up, probing towards the four. This strike was terrifying. Even the space emitted a tearing sound. Its speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. Moreover, with that enormous size and the mutated scythe arms, a single strike would be unresisting even for a 3rd-tier powerhouse. Run, this is not something we can face, Hedon. Su Yaoyao's face turned white in fear, exclaiming. And she was already enveloped in a sphere of ice blue light by Huan Yao Dai, rapidly dodging away. Both she and Huan Yao Dai specialized in long-range attacks. Faced with a melee monster that was tough-skinned and strong in both offense and defense, they felt utterly powerless. They could only implement a kiting strategy, maneuvering to find openings in the opponent's defense and look for opportunities to take it down. This was the best strategy Su Yaoyao could come up with. But the next second, Su Yaoyao was shocked. She saw Yi Xian and Kagura facing this terrifying strike, showing no intention of fleeing, standing still without moving. These two lunatics, even if you are strong, you shouldn't be so reckless against a boss. Indeed, this kid is too arrogant, not considering the consequences of his actions. This is simply seeking death. At this moment, Su Yaoyao's feelings were extremely complicated. She was filled with confusion and disappointment towards Yi Xian. In an instant, she even had a moment of regret for choosing to team up with him. Who would have known that Yi Xian would charge in so recklessly? Standing still against the attack of a leader-level boss was undoubtedly courting death. At this point, even if she wanted to rescue Yi Xian, it was already too late. She could only pray that Yi Xian wouldn't really be taken out in one hit, or else this mission would have to be abandoned. The attack of the locust demon descended in an instant, falling from above Yi Xian's head. The enormous mutated scythe, like the merciless scythe of death, aimed to reap the life of the insignificant creature that was Yi Xian. A tremendous rumble erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust. The ground beneath where Yi Xian stood cracked open in fragments, revealing a pit half a meter deep and several meters wide. The fearsome strike from the locust demon boss was immensely powerful, causing astonishing destruction. How is this possible? Yi Xian actually caught it with one hand. As the dust settled, Su Yaoyao was filled with disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment upon seeing the figure inside. In the cracked pit, Yi Xian stood motionless. He was raising a purple-black long blade with one hand, holding back the enormous mutated size of his opponent. No matter how fiercely the gigantic monster roared and struggled with all its might, the sides could not descend even a fraction further, let alone injure Yi Xian. The scene was so shocking that Su Yaoyao was left in a daze. Heavens, what kind of monster is Yi Xian? How does he seem even more impressive than the boss? At that moment, Su Yaoyao was deeply stunned, feeling as if Yi Xian had dazzled her. This display was too overwhelmingly domineering, even a woman would be moved. At least for Su Yaoyao, after witnessing Yi Xian's domineering act, a spark of excitement flashed through her heart. Roar! The locust demon boss was utterly enraged. It howled in fury, opening its gigantic mouth. It was about to spray venom to kill Yi Xian. It never expected that such an insignificant little bug could withstand its full-force blow and remain unharmed. This completely overturned the locust demon's understanding of monsters, leaving it unable to comprehend. Since it could not understand, it decided to continue with destruction. A foul purple-black venom brewed, ready to spew forth and engulf Yi Xian. Its venom was extremely toxic and terrifying. Even 3rd-tier monsters could be killed by this venom. It was the locust demon's trump card. It's my turn now. Demon Blade, Chaos Draw, Sword Technique, Heart Sever. Yi Xian smiled coldly, and his entire arm was instantly enveloped in a purple-black color of armed hockey. No longer holding back, he unleashed the strongest attack after wrapping with armed hockey. With a horizontal slash of his 3rd-generation ghost-cutting blade, a chilling blade aura burst forth, instantly tearing through the opponent's body. The face of the locust demon boss showed a look of terror as it attempted to flee. However, upon retreating, its body cleanly split into 2 smooth halves, and the large mouthful of venom it had brewed fell upon itself. Soon a foul-smelling cloud of smoke began to rise. Its body was engulfed by its own venom, turning into a pile of pitch-black residue. Having slain the leader-level second-tier 9-star Locust Demon Bronze BOSS, you gain 1900 energy points, 200 primary iron, or 200 primary magic crystals, 1 second-tier Dark System Crystal Core second-tier armor Locust armor. Not identified. Upon seeing the notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He didn't expect such a rich reward for defeating this boss. Not only was there a second-tier Dark System Crystal Core, but also a second-tier armor. Both items were top-tier treasures worth a fortune. This was also the first time Yi Xian had obtained armor. According to the distribution principle between him and Su Yaoyao, all of it belonged to him. At this moment, the observer Kagura finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Xian and scathed letting go of her grip on the demon blade. Had Yi Xian encountered even the slightest mishap, she would have unleashed her full power to obliterate the boss in an instant. Fortunately, Yi Xian successfully defeated the opponent without a scratch. Yi Xian, you little monster, you are too strong. I feel like you are the hidden boss here. Su Yaoyao approached Yi Xian, expressing her astonishment repeatedly. Originally, she was a relatively calm person, unflustered even in the face of great events. But just now Yi Xian's series of maneuvers, the dominating posture of slaying the boss with one slash, truly shook her. It made Su Yaoyao, who had always considered herself highly, completely convinced. Yi Xian's strike was simply terrifying. Su Yaoyao felt that if she faced it, she would definitely be taken down instantly, unable to even flee. So did you get any good loot? Seeing Yi Xian looking at her speechlessly, Su Yaoyao revealed a hint of an awkward smile, changing the topic. Just an unidentified second-tier armor, do you want it? Yi Xian looked at Su Yaoyao with a half-smile. No, I said that all the gains here belong to you, I naturally won't take it. I just didn't expect you to be so strong, and now I have more confidence in entering the second layer. Su Yaoyao hurriedly explained, fearing Yi Xian would misunderstand. After witnessing Yi Xian's true strength, she felt much more relaxed. Alright, let's go to the second layer, you lead the way. Yi Xian nodded and said directly. Then he followed Su Yaoyao into the dark mist. Strangely, once they stepped inside, their surroundings suddenly brightened. At the end of the mist, there was a glowing teleportation array. There were no other monsters around. It seemed that the monsters in the first layer had been cleared out. Let's go. Stepping into this teleportation array will take us to the second layer. Be careful, but it's best to take an antidote pill first. After finishing her words, Su Yaoyao took the lead and stepped directly into the white teleportation array, disappearing from sight. Yi Xian and Kagura followed closely behind. The world darkened, then brightened again. When they opened their eyes, they had arrived in a scorching land. The ground here was completely cracked, with many fissures visible. From these fissures, scorching hot air, crimson patterns illuminated the entire space. The earth looked like a devil's grim face, sending chills down one's spine, and was unbearably hot. The high-temperature air spewing from these cracks also emitted a stench of sulfur, the smell being incredibly pungent. Let's also take an antidote pill. Yi Xian frowned slightly, no longer trying to be brave, and handed an antidote pill to Kagura as well. He didn't expect the toxic miasma in the second layer to be so thick. At least an ordinary person arriving here could be poisoned to death in less than a minute. Even though Yi Xian was strong, he might not last an hour. Therefore, he simply swallowed an antidote pill. Be careful, monsters have appeared. Suddenly, Su Yaoyao's alert voice came from beside him. Unlike the first layer, the space here was larger, brighter, and had a wider field of vision. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Low, deep growls echoed. Then a series of gigantic, menacing monster figures entered Yi Xian's sight. The terrifying aura was completely beyond what the Locust Demon could compare to. Clearly, the monsters in this layer were far more powerful. Upon seeing those massive, menacing figures, Yi Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Just ahead, a dozen or so fire figures stood over 3 meters tall. Their bodies were covered in thick crimson scales resembling molten lava that had solidified. Strangely, they walked upright like fierce, fearsome lizard men. Their appearance was somewhat akin to a miniature Red Lotus Godzilla. However, their arms were longer, with protruding claws that looked terrifying. It appeared that they were all part of the fire-based dark race. Moreover, the aura of these fire lizards was evidently more terrifying than the transformed mantis monsters encountered previously. It seemed that dealing with these Red Lotus Godzillas would be quite challenging. While their numbers were not as great as the transformed mantis monsters on the first level, their greater strength could make them even harder to handle. Damn it, they're fire-based dark beasts. How am I supposed to get past this level? Su Yaoyao exclaimed in despair upon seeing the monsters before them. Her abilities were centered around fire-based magic. Facing monsters of the same element, her powers would undoubtedly be significantly weakened. It's important to note that monsters with distinct elemental attributes possess high resistances against corresponding attributes. Regardless of the monster's attributes, using the same type against them would greatly reduce the effectiveness. Fire against fire would test whose strength and flames were fiercer. Moreover, Su Yaoyao's class, the illusion butterfly, would likely have limited effectiveness in this layer. The illusion butterfly's abilities were based on psychic illusions and poison, both of which wouldn't be particularly effective against fire-based monsters. Regrettably, the attacks from these two attributes would not fare well against fire-based beasts. This was the most frustrating aspect for Su Yaoyao. This mission seemed specifically designed to target and torment her. If it weren't for Yi Xian's presence, she might have barely made it through the first level only to be completely exhausted afterward. Yi Xian, can we discuss something? Su Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian with a hint of bitterness. Speak. Yi Xian replied, observing her with a playful expression, having already guessed her intent. Initially on the first level, Su Yaoyao had been shocked by him. In fact, because he had passed through that passage first, her confidence had taken a noticeable hit. Now in the second layer, she seemed somewhat dumbfounded. I will assist you in dealing damage, and you will be responsible for eliminating all the monsters. All the materials here will belong to you, and afterward I will also supplement you with 1,000 energy points. Is that acceptable? Su Yaoyao looked at Yi Xian with a pitiful expression, pleading. In the face of this predicament, she could only pin her hopes on Yi Xian. This mysterious young man was the key to whether she could pass the first assessment. An additional supplement of 3,000 energy points, not a single point less. You see, this price is quite fair. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a half-smirk, then glancing at the enormous lizard monsters. Okay, it can't go any higher. The reward for completing this task is just this much, and I'll give it all to you. Su Yaoyao glared at Yi Xian with annoyance, and gritting her teeth, reluctantly agreed. Additionally, there's one more condition. Yi Xian, however, wasn't finished yet, and continued. Are you done yet? I'll tell you I'm out of money. Su Yaoyao felt herself on the brink of collapse, looking at Yi Xian with a gaze full of helplessness. The dark attribute evolution crystal core that I wanted hasn't dropped yet. If it still doesn't appear in this layer, then all of your task rewards this time must be given to me as compensation. Do you agree? Yi Xian calmly proposed his terms. There was an undeniable air of exploitation about him, as if he wouldn't rest until he had taken everything from her, leaving nothing behind. You demon, I absolutely cannot agree to. Su Yaoyao was truly at her breaking point, on the verge of tears. At this moment she felt utterly hopeless. Yi Xian was simply too shameless, raising the stakes and demanding all her rewards. It's important to note that originally Yi Xian had agreed to team up with her, which would yield countless benefits. Not to mention, after defeating so many elite monsters, the materials, experience, and loot from the bosses had already accumulated to a staggering amount. Yet Yi Xian was still not satisfied, and was intent on exploiting her. How could Su Yaoyao not feel overwhelmed? However, at this point, if she didn't agree, everything would be for naught. All her efforts would be wasted. Furthermore, this incredible opportunity might also slip away. Considering this possibility, Su Yaoyao could only grit her teeth and say, fine, I agree to your terms. If you don't assist me in passing this level, I won't give you anything. In the end, Su Yaoyao had no choice but to compromise. There was no way around it. Agreeing to Yi Xian, this evil capitalist, would at least allow her to get a piece of the pie. If she didn't agree, she would end up with nothing. At this moment, Yi Xian had truly become nothing more than a little demon in Su Yaoyao's eyes. All right, boss Su, you're generous. Your decision is very wise. You certainly won't regret it. Yi Xian nodded, revealing a smile that suggested he had everything under control. Roar! Just then the monsters not far away had spotted the two and charged towards them. The leading few large lizards opened their mouths and began to unleash fiery blasts. These blazing fire streams erupted with an incredibly high temperature, seemingly capable of incinerating everything. Even the space around them twisted, creating ripples of faint darkness. It was evident that these enormous fire streams were immensely powerful. You all stay back and hide behind me, and Kagura. With the deal struck, Yi Xian naturally couldn't afford to slack off. He had already earned enough and had to ensure Su Yaoyao's safety, which was part of his service. At the moment the fire streams descended, Yi Xian's arms were wrapped in a purple-black armed color, and he swung his sword. Instantly, a terrifying sword aura erupted. The sword aura ripped apart space, and upon contact with the flames it shattered, obliterating all the fire streams aimed at Su Yaoyao. Beside him, Kagura acted even faster. With her enormous demon sword, she sliced through the remaining fire attacks in an instant. Then she flickered and charged towards the gigantic fire lizards. She leaped into the air, delivering a powerful downward strike with her sword. The sword aura shimmered with a chilling light as it descended forcefully. Puff! The terrifying sword aura struck down instantly, decapitating the massive fire lizard. With one blow, she eliminated a giant fire lizard. Killed elite 3rd tier, 2 stars fire lizard demon, gained 340 energy points iron or 60, 2nd tier fire attribute crystal core 1. In an instant, a notification appeared on Yi Xian's attribute panel. Interesting, these fire lizard demons are actually 3rd tier elite monsters. Oh, no wonder their aura is so fearsome. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with surprise, and his heart sank slightly. Judging by Kagura's stance, killing these third-tier fire lizard demons would not be as easy as the first layer. Getting through this level would still pose some difficulty. You all stay safe. I'm going in. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked at the two fire lizard demons charging towards Su Yaoyao. Without any hesitation, he charged forward wielding his third-generation ghost cutter enveloped in advanced armed color ready to engage. Yi Xian was extremely excited. Why? Simply because Shingura had killed a monster and dropped the second-tier fire crystal core. This item is currently the hottest commodity on the market. The price for one is no less than 3,000. In fact, if one were to offer 4,000 energy points, a wealthy boss might immediately buy it. After all, this is a hard currency. It is a valuable item for upgrading buildings and strengthening troops. This time he was truly making a fortune. For the sake of money and resources, Yi Xian had no choice but to charge ahead. Of course, there was also the trading agreement with Su Yaoyao. Although the drop rate for this crystal core might not be very high, but as long as a few more dropped, it would be a great profit. By then, harvesting more resources and going out to buy a dark-type evolution crystal core at a high price wouldn't be difficult. Yi Xian's strength had already reached the late stage of second tier 10 stars. He was just half an experience point away from breaking into the third tier. In this second layer, he would definitely break through. As for why these monsters were all third tier, and Yi Xian being second tier was charging in to die? He possessed the strength to crush opponents of the same tier, and even defeat those of higher tiers. After all, he could gain 100% of the attributes for all troop upgrades. The amplification could be said to be enormous. In the future, perhaps, he would surpass Shingura's growth potential by countless times. If Shingura could easily slay 10 enemies of the same tier, then the current Yi Xian could definitely crush 5 or 6 opponents of the same tier with ease. His strength was not to be underestimated. One sword style Iato Death Lion Song. Yi Xian charged at the two giant fire lizard demons with a light shout. This move had become extremely familiar to him. It could be said that Green Algae Head might not use it as decisively as he did. In the same realm, Green Algae Head's similar moves might not even match up to him. A single sword strike unleashed a devastating momentum. The blade's energy was extremely fierce. Puff puff, the two massive fire lizard demons simultaneously let out agonized howls, blood spurting from their chests. The thick armor was broken, revealing two intersecting bloody wounds half a meter long, terrifying and ghastly. Owl! Owl! Heavily injured by Yi Xian, the two fire lizard demons were utterly enraged. They actually disregarded their injuries, extending their claws and viciously swiping at Yi Xian beside them. They were extremely brutal, their power terrifying, aiming to crush the tiny insect in front of them. What the hell, such insane defense, even Lion Song can't take you down. Why does it feel like Shingura easily? At this moment, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. After reacting, he quickly dodged the attacks of the opponents. He couldn't understand why Shingura could easily kill a fire lizard demon with one strike, while he had used almost 80% of his strength and only inflicted heavy damage. The defense of these fire lizard demons was truly bizarre, leaving Yi Xian secretly astonished. It is worth noting that the third-generation Ghost Slash in his hand possesses a 15 sharpness attribute with extremely strong physical destructive power. However, he still did not completely sever the opponent's body, merely breaking the skin. It seems that he was still at a significant gap compared to Shingura. However, since one strike was not enough, then he would just make another strike. Yi Xian unleashed his observation Haki, easily dodging the furious attacks from the two monsters. Conqueror's Haki. A terrifying aura erupted from Yi Xian, charging toward the two monsters. Struck by the invisible Conqueror's Haki, the already injured two fire lizard demons swayed violently, their massive forms seeming as if they would topple over their bodies, losing balance. Fall down for me, Yi Xian said coldly, his momentum becoming even stronger. The advanced Conqueror's Haki combined with his dual titles of Dark Sovereign suppressed them. Instantly, the eyes of the two third-tier monsters turned white, finally unable to hold on, crashing to the ground. Die! Yi Xian's figure darted like lightning, the third-generation Ghost Slash striking down coldly. Puff! Puff! The heads of the two fire lizard demons soared high, killed with a single strike. Kill Elite third tier, 2 stars fire lizard demon, gain 340 energy points basic iron or 40. Kill Elite third tier, 1 star fire lizard demon, gain 320 energy points basic iron or 25. 2 notifications refreshed. However, this time Yi Xian did not drop a fire crystal core. Yi Xian sighed slightly. It seemed that the drop rate of this fire crystal core was truly low. Just now Shingura had only been lucky. It might be very difficult to drop a second one. While Yi Xian was lamenting, another 4 or 5 kill notifications appeared, making him slightly stunned. Kill Elite third tier, 4 stars fire lizard demon, gain 380 energy points basic iron or 90 second tier fire crystal core 1. Kill Elite third tier, 2 stars fire lizard demon, gain 340 energy points basic iron or 25. Kill Elite 3rd Tier 4 Stars Fire Lizard Demon. Gain 380 energy points basic iron or 80 2nd Tier Fire Crystal Core 1. What the hell, why can't I drop any while Shingura just dropped 2 in one go? Yi Xian couldn't help but complain, internally feeling a bit speechless. Unexpectedly, he had just killed 2 monsters. Shingura had already killed 5 fire lizard demons. This speed was truly astonishing, far surpassing his own. This little girl transformed into a queen of slaughter, often delivering lethal strikes that left people in awe of her incredible strength. The most outrageous part was that Yi Xian thought it was difficult to drop fire crystal cores. Yet in Shingura's hands, she had continuously dropped 3. This drop rate was truly unbelievable. Shouldn't he just let her do everything? Alright, I'll leave it all to you, Shingura. Yi Xian thought of this possibility and immediately put away his ghost, becoming a lazy fish. Since Shingura was so strong and her drop rate seemed higher than his, why should Yi Xian the Lord exert effort to grind monsters? Enjoying the fruits of her labor was the best choice. Isn't being a lazy fish great? At this moment, he simply retreated to Su Yaoyao, who was dazed nearby. Clearly Su Yaoyao, who was watching the show, was already dumbfounded. Watching Yi Xian easily take down 2 fire lizard demons with just 2 strikes, he was quite strong. Then he saw Shingura, who effortlessly took down a seemingly terrifying fire lizard demon as if chopping vegetables, and she was truly amazed. It was one thing for Yi Xian, the capitalist lord, to be so strong. His troop Shingura was even more absurd, taking down 1 monster with each strike. Could it be that she really overestimated these 3rd tier monsters, and that they were actually weak? But reality once again brought her back to her senses. Ahead, the illusionary butterfly flapped its wings, dropping countless toxins onto the fire lizard demon. However, apart from a wisp of green smoke rising from the fire lizard demons and sustaining minor injuries, they seemed completely unaffected. Enraged, the fire lizard demons spewed flames. The illusionary butterfly struggled to dodge, and then its wings flapped rapidly again, unleashing 2 massive wind blades to attack. However, the wind blades only scraped off a bit of scale armor, leaving 2 light wounds on the fire lizard demons without causing substantial damage. At this moment, Su Yaoyao immediately felt defeated. It turned out that these monsters were indeed very strong. Her 3rd tier 1-star illusionary butterfly couldn't inflict any damage. How could she continue? Reality always slapped her in the face. Without power, she truly couldn't play. Stop wasting time, your little butterfly can't possibly grind monsters. Isn't it better to just watch the show? Yi Xian walked to Su Yaoyao's side and bluntly pointed out. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao felt a bit defensive again. It seemed that her earlier statement about assisting Yi Xian was somewhat laughable now. One cannot help but say that watching Shungwa stand out alone is quite a delight. She has truly brought glory to Yi Xian. This girl is already filled with envy and jealousy. Yi Xian, your unit is too powerful. Are legendary units really this insane? Su Yaoyao looked at Shungwa like a little fangirl filled with jealousy as she glanced at the leisurely Yi Xian. Shungwa's combat prowess is simply too strong. Every move and technique is almost an art form. Compared to her illusion butterfly, Shungwa is not just a couple of times stronger, there is simply no comparison. However, she does not despise her own unit. After all, the illusion butterfly is also very strong, quite formidable among its peers. But without comparison to Shungwa, there is no harm. I don't know about other lords, but perhaps legendary units are indeed very strong. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. He just didn't want to say it out loud for fear of discouraging Su Yaoyao. His unit could definitely crush any unit of the same rank. After all, he possesses a supreme myth-level unit building. Moreover, with unit enhancements and the effect of leading the charge, even that so-called legendary ancient Ice Phoenix unit wouldn't stand a chance against him. Are you sure you can handle her all by yourself? There are more monsters inside, or should we all go help? Su Yaoyao hesitated as she looked at Yi Xian, observing Shungwa's overwhelming combat power. If you can go ahead. I'm not going, I prefer to lie low. But I really doubt that you and your unit can help, and if you get hurt, that would be bad. Yi Xian teased as he looked at the stunning Su Yaoyao. Hearing his words, Su Yaoyao's expression cleared. You little devil big jerk. Do I look that weak? Yi Xian, you're just a salted fish. If it weren't for such a strong unit, you might have been eliminated in 7 days. Su Yaoyao glared at Yi Xian, wanting to take a bite out of him. No, she really wanted to seal his mouth. He was so condescending. However, Yi Xian was indeed stating the facts, leaving her utterly speechless. Thus, in this land of gods and demons, strength is everything. To have dignity, one must possess power that surpasses all. Su Yaoyao secretly vowed to accelerate the completion of this hidden task test after returning and surpass Yi Xian. At that time, she would definitely find Yi Xian to flaunt her success and strike him down. For some reason, she initially had quite a good impression of Yi Xian. Now it had turned into gritted teeth. Seeing his handsome face, she really felt an anger boiling within. What good is good looks? Unfortunately, he has a sharp tongue, and is still a blackheart capitalist. On the other side, Xinghua had already charged deep into the cave alone. With a single person and a single sword, she had practically slaughtered through this cave, clearing all the monsters. She had defeated more than 30 third-tier monsters, and her speed had noticeably slowed. However, after this cleanup, Yi Xian also reaped incredibly rich rewards. 7 second-tier fire elemental cores along with several thousand energy points. Most importantly, he leveled up. He successfully broke through to the 2nd star of the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Xinghua also advanced to the 7th star of the 3rd tier. One must say these 3rd-tier elite monsters provide an abundance of experience that's simply too satisfying. Yi Xian, did you break through? Su Yaoyao sensed Yi Xian's suddenly surging aura, and she immediately asked in shock. That's right, I just barely broke through to the 3rd tier. These elite monsters give way too much experience, it's hard not to level up. Yi Xian wore a smile and nodded. At this moment, he was strolling leisurely through the scorching cave with his hands behind his back. Like wandering in his own backyard, his face displayed a calm and composed demeanor. Barely breaking through to the 3rd tier. Too much experience. Upon hearing this, Su Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes, utterly speechless with anger. She never expected that he would break through to the 3rd tier so effortlessly. It would be a lie not to feel envy. However, she also benefited greatly. Now she was in a team relationship with Yi Xian. Although she couldn't share the dropped materials from the monsters he cleared, she could share a 30 experience boost. With Xinggua's efforts, she and her unit also achieved significant upgrades. Her unit reached the 2nd star of the 3rd tier. As for her, she advanced to the 5th star of the 2nd tier, just a step away from breaking through to the 6th star. Since her level was the lowest, her benefits were quite evident. Thank you, without you I wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. Su Yaoyao sincerely expressed her gratitude. It's nothing, you deserve it. Yi Xian nodded. If it weren't for Su Yaoyao teaming up with him for the task, he wouldn't have leveled up this quickly. As he enjoyed the rewards, he still needed to leave some for Su Yaoyao. Master, all the monsters on the ground have been cleared. There is a magma pool ahead, and I sense danger. Just then Xinghua returned. After slaying nearly 40 fire lizard demons, her face was slightly pale, showing signs of exhaustion. Killing so many elite monsters of the same tier at once was indeed a bit taxing for her. Fortunately, her strength had once again broken through and her energy was recovering rapidly. You've worked hard, I'll recover your strength before anything else. Yi Xian nodded and handed Xinghua a small white vial. This was the spiritual water he had obtained from the spiritual Qi Moon well. Compared to the vitality water that Ice Bunny had taken, its effects were far more potent. 1st tier spiritual Qi Moon water instantly restores 20 stamina and vitality. Within 10 seconds continuously restores 5 of various statuses. This spiritual well water has excellent detoxifying effects. A long-term use strengthens the body and is simply irresistible. This is the effect prompt of the spiritual Qi Moon water. To be honest, it's extremely powerful. Such a supportive, super powerful buff-type spiritual water is truly the best and will definitely sell well. 1 well can extract 3 bottles daily. 5 wells yield 15 bottles. This is still the effect of 1st tier spiritual Qi Moon water. Once the level increases, it will definitely be even stronger. Yi Xian plans to save up a bit more reserves and sell part of it for a huge profit. It will definitely be in high demand. This thing will become a very powerful enhancement potion in the later stages. Xinghua took the spiritual Qi Moon water and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, she felt a surge of vitality, and her condition rapidly returned to its peak. It was somewhat similar to the big red bottle. The effects were absolutely remarkable. Boom. Just then the entire ground began to crack open and tremble. Terrifyingly hot magma surged forth from the cracked ground. Oh, what happened? Why is the ground Yi Xian, save me. Suddenly a startled cry came from beside them. Su Yaoyao saw the ground beneath her feet suddenly crack open. She couldn't react in time and was about to fall into the magma. If she truly fell, she would undoubtedly be swallowed by the magma and instantly annihilated. Woman, this is troublesome. Yi Xian said, pretending it was a hassle. His figure flashed, and he reached out to grab Su Yaoyao, pulling her back from falling. Su Yaoyao was pulled into his embrace, a rush of fragrance and a soft touch enveloping him. One must say the feel was truly excellent, top-notch, simply irresistible. However, under such a crisis, Yi Xian couldn't care too much. Holding Su Yaoyao, he turned and fled. In the dark cave, a tremendous upheaval was occurring. At this moment, the latter half of the 2nd layer had completely exploded open. One could see that half of the space within was erupting with lava. Evidently, this place had transformed into a lake of lava. Its area was considerably larger than that of a football field. The terrifyingly high temperature instantly evaporated the moisture here, rendering it incredibly arid. A thick miasma of toxic lava was rising from the lava pool. Instantly, Yi Xian and Su Yaoyao's expressions darkened. Ding! This lava pool is connected to the underground volcanic group flowing with highly toxic miasma concealing immense danger. Warning. It seems that a terrifying monster is lurking within the lava pool. It has already set its sights on you. Escape is impossible. You will either perish here in battle or achieve final victory. There is no other choice. Prepare for battle, young lords. You will receive great rewards for passing this trial. A series of alerts appeared. Meanwhile, a high-risk red warning had already emerged before Yi Xian, indicating that this place was about to become extremely dangerous. At this moment, they were standing on the intact ground in the front half of the cave. This patch of ground was roughly the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. However, countless tiny cracks had also appeared on it. It wouldn't be long before this place would collapse and be engulfed by the lava pool below. Countdown 10 minutes begin. If you do not pass the trial, be prepared to return home to farm. Seeing this alert filled with a sense of crisis, Yi Xian and Su Yaoyao both became tense. However, the last sentence of the alert was less harmful but extremely insulting. Yet it was evident that this crisis was unprecedented. This task was far more terrifying than imagined. I'm sorry, Yi Xian, I've gotten you into trouble. I didn't know this trial would be so dangerous. We might be eliminated and return to reality today. Don't worry, my family is well off in reality. Oh, I will surely compensate you well once we get out. If you're lucky, I might even consider offering myself. At this moment, tears glistened in Su Yaoyao's eyes. Looking at Yi Xian with a sense of guilt as if delivering her last words, she was genuinely frightened by this trial. Su Yaoyao never expected that what she had thought was a great opportunity would turn out to be such a terrifying and dangerous trial. She feared that without Yi Xian, she wouldn't even be able to handle the dozens of fire lizard demons she had just. Thinking that she might soon be eliminated, Su Yaoyao clung to Yi Xian even tighter, even starting to cry. That pair of soft and extremely elastic breasts pressed tightly against Yi Xian's chest. Yi Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the tightly wrapped Su Yaoyao would be so well endowed. He could now be quite sure of one thing. If Su Yaoyao wore a high-slit qipao like Shiranui Mai, she would definitely be even more alluring and bodacious than Shiranui Mai. That beautiful image would be utterly explosive. Considering this, offering oneself wasn't out of the question. Of course, now was not the time for such thoughts. Shut up, foolish woman. Who wants to go back with you? Have some ambition. Yi Xian shot a glare at Su Yaoyao. This girl was already losing heart before the battle began, her willpower somewhat lacking. Moreover, she made it clear that she was a wealthy woman in the real world. If she died due to a failed mission, she would compensate him in reality. What nonsense. Even if she offered him 1 billion in reality, he wouldn't care now. Could that money bring him the joy of being a lord? Could it grant him immense power? Since it couldn't, he definitely couldn't afford to die. In reality, he was poor and did not wish to become a son-in-law who would be bullied everywhere. Then Yi Xian gently wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes. With me here, we won't fail. If you don't want to die, just hide in the corner and watch me perform. Remember, if I give you the chance to deal the final blow and you mess it up, then I'll take the harvest myself. Yi Xian looked into Su Yaoyao's eyes and earnestly instructed her. Okay, I understand. Upon hearing Yi Xian's domineering tone and his eyes sharp as blades, Su Yaoyao instinctively nodded in agreement. At this moment, she truly felt a bit flustered. However, Yi Xian's broad chest and his powerful words still gave her courage and confidence. After quietly retreating to the corner, she added, "Don't worry, I have a trump card that will definitely help you." Just then, a massive figure suddenly surged out from the depths of the lava pool. The figure was extraordinarily. It had 2 elongated heads, and its body was 5 to 6 meters long. Its entire form was nearly 20 meters. This creature was covered in crimson scales resembling those fire lizard demons. Its 2 heads were snake-like, yet also reminiscent of fire lizards, exuding an extremely ferocious aura. Its gigantic body swam through the lava. Lava poured from its mouth, creating a suffocating sense of pressure. This appearance truly bore the air of a dominant ruler. Damn, it's actually a tier 3, boss-level black iron boss. We're doomed. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the massive, menacing figure and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Before his eyes, a line of simple data appeared. Race name: 2-headed fire snake, lizard, level tier 3, 8 stars, quality orange, boss black iron, BOSS skills: lava, fire, pillar, deadly crush, snake, lizard bite, explosive flame. Hint: this is a dark creature with the bloodline of a demonic dragon, still in its juvenile stage. If not killed, it will hold a grudge. This thing is actually a black iron boss that surpasses the bronze level. According to the world setting, bosses are divided into bronze, black, iron, silver, gold, and diamond. As for the levels above that, they have not been disclosed. Of course, in addition to these, there are some special bosses that do not fit this classification. Black iron bosses are generally monsters above tier 3 that have evolved and mutated immensely powerful. It is said that a boss's attributes can be several times greater than those of monsters of the same realm, sometimes even tenfold. Bronze is 15 times black iron 510 and silver level and above bosses fluctuate within a 520 times attribute amplification range. The reason for such a large range is related to bloodlines and innate talents. For example, the offspring of a dragon. Even if they are only tier 3, they are definitely silver level bosses and possess attributes exceeding 10 times those of their peers. The black iron boss before him starts at over 5 times the attributes of its peers. Moreover, it has a natural advantage in its domain. Within the lava pool that nurtures it, its strength could be close to 10-fold. This was truly terrifying, making it virtually invincible among its peers. One would need to either possess a higher realm than it or rely on numbers to win, otherwise it would be precarious. Intruders, this is my territory. You have slain my children, and you shall all become my food. The colossal two-headed fire lizard roared menacingly. Faced with the terrifying strike of the two-headed fire serpent lizard, Su Yaoyao was instantly frightened pale. However, after being provoked by Yi Xian, she had calmed down considerably. She waved the fan in her hand, revealing a faint red barrier shield that stood before her. The illusionary butterfly was wrapped in a layer of pale blue light, protecting Su Yaoyao. Illusionary butterfly, let's go. We cannot let Yi Xian look down on us. Su Yaoyao coldly commanded. She waved her red fan and struck down hard. Instantly, 3 fiery red blades condensed and struck towards the two-headed fire serpent lizard. Chirp. The illusionary butterfly's eyes also flashed with a cold light. She opened her mouth and gently sprayed. Suddenly, a ball of icy blue liquid expanded with the wind, transforming into a massive ice spear several meters long, directly rushing towards the gigantic magma fire pillar. Although it felt a bit like a moth flying into the flame, it was indeed very powerful. Even the originally scorching ground began to frost over. Her abilities aside from poison were even stronger. It was the mental illusion technique. She could consume her internal essence to materialize her illusionary attacks, creating a blend of reality and illusion that left her enemies unable to discern the truth. The illusionary butterfly was at least a P-cranked unit, and she was not as weak as she appeared. Her true strength was deeply hidden. This time she would not hold back and would go all out. The gigantic ice spear split in midair into more than 10 smaller ice spears, with half targeting the magma fire pillar and the other half aimed at the two-headed fire serpent lizard's body. Although more than half of these attacks were mere illusions, they contained genuinely lethal strikes. Furthermore, even the deceptive attacks held a degree of offensive power. If the enemy ignored them, they would still be injured. Boom. The ice pillar collided with the gigantic magma fire pillar, instantly shattering into vapor. The true body of the two-headed fire serpent lizard was even stronger, lurking within the magma pool, where a massive tail 8 or 9 meters long swung out. A flash swift as lightning appeared, shattering the illusionary butterfly's attacks. Hiss! Hiss! The two-headed fire serpent lizard was evidently enraged. It swiftly swam through the magma towards the group. On the other side, Yi Xian and Shingura appeared much more decisive in facing the gigantic magma fire pillar's attack. Master, you just watch. Leave this beast to me. Shingura used a silent transmission. Then she gripped the massive demon blade with one hand and charged forward. Shatter! Shingura shouted coldly. With one hand she slashed, and a terrifying red blade aura shattered all directions. In an instant she broke 2 enormous magma fire pillars. With this move, the difference in strength between Su Yaoyao and Yi Xian's units became immediately apparent. The disparity in their power was indeed quite severe. The enemy's flashy attack methods, despite their apparent power, proved to be utterly ineffective before absolute strength. In contrast, Shingura's strikes exuded an unstoppable general's demeanor. She was indeed a P-cranked legendary unit. Coupled with Yi Xian's enhancement from his personal presence, she was simply terrifying. To say she was akin to a major boss would not be an exaggeration. Now, as the two monsters clashed, it was all about whose strength was greater and who had more vitality. Shingura showed no signs of stopping. After shattering the enemy's offense, she leaped up, holding her sword with both hands, and slashed down from the air. At that moment, the gigantic two-headed fire serpent lizard also surged up, leaping out of the magma pool. It was a monstrous creature over 20 meters long, with a pair of short, sharp claws underneath its abdomen. This creature was undoubtedly a dual-element being. After leaping out of the magma pool, it opened its serpent mouth and sprayed 2 more magma fire pillars toward Shingura. Moreover, this monster swung its giant serpent tail toward Shingura. The terrifyingly swift attack showed no signs of its massive size hindering its speed, while on the contrary, it was even more terrifyingly fast. Demon Blade Chaos Phantom Edge. Shingura snorted coldly, unleashing her powerful secret technique. A terrifying red-black blade aura materialized, instantly breaking through the massive magma fire pillars. Then she slashed down, colliding with the opponent's giant tail. The tremendous power erupted, creating a vast shockwave ripple. The magma pool below erupted with several splashes, and the already fractured ground split apart even further. Owl. The scales on the giant tail of the two-headed fire serpent lizard exploded, revealing a deep wound that could see bone. Inside, crimson boiling blood dripped down. Dropping to the ground, it instantly corroded the surface, creating deep pits. In this direct confrontation, the two-headed fire serpent lizard boss sustained injuries. But it was not over yet. An even more shocking event for Su Yaoyao and Yi Xian was about to happen. The illusionary butterfly suddenly transformed into a phantom and vanished. When she reappeared, she was already silently behind the opponent. Die. Shingura's gaze was icy cold, her murderous intent palpable. With a fierce slash, she struck down directly from behind towards the two-headed fire serpent lizard. This gigantic serpent lizard clearly sensed the danger, and fear finally appeared in its eyes. However, it could not allow Shingura to take its life so easily. With a roar, it unleashed a terrifying heat from the scales on its body. A bursting flame erupted from its center. Like a circular ring, it instantly expanded outward. Humph, a mere little snake, not even worth a fraction of my power. Facing this fierce counterattack, Shingura smiled coldly. She swung her demon blade enveloped in a layer of crimson demonic light and slashed down fiercely. The bursting flame was instantly shattered. Puff! The left head of the two-headed serpent lizard was severed by a single strike, spraying a column of searing blood. This blow nearly eliminated the Black Iron boss. If it weren't for Yi Xian's transmission urging Shingura to spare it a breath, all the loot from this boss would undoubtedly have belonged to Yi Xian. Illusionary butterfly, go all out and kill it. At this moment, Su Yaoyao, standing not far behind, Yi Xian spoke coldly. Her demeanor had once again restored her image as a serene goddess, becoming steady and composed. Shingura had created such a good opportunity for her. If she could not seize it, it would truly be a failure. Under her command, the illusionary butterfly also moved. She directly flapped her wings and instantly arrived at the cave's dome. Immediately, her wings transformed into a ghastly green. The pair of antennae atop her head emitted a misty glow. Poison star, arrow rain. The illusionary butterfly called out softly. Instantly, countless green light arrows materialized within a radius of 3 zhang around her. With a wave of her arm, over 100 half-meter-long ghastly green light arrows appeared, raining down like a lament from the underworld. These green light arrows were manifestations of the illusionary butterfly's mental illusions infused with the deadly powder from her wings, making them extremely terrifying. As the hundreds of cyan green light arrows fell, it was like a rain of hellish despair. Roar! The two-headed fire serpent lizard, facing this lethal threat, could only endure the excruciating pain and once again swung its massive tail to block. A series of intense crackling sounds erupted. This time, the two-headed fire serpent lizard did not easily shatter the attack. Dozens of toxic arrows still pierced into various parts of its body. Even its remaining head had its eye shot out by an arrow. The two-headed fire serpent lizard let out a pained roar, eventually succumbing to its injuries and dying. Its massive corpse had long since become pockmarked and grotesque, corroded by the deadly poison. Thus, this terrifying Black Iron-level boss was successfully slain by Su Yaoyao. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, observing the final trump card of the illusion demon butterfly. He hadn't expected such a powerful skill from the opponent. This thing not only had group attack capabilities, but also possessed a strong defensive breach characteristic. Otherwise, with the strength of the illusion demon butterfly, it would have been impossible to break through the defenses of the double-head fire snake lizard armor. This made Yi Xian look at Su Yaoyao in a new light. This young lady might still have some hidden tricks up her sleeve. After all, she possessed the Crimson Crown level unit, which could not possibly be weak. However, now that everything had settled, the task could be considered successfully completed. No, to be truly complete, one more item was still needed. So, boss Su, did my loot drop? Yi Xian looked ahead with anticipation at Su Yaoyao, who was excitedly looting the corpse. According to the rules of this survival game, monsters need to be looted after being killed. Of course, the reward items dropped went directly into the backpack space. Only the materials from the monsters needed to be collected personally. His primary goal for this trip was to obtain the second-tier Dark Evolution Crystal Core. This item can only be dropped by bosses of level 2 or 3 and above. Ordinary monsters could only drop common spirit stones. However, Evolution Crystal Cores and Attribute Evolution Crystal Cores could only be found on bosses. Since it hadn't appeared on the first floor, he could only hope for the boss on the second floor. It dropped. I've already sent it to you along with 4,000 energy points. Please check. Additionally, thank you again for your help. The extra 1,000 energy points are my token of appreciation. I believe you are worth this price. Though it was a bit pricey, if the opportunity arises, I would still be willing to cooperate with you again. After finishing looting, Su Yaoyao walked over to Yi Xian and smiled at him. Although she had been made to look quite foolish by Yi Xian, and had been taken advantage of multiple times. The joy of completing the task made Su Yaoyao feel that it was all worth it. Especially the strength Yi Xian had displayed left a deep impression on her. Among them, the queenly demeanor of Kagura, who fought valiantly, had also captivated Su Yaoyao. In short, she felt a mix of love and fear for this young man. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling of safety he provided, making her inexplicably desire more cooperation. Because Yi Xian was someone capable of creating miracles. Got it. Boss Su is generous, she truly is a wealthy lady, and I won't be polite. As for cooperation, it depends on your performance. If there aren't many benefits, don't call me. After accepting what she sent, Yi Xian was in a great mood. Although the other rewards were plentiful, they paled in comparison to the Dark Evolution Crystal Core. After all, this was the only key to opening the second layer of the Dark Magic Tower. With this Dark Evolution Crystal Core, his strength would undoubtedly become even more terrifying and powerful. One could say that this excursion into the Dark Abyss had been incredibly fruitful and surprisingly delightful. Throughout the entire process, only the final boss finishing blow had been left to Su Yaoyao, allowing her to reclaim a bit of her investment. The other rewards were mostly gathered by him alone. Although the rewards from this Black Iron boss were indeed no small matter, he felt no envy. He had already obtained everything he needed. Moreover, it was thanks to Su Yaoyao's task that he had managed to gather so much. It could be considered a tremendous profit. If he were to take all the rewards for himself, who would dare to collaborate with him again and let him reap the benefits? This is called fishing with a long line to catch a big fish. You little merchant, you gained the most benefits this time, but next time I get the chance, I will still call you. As she said this, Su Yaoyao cast Yi Xian a sidelong glance. Her feelings toward this young man were truly, the task had been completed, and she had looted everything. All the benefits had been taken by Yi Xian, and she couldn't even be angry. But why did she feel a twinge of gratitude and affection? Su Yaoyao could only scold herself in her heart for being so unassertive. Alright, the task has been completed, and I have obtained the test certificate, so he'll take my leave. In a moment during the task summary prompt, you will definitely receive a share of the rewards. After finishing, Su Yaoyao took a deep look at the quietly smiling Yi Xian and vanished in a flash of white light. She had chosen to leave the task space. Kagura, let's go too, Yi Xian said as he too disappeared into the task cave. As the white light descended from the sky, he opened his eyes again, having returned to the vicinity of the territory. Ding! Congratulations to the Dark Lord for assisting in the completion of this unique hidden task, with an evaluation of S. After fair assessment, the completion level of the Dark Lord's task was exceptionally perfect, and he will receive additional rewards. Congratulations, Dark Lord, for receiving rewards: 1,500 reputation points, 3,000 energy points, and 1 random third-tier purple weapon. Prompt: during the journey in the Dark Abyss, the Dark Lord displayed outstanding strength and intelligence, performing excellently successfully, attracting the attention of a mysterious powerhouse who will provide you with greater expectations. Subsequent cooperation tasks with a completion level not lower than grade S will yield more rewards. Looking at the rewards, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel delighted. They were indeed generous. He had unexpectedly acquired a third-tier purple weapon for free. Currently, third-tier equipment is almost unseen in the market and is of extremely high value. Even if it wasn't suitable for him selling, it could fetch him around 8,000 to 9,000, or even turn into universal energy points. Moreover, this time, he had also earned reputation points, which was a pleasant surprise. Although he still didn't know the use of reputation points, they looked rare at first glance, so having more could only be beneficial. Wow, that mysterious powerhouse must be the super strong one who assigned the task to Su Yaoyao, right? This guy has been watching our task progress the whole time. Interesting. Does this mean that my future cooperation with Su Yaoyao will determine the final rewards? With Yi Xian's clever mind, he quickly thought of countless possibilities. It seemed that in future collaborative tasks, if they exceeded expectations, there was a chance that the mysterious powerhouse might pass on some tremendous legacy to him. It appeared that he had truly gained from this task, and perhaps he could even turn the tables later. At that time, Su Yaoyao would probably be in for a real shock. Perhaps he could even promise himself to her, creating a lordly marriage. At that point, he could consider accepting her as a warm bed maid, becoming his subordinate lord. However, judging by the prompt, the mysterious powerhouse had a rather high evaluation of him. While he could accept being considered outstanding, what did mind like a demon mean? How did he see through that? With such a high evaluation, Yi Xian really felt proud. Regardless, he opened his attribute panel again. This task not only greatly boosted his strength, breaking through to the third tier, but also yielded a multitude of materials and rewards. He finally felt that he had entered a well-off family. Open the attribute panel. Yi Xian first checked his personal attributes. Lord Yi Xian, talent Dark Sovereign, legendary unique, level tier 3, 3 stars, title Mist Vanguard, skills Demon Blade, Chaos Demon Shadow, stealth 1, sword style, Iato Lion Song Advanced Tricolor Overbearing Equipment 3rd Generation Ghost / Tier 3 Treasure Storage Ring Reputation 4000 Prestige 1. There wasn't much change aside from his strength breaking through to Tier 3. However, after breaking through to Tier 3, Yi Xian clearly felt a tremendous enhancement in his strength. From now on, he could be considered on the threshold of a Quasi-Master. After Tier 3, each leap across major realms results in an even greater disparity in strength. Of course, the experience required for level-ups also increases significantly. In the end, slaying the Black Iron boss granted him a considerable amount of experience. He directly reached 2 stars. It seems that from now on it would be best to directly hunt bosses. More experience, more rewards, who wouldn't love that? It's just that bosses are too few and hard to find, otherwise breaking through to higher tiers would be too easy. Next, he opened the territory panel. Lord Yi Xian, level Tier 2, territory 9 grids, 9 square kilometers. Buildings owned Dark Magic Tower Tier 1 Intermediate Castle Tier 2 Spiritual Moon, while Tier 1 Ice Arrow Tower Tier 1. Only records upgradable buildings. Troops owned Demon Blade Clan Witches. Functions Intermediate Appraisal. 23 Basic Storage Intermediate Gathering Progress. 76 Basic Defense, etc. Can be upgraded to Intermediate. Constructible buildings Elegant and Intermediate Watchtower Spiritual Moon, Well Ice Arrow Tower Reinforced Walls. Warehouse Basic Iron or 2350 Basic. Wood 1865. Basic Spiritual Stone 150. Basic Magic Crystal 1150. Intermediate Iron or 2 to Intermediate. Wood 150. Tier 2 Earth System Core 3. Tier 1 Earth System Core 6. Tier 2 Water System Core 5. Tier 1 Water System Core 11. Tier 1 Poison System Core 12. Tier 1 Ice System Core 46. Tier 2 Fire System Core 9. Tier 2 Dark System Core 1. Tier 2 Dark Evolution Core 1 Demon Mantis Armo. Then he revealed an excited expression. Not bad. As long as I have an evolution core and expand the territory area, I can upgrade to a Tier 3 territory. Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly. Now he was extremely well resourced. Moreover, his energy value had also broken through to nearly 50,000. With such abundant resources, the strength of his territory would soar. It's just that now, with an increasing number of lords upgrading to Tier 2 territories, the demand for Tier 2 evolution cores would undoubtedly grow and their prices would be absolutely terrifying. The difficulty of obtaining them would greatly increase. However, Yi Xian was not worried at all. After all, he had ample financial resources, and with Ice Bunny as his money-making machine, what was there to fear? Next, he glanced at the conditions for upgrading to Intermediate Defense. Intermediate Defense upgrade conditions: 4,000 energy value Basic Iron, or 300 Basic, with 300 Tier 2 Earth System Core 1 Spiritual Stone 50. Damn, this is a robbery, isn't it too expensive? Yi Xian frowned slightly, feeling a bit hurt. This thing seemed more expensive than upgrading to a Tier 2 territory. However, the system would not respond to his complaints. Moreover, he couldn't check the attributes before the upgrade. Alright, I'll trust you once, don't let me down. Let's try upgrading to Intermediate Defense. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and directly chose to upgrade. After all, he was now financially robust with ample reserves. This material consumption was still within an acceptable range. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and directly chose to upgrade. After all, he was now financially robust with ample reserves. This material consumption was still within. These walls stood 15 meters tall and over 3 meters thick, enclosing the core territory. Damn, am I really living within a walled city? Yi Xian looked at the enormous walls surrounding him, feeling a bit speechless. Then he hurriedly clicked open the attributes of Intermediate Defense to check. Intermediate Defense 30, Physical Defense 30, Magical Defense 30, Solidity, Critical Resistance 30, Durability 30, of 15 total defense of territory crystals. Isn't it surprising? Don't you feel wise? That's right, with it monster sieges will be much more reassuring. One word: strong. You really can talk big. Look at how impressive you are, making it sound like you're invincible. Yi Xian truly felt powerless to retort. But after seeing the attributes of Intermediate Defense, he was still immensely delighted. The attributes of this thing were surprisingly stronger than reinforced walls. With this, facing monster sieges would indeed be much less stressful. His core territory also became much more fortified. So there is indeed a reason for the high cost. These resources were absolutely worth the expenditure. Next, it's the main event. Yi Xian rubbed his hands, filled with excitement. After waiting for 4 days, he finally obtained the Tier 2 Dark Evolution Core. It was time to level up. He was also very much looking forward to what kind of troops the second level of the Dark Magic Tower would bring him. So far, the recruitment from the first level of the Dark Magic Tower had not disappointed him. The witches of the Demon Blade clan were indeed powerful YYDS. So surely the recruitment from the second level wouldn't let him down, right? Building Dark Magic Tower. Quality Supreme Mythical Unique. Upgrade Tier 2 Conditions: 5,000 Energy Value. Tier 2 Dark Evolution Core. Lord's Castle Tier 2 can be upgraded. The resources needed to upgrade to Tier 2 Dark Magic Tower are simple, but also the hardest. System, I want to upgrade to Tier 2 Dark Magic Tower, Yi Xian said eagerly. After waiting so long, the exciting moment had finally arrived. At this time, Kagura stood quietly beside him, silent. She looked towards the second level of the Dark Magic Tower, seemingly realizing something. Perhaps from now on she would no longer be the only one. But no matter how powerful Yi Xian's subordinates were, Kagura must become the most dazzling and important one. She did not wish for the Lord's attention to be focused on other troops. The Demon Blade clan would always be the sharpest blade in Yi Xian's hand. Detected sufficient resources for the Dark Lord, beginning upgrade of Tier 2 Dark Magic Tower, time 8 hours. Detected that the Dark Lord has a building cooldown card, cooldown reduced to 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, congratulations Lord, the upgrade of the second level of the Dark Magic Tower is complete. Random troop recruitment, successful new troop Dark Elf clan obtained. Would you like to immediately recruit the second level troop Dark Elf clan from the Dark Magic Tower? Tip: second level recruitment requires certain resources to successfully recruit each time. Oh, the Dark Elf clan, the second level, is actually them. Awesome. Yi Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing the prompt, and he became excited. The Elven clan is said to be stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so. He was curious about how the Dark Elf clan would look, which made Yi Xian very much anticipate. Seeing this prompt, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Soon he regained his composure. The first recruitment was free. In fact, during that time, recruiting the Blood Seductress and the Assassin from the Demon Blade clan cost him 200 energy points each. This amount of resources was nothing significant to him. He wondered what was different about the recruitment at the second level. Yi Xian asked curiously, "System, what resources are needed for the second level of recruitment?" The system responded, "Ding, the second level of the Dark Magic Tower has altered recruitment rules due to the weak strength of the lower tier troops compared to the Demon Blade clan. To recruit a high-ranking Dark Elf leader requires 1,000 energy points and a second-tier Dark Crystal Core, which is needed for each recruitment. To recruit a Dark Elf warrior requires 200 energy points and 50 low-level magic crystals, limited to 20 every 2 days." The system's prompt appeared. "Damn, recruiting a high-ranking Dark Elf leader is so expensive." Yi Xian exclaimed in shock. This recruitment cost was not something an ordinary lord could afford. Fortunately, he still had a second-tier Dark Crystal Core left. The market price for it was nearly 5,000 energy points. Other crystals of the same tier were currently only around 2,000 to 3,000. This means that recruiting a Dark Elf leader would require approximately 6,000 energy points. The consumption for those Dark Elf warriors was not high. Wait, does this mean that I can recruit 20 Dark Elf warriors every 2 days? When he saw the second prompt, he couldn't help but feel delighted. The first level of the Dark Magic Tower allowed only 5 recruits every 3 days. At the second level, he could actually recruit 20 warriors every 2 days. Although the quality of the troops might not be as high as the Demon Blade clan. However, having a larger quantity is a significant advantage, allowing him to establish a powerful Dark Elf army. As his territory expanded, he needed more warriors to protect it. The appearance of these Dark Elf warriors would undoubtedly ease his urgent need. With a larger number of troops, clearing monsters and expanding territory would be much quicker. The Demon Blade clan, on the other hand, was more suitable for serving as elite troops against those powerful monsters. Because they are fewer in number, training them into a royal guard later would also be a good option. Moreover, the Demon Blade clan assassins, if used well, could also serve as a trump card. Let's directly recruit to full capacity. Yi Xian commanded without hesitation. He had already begun to anticipate the surprises the Dark Elves would bring him. With full capacity, there would be a total of 21 members. According to the rules of the Dark Magic Tower, each time he opened a new level, the first recruitment would surely yield a leader-level troop, not a basic troop. And this leader-level troop would be at least of the Crimson Crown tier. A Crimson Crown level troop is definitely worth 2,000 energy points and a second-tier Dark Crystal Core. Ding, starting recruitment of Dark Elf members, consuming a total of 5,000 energy points, 1,000 low-level magic crystals, and a second-tier Dark Crystal Core. With the system's prompt, soon the second level of the Dark Magic Tower glowed with a dark red hue. Not only that, but this time a violent phenomenon also appeared. Behind the Dark Magic Tower, a massive ancient dark red tree over 100 feet tall manifested. This ancient tree, covered in dark red patterns, seemed to come from a very ancient era. It emanated an aura of antiquity and darkness. Gurgle. Suddenly a strange sound echoed. To his astonishment, a face appeared on the trunk of the massive dark red tree. The face bore the marks of age, but its dark red eyes radiated an extraordinarily pure darkness. It seemed that just a glance could ensnare one, turning them into dust within the darkness, obliterating even their soul. So powerful, so terrifying. Yi Xian, looking into those eyes, felt a shiver run through him, as if his very soul was trembling. Master, be careful, don't look into the eyes of this ancient manifestation. Shen Guo moved quickly, positioning herself in front of Yi Xian to shield him from the ancient tree's gaze. She looked at the immense tree with indifference, showing no fear. Fortunately, the ancient tree seemed to harbor no malice towards Yi Xian and the others. Young lord, I entrust my children to you. If one day you can break the shackles and seals to rescue my true form, you will gain the everlasting spirit of the dark elves, establish a true elven ancient kingdom, summon those immortal dark spirits, and become the strongest weapon. An ancient, mysterious, and vast voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. Could this old fellow's true form have already achieved an ancient divine status? This is a bit too grand. I suspect this old fellow may be the source of the dark elves. However, he is still far from those divine beings. Rescue him. On what basis will there be a reward? If there are no benefits, saving this ancient treant could be dangerous. Yi Xian was disinclined to bother with him. In the next moment, the ancient treant vanished with the wind. A light gate appeared at the second level of the dark magic tower. Figures began to step out from within. These were elves dressed in exquisite light armor, draped in dark green cloaks with fair and beautiful features. Each of them carried about taller than a person. These elven archers exuded a cold aura, yet shone with wisdom and wildness. Fortunately, they were indeed all stunningly beautiful, each one a joy to behold. They were not the dark-skinned elves Yi Xian feared. It seemed that the 100 beauty enhancement of the dark magic tower was no joke. The troops he recruited were all aesthetically pleasing, leaving a stunning impression. The dark elves, they are greedy and ruthless plunderers, willing to risk their lives for glory, power, and treasure. Any who underestimate their existence will find themselves pinned to the pillars of shame by arrows. As Yi Xian focused on them, a prompt appeared. Then their attribute panel appeared. Troop type, Dark Elf Archer, level tier 2. 8 stars quality, Orange Leader, peak loyalty, 100 full value growth limit, peak monarch skills, rapid fire, shadow dash, lethal corruption, shadow guardian. They are actually Orange Leader level troops. Are the base troops of the Dark Elves all this powerful? Seeing the attributes of the Dark Elf archers, Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim with surprise. He never expected that even the most basic troops would be of Orange peak leader quality, which was quite impressive. As the 20 Dark Elf archers emerged from the light gate, Kagura was already breathtakingly beautiful. In his eyes, she ranked among the most exquisite beauties imaginable. Yet this elven maiden before him, her flawless delicate features and untamed fearless aura, was truly transcendent. A slender, exquisitely crafted bow hung across her back. At her waist rested an ornate dagger crowned with a dragon's head. Standing just 160 centimeters tall, she appeared petite and porcelain perfect, darting playfully through the air like a living doll. Could this truly be the supreme leader of the Dark Elf race? She looked without question like an utterly adorable innocent girl, so charming it verged on unfair. Master, I'm here. Have you missed me? The moment she laid eyes on Yi Xian, her luminous eyes sparkled with delight. With an excited cry, she blurred past Kagura and flung herself straight into Yi Xian's arms. So fast, I didn't even react in time. Kagura's heart surged with shock. That girl's movement had been so swift, even her own formidable cultivation failed to trace its path, let alone intercept it. All Kagura could do was watch helplessly as the elven maiden vanished into Yi Xian's embrace, leaving her heart strangely unsettled. She longed, too, to rush forward, but Kagura's icy pride would never permit such impropriety. Hey, ease up, I'm choking. Yi Xian barely registered the motion before a warm, soft, springy weight clung to him. A lithe, supple young body pressed close, rubbing, nestling, clinging to him with unrestrained affection. The elven maiden now dangled playfully from his neck like a mischievous, affectionate doll, nuzzling her fair, tender cheek against his face. This level of effortless familiarity and sheer intimacy was astonishing. Yi Xian mused that this elven maiden must possess an extraordinary gift for social ease. Though caught off guard, he found her subtle, elegant fragrance intoxicating, and her soft, resilient form even more pleasing to the touch than Su Yaoyao's. Who could possibly resist such warmth? Dare you defile the Lord? Your crime is unforgivable. Kagura's voice cut cold and sharp. Step down, now, or I will act. She gripped her demon blade, poised to strike. Wah! Eileen only got so excited seeing the Lord. It wasn't intentional. Sister Kagura, I'll come down right away. Please don't act. Eileen knows she was wrong. At those words, Eileen flinched as if struck. In an instant, she released Yi Xian and reappeared beside Kagura with eerie grace, gently grasping her arm and pleading with wide, pitiful eyes. Each recruited unit had been granted foundational knowledge of the territory, including key personnel names, so recognizing Kagura posed no difficulty. Eileen's abrupt shift in demeanor left Yi Xian momentarily stunned. He silently applauded her masterful composure and instinctive adaptability. Still, having such a devoted, spirited little enchantress by his side was undeniably delightful. Every unit possessed a unique temperament. Yi Xian paid no mind to Eileen's bold familiarity, Instead, he swiftly opened her attribute panel eager to inspect her profile. Unit Dark Elven Divine Clan Female Valkyrie Growth Stage and True Name Eileen Silvern Rank Tier 39 Stars in Quality Golden Legend Pinnacle in Loyalty 100 Maximum in Growth Cap High Tier Pinnacle True Gun Skills Blink Shadow Barrage Lethal Kiss Valkyrie Sword Dance Dark Artificin Note a rare inheritor of the Elven Divine Bloodline, still youthful and impulsive, yet dangerously potent. Do not underestimate her latent potential. Her arrival may herald unforeseen opportunity. Beneath the panel another prompt appeared. Damn, it seems her stats are explosively impressive. Yi Xian stared in silent awe. She shares the same legendary pinnacle tier as Kagura, yet Eileen's growth cap reaches the high tier pinnacle true god level. His gaze swept the panel again, revealing far more astonishing details. Eileen was no ordinary dark elf. She belonged to the Dark Elven Divine Clan. In other words, she bore divine blood, the offspring of a deity. No wonder her ascension ceiling surpassed Kagura's so vastly. Moreover, upon recruitment, she stood already at tier 39 stars, an indisputable testament to immense innate power. And the note confirmed that Eileen was no mere wild child. She was also deeply affectionate, still young and unrefined, a trait easily forgiven. Yet that final line, dangerously lethal yet brimming with new opportunity, carried profound, tantalizing weight. It seemed this little girl would deliver many unexpected wonders. His anticipation for her deepened accordingly. Enough, Kagura. Eileen is young and means no harm. Please show her patience. Seeing Kagura on the verge of losing composure, Yi Xian offered a graceful exit. Yes, my lord, she replied, releasing her grip on the blade and shooting Eileen a wry, exasperated glance. Admittedly, Eileen carried an air of playful recklessness. Yet her words, expressions, and peerless beauty were so disarmingly charming, even Kagura's frigid heart could not harden against her. And with the Lord himself speaking, resistance was futile. To quarrel with a child would truly shatter all dignity. Haha, I knew Sister Kagura wouldn't stay angry. From now on, Eileen will gather delicious fruits for you. Will that make you happy? I can cultivate spirit fruits. Even the Empress praised my cleverness. Hee, am I smart? Eileen turned toward Kagura, eyes sparkling with earnest charm. Kagura, fearing she might crack under the onslaught of adorableness, gave a quiet, restrained nod. Truly, how could anyone remain stern before such radiant, irresistible innocence? Eileen, come. I'll show you my domain. Everyone else follow along. We'll introduce you to new companions. Tasks await you shortly. Yi Xian issued the command without hesitation. He intended to introduce Eileen and the Dark Elven Legion to Xuan Mei and the others. Simultaneously, he would begin laying the groundwork for future operations and expand the domain in preparation for its ascension to Tier 3. Wow, I love meeting new friends. Lord Master, may I cling to you? Eileen fluttered her wings to his side and asked earnestly. Cling to me. Yi Xian's brow twitched. What an audaciously suggestive phrase. Did he look like a convenient perch? Before he could respond, she soared onto his back and gently looped her arms around. Eileen needs a nap. Lord Master, just give your orders when needed. She murmured, nestled against him, and closed her eyes, already drifting into slumber. Yi Xian fell speechless. What could he do after recruiting such an eccentric divine progeny? Indulge her, pamper her. After all, Eileen was strictly speaking still a child. Scolding her would be absurd. My lord, shall I carry her instead? Kagura asked hesitantly from behind. Truth be told, jealousy was real, but how could she possibly resent a child? No need, she's featherlight. Let's go. Yi Xian smiled, gently glancing fondly at Eileen resting upon his back as they strode forth from the castle domain. Yi Xian led the newly recruited members swiftly beyond the protective borders and arrived at the territory where Xuan Mei dwelt. The sky was growing late. Yi Xian decided to make camp and rest here for the night. Tomorrow he would clear the external dangers. The arrival of AI Lin and the Elf Legion made the place far more lively. In truth, only AI Lin had broken the ice. The other units remained taciturn and left the atmosphere cool. The Yao Dao Tribe's Witch and the Yao Dao Assassins were the quiet, laconic sort. The Dark Elf Legion was proud and aloof, above all they disliked mingling with other races and tended to be exclusive. Had these forces not been under Yi Xian's command, they might very well have come to blows. Fortunately, under Shen Lu and AI Lin's direction, the two corps conversed amid the barbecue revelry and drew notably closer. It seems we must allocate separate territories for these units in the future, Yi Xian said with a helpless smile. Expecting two utterly different dark races to live together in harmony was unrealistic. Moreover, the Dark Elves were an arrogant, exclusionary people. Each of them behaved almost as if afflicted with fastidiousness, eyeing the Yao Dao tribe with extreme wariness. When the territory expanded, it would be necessary to assign them each a tract of land. There was no need to force congeniality, every race has its own convictions and pride. Wow, Shinla's sister, your roasted meat is so delicious. May I have another piece? After chewing through a thigh-sized hunk of meat, Ai Lin clung to Shinla's arm and pleaded in a coquettish voice. Here, have it. You've already eaten nearly 300 gene of meat, and yet you remain unsated. The remaining roast I will reserve for my master. Have Shui Mei roast for you. Her yield is quite good. Shinla gave a mildly exasperated glare, then looked at her Ai Lin with an affectionate smile. After an evening together, she had grown rather fond of the little one. That childish imp possessed a child's disposition, neither overly dramatic nor spoiled, merely mischievous. Crucially, Ai Lin's tongue was sweet. She knew precisely how to win people's favor. Before long, she had captured the hearts of both Shen Lu and Shui Mei, who began to treat Ai Lin as a darling little sister. Yi Xian watched her social prowess with repeated amazement. Truly, there seemed to be nothing this little creature could not accomplish. Shen Lu and Shui Mei were at heart embodiments of cool aloofness and exclusion. Yet after Ai Lin's deft maneuvers, they had come to like her. Shui Mei lock onto those stinking ratmen. Yi Xian took a sip of top-grade Dahongpo to clear his throat, then looked to Shui Mei for an answer. He had been in the dark caverns all day fighting and leveling, and was ignorant of the current situation outside. Their precise location has been confirmed. A valley a dozen li away. Shui Mei reported. The terrain there is more perilous than here, which makes it suitable for encampment and for developing into a new territorial city. Also during the day, some corrupt serpent people came to scout our territory and were slain by our Yaodao assassins. Shui Mei set down a piece of fruit, smoothed her robe, and respectfully relayed the day's intelligence. She proceeded to analyze the surrounding situation and the subsequent deployment in detail. Shui Mei proved extraordinarily shrewd. Many of her plans were meticulous and well-ordered, winning Yi Xian's approval. Are you saying that on these blighted hills, besides the plague rat men and the corrupt serpent people, there is another formidable force, and you recommend we clear them all at once? Yi Xian exclaimed. Through Shui Mei's daytime reconnaissance, they had essentially clarified the distribution of nearby forces. Apart from the plague ratman tribe, there was another alien faction. They were likely allies or subordinate forces of the corrupt serpent people. The greatest bully in this region was probably the corrupt serpent people tribe. Moreover, the corrupt serpent people might only be one of the subordinate forces beneath the true mastermind of the Gloomwood. Only after clearing the blighted hills and seizing dominance could they expand their territory outward. The plague ratman tribe lay to the southeast. Another force should be to the northwest. The corrupt serpent people lurked somewhere along the hill's periphery. Their exact position remained unclear. Yes, master. We should first eliminate all the hazards on the blighted hills. After the purge, we must establish 3 defensive bases. Choose an optimal outlying position as the focal point of defenses and fortify it thoroughly to face the upcoming monster siege, Shui Mei said, analyzing with earnest composure. Very well. Proceed with your plan. Beginning tomorrow, we will press forward continuously. By the monster siege 3 days from now, we must have a military fortress erected. Yi Xian nodded and approved Shui Mei's scheme. Once acknowledged by Yi Xian, the smile on Shui Mei's face grew all the more bewitching. Her gaze toward Yi Xian was almost dewy with devotion. To be recognized by her lord was Shui Mei's greatest honor. From Yi Xian's perspective, Shui Mei played the roles of secretary and little strategist with aplomb and was naturally deserving of praise. In the time that followed, after the celebrations, Yi Xian ordered everyone to return to the castle domain. Only within the castle's core territory could one receive the spiritual Moonwell's buff. An hour spent there granted a 20% experience increase, not to be missed. An additional note: 20 experience is an amplification within a minor stage, for example, a rank 1 1-star boost rising from 10 to 30. Although the percentage seemed modest, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the intrinsic value of that 20%. Most importantly, it was free experience, saving Yi Xian the expenditure of energy. Normally, each unit would need to spend a certain amount of energy to restore to peak condition. But lingering an hour beside the spiritual moon, well, not only increased experience, but also fully restored status. When his legion grew, this would save a great sum in military upkeep. As a consummate frugalist and master of extracting freebies, Yi Xian always led among the lords. Once everyone had departed, Yi Xian opened the warehouse for a quick inspection. 46 Tier 1 cryo-crystal cores and 5 Tier 2 cryo-crystal cores. Those 5 Tier 2 cores were resources he had entrusted Su Yaoyao to procure. Combined with the Tier 1 cryo cores, he could obtain 9 in total. He planned first to bolster the territory's defenses. At present, there were 16 Tier 1 ice arrow towers. He intended to upgrade 8 of them to Tier 2. Though he wished to upgrade them all, funds were insufficient. Tier 2 cryo cores were simply too scarce. Tier 2 ice arrow tower upgrade requires 100 basic iron or 100 basic with 600 energy and 1 Tier 2 cryo crystal core. Without hesitation, Yi Xian upgraded 8 ice arrow towers to Tier 2. Immediately, a rumbling sound followed. Beneath the tempered walls, 8 ice towers rose from the ground, reaching 12 meters in height. Each tower bore a basin-sized cryo-crystal core that exuded biting cold. A sheet of hoarfrost formed across the surrounding earth. Yi Xian hastily opened the attributes panel to inspect the changes. Second rank rare, arrow tower, 30 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 45 slowing effect, 10 critical chance attacks, once per second. Highly effective against rank 2 and rank 3 monsters. Let them learn the meaning of tortoise pace. Not bad. They can handle rank 3 monsters now. Yi Xian said, delighted as he examined the stats. The money had not been wasted. He then cast his gaze to the warehouse where 2 pieces of unidentified equipment awaited appraisal. He mustered new units and upgraded the Tier 2 Frost Arrow Tower. Every wall was reforged into Tier 2 tempered barriers. Yi Xian's crystal core and energy reserves were greatly drained. The materials from yesterday and today were already sent to Bing Xiao too. He trusted that after tomorrow another sizable sum would be credited to his account. This is the virtue of prudent investment. Money spent yields strength, and before long both wealth and resources begin to multiply. Like a snowball rolling downhill, growth accelerates and wealth compounds. At that moment, Yi Xian gazed at 2 pieces of equipment in his storeroom. He retrieved them all and proceeded to appraise them. Now that his domain had risen to Tier 2, he enjoyed mid-level appraisal. Any equipment below Tier 4 had a 100 appraisal success rate. Above Tier 4, the success rate falls to only around 60% or less. Appraisal failure can render an item ruined or strip away part of its attribute bonuses. Thus, some lords with low appraisal rank pay others to identify their gear, another little way of earning coin. Yet such small sums were beneath Yi Xian's notice. Appraisal experience rises only through identifying a great many items. Yi Xian unsurprisingly lacked nothing in upgrade experience. And even if he could not appraise himself, he could have Bing Xiao 2 appraise for free. That little girl, though only Tier 1 in strength, had reached the late mid-level of appraisal and was about to ascend to advanced. Advanced appraisal can identify any equipment up to Tier 5. It is a formidable skill. Her forging had likewise advanced to late Tier 2. Yi Xian produced the gear and without hesitation chose to appraise. Ding, congratulations, Heian Zhuju Molong Kai appraisal successful. Acquired Tier 2 Elite Molong Qingjia Haste 10, Explosion Resistance 10, Physical Defense 5. Tip: forged from the carapace of the Langhua MOBOSS. This armor is sturdy and reliable, letting you stay a step ahead and avoid danger. Not bad. An elite Tier 2 light armor with superb stats, and 3 of them. Yi Xian's eyes brightened as he read the attributes. According to the game's quality system, each tier divides into common, rare, elite, extraordinary, epic, legend. Elite grade equipment is exceedingly rare, true top-tier loot. The Sandai Gyuki he had drawn was also of elite quality. A Tier 2 item of this caliber easily fetched 5,000 to 6,000. Units come equipped by default. If they disdain it, then I'll use it myself. Yi Xian did not hesitate and donned the light armor. Once on, he felt no burden. Instead, his body grew noticeably lighter. The Haste 10 took effect, sharpening his agility. He then turned to the second item and prepared to appraise it. Ding! Congratulations, Heian Zhuju, Tier 3, Purple Weapon appraisal successful. Acquired Tier 3 rare, Huoshexi Staff, casting speed 15, fire damage 30, critical damage 30. Tip: refined from the spinal bone of the twin-headed Huoshexi BOSS. It embodies devastating firepower. If you are a firecaster, it will make your enemies know true despair. Holy, it's a rare fire purple great staff. What a pity. I prefer swordplay and have no mage skills, so I can't use it. Yi Xian brightened at the attributes, but seeing it was a staff, he felt some disappointment. Truly, he did long to wield flame. Alas, he possessed no mage skills and could not make it work. Of course, the survival game imposed no rigid class limits. With sufficient strength, one may pursue any path. Yet lords who try to be both warrior and mage usually master neither. Specialization remains the wiser choice. But Yi Xian was different. His foundation was so formidable that a future hybrid of martial and magic cultivation might be possible, provided he obtained mage skills or a proper legacy. For now, he used the unit's skills, a composite of countless abilities. Whether support, warrior, mage, assassin, or archer, he could choose any route if he wished. Yi Xiao's plan was to emphasize the warrior path early, then supplement with mage techniques later, while integrating other routes. I'll tuck this rare staff away for now. If I can't use it, I'll let Bing Xiao 2 sell it. Yi Xian said as he tossed the staff into his storage ring. In a critical moment, he might still pull it out to show. Lord Yi Xian. Talent: Heian Zhuzai Mythic Unique. Level Tier 3 3-star. Title: Miwu de Xianfeng. Skills: Yao Dao Liao Wan Yaoing Qianxing Shizi, Gij Gaoji, Sans Baki, Shanjua Nuwashan, Jinwu, Shu Heian Shushi. Equipment: Sandai Gyuki Tier 3. Treasure storage ring. Reputation: 4,000. Prestige 1. Yi Xian glanced at his skill bar and found 3 new abilities. This was the choice he made after consulting Eileen. With the Dark Tower elevated to the second layer, he could extract the abilities of 3 unit types: Shanjua Nuwushin Jinwu Shu and Heian Shushi. These 3 are undeniably overpowered, immensely strong, and full of potential. The first skill is a short-range teleport. With a soft puff, Yixian stepped forward and vanished, reappearing some 30 meters away. This was the same ability Eileen once used. Even Xinlu could neither detect nor intercept it. What could Xinlu possibly do to stop such teleportation? Such an ability is almost like a bug, powerful and practical. It even resembles Fei Lation, yet it requires no marks, one simply blinks away. However, Fei Lation can ignore distance and space to strike instantly, so its utility remains somewhat superior. Faced with Shanjua, an enemy can only rely on perception and raw power. If Shanjua closes in, one is likely finished in an instant. Shanzuo's only flaw is that long-distance successive teleports consume considerable mana. As for the other 2 abilities, Nuwushin's Jinwu Shu is terrifyingly potent. It is the sword art used by the Valkyries among the Elven divine kin. Eileen only mastered a simplified version, yet has already reached an intermediate level. A host of exquisite, devastating techniques will unlock as mastery deepens. And finally, this art is Yi Xian's current favorite, the coolest and most fearsome ability he possessed. Darkness comes. Are you afraid? Yi Xian walked to a great tree 3 people could embrace and lightly pointed. A black bolt flashed and sank into its trunk. The next second, the 30-meter giant withered and cracked, collapsing into a cloud of black ash that the wind scattered. In 3 seconds, a tree brimming with vitality was destroyed. And this was with Yi Xian restraining himself, using only 10% of his power. At full force, an entire forest might wither, life drained until all turned to ash. Such a divine technique. It's hard to believe it rests in the hands of a cute little Eileen. If displeased, she might indeed unleash world-shattering devastation and dim all things. The dark art contains many subtleties Yi Xian would have to uncover over time. Each skill is monstrously powerful and terrifying. They are his greatest current delights. They could be called 3 bug-like divine arts with bright prospects. Aylin's arrival had brought him countless surprises. He then opened his chat window. He ignored Su Yaoyao's message and turned to Bing Xiaotu's chat, where many messages had accumulated. Before venturing into the dark cavern, Yi Xian had entrusted the little girl with numerous tasks. Now it was time to inspect her work. Yi Xian glanced briefly at Bing Xiaotu's chat window. 9:00 a.m. Brother, Yi Xian, I've broken through again today. I'm now rank 19 stars. Am I incredibly impressive? Fine. If you don't reply, it must mean you think Xiaotu's cultivation is still too slow. 11:00 a.m. Wow, brother Yi Xian. I saw you've broken through to rank 3. How is that even possible? You're absolutely extraordinary. Wah, am I falling behind you already? Xiaotu must train harder. She won't be a burden to brother Yi Xian. 3:00 p.m. Brother Yi Xian, I've just listed 12 pieces of equipment, and they sold out instantly. I earned 900 energy points plus several chunks of raw iron ore and 2 blueprints. 5:00 p.m. My troops jointly defeated a bronze-tier Drill Mountain Beast boss. We looted an experience talisman, granting 50 experience gain for 3 days, and another blueprint. At last, I've broken through to rank 2. 7:00 p.m. Brother Yi Xian, I've not only completed your request, I've exceeded it. As Master Bunny, I acquired the fog-piercing fire rings. O lords rushed to me in frenzy. I bought them at half the market price, 500 energy points down to just 200. You asked for 30, I secured 50. Don't worry, my reserves are plentiful. Use them freely, Brother Yi Xian. If more are needed, I'll procure another batch. Some lords even tried adding me as friends, but no chance. My friend list holds only one name, Brother Yi Xian. In truth, her messages extended far beyond these. Over a dozen more remained unread. Yet Yi Xian merely skimmed them, his understanding instantaneous. He hadn't expected Bing Xiaotu, once instructed, to ascend so fiercely. Truly her fortune was exceptional. Opportunity seemed to greet her at every turn. In just one day, she'd reached rank 2, a pace rivaling Yi Xian's own, surpassing countless other lords. And she'd even unearthed the exceedingly rare experience talisman. Alas, the talisman was bound to its lord's identity. Otherwise, she might well have gifted it to him. Unexpected. Master Bunny has already gained renown. Those lords clamoring to buy at half market price. They're surely vying for her favor. Yi Xian smiled faintly, fully grasping the situation. He felt fortunate indeed, having invested early in Bing Xiaotu, sending her forging materials freely to accelerate her growth. Now the returns were swift and deeply gratifying. Bing Xiaotu had acquired 50 fog-piercing fire rings, worth a staggering 100 energy points. Yet Yi Xian spent not a single point, and received a transfer of 500 energy points from her. Bing Xiaotu was steadily growing affluent. Lords now approached her eagerly, selling at prices well below market value. Their motive was simple: curry favor with her, hoping to add her as a friend. That way they could secure first access to equipment or negotiate partnerships and discounts. Most sought only personal gain from her, yet every overture was met with firm refusal. I've received the fog-piercing fire rings. Your rapid advancement hasn't disappointed me. Yi Xian sent the message. So long as brother Yi Xian is pleased, Xiao Tu has simply done what she ought. Nothing more. Bing Xiao Tu replied swiftly. Today's materials I sent you include many premium rank 2 resources. Wait until your forging proficiency reaches mid-rank 2 before using them. They'll greatly increase your success rate for rank 2 equipment. Save all forged rank 2 gear. List them together near the end of day 6. For now, sell only rank 1 equipment. Yi Xian sent several consecutive messages. This strategy had been conceived long ago. At present, the vast majority of lords remain at rank 1. Moreover, their capital remains limited. In a few more days, once they've accumulated sufficient energy points and resources, they'll begin offloading their finest gear. Then, prices will soar. Profits will be immense. Mercy has no place in power. Hesitation invites instability. True wealth demands shrewdness. Understood, brother Yi Xian. Xiao Tu will maximize her rank 2 forging success rate. Then flood the market. Bing Xiao Tu's eyes lit up. In truth, she was remarkably perceptive. Yi Xian's plan clicked into place the moment. Spending time beside Yi Xian, she realized she was steadily evolving into a consummate merchant. Yet if he wished it, she would act without hesitation. They exchanged further conversation, sharing daily life among the lords, refining operational details before concluding the discussion. Additionally, Yi Xian mailed her 3 vials of spiritual moonwater and several premium cuts of meat. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Bing Xiao Tu insisted on reimbursing him, only to be firmly declined. She had already done so much for him. Rewarding such selfless dedication, not as wages but as inspiration, would only sharpen her resolve. In mastering human psychology, Yi Xian stood peerless. Yet he harbored no intent to exploit Bing Xiao Tu for profit. This was mutual prosperity. No rational soul would refuse such synergy. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Yi Xian and Kagurashi stood atop the tempered steel wall, commanding the vista before them. Below, the Elven Legion had assembled. Also present was the Demon Blade clan, led by Xue Mei. Their combined force totaled 30 warriors. As for Eileen, where was she? The little one slept soundly curled against Yi Xian's chest. When awake, Eileen was endlessly energetic. Yet she also possessed an insatiable need for sleep. Whenever drowsiness struck, she'd burrow straight into Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian simply hoisted her onto his back. There she clung, adorably inert like a sloth, slumbering peacefully against him. All present, advance. The vermin shall be eradicated utterly. Kagurashi commanded coldly from her elevated vantage. Immediately the legion marched forward under Xue Mei's lead, deeper into the forest. Yi Xian, however, required no physical campaign. He governed all from his stronghold, his awareness spanning the battlefield. He and Kagurashi remained stationed at the stronghold to guard against opportunistic raids. His objective was clear: eliminate all neighboring threats. He intended to become the undisputed sovereign of this region. Today marked day 5. Tomorrow, day 6, would conclude, and day 7 would bring the monster siege. He still had much to accomplish within these final 2 days. After completing the siege quest, the system had warned him future sieges would grow exponentially more perilous. Though supremely confident, he dared not underestimate the challenge. Preparation was paramount. At this moment, Yi Xian's shared vision had shifted seamlessly to Xue Mei's perspective. Dark Elven archers, mere basic infantry of the Dark Elven race. Last night, Yi Xian had meticulously studied this enigmatic race. He discovered that the race commanded numerous other units capable of being summoned: Elven hunter sprites, versatile auxiliaries, and Dark Elven trents, among others. Even more formidable were elite units such as the Elven Griffin Knights and Dragon Slayers, though recruiting them demanded far greater resources. Some required completing unique quests, others, particularly transcendent Dark Elven Paragons, could only be recruited after upgrading the territory to Tier 3. At that moment, Yi Xian opened his quest log. Beyond the mysterious treasure map quest, 2 new tasks had appeared, both triggered upon meeting Eileen. Quest I: Eileen's Wish. Eileen has brought forth a rare life seed, the ancient dark life tree from the Shadowwood. She yearns for it to take root in this world, grow into the sacred arboreal heart beloved by dark elves, and become a wellspring of amplified power for her kin. Tip I: the ancient dark life tree seed must be planted in shadow-drenched soil. Its essence relentlessly corrupts and subjugates nearby beings and races. It consumes colossal energy to thrive, 300 energy points, and 200 magic crystals daily, plus 1 Tier 1 Dark Elemental Core. Consumption escalates with growth. Are you truly prepared? This is no ordinary sapling. It is a ravenous gold devourer. Tip 2. Irrigate the seed with spirit-infused water. The purer the spiritual energy within the liquid, the more swiftly it will flourish. To achieve perfection, let its roots pierce a spirit vein or a magic or deposit. Reward unknown. Rewards may arrive late, but never fail to astonish. Quest 2. The Dark Elves Ambition. Command 3 or more distinct Dark Elven unit types, each exceeding 100 in number, and let the world tremble beneath the dominion of your Dark Elven Legion. Reward 1. Free recruitment of a Dark Elven Hero unit, 2 unique Dark Elven Elite units, and 1 rare Dark Elven Ancient Tree. Truly a gold-devouring beast, its demands are staggering, yet I trust it shall not disappoint. In Yixian's palm rested a seed the size of a pigeon's egg. Its surface gleamed with a somber burnished gold resembling a slumbering obsidian-hued egg. From within emanated an aura of absolute darkness, deep and dormant. Once awakened, this world itself would quake, an ineffable visceral certainty. What further marvels will this girl, Eileen, unveil? Gazing upon the 2 quests, Yixian felt a surge of exhilaration. Instinctively, he affectionately stroked Eileen's sleeping brow, her soft golden-brown tresses yielding silkily beneath his fingers. Even in slumber, she wore an expression of pure, blissful contentment, like a kitten luxuriating under gentle strokes, disarmingly adorable and utterly enchanting. Though both quests posed considerable challenges for Yixian, they were matters of time alone. What captivated him most was the vision of the ancient dark life tree, fully grown, towering, and terrible. Might it surpass even the primordial Treant Elder, long ascended to godhood and sealed away in antiquity? In an instant, Yixian blurred across 100 meters, alighting silently within a secluded courtyard below. Master, is this Eileen's ability? Truly formidable. Even I, unguarded, sensed nothing. Chimera watched Yixian's uncanny movement, unmistakably distinct from her own yokai shadow step, and spoke in genuine astonishment. She had not expected her master to master Eileen's power as well. Indeed, this little one possesses a rather extraordinary gift. Do not dwell on it. Your Yokai Blade clan remains irreplaceable. Conquering the realms ahead will demand your utmost devotion. Yixian smiled, faintly meeting Chimera's gaze with quiet sincerity. Yes, Lord. Chimera shall refine herself without cease, becoming the sharpest blade in your hand. I shall return to the Moonwell for cultivation. Should urgency arise, Chimera will arrive without delay. Chimera bowed respectfully and affirmed. Then, like smoke dissolving into dusk, her form melted into shadow and vanished. Eileen's arrival had kindled a quiet urgency within her. Chimera now burned solely to grow stronger. This young woman has grown serious at last. Good. My forces must embody such resolve. Without strength, all ambition is hollow. Yixian watched her fading silhouette with quiet amusement. Even should Eileen, or other mighty hero units, enter his service, Chimera remained his first recruit, his foundational vassal. He would treat her with unwavering fairness, and perhaps even greater expectation. In her native realm, Chimera's lineage and stature were formidable, her convictions ran deep. Yixian needed only to wait and watch. Yixian's gaze shifted to Shui Mei, whose perspective he shared. At that moment, she led a contingent of yokai blade sorceresses and 20 dark elven archers. They scoured the wilds. With practiced grace, Shui Mei hurled piercing rings of mist-piercing fire, one after another, cleansing each zone of lurking monsters and savage beasts. Yixian had stockpiled over 60 such rings, more than sufficient for today. Still, he instructed Bing Xiaotu to procure additional reserves. His immediate objective: clear every uncharted quadrant surrounding his territory before the 7-day protection period expired, ensuring expansion to Tier 3 and securing ample domain. Per his original plan, Shui Mei's team targeted the Plague Ratmen tribe today, advancing relentlessly along their tribal trail, obliterating all resistance. Undeniably, the addition of dark elven archers accelerated their advance dramatically. Each arrow loosed found its mark with unerring absolute precision. Their bows came in 2 forms, one crafted from rare enchanted timber. Each archer carried 15 such arrows, potent, with debilitating curses, highly destructive, and fully recoverable. Their bows came in 2 forms, one crafted from rare enchanted timber. Each archer carried 15 such arrows, potent, with debilitating curses, highly destructive. Among Pier's dark elves were nightmares incarnate, so long as foes could not close the distance. They were not merely infallible marksmen, but phantasmal wraiths, swift, silent, and lethal beyond measure. 20 dark elven archers, mobile, relentless, and lethally coordinated, unleashed astonishing destructive force under Shui Mei's command. Wherever they passed, monsters lay pinned to the earth, every single one without exception, struck by a dark elven arrow. Flesh rotted visibly, grotesquely before the eyes, a horrifying spectacle. For the dark arrow bore the insidious curse of corrosive decay, terrifying, absolute, and dreadfully potent. Their pace was blistering. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they had surged over 10 li, halting just 1 li short of the plague ratmen encampment. Their bold, unmasked advance had long since alerted the ratmen tribe. And as they neared the settlement's perimeter, a concealed host awaited, ambushing from valley slopes, ravines, and dense thickets. Emerald feral eyes glinted from every shadow, hungry, vicious, poised to tear flesh from bone. Sisters, let our master witness our might. Leave none alive. Shui Mei raised her bloodstaff high and cried out, voice alight with fierce exultation. So these foul rat men were prepared all along. Yi Xian's gaze seemed to pierce across an immeasurable distance, fixing upon the plague ratman tribe over 10 li away. Among these wretched rats, the higher tier ones possessed rudimentary intelligence. Today Shui Mei had launched a full-scale assault, sweeping forward unimpeded. Perhaps the Rat King had already caught wind of it. Yet even if they were prepared, what of it? He was no longer the same man he had been, his strength now dwarfed that of the night he stormed the city, multiplied several times over. Moreover, he had dark elven reinforcements at his side. Before absolute power, all schemes and stratagems were but illusions. Little one, wake up. Let's go watch the spectacle. As Yi Xian spoke, his hand instinctively grasped Eileen's small buttocks and gave them a gentle, playful pat. Truth be told, the firm yet supple cheeks of a dark elven divine descendant's infant form were remarkably pleasant to the touch. Soft as jellied silk, yet resilient with perfect elasticity. In 2 words, exquisite. Ah, Lord brother, you're so wicked. How dare you touch me there? Startled awake by Yi Xian's large hand kneading and patting her bottom, Eileen jolted from deep slumber. She abandoned sleep entirely and shot skyward in a blur. Clutching 2 tiny fists, she waved them furiously in protest against Yi Xian's mischief. Yet she made no move to strike him. A unit bound to its lord with 100% loyalty bore no trace of rebellion. Still, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her heartbeat quickened unmistakably under Yi Xian's teasing. That electric jolt left Eileen flustered, unsure how to respond. Enough, little one. I'll stop teasing you. Let's go. It's dull for you to sleep on. Come witness the commotion with me. Yi Xian smiled as he spoke. In truth, his playful banter held no ulterior motive, only pure light-hearted amusement. To him, Eileen was merely a child, lacking the mature allure of Xinyu or the voluptuous curves of Bing. Beyond her peerless beauty and flawless figure, she appeared almost childlike. Fine. I was feeling. Eileen yawned, stretched languidly, and in a shimmering flicker shrank to just 3 inches tall, settling gracefully onto Yi Xian's shoulder. Huh, you can shrink yourself. Yi Xian turned in astonishment toward the tiny Eileen perched upon his shoulder. He hadn't expected such an ability. How convenient for her laziness. This is one of my innate talents. I can grow larger too. Alas, it's a racial gift, otherwise I'd gladly teach it to you, Lord brother. Eileen shrugged apologetically. No matter, let's go. Yi Xian chuckled, mildly surprised. Everyone else addressed him as sovereign or Lord Commander. Eileen shrugged apologetically. No matter, let's go. Yi Xian chuckled, mildly surprised. Everyone else addressed him as sovereign or lord. Could he possibly hold a grudge against a mischievous divine descendant? Then he activated his skill, Blink. In a single stride, he reappeared atop the city wall, over 100 meters away. Another step, and he crossed 200 more meters. A third blink carried him 300 meters distant. He tested his current limit, roughly 350 meters. Blink was a skill without inherent bounds. With sufficient power, one could flash across 1,000 li in an instant, truly among the finest teleportation arts. As for drawbacks, for now each use consumed considerable spiritual energy. At his current strength, 100 consecutive maximum range blinks would deplete most of his stamina and spiritual reserves. And another flaw existed. Blink only functioned along straight lines, to locations within his direct line of sight. Obstacles in the path risked catastrophic collision. If a destination lay beyond visual range, even if he could span 100 li in one blink, it would be utterly useless. Attempting it would reduce his body to ash, not even dust remaining. Yet Eileen had mentioned that with increased proficiency and greater strength, new evolutions would emerge. Though Yi Xian had ascended to Tier 3, he still lacked flight. Thus Blink remained his sole means of swift traversal. Thanks to the sustaining power of Spirit Moon, water fatigue posed no concern. He could employ it near indefinitely. He only needed brief pauses after crossing great distances. Once departed, Xinyu alone was more than capable of holding the fortress. Yi Xian placed absolute trust in Xinyu. Why then had he chosen to venture forth? Simply to assert dominance. Shui Mei had only just broken through to Tier 3 Star 1, her other units remained at Tier 2 high star levels. The Plague Ratmen tribe, however, commanded formidable might. Their Rat King's true strength remained unknown. Worse, if the Rot Serpent men were also present, complications would multiply. Bringing Eileen along served a dual purpose: to observe her combat prowess firsthand. After all, she stood at Tier 3 Star 9, surpassing even Xinyu by 1 star. He also wished to witness what set a divine descendant apart. Roar! Behold, the march of a divine descendant. Tremble before it. Meanwhile, beyond the valley housing the plague ratmen tribe, countless monstrous giant rats gathered, dense teeming numbering at least 300. Beyond them stood over 100 ratman-mounted archers, and dozens of elite ratman warriors. This force represented the tribe's most terrifying elite, unprecedented in scale and lethality. Heedless invaders. You never imagined the sagacious Rat King had prepared a grand banquet for you. Today we shall grind your bones to dust, devour your flesh, and exact vengeance long overdue. Before the Ratman Legion stood a hulking warrior, 2 meters tall, bearing but a single bloodshot eye, wielding a massive saber with a savage grin. He was one of the tribe's strongest warriors, General Rat, Tier 3*5. By the Rat King's command, he led hundreds of troops here to lie in ambush. Indeed, over 100 plague Ratman archers had encircled the enemy, their poisoned crossbows locked upon Shui Mei and her companions. And those monstrous, giant rats, eyes burning crimson fangs bared in guttural snarls, seemed poised to tear their prey limb from limb. Such a formation was nothing short of terrifying. In contrast, Shui Mei's side numbered barely 21 souls, though stealthy assassins remained unseen. 21 versus 400 Ratmen. The disparity in numbers was staggering, so vast it defied belief. To General Rat, Shui Mei's party were mere livestock awaiting slaughter. Shush! Before the one-eyed general finished his boast, a lethal arrow streaked toward his head like light. His face paled violently, terror contorting his features. How dared they attack now surrounded by his overwhelming host? Before he'd even finished posturing, it defied reason. Did they truly fear no death? Yet as a seasoned commander, he swung his blade in reflexive defense. Boom! A thunderous detonation erupted. The one-eyed general screamed, a gout of blood exploding from his mouth, as he was hurled backward, grievously wounded by the arrow's impact. Though not slain outright, he lost nearly half his vitality. Too much talk, Shui Mei sneered coldly, raising her staff. Kill them all, leave none alive. Shui Mei felt a flicker of surprise at the Dark Elf's prowess. The single arrow just now, fired by only a rank 2 Darkelven archer, had nearly slain the enemy general outright. Had it not been for the one-eyed Ratman general's genuine skill, he might indeed have been slain by an opponent of a lower rank. The archers of the Dark Elves revealed their terrifying caliber. Kill! At Shui Mei's command, the Dark Elves scattered, drawing their bows. Black arrows coalesced in the air like living things. From a single bow, 2 arrows formed simultaneously. This was their skill, Lianxia rapid shot. The stronger the archer, the more arrows they could condense. Their accuracy still approached a fearsome 100%. When 2 dark luminous arrows were formed, they could fire 3 chain volleys within 10 seconds. It was a dreadful sight. Kill them all. Do not let them into the tribe. Another Ratman general screamed, and instantly hundreds of plague Ratman poison crossbowmen let loose a savage volley. Over 100 poison bolts became a merciless rain that threatened to drown everyone. Hundreds of giant rats squealed and charged the 20-some defenders. They bared sharp teeth and claws, moving with terrifying speed to encircle them. In an instant, the 100-strong rat army seemed to swallow the mere 20 Dark Elves. Yet none of the Darkelven archers showed fear in the face of overwhelming numbers. They were cold, ruthless snipers, greedy, cruel, predatory, steeped in darkness, the very essence of the Dark Elves. They drew their bows without a whisper. One chain volley felled 5 or 6 giant rats at once. A giant rat leaped at an archer mouth wide to bite her head off. A chilling gust raised the hairs on one's arms. Then, like a shield of night, a black barrier manifested around the archer, Shadow Guard, blocking the pounce. Foolish weak insect, seek death. The archer snatched a dark brown wooden arrow and drove it down with cruel force. The giant rat's skull was pierced, and it died instantly. These feral beasts were nothing more than rank 1 mob. The dark archers averaged at least rank 2 8-star or higher. Beyond their marksmanship, their close combat prowess was formidable. Against the giant rats and mounted ratmen, they were utterly dominant. At that moment, the poisoned bolt rain descended. Most were evaded, a few glanced toward Shui Mei. Throughout, she stood unmoving, eyes cold as she watched the battlefield. As the poisoned bolts approached, a faint, contemptuous smile curved her lips. Break. 5 figures appeared at her side. Yaodao witches bursting from the flank, carving a path of blood, and slaying the giant rats that threatened Shui Mei. Sequential slash. The Yaodao witches unleashed blade technique that shredded the rain of poisoned bolts, then plunged into the heart of the monstrous throng. Their demon blades flashed with cold light, a deadly ballet of motion, graceful yet lethal. Each passing silhouette took the lives of several beasts. Damn, how can they be this strong? Charge. Do not let them get close. The Ratman general who had given the order barked, panic in his voice. Seeing the Darkelvan archers and Yao Dao witch's terrible strength, he trembled despite already being ranked 3-3-star. Facing these she-devils, the Ratman general suddenly realized that they were the true monsters. His own people were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Trash. Kill every rat warrior. Do not let them reach our tribe. The Rat King will execute us. Another rank 3 Ratman general roared. With that he brandished his great blade and led the charge. Yet as 5 or 6 rank 3 champions readied themselves to follow. Die. A cold, eerie voice rang out. Behind the Ratman generals, ghostly black silhouettes began to coalesce. They stood wrapped in black, faces unreadable, only their lithe, perfect forms revealed. The moment the phantom-like Yao Dao assassins manifested, their daggers sank into throats, skulls, hearts. Lethal strikes delivered in an instant. The Yao Dao assassins struck like thunder, unleashing consummate methods of assassination. Almost before breath could be taken, 5 Ratman elites were killed to the last. Yet the Ratman's vitality proved stubborn. Even when struck at vital points, a few clung to life and tried to counterattack, but in the next heartbeat they were pierced again in their cores and fell dead. How is this possible? How did you appear? Too terrible. Flee, run. The remaining rank 3 general turned pale and immediately attempted to flee. These Ratmen were cowards by nature, bullying the weak and terrified of the strong. This savage assassination had shattered their courage. They thought only of escape. Dozens of high-star rank 2 Ratman warriors surged forward to entangle the 5 Yao Dao assassins. Wish, wish. At that instant, a rain of black arrows from the dark elves arrived. Like avenging spirits, they descended, each shaft piercing skulls and pinning bodies to the earth. Demons, you are agents of evil, my lord. We cannot hold. Help us. Many Ratmen fled in utter panic, abandoning helmets and weapons as they ran. The once proud, one-eyed Ratman general, already collapsed upon the ground, was so terrified he dropped his weapon and crawled stumbling back toward the Ratman tribe. My lord, save us. The demons are too terrifying. The one-eyed general howled in horror as he rolled and scrambled away. But he had not gone far before a strange shadow flashed forth. You may die now. A Yao Dao assassin intoned, Shirhan's soul devour, and waved a hand. A streak of black light slipped into the one-eyed general. He howled in pain, writhing with a face contorted. In moments his skull burst asunder and his body withered to a mere skeleton. Perfect. The blood offerings are enough to complete the summoning ritual. Shuemei watched the blood flowing like a river and the hundreds of corpses strewn about, a wicked smile curling. She planted her crimson staff heavily into the earth and whispered an incantation. The staff flared with a dazzling scarlet radiance. Instantly the blood on the ground congealed as one. Even the blood within the hundreds of bodies was pulled forth by a surging force. Before Shuemei, 3 massive blood masses rose, each several meters high. With blood as the lure, become my servants. She intoned. Blood demons appear. A mysterious blood power erupted from her staff. Roars soon followed. The 3 vast spheres of blood rapidly took shape into colossal blood demons, 5 or 6 meters tall, exuding an ominous, dark, nauseating aura of blood and rot. Go, devour every enemy. There will be more blood for you. Shuemei commanded. The 3 crimson titans answered with low bellows and bared bloodstained claws. Like wolves among lambs, they pounced, slaughtering the giant rats and fleeing Ratmen. With terrifying speed, each sweep released 7 or 8 blood spikes that pierced flesh. In moments the beasts were drained, their bodies wilting into death. After feasting, the blood demons only grew more savage, bloodthirsty, and strong. Once Shuemei had summoned the blood colossi, the slaughter of the Ratman host accelerated. Soon the Ratmen were routed, abandoning armor and scattering in panic. Press forward, destroy their tribe, and find their Rat King. Shuemei commanded the Yao Dao assassins, and she followed behind the 3 blood demons. Leading the Darkelvan archers, they pushed deeper into the heart of the Dark Tribe. Shuemei's advance proceeded even more effortlessly and swiftly than anyone had imagined. Not long after the clash began, the Ratman legions collapsed into rout. It was not that the Ratmen were weak, but that the forces under Shuemei were overwhelmingly powerful. These units bore attribute amplifications from the Heian Moda, making them far stronger than other troops of the same rank. Whether the witches of the Yao Dao tribe or the archers of the Heian Jingling clan, they were all high-star Tier 2 existences. Facing 300 or 400 Tier 1 Ratmen, while their strongest leaders had been assassinated by Yao Dao assassins, how could they possibly stand a chance? It was a crushing rout. The only problem was sheer numbers. Cleaning them out would take time, but offered no real difficulty. Leave no rat alive. Do not let any of those filthy rodents escape. Shuemei issued the order. The rat army came on with ferocity, and in a matter of minutes was thoroughly routed and scattered. Too many savage giant rats swarmed to be intercepted and individually slain, but the main force was broken. Yet the plague ratmen were not to be spared. Those plague ratmen were living experience bundles, and could drop materials and weapons. Therefore Shui could not let them go. Under her command, the Heian jingling archers never missed, and they began a frenzied slaughter of every creature. By comparison, the Yaodao tribe's witches and assassins harvested kills even faster. As melee troops, they possessed devastating blade arts and lethal assassination skills. Often the moment they closed to melee, they sent several monsters to their deaths at once. Killed rare Tier 2 6-star, Plague Giant Ratman Knight. Gained 170 energy points, 15 iron, or 10 basic lumber, 1 broken mist fire ring. Killed rare Tier 2 7-star, Plague Giant Ratman Warrior. Gained 190 energy points, 25 iron, or 15 basic lumber, 1 tier, 1 poison magic core. Killed elite Tier 3 3-star, Plague Giant Ratman General. Gained 290 energy points, 45 iron, or 30 basic lumber, 1 tier, 2 poison magic core. Killed elite Tier 3 5-star One-Eyed Grand General Plague Ratman. Gained 400 energy points, 60 iron, or 70 basic lumber, 1 tier, 2 poison magic core. A rusted black iron great blade unidentified. Yi Xian's system panel kept refreshing with a constant stream of kill notices. Yi Xian's gaze lingered on the lines reporting valuable drops. He was pleasantly surprised. Tier 1 monsters only yielded a few dozen energy points, and rarely dropped other resources. Still, in great numbers they could produce some low-tier equipment and material. Only Tier 2 rares, and especially elite monsters, significantly raised drop rates. After slaying the Plague Ratman tribe's great general, the loot was astonishingly abundant. Under normal circumstances, non-boss monsters seldom yielded such bounty. This one-eyed Grand General Ratman, however, truly seemed fat with spoils, otherwise it would not have dropped so much. From this sweep, he netted another 4 to 5,000 energy points. After all, most Ratmen were Tier 1 and offered little energy per kill. Had things been different with so many monsters, he might have obtained tens of thousands of energy. Lord brother, you seem very happy, AI Lin asked, perched on Yi Xian's shoulder and puzzled by his excited expression. Lord Yi Xian's face, excited, delighted, and tinged with a small expectation, left AI Lin bewildered. Naturally, she had paid no attention to Shuai's battlefield at all. Lord Yi Xian's face, excited, delighted, and tinged with a small expectation, left AI Lin bewildered. Naturally, occasionally she would see a fierce beast like an iron ox point and watch it collapse, spouting foam as if electrocuted. Sometimes she would even race the birds in the sky. Or she would point at some flower or plant and ask Yi Xian its name. How was he supposed to know? The little brat was endlessly inquisitive. Yi Xian simply ignored her endless barrage of questions. The child, undisturbed, amused herself happily. Matters of adults. Children should not pry. Yi Xian spoke reflexively. All right, Lord brother, AI Lin will not pry. AI Lin then grinned and said, you are too slow. Shall I give you a little boost? AI Lin watched Yi Xian, who after flashing several li ahead had paused to drink spirit moon water and recover, and she smiled. How will you speed me up? Yi Xian asked curiously. The question left his lips, and he immediately regretted it. Too late. AI Lin opened her small hand and gently blew a breath toward Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian was enveloped in a transparent bubble. A gust of wind seized him and hurled the sphere with furious speed toward the forest depths. You little scamp, will spank you later. Put me down. Yi Xian felt the world spin and cried out as his stomach turned. Alas, trapped in the bubble his voice could not carry out. The mischievous AI Lin had blown him into the sky in one breath, flinging him far away. He tumbled like a kite with a broken string, utterly uncontrollable. Anyone with a weaker constitution would certainly be airsick, perhaps even vomit. Oh no, Lord brother will be angry and punish AI Lin. AI Lin was wrong, he'll bring you down immediately. AI Lin was just teasing, Lord brother. Don't be angry. AI Lin covered her mouth and cried out. Watching Yi Xian reel and shrink into a speck, a pang of regret crossed her small face. She fluttered her tiny wings and in an instant streaked 1,000 meters to pursue the bubble that enclosed Yi Xian. She had simply been overtaken by a childish whim and a playful impulse. She only helped when she saw Yi Xian seemed exhausted. Was that too much? She had been responsible and considerate toward him. Judging by the result, her little bottom would likely be spanked again. So AI Lin hurried after him. After all, she had not accurately gauged the distance and speed of that last blow. Meanwhile, within the Plague Ratman tribe, hundreds of battered survivors returned. The Rat King, who had been waiting for good news in the tribe, turned deathly pale at the sight. Damn it, what happened? You returned missing limbs. Have you failed? Impossible, they had only 20-some people, we had over 400 troops. There is no way we failed. The elderly Ratman chief strategist pinched his whiskers and protested. The Rat King snapped. You useless old thing, you ruin my affairs every time. After so many failures, what use are you? The Rat King, furious, leapt in rage. He roared and then struck a heavy slap. With a sickening crack, the old strategist was smashed into pulp by the blow, exploding into a spray of blood. Pitifully, he had served the Rat King for decades and had been a senior veteran across 2 generations. To die by a single slap. At the sight, the surrounding rat warriors trembled and dared not move, filled with abject fear. You few flee with me, the rest hold the rear. We cannot stay here. Take my beloved wives and flee to the cave behind the mountain. Once we reach the cave, those damned humans will never find me. The Rat King barked, beginning to arrange their escape. His long survival had less to do with superior strength than with clinging to life. Fleeing at the first sign of danger was the Rat King's hallmark. Faced with such annihilation, not fleeing would be suicide. Having decided, he hefted a great blade and slung a large, long-prepared bundle onto his shoulder. Then with a wave, he and his band of elite warriors stampeded toward the rear mountain in frantic flight. The Rat King cowed before battle, fled in terror. Shu Wang fled with astonishing speed. Almost as soon as the battle was lost, he whisked away, with several powerful lieutenants and a number of wives vanishing in an instant. Of course, he left behind a contingent of elite soldiers to cover his retreat. He would not sacrifice every Shuren to this fight. As long as Shu Wang survived, in a few years, he would rebuild and grow stronger still. One could not deny the Rat King was exceptionally cunning. In the art of fleeing, he might as well be an Olympic champion. After he had been gone a short while, Shui Mei led everyone and stormed into the Shuren enclave deep within the valley. The valley itself connected only front to back, easy to defend and convenient for withdrawal, possessing a natural and superior defensive geography. On either side rose rugged mountains and sheer cliffs that could not be easily scaled, making this hidden valley difficult to discover. Shu Wang had been wise in choosing his lair. The valley was vast, spanning more than 10 li, filled with towering ancient trees and lush vegetation. The pestilence Shuren tribe hid deep inside, beside a lakeshore. The natural lakeshore extended for several li, yet the Shuren had turned it into a ruin. The ground was pockmarked and torn, and the slopes nearby were riddled with caves. Those caverns served as their hideouts. Now, however, the Shuren and the feral giant rats within were fleeing in a panic. They were broken remnants with little will to resist. Remember, every den and every cavity must be. The only 2 exits to the outside world have already been sealed by our people. Once we purge the valley of these rodents, the Shuren tribe will be utterly destroyed. Through the shared network, Shui Mei issued orders without pause, directing every action. Her command talent was formidable. She had thought through every detail. Under her direction, every rat within the valley was cut down one by one. Even those Shuren and feral beasts hiding in caverns were driven out. As they entered the heart of the tribe, they met resistance. Although most of the Shuren's core forces had been eliminated, Shu Wang, to conceal his escape, had gathered the remaining 5 third-tier Shuren. Alongside them were more than 20 second-tier Shuren and several dozen first-tier high-rank Shuren knights, mounting a desperate final resistance. These were the tribe's last elite warriors. If these forces were wiped out, Shu Wang would be left isolated and powerless to act alone. Yet if the Rat King escaped, he would hide and wait to rise again and exact vengeance. The remaining Shuren bloodshotted launched themselves at Shui Mei and her companions with piercing squeals. Kill these invaders and protect Shu Wang's retreat. Fight them to death. Fight for the Shuren tribe. Fight for Shu Wang. We will die resisting. I will tear them apart and feast on their flesh. The largest third-tier Shuren roared and charged, each endowed with uncanny intelligence. Yet all were fanatics raised by Shu Wang. They would give their lives to protect the Rat King. The towering Shuren stood over 2 meters tall, their upper bodies burly and corded with muscle. Thick blue fur covered them, their eyes were red as coals, and their visages were ferocious. The high-tier Shuren did not wield weapons. They spread their arms to reveal nearly half-meter-long razor claws like curved blades, vicious and merciless. They leapt, they planted all fours, they sprinted. Every movement aimed at killing the commander, Shui Mei. They had realized that killing this woman would solve many problems. By then, the dark elf archers had already scattered to clear other Shuren and feral beasts. The Yaodao clan assassins had vanished as well. Only a few witches charged forward, only to be struck down by the remaining second and first-tier Shuren. For a moment, Shui Mei stood with no bodyguards nearby, and her situation looked perilous. But she was the blood ritualist of the Yaodao clan, who a few oversized rats would not intimidate her. Muscle alone will not frighten me. Fools, advance. The blood demons attack, Shui Mei sneered. 3 enormous blood demons howled, raising fists as large as wheels and striking out. The little Shuren blocking their path were smashed aside, exploding into clouds of gore. Slurping sounds followed as the blood demons opened their maws and devoured the remains, absorbing them into their bodies and growing stronger. This was the fearsome law of war feeding on war. Their bodies dwarfed even the third-tier giants, towering 5 or 6 meters like crimson colossi, grotesque and terrifying. As they slaughtered their way forward, their aura had surged from a third-tier pinnacle to a fearsome late third tier. The concentrated stench of blood was nauseating and terrifying. Blood demons were a special life form summoned by Shui Mei using blood as a lure, drawing forth bloodly spirits from another plane to inhabit the chaos of fresh gore. With powerful will, she could command them to do anything. At her current strength as a third-tier 2-star, she could wholly dominate even more potent third-tier peak Tinster blood demons and enslave them. With a roar, the 3 crimson giants sprouted 5 or 6 blood arms each. Those enormous appendages shot forth, seizing for the third-tier Shuren. The elite Shuren proved worthy of their reputation, clawing viciously at the blood arms with their crescent talons. Slicing wounds several meters long scored across the crimson limbs. Yet the severed blood hands healed as if nothing had happened, a blink of an eye mending them whole. Terror seized those third-tier Shuren. The blood arms writhed like serpents, coiling rapidly about the muscular Shuren. No matter how strong they were or how keen their blades, they could not break free. Instead, they were bitten by the blood serpents and torn apart, their flesh consumed in great gulps. In an instant, the last line of defense Shu Wang had left behind began to crumble and be annihilated. Lord, we scoured every corner of the Shuren tribe and found no trace of Shu Wang. The report from the Yao Dao clan assassin came through Shui Mei's shared network. This rat king is cunning and cruel, abandoning all his people to flee alone. It seems I was negligent. If he indeed escapes, how will I answer to my master? Upon hearing the report, Shui Mei's expression darkened. She did not waste a moment and swept her hand. A crimson halo burst from her staff. The blood demons howled as a crack split open along their heads. Their mouths widened to an impossible size, swallowing struggling third-tier Shuren in a single gulp. A layer of bloodlight coiled about Shui Mei, and she shot up into the sky, racing toward the back of the tribe to pursue. But she froze almost at once. Above her, a translucent bubble drifted, cradling a lopsided figure as it sped forward. The speed and posture made it appear like a streaking meteor across the sky. It was hard to avoid attracting attention at that pace. What is that? Someone murmured. Am I seeing things? That person in the bubble looks like the Lord. How could he appear here in such a bizarre fashion? People wondered aloud. Shui Mei watched the meteor bubble cleave the heavens and stood stunned. Questions crowded her mind. She had expected the Lord to arrive with imposing grandeur, not to streak across the sky like a meteor. Should she make a wish for the Lord's safe passage? She wondered half-jokingly. All units pursue toward the rear mountain. The Lord seems to have arrived. Protect his safety at all costs. Having recovered, Shui Mei hurried to give orders. Everyone chase after the back mountain. Ensure the Lord's safety without fail. Yi Xian felt momentarily disoriented. Just moments ago he had been elated. Yet in the blink of an eye he was sent flying by Eileen, that mischievous child commander. His heart fluttered with unease tinged with exasperation, and a faint dizziness lingered. Once back, there would be no escaping Eileen's stern disciplinary spanking. Was there truly any troop type so catastrophically ill-suited for a lord? Fortunately, Eileen was the only one. Otherwise, he'd have been utterly undone. Upon returning, I must enforce rigorous ideological education, so Eileen fully grasps the gravity of her mistake. This was Yi Xian's unvarnished thought at that very instant. Yet even then he sensed something deliberate in how Eileen had lifted him aloft with that gust. Indeed, she harbored no ill intent. Yi Xian could feel it, a manifestation of dark artifice. Originally, this technique conjured black bubbles designed to entrap foes. Within those bubbles, oxygen vanished entirely, replaced instead by corrosive dark vapors that relentlessly eroded the captive's flesh and spirit. Worse still, victims suffered hallucinations, toxic afflictions, and soporific paralysis, layer upon layer of torment. Most terrifying of all, these dark bubbles resisted physical force entirely. Only overwhelming spiritual might, arcane intervention, or absolute brute strength could shatter them. Yet Eileen had stripped away every harmful effect before enclosing him within. So, she intends for me to master this ability myself, eh? Yi Xian grasped the truth swiftly. For there she was, already chasing after him, clinging atop the floating bubble, peering down and speaking animatedly. Lord Brother, hurry and command this great bubble. You can do it. Eileen will protect Lord Brother's safety with all her might. Don't be afraid. She transmitted those words through their shared system. Yi Xian received them clearly. You little rascal, just wait until we're back. You'll answer for this. Yi Xian steadied himself, struggling to find balance. He couldn't yet fly, and the bubble's unstable surface made standing nearly impossible. His body swayed precariously. Yet through relentless experimentation, he soon discovered the precise fulcrum of equilibrium. Truly, this dark artifice holds myriad applications. I may never need to walk again. A spark ignited in Yi Xian's eyes. In that moment, profound insight stirred within him. His comprehension of dark artifice deepened further still. It was one of Eileen's most potent innate gifts, passed down from the dark elf divine clan. Its essence contained countless permutations, powerful supportive variants, as well as devastating offensive techniques capable of annihilating enemies. Each individual's talent and intuition shaped what they could perceive and manifest. Even Yi Xian, should his aptitude surpass Eileen's, might one day wield darker, more formidable artifices than she ever could. Realizing this, Yi Xian focused his mind completely, guiding the bubble with growing precision. This too was cultivation. Slain Elite Tier 3 5-star Plague Rat Man. Ripper 350 Energy 60 Iron or 45 Basic Timber 1 Tier 2 Toxic Crystal Core. Slain Elite Tier 2 8-star Plague Rat Man. Warrior 260 Energy 30 Iron or 15 Basic Timber 1 Tier 1 Toxic Crystal Core. Slain Elite Tier 3 6-star Plague Rat Man. Ripper 360 Energy 70 Iron or 65 Basic Timber 1 Tier 2 Toxic Crystal Core. Cruel Venom Claw, unidentified. His status panel flooded continuously with such notifications. Another breakthrough. A surge of immense power rose within him. Yi Xian felt himself transcend once more. The raw, terrifying strength surging through his body delivered the unmistakable thrill of true supremacy. It felt as though a celestial Jiaolong coiled within his veins, roaring, straining against its confines, hungering to devour all boundaries. This marked his second ascension since Shui Mei's forces launched their assault on the Plague Ratman tribe. Hundreds of monstrous foes already felled. Every unit under his command had surged 2 or 3 tiers, some even more. Especially the Demon Blade Clan witches, initially the weakest among them. During this hunt, many leapt 4 or 5 stars upward, reaching Tier 2, 8 or 9 stars. One among them now teetered on the verge of Tier 3. As for the Dark Elf Archer Corps, they had collectively ascended to Tier 3, and Yi Xian, their lord, absorbed fractional enhancements from each unit's growth. 100th of their attribute gains 1,000th of their experience. Thus his base attributes climbed steadily, his innate talent and bloodline evolved at breakneck speed. Consequently, his own leveling requirements grew steeper, but after slaying hundreds of monsters he advanced from Tier 3 star 3 to Tier 3 star 5. Having absorbed so many upgrades, has my bloodline's quality already approached that of Crimson Crownier units? Yi Xian mused inwardly. He could assimilate 1% of each unit's growth attributes, and 1,000th of their experience. Individually the increments seemed negligible. Yet when multiplied across dozens, soon to be thousands, of elite troops, the cumulative amplification became staggering, bordering on reality-defying. Meanwhile, Eileen sat cross-legged atop the floating bubble, gazing down at the passing landscape with unrestrained delight. Wow, the stinking rats are almost wiped out. Sister Shui Mei is incredible. Everyone push harder. Hey Sister Shui Mei, can you see me? I'm up here. Lord Brother and I are flying away. Eileen sprang to her feet and waved enthusiastically toward Shui Mei, who soared upward below. Alas, due to the angle, Shui Mei couldn't spot her atop the translucent sphere. Yet when Shui Mei glimpsed Yi Xian suspended within the bubble, she froze, utterly stunned. Elsewhere, the Rat King fled toward the mountain range behind the valley, flanked by over a dozen elite ratmen. Beyond the valley's end lay a towering mountain ridge, over 3 kilometers distant, housing a hidden passage into the depths of the umbral forest. If he reached the pre-dug tunnel, escape would be assured. He even dreamed of pledging fealty to a powerful sovereign deep within the forest, and soaring to unprecedented heights. That path held far greater promise than servitude under the putrid serpent folk, who demanded tribute each month, over 100 ferocious beast rats slaughtered for their sustenance. The Rat King had long endured such degradation, and now seized his chance to flee their dominion entirely. Freedom at last, no more exploitation, no more subjugation. Ha ha ha, fools think they can capture this king. Just wait. Those vile serpents, those evil invaders. I will return and settle every score. Ah, freedom's scent fills the air. The umbral forest awaits. I hear there's a mighty ratman tribe there. Given my strength, even a minor chieftainship would suit me splendidly. As he dashed forward, the Rat King reveled in visions of a glorious future, already planning his harem, not 10, but 30 rat wives. He would sire legions of ratlings, raise armies, and march back in triumph. Now less than a li remained between him and the Thousand-Zhang Mountain, its concealed cave entrance beckoning like salvation. Once inside, freedom would be his. And though his tribe lay in ruins, not a trace of sorrow clouded his joy. Only exhilaration, pure and unburdened at his miraculous escape. The Rat King's scheme was in every sense flawless, every detail meticulously planned. Had he escaped unimpeded, all might still have been salvaged. Yet this world knows no ifs. Less than a li away, just as he neared the mouth of the cave ahead, the Rat King instinctively lifted his head. For an inexplicable, overwhelming sense of peril surged from deep within his core, so acute, so primal, that he raised his gaze toward the heavens without thought. There a meteor streaked across the sky, racing like a celestial courier beneath stars and moon. Only upon closing distance did he discern it was not fire or stone, but a translucent bubble. And within that shimmering sphere was a human silhouette. At the sight, a chilling dread coiled up his cursed human. I fled this far. How could you possibly have tracked me? I will not die. I must survive. I will be free. All remaining crossbowmen, aim at that bubble above. Bring it down at all costs. The rest. His eyes flashed with feral cruelty as he barked the command. He sensed with visceral certainty that the figure within the bubble posed grave danger. To be overtaken meant freedom lost forever. Guided by the ruthless principle, better to strike and err than to let such a threat descend upon him. He ordered immediate fire. The dozen-odd rat warriors he led were all formidable, each ranked no lower than second-tier 6-star. Only his 3 consorts stood at first tier, the rest were elite. Of the 18 rat warriors, 10 bore venom-coated repeating crossbows, each ranging from 2nd to 3rd tier 2nd-star in cultivation strength. At the Rat King's command, the 10 crossbowmen halted instantly, raising their weapons in unison, taking precise aim at the celestial meteor overhead. Though the bubble moved swiftly, each was a master archer, capable of calculating lead and trajectory with uncanny precision, ensuring near-certain impact. Still, the bubble hovered nearly 200 meters above ground, beyond optimal range. Even if struck, the arrows would likely lack lethal force. Yet their objective was never annihilation. It was sacrifice to buy the Rat King precious seconds to vanish into the earth. Moreover, second-tier cultivators wielded immense power. Hunting down first-tier monstrous birds at distances of 200 or 300 meters was commonplace. Without hesitation, the 10 crossbowmen loosed their bolts. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Emerald-tipped shafts blazed upward like vengeful lightning converging upon the bubble. Their intent was stark. Even if they could not bring it down, they would impede its pursuit. The poisoned arrows shrieked through air, brutal, unrelenting. Ratfolk lacked raw physical might, but those above second tier commanded strength of 5,000 to 6,000 gene. These were elite warriors, 8,000 or 9,000 gene effortlessly. 200 meters. A trivial range. Even 500 would pose little challenge. 1 minute earlier, Yi Xian stood poised within the bubble and saw Shui Mei and her forces below. Surveying the rat tribe's settlement now nearly eradicated, he allowed himself a faint satisfied smile, then contacted Shui Mei. He instructed her to purge the valley's remaining plague rat stragglers and to conduct a thorough search for any resources hidden within the tribe's dens. These vermin were notoriously avaricious. Fleeing in panic, they'd surely have abandoned hoarded treasures, most crucially the fragment of the treasure map Yi Xian sought. Had the Rat King taken it? That map fragment was his sole purpose here. Only when all 3 fragments were united could he claim the hidden artifact, a prize he could not afford to forfeit. Upon receiving Yi Xian's orders, Shui Mei remained behind with her entire contingent. The valley spanned over 10 li, and such vast terrain demanded many hands to scour thoroughly. Yi Xian meanwhile guided the bubble forward, pursuing the fleeing shadows visible miles away, 20 dark figures darting across the land. Clearly the Rat King's retinue. Cunning rodent. He abandoned his lair entirely, having prepared his escape long before. Now that I've found you, you shall leave your lives behind. Yi Xian stood within the bubble, a cold, imperious smile playing on his lips. He had already mastered its control. It required only focused intent and a trace of qi to command. He could even modulate its velocity at will. Yet the faster the bubble traveled, the greater the qi expenditure, exceeding even that of spatial flickering. In truth, from the very beginning, it was Eileen sustaining it. Yi Xian expended no qi at all. Effortless, serene. Eileen, take note, the vermin are directly ahead. Not one is to escape. Yi Xian transmitted the order via their shared mental link. Don't worry. With Eileen here, not a single foul rat slips away. Perched atop the bubble, Eileen declared, chin tilted in proud defiance. She spoke aloud, not through the link, yet her voice carried clearly downward. And the moment her words, 20 emerald arrows tore skyward, striking with lethal accuracy. Over a dozen locked onto the bubble itself. Oh dear, someone's ambushing Lord Brother. How dare they? Eileen will protect Lord Brother. She sprang upright, cheeks flushed with indignation. Shatter. Her azure wings fluttered once, then a glacial mist coalesced. Every poison arrow froze mid-flight, sheathed in frost, then shattered into glittering ice shards. Is this what you call archery? Crude. Pathetic. In the Dark Elf clan, even newborns outshoot you. Let Eileen show you what true archery is. She seized a slender golden bow from her back, and with a mere gesture it expanded into a towering radiant great bow over a meter long. The colossal bow hovered before her, while she herself stood no taller than 3 CUN. The contrast was absurd, yet undeniably enchanting. She raised a single finger, lightly drawing the string. Instantly a pale golden arrow of light formed. Go. Without aiming, without even turning, The great bow released its shaft the moment her fingers slipped free. The golden bolt erupted, then split midair into 10 half-meter-long shafts of luminous gold. In a heartbeat, they became a storm of arrows descending from heaven. Wah! Impossible! Run, run! Below, the crossbowmen recoiled in abject terror. A primal dread seized them. Before they could even lift a foot, the 10 arrows pierced their bodies in unison. Boom, 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 boom. Their bodies detonated, bursting into crimson mist. They perished before comprehension dawned. Slain Elite Plague, Giant Ratman Crossbowman, 2nd Tier 9th Star, 280 energy, 20 iron, or 25 basic lumber. Slain Elite Plague, Giant Ratman Crossbowman, 2nd Tier 8th Star, 260 energy, 30 iron, or 15 basic lumber, 1 1st Tier Poison Core. Slain Elite Plague, Giant Ratman Crossbowman, 3rd Tier 3rd Star, 360 energy, 50 iron, or 30 basic lumber, Exquisite Poison Crossbow Undetermined. Damn, Eileen's that strong. She's a true little demon. This archery, transcendent. No aiming required. No wonder she's a divine race prodigy. Her abilities surpass imagination. Yi Xian watched 10 notifications flash across his interface, his expression lit with stunned delight. He hadn't imagined Eileen possessed such overwhelming power. With a single effortless shot, she had annihilated an entire elite unit. The fluidity, utterly unprecedented. Eileen wasn't merely gifted, she was a monster. Tiny in stature, yet harboring terrifying might. Eileen, don't let the Rat King escape. There, into that cave. Yi Xian pointed urgently toward the distant burrow. That oversized rodent was his ultimate quarry. Yi Xian stood within the translucent bubble, gazing down at the carnage below, a chill instinctive dread coiling through his chest. This little girl Eileen appeared utterly harmless. Yet her methods were brutally ruthless, truly befitting a fledgling scion of the Dark Elf Divine clan, decisive, merciless, and savagely efficient. One would never suspect from her playful and endearing exterior that her hands could strike with such cold ferocity. In battle against monsters, her utter detachment, icy unfeeling carved into the very marrow, sent shivers down the spine. To Eileen, slaughter was as natural, as breathing, as effortless as drinking water. Could this truly be merely a divine child still in her growth phase? Then what might she become upon reaching full maturity? A goddess of annihilation scouring the world of all life. Yet strangely the thought stirred a quiet thrill, and an unexpected sense of security, knowing such a future goddess of darkness walked beside him. Eileen was unmistakably a dark deity unshackled by mortal sentiment, pure, unadulterated, and sovereign in her nature. Yes, Lord Brother, I understand. It won't escape me. Watch how I deal with it. A mischievous smile flickered across Eileen's lips as her eyes narrowed, locking onto the Rat King, already fleeing miles away, the swiftest among them. At that moment the Rat King ran for his life, his spirit shattered after witnessing Eileen obliterate 10 rat men with a single arrow. Family, offspring, vengeance for his subordinates, all vanished from his mind. In the face of Eileen's terrifying power, only one imperative remained: flee. All of you, hold her off. Do not let her reach me. I'm taking my leave first. And with that the Rat King abandoned armor, dignity, and duty alike. He jettisoned not only his great sword, but also the heavy satchel he'd carried, and without a glance back at his 3 beloved consorts he bolted. Gone was his former swagger. Now on all fours like a colossal rodent, he galloped wildly, desperate, undignified, primal. The cave entrance now lay barely 300 or 400 meters ahead. Within seconds at this pace, he would vanish inside and survive. Eep, eep, eep. How dare you roar at us, great king? Take us with you. We must bear your children. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sisters, save yourselves. This old Rat King has cast aside wife and kin. Trust him no more. Upon seeing their lord abandon them, the 3 consorts paled violently, terror twisting their features. As mere first-tier rat folk, they were the slowest, and once forsaken they could not flee. Instead they scattered into the nearby underbrush, vanishing one by one. The remaining 8 rat warriors, however, proved fiercely loyal. They did not flee, but bared razor-sharp claws, gnashed fangs, and fixed grim bestial stares upon the descending bubble. Filthy, grotesque vermin, watch Eileen pierce you where you stand. Eileen gazed down upon those snarling, fanged warriors. Then her gaze swept to the distance, to the Rat King fleeing alone, having discarded his entire retinue. With a soft puff, Eileen's form shrank back to its natural height of 1.6 meters. She seized her golden longbow, drew the string taut between 2 fingers, and with subtle, deliberate force, instantly an overwhelming torrent of abyssal darkness coalesced around the bow. From its arc sprang a black light arrow, over 1 meter long, dense, writhing, alive with void. Such concentrated darkness, it's terrifying. Yi Xian's expression tightened as he sensed the arrow's aura. Having studied Eileen's dark arts, he understood darkness intimately. Yet this struck even him with visceral unease. This arrow pulsed with pure, unadulterated darkness, so potent that even at his current cultivation level, Yi Xian felt his flesh prickle, his breath catch, his soul recoil in primal dread. It was an instinctive warning, the body's ancient alarm screaming of imminent annihilation. This shot was lethal, unforgiving, absolute. That was Yi Xian's immediate, unshakable impression. Clearly Eileen was no longer holding back. On her first expedition with him, she intended to shine, to prove herself worthy of his trust. And so in that final instant she unleashed true power. Shadow Flash Barrage. Her voice light as breath released the drawn string. With a sharp sure three, the black arrow vanished the moment it left the bow, utterly imperceptible even to Yi Xian's preternaturally keen vision. Then, horror erupted. 10 thunderous detonations shook the air in rapid succession. Boom, 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 boom. Below on the Earth's surface, 8 mighty third-tier rat warriors and 3 hidden first-tier female rat folk exploded simultaneously into crimson mist and viscera. Not even bone or shred of flesh remained. Only billowing clouds of blood which then twisted unnaturally, congealing into viscous black residue. Where the residue struck the ground it hissed and dissolved, carving half-meter craters that steamed with acrid smoke. These rat folk hadn't merely died, they had been unmade, their souls utterly erased. Yi Xian watched awestruck, yet even he couldn't deny the one sliver of mercy the Rat King. As the apex of his tribe, he possessed a warrior's reflexes. At the precise moment Eileen loosed her arrow, he abandoned flight, spun, and seized his greatsword. Damn you all, I'll die fighting. The Rat King roared, gripping the blade with both hands, and swung with every. His strike channeled absolute desperation. Frost-laced, he coalesced along the edge, forming a vicious emerald-hued cleaving force, 3 meters long, spectral, and fearsome. The green blade aura surged forward, then shattered instantly, dissolving into nothingness with a deafening crash. Worse still, the moment the black arrow descended, his great sword exploded, leaving only a splintered hilt. And deep in his chest bloomed a wound the size of a rice bowl, pitch black, pulsing with decay. Boom. The arrow's residual force slammed into the cave mouth. Rock-detonated boulders tumbled, dust mushroomed skyward. The tunnel behind collapsed entirely, sealing the entrance beneath rubble. No, the Rat King whispered, then toppled backward lifeless. Darkness spilled from the wound, spreading with terrifying speed, consuming muscle, bone, and sinew, and in the end only a pool of viscous black ichor remained, corroding the earth beneath it. The scene was grotesque, harrowing, so chilling it froze the blood in one's veins. Incredible, she even one-shot the boss. Utterly unstoppable. Today's bounty is beyond. Yi Xian hovered inside the bubble, whispering in delighted awe, then gently descended beside the satchel the Rat King had abandoned. He picked up the large leather sack, curiosity alight in his eyes. Today's harvest was extraordinary, annihilating the plague rat tribe, and claiming such riches amounted to a true windfall. On the 5th day, the plague ratfolk tribe was utterly annihilated by Yi Xian, none remained. A few oversized rats that fled swiftly were simply left alone. Without the ratfolk to direct them, the feral beasts could not form a threat. Even the Rat King had been executed, and the plague ratfolk tribe was truly destroyed. Now the broad swath of land to the southeast belonged to Yi Xian. Once he formally occupied it, it would be entirely his. How did it go? Any unexpected gains? After Yi Xian and Eileen returned to the plague ratfolk camp, they reunited with Shui Mei. By then the monsters within the camp had vanished. Only some tattered yurts remained, silent witnesses to other monsters that had once dwelt here. Minutes after a creature was slain, its corpse would swiftly rot and disappear. That spared them the trouble of clearing bodies, but before the corpses vanished, they had to be harvested one by one. This allowed them not only to gather materials, but with luck to uncover equipment and items. Fortunately, the territory granted the troops an equivalent-level gathering skill. Once a monster was killed, all materials would be collected automatically. The collected materials were immediately sent to Bing Xiaodu. You might think Bing Xiaodu is merely a blacksmith and Yi Xian supplies the materials. So why the 60-40 split? Because besides materials, Bing Xiaodu needs auxiliary units to assist in forging. She must also socket enchantment stones, expend energy points, consume various ores, and so on. Therefore, Yi Xian taking 60% was a favorable deal. Once Bing Xiaodu's forging level rose to the higher tiers, every lord would covet her services. If you neglect her early on, later you may have to pay dearly even for a single friend slot. This was Yi Xian's long-term investment in foresight. Master, the specifics are not fully summarized yet, but it is certain these rat camps contain a fair amount of low-grade iron ore, estimated at no less than 1,000 units. Also behind the Rat King camp, a hidden passage was discovered. Our Yao Dao clan's assassins have already gone in to scout, and found no other monsters hiding. More details will follow. Shui Mei gave a concise, meticulous report. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Good. Destroy all structures here, and inventory every spoil. Before nightfall we must establish a new territory here." Upon hearing Yi Xian's orders, Shui Mei set to work at once. Luckily in the game world, there were not so many trivialities. The work would be finished soon. It was only 5 in the afternoon, more than an hour before nightfall. The Ratfolk camp lay to the southeast of the territory. To expand in that direction, they needed to establish 2 defensive positions. One position would be at the valley's end, which offered natural geographic advantage. The other to the northwest lay at a small gorge. There was likely a second monster tribe over there. That tribe had kept a low profile. Apart from observing Yi Xian's territory from the shadows, it had not attacked. But Yi Xian would not tolerate their continued existence. One need show no mercy to monsters. Once this side was finished, he would deal with the other at the same time. Yi Xian checked the data from his territory to the Ratfolk camp was roughly 19 li. That meant he could expand by 9 more grids this time. 1 grid 1 square meters, 1 kilometer range. Together with the surrounding areas he had already cleared, it added up to about 4 to 5 kilometers. The total area reached a respectable 14 grids. Add the 9 grids he originally held, and the total would be 23 grids. Thus, he needed only 7 more grids to meet the requirement to upgrade to a 3rd-rank territory. That goal would not take long. He only had to wait until tomorrow to proceed. Only 1 second-tier evolution crystal core is missing. It's already the 5th day. Some lord should have obtained one by now. Excitement lit Yi Xian's eyes. He was drawing ever closer to the 3rd-rank upgrade. Across the entire Shinma continent, he might be the only one with the resources and conditions to upgrade so quickly. Excitement lit Yi Xian's eyes. He was drawing ever closer to the 3rd-rank upgrade. Across the entire Shinma continent, he might be the only one with the resources and conditions. A translucent ripple spread over the cleared area. The system asked whether to proceed. Occupying the new territory would require 14 hours. Continue. How that long? Continue. Yi Xian responded without hesitation. It seemed the larger the territory, the longer the occupation took. But did he care? The system detected that He and Jiju possessed a cooldown card reducing the time to 3 minutes. Congratulations to He and Jiju for successfully occupying the new territory. Tip 1. The new territory is not protected by an invincibility mechanism. The Lord must guard the land's safety and prevent monster occupation in order to maintain control. Tip 2. After occupying a new territory, the Lord can construct defensive buildings on it, freely use the land, and share its functions and features. 3 minutes later, another prompt appeared. Yi Xian had successfully claimed the new land, expanding to 23 grids. Claiming a new territory consumes enormous resources. It's truly painful. After finally saving a little, it's almost all gone. Yi Xian was not particularly joyful despite the success. Why? Because defending a vast tract of land requires tremendous resource investment. Another lord could not possibly manage it or bear such consumption. After claiming territory, one must build walls, of course. Are the defensive structures sufficient? And are the troops strong enough to hold the new land? These questions required careful thought. Yi Xian checked his mailbox and found a pile of crystal cores, resources he had paid Bing Xiaodu and Su Yaoyao to collect. Originally, he had accumulated just over 90,000 energy points, nearly reaching 100,000. But now most had been spent. The mailbox contained 26 Tier 1 Earth Crystal Cores, 3 Tier 2 Earth Crystal Cores, 32 Tier 1 Ice Crystal Cores, 5 Tier 2 Ice Crystal Cores, 21 Tier 1 Water Crystal Cores, 2 Tier 2 Water Crystal Cores, and 1,000 units of basic timber. These resources had cost more than 50,000 energy points. Part of the expense had been offset by trading some poison-type crystal cores he had looted. Even so, he was nearly emptied. Yi Xian then erected reinforced walls in the Plague Ratfolk Valley and at the Northwest Gorge. The work consumed 7 Tier 2 Earth Crystal Cores. Afterwards, he built along the walls a total of 25 Tier 1 Ice Arrow Towers and 6 Tier 2 Ice Arrow Towers. After occupying the new land, his energy and crystal cores were mostly spent. He was nearly drained. Fortunately, he had hundreds of material stacks all sent to Bing Xiaotu. He would wait for the 6th day to receive dividends and grow rich overnight. He had also obtained a batch of common Tier 1 and Tier 2 equipment, which he listed for pre-sale at Tudashi's forging shop. He kept only the Rat King's piece of equipment for appraisal. Next, he planned to sweep the trade channel and purchase a 2nd-tier Evolution Crystal Core. A 2nd-tier Evolution Crystal Core is likely to be a very rare commodity now. Yi Xian is unsure if it is available in the trading channel. He has defeated so many 3rd-tier elites, and even BOSSCS, yet none have dropped one. The drop rate is appallingly low. Only those with exceptional luck might acquire one through treasure chests or completing quests. In any case, it is already nearing the 6th day. Someone must have obtained one. As for whether they would trade it, that remains uncertain. At this moment, it is already past 7 in the evening. According to tradition, Yi Xian held a celebration party. This time they had eradicated the Plague Ratman tribe. They also achieved a great harvest and claimed a new territory, which is certainly worth celebrating. As for the celebration location, naturally it is in the new city in the valley where the Ratman tribe resided. This time it serves as a key defensive area. Yi Xian has established 18 frost arrow towers here. Among them 5 have reached the second tier. Surrounding the large lake within the valley, Yi Xian has also constructed over 30 exquisite houses. These are naturally built for the troops, with each person having their own individual dwelling. The territory here is spacious enough to accommodate thousands of buildings. As for the Dark Elves' houses, at Aaron's request, they were all built in the trees. There are many giant trees here. It is quite simple to build a platform and construct houses in the trees. Therefore, before long, in the valley's territory on the large trees, bright tree houses are scattered throughout. Each Dark Elf has decorated their house according to their own tastes. Thank you so much, Brother Lord. Aaron's house is so big and beautiful. Aaron danced joyfully around Yi Xian, excitedly flashing in the air. By the lakeside at the junction of 2 large trees there stands a beautiful 2-story tree house occupying half the size of a football field. This is the rare house design blueprint that Yi Xian purchased for 1,000 energy points from the trading channel. It is a special item design blueprint. With this blueprint, one can freely modify their residence. It can be constructed into various shapes, looking very beautiful and durable. Of course, these houses are only aesthetically pleasing and exquisite, with almost no defensive capabilities and no special attributes. For now, they are neither defensive nor offensive structures. There are quite a few such flashy but impractical items in the trading channel which have gone unnoticed, but Yi Xian has acquired a few. This massive house was created by Aaron using dark magic. She nurtured 2 large trees, making their branches grow strong. The branches, like a spider's web, intertwined to form this massive treehouse. Aaron, alright, this house is shared among me, Aaron, and your sister Shuemei. From now on, this will be our residence for the 4 of us, and you will each have your own room. Yi Xian explained with a smile. Wow, Brother Lord, does that mean Kagaya and Sister Shuemei will all live together? That's wonderful. Aaron loves lively gatherings, so I can visit at night. Sister Kagaya, Sister Shuemei, can I come to your rooms at night and sleep together with you? Aaron fluttered down. She then looked at the 3 of them, Kagaya, Shuemei, and Yi Xian, who were all taken aback. Brother Lord, did I say something wrong? Seeing their stunned expressions, Aaron looked at them pitifully and asked. No, I have no problem. I welcome Aaron to accompany me anytime. As for the Lord and Princess Kagaya, I can't be sure about their thoughts. Shuemei shrugged and directly pulled Aaron closer. She placed the 3-inch-tall little girl on her seductive white thigh in red silk stockings and started to tease her. I don't mind either, the Lord probably won't refuse. Kagaya also revealed a hint of a playful smile. She glanced at the seriously drinking Yi Xian beside her. From Yi Xian's evasive gaze, Kagaya sensed a hint of his awkwardness and helplessness. As long as you don't cause a ruckus and sleep obediently, I can reluctantly accept it. Yi Xian saw Aaron's beautiful eyes eagerly fixed on him. Finally, with no choice left, Yi Xian could only grit his teeth and nod. Faced with Aaron, the stunning elven young girl, her cute and innocent appearance made it hard for him to refuse. Just a child sleeping beside him, what ulterior motives could Yi Xian have? He just needed to prepare an extra bed for her. This celebration party had made everyone more familiar with one another through repeated cooperation. Unlike before, they were not so exclusive. The Dark Elves also appeared much more enthusiastic. After all, while the Dark Elves may be exclusive, they are also extremely skilled at disguising themselves. At such moments, they revealed sincere smiles. Naturally, even Aaron, their supreme queen, is so open. They would likely be kicked out by Aaron if they maintained their cold and poker-faced demeanor. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was already 9 in the evening. The elves do not have a strong tolerance for alcohol, but they all love to drink, which is why Yi Xian specifically spent 1,000 energy points to exchange for many exquisite fruit wines. After becoming slightly tipsy, one beautiful and enchanting dark elf after another actually removed their outer garments and veils. At Aaron's active request, these dark elves all took off their outer garments, revealing their form-fitting black lace gowns, showcasing their perfect figures. By the lakeside beside the bonfire, the dark elves began to sway their hips and dance gracefully. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with song and dance. The only male, Yi Xian, was also treated to a visual feast. He thoroughly enjoyed the unique, exotic dark dance of the dark elves. Indeed, they were breathtakingly beautiful. Each of them had alluring curves, sensual and enchanting. He could hardly maintain his composure, unable to sit still. Dark elves naturally possess a faint charm. Although not as exaggerated as succubi, they are certainly not something an ordinary male beast can resist. This is also one of the reasons they always wear veils. Of course, although Yi Xian was an orphan in his past life and came from a modest background, he was still a top special forces soldier, having experienced countless life and death situations, so his willpower naturally exceeds that of most people. Faced with a woman's temptation, he has his own scale in mind. Women only slowed down his draw speed. His focus is not on this. In fact, in this life, he remains a solitary person with his home impoverished. He intended to strive hard again to join the national military at the age of 18 to serve his country. With the memories of his past life, he transformed back into a top soldier, going through a life of battle. Unfortunately, the divine and demonic continent arrived, pulling him in. This time perhaps he can create a different and wonderful life. Or perhaps this magical continent is truly his best stage. Regardless of whether it's my past life or this life since I've come, Yi Xian will definitely ride through the storm, clearing the path, and meet at the peak. Yi Xian raised a cup of top-quality Dukong wine standing by the lake and drank it in one gulp. This may be his destiny, but he has no regrets. My lord, with Kagaya here, I will definitely accompany you through the mountains of blades and seas of fire, battling to the peak. Beside him, Kagaya's exquisitely beautiful face was full of seriousness. She glanced at the young man standing in the moonlight beside her, feeling a spark of affection for the first time. At this moment, the charm Yi Xian exuded was the aspect Kagaya appreciated the most. A king ruling the world with an unwavering heart of a warrior is what can truly touch a woman's heart. After the party, Yi Xian left behind the completed Kagaya. The others were all sent to the moon well for cult. The 20 experience cannot be missed for even a single day. Seeking to buy 1 second-tier evolution crystal core, 8,000 energy points. You can add me as a friend to negotiate. After filling up and drinking, Yi Xian began to attend to serious matters. First, he went to the World Trading Channel to acquire a second-tier evolution crystal core. Once he obtains this crystal core, he will be able to upgrade to a third-tier territory tomorrow. 8,000 energy points can be exchanged for a second-tier evolution crystal core. Currently, this is considered an extremely high price for acquisition. Yi Xian noticed that in the World Trading Channel there were offers ranging from 2,000 to 6,000 for acquisitions. The highest offer was from a lord who posted 7,000 energy points. This price is also considered quite high. It is important to note that only 5 days have passed since the start. A lord who can offer 7,000 energy points is already considered extremely wealthy. They might have gathered such a fortune through crowdfunding. After all, not everyone is like Yi Xian, who has made 2 consecutive world announcements and completed several hidden. Furthermore, he has also defeated quite a few bosses. With the support of the money jar Ice Little Rabbit, he has accumulated several tens of thousands in assets. If there were a wealth ranking, Yi Xian would undoubtedly be at the top. Once his offer of 8,000 was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of many lords. While the Dark Lord has made a move. Truly generous, no wonder he has been on the world announcement twice. 8,000 for a second-tier evolution crystal core. That's too extravagant. I don't even have 800 energy points right now. I possess the Crown Ear unit Golden Winged Eagle. After grinding for 5 days, I've only accumulated 4,600 energy points. The Dark Lord is simply too powerful. Another Crown Tier powerhouse. I envy him. I have the rare unit Rogue Rabbit, and I only have 900 energy points. Recruiting my 3rd batch of units is already challenging. Same struggle one. Big shots. I am the Dohu streamer Xian Baby, seeking a first-tier evolution crystal core, which can warm the bed and serve all purposes. I heard that the second-tier evolution crystal core is in the Ice Continent. That legendary unit's boss has obtained it, but she definitely won't give it up. Let me gossip a bit. Does anyone know why she won't give it up? That boss has the ancient Ice Phoenix, and she wants to be the first lord to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory. Others can forget about it. Haha, finally someone is targeting the Dark Lord. He has already upgraded to a 2nd-tier territory. First, it's time for a change. That's right, it's time for a change. The Western continent will always be the true rulers. Just wait and see the American Empire surpassing the rest. How shameless. Our European alliance is the strongest, and Caesar is the strongest. He will definitely be the first to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory. Caesar? Isn't he the one with the strongest legendary unit, Titan Giant Ape? Terrifying, the big shots are starting to show up. At this moment, the World Channel was very lively. It was already 10 p.m. And all the lords were quiet. Various bits of gossip were also circulating. Yi Xian silently scrolled through for half an hour and gained quite a bit of new information based on the intel from the World Channel. Currently, the legendary units that have surfaced have already exceeded a dozen. They are spread across various continents. Compared to over 5 billion lords, this ratio is astonishingly low. However, a small glimpse reveals that Yi Xian is not the only lucky one. There are still many true big shots. No matter how deep you hide, you will eventually be trampled beneath my feet. Yi Xian let out a cold snort. Although there are many hidden big shots, he is definitely the most terrifying one. Up until now, no one knows. This is thanks to the fact that he hasn't added friends recklessly and hasn't boasted about anything in the World Channel. At least for now, apart from Yi Xian, no other lords have revealed having a myth-level unit. Of course, not revealing does not mean that Yi Xian is the only one. It can only be said that these big shots with myth-level units are well hidden. And Yi Xian also hasn't revealed himself right. The 7th day is approaching, let the excitement begin. I am waiting to see who can laugh until the end. Only the strong have the right to be taken seriously. Yi Xian smiled proudly, revealing a gaze that looked down on everything. As a lord with a supreme myth-level unit, it would truly be a joke if he did not stand at the peak. From the looks of it, there are quite a few big shots aiming to be the first to reach 3rd-tier lord. Although there is some pressure, Yi Xian is not afraid. The high-priced acquisition of 8,000 energy points did not draw any response. Repeatedly, no one had a 2nd-tier evolution crystal core. Yi Xian was not in a hurry, he sat back and relaxed. However, under pressure, he still raised the acquisition price to 9,000 energy points. This price can be considered sky-high for acquisition. Only in the early stages, when 2nd-tier evolution crystal cores are scarce, can such a high price be sold. After some time, once everyone has access to 2nd-tier units, it will not be as valuable. Of course, for now, 9,000 energy points is Yi Xian's bottom line, and it will not go any higher. Otherwise, it would be a bit excessive. After adjusting the price, once more Yi Xian no longer looked at the world channel. Instead, he opened the friend. First, he checked the messages from Su Yaoyao. Yi Xian, are you stupid? 9,000 energy points for a 2nd-tier evolution crystal core. That price is too high. Alright, I know you are a rich man. If I had it, I would sell it to you. By the way, are you planning to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory? Give me half a day, and I will ask around. Perhaps there is a chance to acquire it. Su Yaoyao clearly also saw Yi Xian's acquisition information. Evidently, she was also quite surprised, but expressed her willingness to assist Yi Xian in obtaining the 2nd-tier evolution crystal core. Out of politeness, Yi Xian replied with thank you. The two engaged in a brief chat about the current situation. After a few minutes, they wrapped up. Since completing the task with Su Yaoyao, this aloof goddess had become somewhat clingy. Every day, she would occasionally send messages wanting to chat with Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian was very busy and usually only chatted a few words in the evening. What a joke. He must maintain an air of aloofness as a male god. Licking dogs end up with nothing in the end. Keeping an appropriate distance is what makes the other party care more. After chatting with Su Yaoyao, Yi Xian opened the chat with Ice Little Rabbit. This little girl was still reporting her daily progress. This little loli is working hard now at 2nd-tier 4 stars, not bad. She has also gathered over 20 pieces of equipment, just waiting for the 7th day to sell them. This girl deserves encouragement. Perhaps after the 7th day, I can meet her. Yi Xian looked at Ice Little Rabbit's rapid progress and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This little loli is truly giving her all for him. She has consecutively leveled up several stars, and her forging level has also improved. Furthermore, due to the increased success rate of forging, she has produced more quality equipment. Once the 7th day arrives, it will surely cause a sensation among all lords. Time flashed by, and soon it was midnight. Yi Xian, along with Shinra, Aaron, and others, all gathered beneath the Dark Magic Tower. Today was another day for recruiting the 3rd batch of new units. Not only could he recruit the Witch of the Demon Blade clan again, but he could also recruit units from the Dark Elf clan. Yi Xian was looking forward to recruiting more powerful units. This was his last chance to recruit units during the 7-day protection period. It plays a crucial role in the upcoming monster siege. Brother Lord, hurry and gather more strength. Aaron is looking forward to seeing other sisters arrive. Aaron exclaimed excitedly while sitting on Yi Xian's shoulder. The others, including Shinra and Shui Mei, were also filled with excitement. Being able to recruit more strong members of their clan is a good thing for them. Yi Xian led the newly recruited members swiftly beyond the protective borders and arrived at the territory where Shui Mei dwelt. The sky was growing. After 12 o'clock, it was just the 6th day. On the 6th day, he could recruit troops from both the 1st and 2nd tiers. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to the troops from these 2 tiers. After all, each type of troop was incredibly powerful. According to Shinkura, the Yao Dao clan was apart from the Yao Dao clan's demonists and assassins, there were other types of troops, and on top of that, there were even stronger Shikigami. Yao Daoheim Shinkura could also be considered a type of Shikigami. However, she was different. She was a hybrid of the Yao Dao clan's royalty and a divine being possessing growth potential far exceeding that of ordinary Shikigami. From this perspective, Shinkura could be regarded as half of a divine bloodline. Moreover, their bloodline was not static. If there were great opportunities and luck, there was a chance to break through the legendary level constraints. And that little girl island was even more terrifying. She was currently in her growth phase, but once she reached her youth and adulthood, her bloodline would directly transcend, growing naturally. In other words, Island was currently the troop with the greatest potential. As long as she could grow up, she could break through the legendary quality constraints and reach a higher level. However, the Elven clan's growth was very slow. A pure divine bloodline like Island's might take hundreds of years to truly mature. It could be said that perhaps by the time the grass grows over Yi Xian's grave, Island might still be a child. But everything has its variables. As long as the dark ancient tree could be planted and nurtured to grow along with the assistance of the dark magic tower, everything could be accelerated. However, all of this was still very far away. At this moment, the light of the first layer of the dark magic tower dimmed. The troops of the Yao Dao clan were to recruit a Yao Dao clan warrior. 600 energy points were needed. This recruitment would consume a total of 4,600 energy points, 1 first-tier dark crystal core, and 6 units. The resources required for recruitment would adjust according to the strength and quality of the troops. The prompt from the Lord's Spirit appeared. Recruit. Yi Xian said without hesitation. He was not lacking in this amount of resources. He had acquired 9 first-tier dark crystal cores. Currently, he also had 3 second-tier dark crystal cores. He still had over 40,000 energy points, enough to create at will. Seeing the required energy points, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Normally, it should only require 3,600 energy points for recruitment. This meant that one of the Yao Dao clan warriors required a separate consumption of 1,600 energy points and 1 first-tier dark crystal core. From this perspective, it seemed that another powerful being would be added to his territory. Each time the dark magic tower leveled up, the number of troops recruited at each layer increased. Originally, the first layer could only recruit 5 warriors. Now it could recruit 6. This was a qualitative improvement. After all, the base troops of the Yao Dao clan at the first layer had reached the Crimson Crown tier, extremely powerful. Indeed, as the light of the first layer of the dark magic tower dissipated, 6 figures stepped out. Except for the first time, there would almost never be any more extraordinary phenomena. The foremost figure wore dark battle armor and was a burly woman wielding a gigantic demon sword. She stood over 2 meters tall, with waist-length golden hair tied in a ponytail, and her double-handed sword was nearly 2 meters long. The demon sword had 1 serrated edge and 1 crimson blood groove. Combined with the dark and menacing battle armor, she looked like an invincible war god. Strong, very strong. The terrifying aura even made Yi Xian feel a hint of palpitations. Even Island beside him showed a look of curious surprise on her little face. The dark elf archers also changed their expressions slightly, their eyes flashing with apprehension. It's Takachin, how could the king allow her to come here? At this moment, the blood enchantress behind Yi Xian also wore a shocked expression. Meanwhile, Shinkura looked at this figure with eyes full of delight and excitement. As soon as she appeared, she exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even though she wore a dragon head dark helmet, her perfect 9-headed figure and exquisitely beautiful face could not hide her imposing heroic spirit. Compared to what Island referred to as the Valkyrie tomorrow, Yi Xian felt that this one before him truly resembled a Valkyrie. She looked like a war god residing in the heavenly palace, utterly terrifying. That terrifying, bloodthirsty killing intent, even when deliberately concealed, could not be hidden, fierce and terrifying like a dragon. Upon seeing this female war god, Yi Xian knew that she was undoubtedly an experienced warrior, extraordinarily remarkable. For some reason, he suddenly felt like shouting, "Long live Damesha." Well, that's a bit of a cross-reference. This was a stunning female war god. The black rose seemed more suitable for her. Yao Dao clan Supreme Commander Takachin here to pay respects to the Lord. Yao Dao clan, which warrior paying respects to the Lord? The 6 powerful Yao Dao clan warriors approached Yi Xian. All of them knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing to show their submission. Rise. Very good with you all here, how can I not achieve great things? Yi Xian slightly lifted the arm of the front female war god as a sign of his highest admiration. Upon seeing the female war god, Yi Xian truly felt a sense of grandeur, as if he were the sovereign of the world with elite troops ready to battle for him. Indeed, a powerful lord truly felt like being an emperor. That natural mindset of a superior would gradually and imperceptibly transform him into a true overlord who governed everything. Yi Xian quickly opened the attribute panel for these troops to take a look. Troop Yao Dao Clan Takachin War Department Supreme Commander. Level 4th tier, 3 stars. Quality Golden Legend Peak. Loyalty 100 max. Growth limit mid peak True God. Skills Takachin Combat Skills Blood Battle of the World Demon Slaying Soul Suppression Demon Sword Dharma. Prompt: this is one of the youngest of the 5 supreme commanders of the Yao Dao clan, possessing an unmatched fearless heart. She sows darkness in the face of adversity, bringing endless fear to her enemies. Where she stands, no one can withstand her. Let the battle burn with blood. Troop Yao Dao Clan Witch. Level 3rd tier, 6 stars. Quality Crimson Crown Advanced. Loyalty 100 max. Growth limit peak Half God. Skills Continuous Slashing Ghost Edge Blade Strike. Wow, a 4th tier 3-star female war god with a growth limit of mid-peak True God. Is this going against the heavens? Why is her growth limit scarier and stronger than that of Shinkura, this royal lady? Yi Xian's heart surged with excitement and joy. Next, he looked at Shinkura, who was beside him, with a strange expression, her face also filled with surprise. My lord, please don't look at me like that. Takachin's bloodline comes from a very formidable Shikigami of the Yao Dao clan. And my situation is quite special. I'll explain it to you in detail later. Shinkura shrugged, indicating that she could tell what Yi Xian was thinking and could only helplessly explain. Yi Xian nodded, no longer pressing for too many details. Then he turned his gaze to the second layer of the dark magic tower. With the recruitment of Takachin from the Yao Dao clan, he felt reassured. Now his strength had greatly increased, and he felt more confident about the plans ahead. Next, it was time to recruit the units from the second level of the dark magic tower, the Dark Elf race. The Dark Elf race is a powerful and diverse race. Compared to the Demon Blade clan, they are much more versatile. Moreover, being able to recruit a larger number of units is most suitable for expanding territory. Recruit the units from the second level. Yi Xian continued to command. Immediately, the second level of the dark magic tower also lit up with a black halo. To recruit a dark elf warrior this time requires 500 energy points and 50 primary magic crystals, limited to 20 every 2 days. A prompt appeared again. Has the increase in energy points indicated that the recruited units are stronger than the dark elf archers? Recruit immediately. Yi Xian felt a surge of joy and said without hesitation. Unexpectedly, both recruited units were quite strong. This time, what surprises would come? Recruiting 20 units would cost a total of 100 energy points and 100 primary magic crystals. He had already purchased 1000 in the trading channel today, spending 100 energy points. Together with his original savings, he still had 220 primary magic crystals left, which was enough to use. This recruitment would cost him nearly 300 energy points. Fortunately, he had a substantial foundation. Even after such a large consumption, he still had over 100 energy points left. After the 7th day, he should be able to earn quite a bit again, so there was no need to be frugal. Money must be spent to turn into strength. Soon the light of the second level of the dark magic tower faded away. From the dark portal ahead, 20 cold silhouettes began to emerge. No, to be precise, they were 20 fierce beasts. These were 20 powerful Black Panthers. These Black Panthers were over 3 meters long and taller than a person. On their backs sat female dark elf warriors clad in brown light armor. Each of these warriors exuded a wild aura and had athletic builds. Their light armor revealed their waists, chests, and thighs in alluring ways. The beautiful curves of their waists, the impressive sizes of their chests, and their long legs clad in brown mesh were all clearly visible. Owl! 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 The Black Panthers let out synchronized low growls, bowing respectfully to Yi Xian. We, the Dark Elf race Panther Riders, pay our respects to the Lord. The female warriors in sexy light armor gracefully leaped down from the Black Panthers and bowed to Yi Xian. In their right hands they held a triangular crescent-shaped weapon. In their left hands they raised a brown-green shield that looked imposing. Yi Xian quickly checked their attributes. Unit Dark Elf Race Black Panther Hunter, level tier 3, 5 stars, quality Crimson Crown, lower grade, loyalty 100, full value growth limit, Saint level, mid skills Crescent/Power of the Moon Shadow, Sentinel Shadow Cloak. Not bad, they are all Crimson Crown level units, significantly stronger than the Dark Elf archers. Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised by the attributes of the Black Panther hunters. 20 Crimson Crown units. Although their grade is not as high as the Demon Blade clan sorceresses and assassins, their numbers are substantial. Moreover, their mounts, the Black Panthers, are also tier 3 fierce beasts, extremely powerful. Beyond tier 9, they are referred to as the King Realm. Then comes the Saint level, leading up to demigods and true gods. This means that these Black Panther hunters have the potential to grow to tier 10 in the future. Of course, this is just the theoretical growth limit. In reality, breaking through to tier 8 or 9 requires countless resources, so it is not that easy. Unit Black Panther, unique family of the elf race, mount, level tier 3, 2 stars, quality orange, leader, intermediate, loyalty 100, full value growth limit, King, mid skills Panther Leap, bloodthirsty bite, claw strike. This means that he has recruited a total of 40 units, which is definitely a blood profit. The individual strength of a Black Panther is also quite formidable. Combined with the Dark Elf female hunters, they become even more powerful and terrifying. On the battlefield, they possess exceptional mobility. From now on, Yi Xian would have his own cavalry. Very well, from now on you will follow the command of Commander Long Qian along with the archers. Do you have any objections? Yi Xian decisively stated. Although Long Qian belonged to the Demon Blade clan, currently, there were only 10 sorceresses from the Demon Blade clan. As for the Demon Blade clan assassins, they were suitable for executing special missions. Regarding the Dark Elf race, there were a total of 40 units. What could the mischievous Eileen do? Eileen had not paid much attention to the other members of the Dark Elf race from start to finish. Her mind was solely focused on playing, eating, and sleeping. Of course, as long as Yi Xian had requirements, she would still complete them very well. Long Qian, however, was a true general capable of leading troops into battle. As for Shui Mei, she was a mage skilled in strategy and internal affairs, suitable for the role of a military strategist commanding from the rear. Now that Long Qian had arrived, it filled the awkward gap of having no general to lead the army. It must be remembered that initially sending the mage Xue Mei to lead the attack on the Ratman tribe was quite a challenge for her. We have no objections, we will follow Commander Long Qian's orders from now on. The female dark elf hunters respectfully accepted the orders and bowed to Long Qian, indicating their submission. In their eyes, Yi Xian's commands and status were undoubtedly paramount. They were absolutely not to be defied in the slightest. Next was Eileen, the godly offspring of the dark elf race. However, they all understood Aileen's temperament. She was spirited and did not like commanding troops, having always been accustomed to going solo. Attribute command. Long Qian stepped up without hesitation and respectfully accepted the order. Then she looked down at all the female hunters. We are here to serve our lord. From now on, my orders will be under the command of our lord, and you shall all dedicate yourselves fully. With me Long Qian present, I will certainly protect you all, and you shall never be defeated in 100 battles. As Long Qian stood up, a commanding aura emanated from her, instilling fear in all the units. As a battle-hardened general, she was absolutely meticulous regarding Yi Xian's orders. The dark elf archers and female hunters, upon seeing Long Qian, were also impressed by her charisma and fully approved of this arrangement. After all, where there are strong individuals, they are always respected. Wow, that's great. Eileen has finally been liberated. Brother Lord, I knew you understood Eileen the best. I'm also very relieved to hand her over to such a strong person like Long Qian. Eileen clapped her hands excitedly, circling around the icy Long Qian. Long Qian, however, did not glance at the noisy Eileen at all. If I hand the army over to you, everyone will surely be annihilated. Yi Xian directly reached out to grab the 3-inch tall Eileen, tossing her onto his shoulder while not forgetting to give the little one a sideways glance. The little one waved her hands in annoyance, but offered no rebuttal. This was indeed the truth. It was fine when encountering weak enemies. If she faced foes far beyond her level, it could truly lead to her demise. After that time, Yi Xian held another brief celebration. He built 20 exquisite houses in the After the celebration, everyone became much more familiar with each other. To show his regard for Long Qian, he added another room to the quarters he shared with Shenkagu, Eileen, and others. After all, the building area was large enough. Not to mention 5 people living together. Even if 10 more were added, it would still be completely sufficient. The building also added a floor, and Yi Xian resided on the only 3rd floor. Fortunately, Eileen and Long Qian went off to play and did not come looking for him. A night without conversation. The next morning, Yi Xian gathered everyone and returned to the core territory of the castle. After cultivating for an hour beside the spiritual energy Moonwell, he arranged for Shenkagu to lead the Demon Blade clan members back to defend the territory of the Ratman tribe. Meanwhile, Long Qian had already led the entire elf race army out of the city. This time, they were heading towards the wilds to the northwest. Here the black fog still lingered with unknown dangers lurking within. Attention, all lords of the divine demon continent. This is your final day to leave the city. All lords will face the harshest test starting at 9 o'clock on the 7th day. Remember, the monster siege will be determined based on the current strength of each lord. As long as you possess enough courage to fight to the end, you will have a chance to survive. Note that strength and wisdom are equally important. The lord who completes the defense battle first will receive generous rewards, triggering hidden tasks and qualifying for certain tests. The criteria for the defense battle will be announced on that day, and the invincible novice protection mechanism will be lifted, exposing you to the gaze of local forces in the divine demon continent. After the defense battle, a new journey and tasks will begin, with new mechanisms opening up. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone was shocked. While the siege battle is coming on, I'm both excited and scared. I feel like I might die. While I'm Hao Liang, my rare troop Peach Demon has all fallen, only 5 left. I'm so scared. Please shut up, you weakling. Upstairs, go back and drink milk. This place isn't for you. Most people are filled with fear facing the upcoming siege battle. Of course, most of them are weak lords, or lords who have suffered severe troop losses due to failed initial strategies. However, aside from those who are afraid and pessimistic, there are also some lords who are quite confident. Many discussions revolve around who will claim first place, piquing Yi Xian's interest. I am from the Semita Bangji nation. I already have over 100 rare turkey troops. Defending the city will be ridiculous. How dare you boast with your mere rare troops? I am from Sakura nation, Kuaitian Sanhua. I have 60 leader troops called Iron Beak Bird. Understand? You weaklings upstairs, the American Empire is the strongest. We have Morgan and Audai, 2 legendary troop elites. First place is reserved. I am Caesar. I declare that the European alliance will be protected by me. I will claim the first place reward. I am from the Great Eagle Empire, Shelby. This dirty world will be cleansed by me, and you will all need ridiculous. Our Shiva nation is number 1 in the world. We have the great Bahubali, who commands legendary elephant troops. Submit. Dragon nation is still Loki. Even though we have 2 legendary troop elites, they have not revealed them. While the upstairs are all real big shots, are legendary troops lining up to show themselves. This is interesting. Oh, which country will claim first in this siege battle will determine future status. I can't wait for the results. I am Daisaw. May I also look forward to it, which big brother will help defend the city, and I will package the beautiful water element spirit to warm your bed for 7 days. Upstairs, I am your number one big brother. Report the coordinates. I will take care of it for 7 days. The world channel became even more intense than before. Yi Xian even saw many big shots with crowned or even legendary troops stepping forward. With over 5 billion lords, the odds are very low. However, those with crowned or even legendary troops numbered well over 1,000. Of course, the most heated topic of debate is still about which strong individual or nation will win this. After all, those who lead will flourish their nations in the future. This siege battle can be said to be the first battle for national fortune and morale. The victors will have tremendous benefits for their respective nations in the future. After all, claiming first demonstrates great strength. In the future, there's a high probability of establishing the first divine territory, and the strength of each lord will continuously benefit their own nation. Of course, what the specific rewards are can only be known after the siege battle begins. Although most lords feel afraid, there are also many lords who are very excited, looking forward to the upcoming siege battle. After all, once the siege battle ends, a new chapter will begin with more possibilities. Yi Xian and Shungwa sat in the northwestern territory, which had the weakest defenses. To conserve resources, Yi Xian only constructed a few first-tier ice arrow towers. Furthermore, the city walls were nothing more than ordinary surrounding walls. He was genuinely a bit short on funds, now having recruited a powerful army and prioritized defenses in the valley inhabited by the plague ratmen. After a long effort, he had accumulated several thousand energy points, but had consumed many of them along with various attribute crystals and ores. Fortunately, this time Long Qian did not let him down. A morning of cleansing had pushed back over 10 miles. He had once again gathered some first and second-tier materials, over 3,000 energy points, and several pieces of equipment. Currently, the strongest monsters in the wilderness were only around level 3. Under the assault of the powerful Dark Elf army, they were utterly incapable of withstanding the attack. One could say that wherever Long Qian passed, all monsters were instantly shattered. She pushed through invincibly until just after 11 in the morning, when she finally encountered a monster resistance group. The largest group of monsters encountered earlier was only about 20 or 30. However, on the hillside in front of Long Qian, a couple of hundred monsters appeared. The aura of these monsters was quite strong, even significantly more powerful than those ratmen. Finally, it's getting interesting. This must be the monster tribe hidden in the northwest. Shengua, through shared vision, also looked in surprise at the more than 200 monsters. Those monsters stood at least 1.80 meters tall, with most around 2 meters. They walked upright, covered in a coat of gray-brown fur, with terrifying wolf-like heads. Their lower bodies had slightly bent legs. They wore crude leather armor, with most wielding machetes, while a few held crossbows, and some even brandished nearly tumper-long spears. Moreover, they bared their teeth, emanating a dangerous and fierce aura. These are the Wolfman tribe. They are far stronger than the Ratmen. Yi Xian, seeing the appearance of these monsters, couldn't help but smile lightly. At that moment, he was sitting beside a swimming pool sipping a drink. He was enjoying the fierce beast iron bull meat steak feast prepared by Shengua. During this time, he took the opportunity to study the comprehensive history of the divine demon continent and concise illustrated history of the races. These books could be exchanged at the system for just a small amount, 500 of energy points. However, they only contain some simple records. Yet the content regarding the divine demon continent was very rich and could broaden his horizons. It introduced that Ratmen, Wolfmen, Goblins, Gremlins, Dwarves, and others were among the most common and populous races on this continent. They were also the lower-tier races of this continent, with most large tribes being enslaved by some truly powerful races. Among the lower-tier races, the Wolfmen had relatively decent strength. Within the powerful tribes, there were even those who reached level 5. Of course, it was impossible for such strong Wolfmen to appear around the new lord. Once monsters broke through to level 4, their strength would soar. During the 7-day protection period, hardly any lord could grow strong enough to contend with level 4 or 5 monsters. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception. With Long Qian, a great general, Yi Xian felt that facing a level 5 monster wouldn't necessarily mean defeat. Without hesitation, Yi Xian directly used identification skills to observe the strongest Wolfman leader in front. Race: Wolfman Warrior, Vice Commander, level 3, 9 stars, quality Purple, Elite Bronze, level BOSS, skills Gale / tier Berserk. Oh, it turns out to be an Elite Bronze boss. The other Wolfmen at their weakest are at least level 2, 3 stars, or above, with over 50 warriors at level 3 or above. Not bad indeed, stronger than those filthy Ratmen. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows slightly at the identification information. However, his expression did not change much. He remained calm and indifferent. What a joke! His Dark Elf army had an average level above 3. and Longqian was even a level 4 powerhouse. Although the wolfmen were numerous 250 versus 41, it did quantity really suppress quality. Impossible. Although it was clear that this was only part of the wolfmen's fighting strength, to Yi Xian these monsters were merely mobile experience points. These monsters at minimum had rare quality, with those above level 3 being elite monsters. For the Dark Elf army, they were undoubtedly the best practice targets. Foolish human invaders, you should not covet our gray iron wolfman tribe. We are far stronger than that group of filthy ratmen, and your provocations will come at a painful price. The wolfman warrior vice commander revealed a fierce smile, pointing his large knife at Longqian. Clearly, he possessed considerable intelligence. Although the wolfmen were not among the strongest of the orc tribes, there were still some exceptional individuals who had achieved extraordinary feats on the divine demon continent. As such, the wolfmen had their own beliefs and pride. They were cunning and cruel. Initially, they refrained from attacking Yi Xian's territory. They were merely waiting for those ratmen tribes to act as vanguard scouts. When they discovered that the ratmen tribe had been destroyed, they concluded that Yi Xian's territory was very strong and not to be trifled with. Thus, they had not actively attacked Yi Xian's territory. If Yi Xian found himself at a disadvantage in the war against the plague ratmen, these wolfmen would definitely be the first to charge in and take a big bite out of him. Their cunning far surpassed the cowardly ratmen. But now, with Longqian leading her army, they were already at the gates ready to strike at their gray iron tribe. If they remained patient now, it would be exceedingly foolish. Ignorant ones shall be destroyed. Kill. Longqian snorted coldly, completely unfazed by the threat. She simply waved her massive blade and struck out. In an instant, a terrifying crescent blade aura shattered the ground. This blade aura was incredibly domineering, splitting mountains and cracking stones, charging forward. It instantly reached the Wolfman Vice Commander. No. The Wolfman Vice Commander let out a tragic howl and fiercely swung his large knife in an attempt to block. But the next second, his body along with the knife shattered into pieces, blood mist spraying across the sky. For a moment, the Wolfman army fell completely silent. All the monsters were caught off guard by Longqian's sudden attack from over 200 meters away. Moreover, the opponent's strength was so terrifying. With one strike across more than 200 meters, their leader was instantly killed. This was simply horrifying, utterly tyrannical. Longqian was truly the most terrifying monster, wasn't she? Kill, kill, kill. As she struck, without hesitation, the Dark Elf army behind her became invigorated. The Dark Elf archers formed 2 rows and began drawing their bows to shoot. A woo, a woo. Meanwhile, the Elven Black Panther hunters charged fiercely on their massive Black Panthers. What does the disparity in numbers matter? Under the Dark Elf cavalry, all heretics would be ground to dust. Kill the elite level 3 9 stars Wolfman Vice Commander Bronze level BOSS, gaining 2,800 energy points primary iron, or 150 primary, with 200 second tier Earth-type crystal core, 1 bronze treasure chest 1. Oh, another bronze treasure chest dropped. Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel, prompt, feeling delighted. It had been a while since one had dropped. This was not easy. The 3-star level boss on the opposite side was killed in one blow by Longqian. Such strength also left Yi Xian slightly surprised. It seemed that this leader of the Demon Blade clan was far beyond his imagination. It was possible that in the same realm her strength surpassed even that of Shungua, the little girl. The Black Panther hunters of the Dark Elf clan move with incredible speed. Like a group of phantoms, they are as swift as lightning, silent as the night. The Black Panther runs through the jungle, making not a sound. They leap gracefully, covering distances of over 10 meters. They may even spring directly onto the giant trees nearby. With a gentle push of their limbs on the slender branches, they leap, like lightning, to another large tree. I must say, in the mountainous terrain, the Black Panther hunters are truly unstoppable. In jungle warfare, they can unleash their maximum advantage. They are true predators of the jungle. Their combat power is terrifying. Swish! A Black Panther hunter from 20 or 30 meters away hurled her crescent-shaped, 3-edged blade. This peculiar 3-edged knife weapon spins rapidly through the air, cutting through like a terrifying blood drop. The 3 crescent blades flew out like lightning, instantly slashing through 3 wolf heads. Before the wolfmen even had a chance to react, their heads soared high into the air. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately after, a barrage of black arrows descended from above. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted. In the blink of an eye, another 20 wolfmen had their heads exploded in an instant. None escaped, all were killed in a single strike. The arrows of the Dark Elf archers hit their targets with unerring accuracy. As long as they strike the enemy's weak points, they trigger critical hits, killing foes instantly. In an instant, a bloody battle erupted. The tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in their favor. Although the wolfmen were much stronger than the ratmen, they still appeared utterly vulnerable. Before the terrifying army of the Dark Elf clan, they fell like paper, mercilessly harvested. Kill these damned human invaders, we wolfmen never yield. Charge, don't be afraid. They are outnumbered and can't hold out for long. Several wolfmen roared fiercely loudly, urging their comrades forward. The wolfmen are a ferocious and bloodthirsty race. Naturally, they have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, when Long Qian brought her army to their doorstep, they began to fight back. Thinking of the annihilation of the Ratmen, these wolfmen could not sit idle. This is a real continent where every race possesses considerable intelligence, beliefs, and persistence. With the roar of several wolfman leaders, awoo, 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 the strongest third-tier wolfmen began to snarl fiercely and charged forward. They either threw their spears at the distant archers or leapt forward wielding great swords to engage in battle with the Black Panther hunters. Alternatively, they ran on all fours, sprinting towards the rear where the dark elf archers were attacking. How foolish. Seeing this, Long Qian snorted coldly. With a single step, she crushed the hard stony ground beneath her feet, causing it to shatter and crack, creating a large pit. Then, like an intercontinental missile, Long Qian soared into the sky. Her speed even surpassed 2 to 3 times the speed of sound in an instant. As she broke through the air, she executed a horizontal slash. Boom. The terrifying sound of cutting filled the air as a massive blade or a nearly 8 to 9 meters long burst forth, slicing through the air. In an instant, countless cries of monsters rang out. In the nearby jungle, over 20 charging wolfmen were instantly torn apart, exploding into a mist. The power of a single slash killed more than 20 wolfmen, including several powerful third-tier wolfman warriors. So strong, this must be the unique sword technique that Long Qian has mastered. This overwhelming fighting power left Yi Xian astonished. Meanwhile, the remaining wolfmen had long been scared out of their wits by Long Qian's explosive combat prowess. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The remaining wolfmen screamed in terror, turning to flee, abandoning their armor and weapons. How could they fight against this invincible monster, Long Qian? It was simply too terrifying. It was as if their hearts had been shattered with fear, wasn't it? Overcome with dread, the remaining wolfmen screamed in terror as they fled towards their tribe. Everyone pursue together. Leave a few alive to lead us to their lair. After slaying dozens of wolfmen, Long Qian's eyes glimmered with cold light as she calmly ordered. Yes, great leader. All the dark elf troops responded excitedly. Clearly, they were also caught up in the thrill of the slaughter. The dark elf clan is comprised of a group of ruthless assassins. They possess a strong desire and excitement for battle. Seeing Long Qian's combat power, so overwhelming and fearless, all the dark elves became even more exhilarated. Kill rare second-tier 9-star Wolfman warriors, gain 190 energy points iron or 20 basic, with 30 first-tier earth crystal core. 1 kill rare second-tier 7-star Wolfman warriors, gain 170 energy points iron or 20 basic, with 25 kill elite third-tier 5-star Wolfman warriors, gain 400 energy points iron or 50 basic, with 60 second-tier earth crystal core. 1 kill elite third-tier 7-star Wolfman warriors leader, gain 440 energy points iron or 80 basic, with 90 unverified fine iron great sword. Yi Xian's attribute panel refreshed with over 100 notifications. Not bad, not bad. These wolfmen have decent drop rates, a lot of materials and crystal cores, and 6 or 7 pieces of equipment dropped. Yi Xian glanced at the notifications and could not help but smile with satisfaction. Every time he cleared monsters, there was no greater joy than witnessing the various resources that dropped. This time he harvested around 5 to 6,000 energy points. Moreover, Yi Xian's level had increased again. He had risen from third-tier 5-star 78 to third-tier 7-star 06. This could be considered a continuous breakthrough of 2 stars. Although after reaching the third tier, the experience required to level up each star increases significantly. However, having continuously slain dozens of third-tier elite monsters and over 100 second-tier rare monsters, it was hard not to level up. At this rate, if he cleared the entire Wolfman tribe, perhaps he would have the chance to break through the peak of the third tier. If all goes well, he might even have the opportunity to break through to the 4th tier this afternoon. To think he could break through to the 4th tier in just 6 days fills him with excitement. In the entire Divine Demon continent, such a leveling speed is undoubtedly unique. Of course, whether he can achieve this depends on future developments. However, judging by Long Qian's current performance, the chances of breaking through to the 4th tier are quite high. My lord, these wolfmen are very cunning and may have some backup plans. We must be wary. Kagura remarked, frowning slightly as she looked at the fleeing wolfmen. She felt that these wolfmen had something up their sleeves. Otherwise, why would they have prepared such an army in advance? Logically, after annihilating the Ratmen tribe, the wolfmen should take this very seriously. No worries, when soldiers come we will counter. All conspiracies and tricks are powerless before absolute strength. Yi Xian replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. As the Knoll warriors fled in disarray, abandoning armor, and weapons, Takechi leisurely gathered all monster materials before calmly pursuing them. Her objective was simple: cast a long line to catch a great fish. In truth, they had yet to locate the hidden stronghold of the Grey Iron Knoll tribe. Yet it could not be far, surely nestled somewhere nearby. The entire force trailed 20-odd battered gnolls, occasionally cutting down a straggler. Their sudden attacks sent waves of terror through the fleeing vanguard, accelerating their flight. Half an hour later, shortly after noon, Takechi unleashed several mist-cleaving fire rings and arrived at the foot of a mountain range. Before them sprawled a vast circular valley dotted with hundreds of dome-shaped structures resembling yurts. Surrounding the valley stood a fortified wall 8 meters high. Towering watchtowers, over 10 meters tall, rose at regular intervals along the perimeter. Dozens of slender plumes of bluish smoke curled skyward from within the Grey Iron Knoll settlement. Noon had clearly arrived, the Knoll's mealtime. Even from 500 or 600 meters away, the faint savory aroma of roasting meat drifted on the breeze. The fleeing Knoll's approach immediately drew the attention of the sentries. Once inside, they vanished, only to re-emerge moments later. Q, Q, Q. A chorus of sharp alarm cries erupted from every watchtower as Knoll guards locked their gazes upon Takechi's position. They had spotted her, and the invading host she commanded. Ow, ow, ow. A thunderous savage howl shook the valley, reverberating across the mountainside. This was the tribe's highest-level combat alert, the ultimate crisis warning. Their response was nothing short of lightning swift. Swift, but too late. Takechi's gaze remained cold and unflinching as she strode forward toward the Grey Iron Knoll stronghold, showing no sign of haste or panic despite having been discovered. Instead, her steps were measured and steady as she advanced deliberately with her legion, observing every detail with quiet intensity. She seemed to hold the entire situation firmly within her grasp. Takechi truly embodies the brilliance of the Yodao clan's supreme commander. Every move calculated with uncanny precision. With the contingencies she has prepared, treachery holds no fear. From his domain, Yi Xian watched with mingled astonishment and delight. He opened his mouth to bite into a tender, succulent steak offered by Kagura, and chewed heartily. The distant battle only heightened his exhilaration. Takechi is among the youngest and most prodigious of the Yodao clan's 5 supreme commanders. Her future shines brilliantly. Such strategic acumen is only fitting and fully warrants the master's trust. Kagura gently wiped a trace of juice from Yi Xian's lips, her smile radiant and warm. Rare moments alone with him filled her with profound joy. To the world she appeared aloof and stern, yet each private encounter with Yi Xian became her happy. In those moments she revealed a gentler, more luminous side, exclusively for him. Well done. You played no small part in recruiting Takechi to our cause. You deserve reward. As he spoke, Yi Xian lifted Kagura's exquisite chin with a fingertip and claimed her lips in a bold, electrifying kiss. That intoxicating moment lingered for 3 full minutes, ending only when Kagura withdrew flushed and reluctant, while Yi Xian remained entranced by its lingering resonance. Though Yi Xian might have wished to go further, the immediate priority remained the battlefield ahead. Moreover, though Kagura's beauty was peerless, crossing that final threshold demanded time for both hearts to prepare. Perhaps on some future day beneath a perfect sky such a step would be taken, not now, but in due season. While Yi Xian savored this tranquil interlude in his domain, the Grey Iron Knoll tribe braced itself, as Takechi led 40 Dark Elf warriors to its very gates. Takechi and her companions had expected fierce, suicidal resistance. Instead, as they approached the wall, they beheld white flags hoisted atop every watchtower and along the ramparts. One by one, gnolls emerged, waving enormous white banners toward the invaders. What does this mean? Surrender without a fight. It feels like a trap. Why yield now after we slaughtered so many of their kin? Could it be they recognize our overwhelming strength and choose submission over annihilation? Behind Takechi, dark elves exchanged bewildered glances, grasping for answers. Only Takechi remained utterly composed, her expression serene and unmoved, as if even the sight of white banners could not stir her resolve. Across all realms, raising a white flag signifies surrender or willing fealty. Such an inexplicable, bloodless victory was unprecedented for the Dark Elves. Though the situation defied expectation, none acted rashly. They fell silent, awaiting Takechi's command. With a sharp metallic groan, the city gates swung inward. 2 columns of burly gnolls marched forth in perfect formation, eyes forward, bearing no hostility toward Takechi or her forces. Then emerged a towering gnoll, nearly 2.5 meters tall, his muzzle flanked by 2 slender white whiskers, twin short blades strapped across his broad back. His narrow, predatory eyes gleamed with cunning and menace, radiating an aura of terrifying ferocity. That presence dwarfed even the gnoll deputy Takechi had slain earlier. Clearly he was stronger, deadlier. I am Tai Lang, Supreme Commander and Deputy Chieftain of the Grey Iron Tribe. I greet you honored guests on behalf of my people. Rest assured, we bear no ill intent. We offer sincere allegiance to your sovereign lord. If this commander consents, please join us within the Grey Iron settlement to discuss terms. The chieftain awaits you there with honor. Should this commander refuse our surrender, then the Grey Iron tribe shall fight to the last breath. War would bring ruin to both sides. Would you not agree? Though Tai Lang's visage was fearsome, his words rang with unmistakable sincerity. Upon finishing, he offered a benign, if slightly grotesque, smile, fixing his gaze upon Takechi. Should she strike, he would meet her blade without hesitation. Should she accept parley, all would unfold precisely as he intended. Never imagined these gnolls possessed such intellect to devise a Lurinto-Thieger stratagem. Master, do you think Takechi will enter? Kagura covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her eyes shimmering with affection as she gazed at Yixien. That bold kiss had stirred something entirely new within her, a tender fluttering sensation akin to love itself. Her devotion to Yixien had deepened immeasurably. Of course she'll enter. Would the Yodao clan's supreme commander lack the courage to walk into the tiger's den? I'm eager to learn what scheme lies behind their words. Truly, one must never underestimate these creatures. They're shrewd, calculating, and remarkably adaptive. Astonishing. Yixien swept Kagura's shoulder into a gentle embrace, watching the shared vision unfold before him with growing admiration. Today the gnolls had taught him a profound lesson. These denizens of the realm were no mindless automatons. When peril struck, they chose strategy over blind slaughter, revealing intelligence uniquely their own. This continent grows ever more fascinating. If gnolls are this cunning, what might the greater races conceive? Yixien mused inwardly, his hand gliding lightly over Kagura's shoulder, his eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama beyond the valley. He yearned to witness how Takechi would navigate this enigmatic turning point. In response to the invitation from the Iron Wolf, Long Qian merely nodded lightly. Everyone follow me inside to discuss the matter of allegiance with their chieftain. Remember, do not act rashly. Long Qian ordered coldly, her expression unchanged. Yes, Commander Long Qian. All the dark elves sheathed their weapons and replied meticulously. They would follow Long Qian's orders without. Please come in, our chieftain is inside to welcome you all. Commander Long Qian is truly wise. This decision is excellent. The Iron Wolf spoke excitedly, quickly bending down to lead the way. As he turned, a gleam of cunning malice flashed in his eyes. He even signaled his companion with a glance. The Dark Elf army carrying longbows either walked or rode atop massive black panthers. Following Long Qian, they entered the territory of the Wolfmen. Crack! As everyone entered the Grey Iron tribe, the city gates quickly closed. Seeing this, Long Qian's expression turned even colder. The Dark Elf army merely observed their surroundings calmly, showing no signs of agitation. They noticed that most wolfmen had hidden inside their houses and did not come out. A few warrior wolfmen were closely monitoring their every move. In the distance, some wolfmen hid in dark corners, whispering and revealing sinister smiles. It seemed they were excited about the Dark Elves choosing to enter. These fools really believe they have surrendered. The Iron Wolf's deputy chieftain is impressive. With just a few words, he has them fooled. These women are delicate and tender. They must be very delicious. If I can just get a leg later, that would be great. What are you thinking? Want a leg? Good things are always enjoyed exclusively by the chieftain. Prepare to slaughter the lambs. As Long Qian and the Dark Elf troops moved away, the wolfmen atop the city walls began to whisper to one another, their smiles becoming sinister. They sharpened their knives and revealed the prepared giant crossbows. These crossbows were about 2 meters long, loaded with massive bolts nearly 3 meters in length. This was the equipment for the Grey Iron tribe to defend the city or to slay powerful foes. As long as they hit the enemy, a third-tier warrior would usually be killed instantly. 6 giant crossbows were the gifts they prepared for Long Qian's army. If she attempted to escape, dozens of elite archers would coordinate with the crossbows, ensuring that the Dark Elf army would be caught off guard. Additionally, hidden inside the buildings, teams of fully armed wolfmen were waiting with daggers, spears, and crossbows ready for a signal. As soon as there was any movement from the chieftain's side, everyone would rush in unison. Inside the Grey Iron tribe, there were still over 400 strong wolfmen warriors. Among them, there were over 100 wolfmen of the 3rd tier or higher. With such a formation, and on their own turf, they had prepared some backup plans. Clearly, the Iron Wolf believed that Long Qian and her companions were trapped with no way out. Meanwhile, no one noticed. In every hidden shadow of the Grey Iron tribe, there were even owls that could not be seen with the naked eye. The Moonshadow Sentinels, also known as magic owls. This was one of the innate abilities of the Dark Elf Panther hunters. Only those who could use magic detection or those with strong spiritual power could uncover the presence of the Moonshadow Sentinels. Unfortunately, it was clear that no one in the Grey Iron tribe possessed any detection magic, nor did they have strong enough senses to discover these hidden magical creatures. Interesting, it turns out to be a feast of ambush. There are quite a few traps prepared. Yi Xian revealed a cold. Through the capabilities of the Moonshadow Sentinels, he had seen all the situations in the corners where the wolfmen hid. Every detail was clear, including what they were saying and what they were doing. All of this was under the watch of the magic owls laid bare before him. This was one of Long Qian's backup plans. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. This Long Qian executed exceptionally well. Even the wolfmen hidden in the tents were under surveillance with every action grasped. In such circumstances, as long as they prepared in advance, all of the enemy's calculations would become laughable. With Long Qian's strength along with 40 elite dark elf warriors, the enemy's trap is simply ridiculous. Kagura, seeing this scene, also showed a hint of disdain. Only she understood Long Qian's true strength. This leader was known as the most monstrous being. Her courage, power, and strategies were all top-notch. The enemy's ploys had long been seen through by Long Qian. However, Long Qian's thoughts were deep, and she likely already had a perfect countermeasure in mind. The so-called feast of ambush and closing the doors to beat the dog might mean that these wolfmen were actually hitting themselves. Haha, we shouldn't underestimate the strength of these wolfmen. Let us wait and see. Yi Xian said, taking the tea offered by Kagura and sipping it lightly. With a beauty by his side and a great show about to unfold in the distance, nothing could be more delightful. Please everyone, the chieftain is just ahead. The Iron Wolf grinned with a sinister smile as he led Long Qian and the others to the chieftain's grand tent in the Grey Iron tribe. Before a large black tent covering about 1,000 square meters, dozens of strong wolfmen were already standing there. These wolfmen were all about 2.5 meters tall, exuding a powerful and fierce aura. They all wore brown leather armor, brandishing large swords or wolf-tooth clubs. All the wolfmen bared their fangs, grinning at Long Qian and the others as if looking at lambs ready for slaughter. Everyone having traveled from afar, I, Grey Tooth, welcome you. In my youth, I was fortunate enough to accompany a human mage into a great city and gain some knowledge. A commander as valiant as you daring to infiltrate the enemy camp is truly rare. I admire you greatly. A leading wolfman looked at Long Qian, speaking with a kind and approving demeanor. This was an elderly wolfman who appeared quite aged, lacking the ferocious demeanor of the other wolfmen, instead showing a hint of kindness. He was only 2 meters tall, donned in a luxurious cloak made of tiger skin, holding a staff topped with a goat's head. A wolfman draped in tiger skin. Such a scene was quite bizarre. If the tiger folk saw this, these wolfmen might only be able to prepare for extermination. After all, the tiger tribe is a very powerful and fearsome superior race. The image of the wolfman elder looked entirely like that of a spellcaster. Could he really be a rare wolfman? Upon seeing this scene, Long Qian's gaze unconsciously sharpened. Since the other party was a powerful spellcaster, the magic owls she had prepared could be at risk of exposure. Fortunately, she had instructed the panther hunters to conceal these monitoring sentinels from the start. They had not approached the most heavily fortified tent of the Wolfman chieftain. Therefore, as long as the other party did not specifically employ magic detection, they would be unable to discover her backup plans. Enough nonsense. Since you want to surrender, let us discuss this matter. I value my time to speak briefly. Long Qian smiled coldly, getting straight to the point. Boldly, how dare you disrespect the chieftain? Nearby, the grinning wolfmen scolded Long Qian for her audacity, while others brandished their weapons, preparing to close in. Stop! No one is allowed to move without my command. You will be executed on the spot. Grey Tooth snorted coldly. With a glare, all the eager wolfmen recoiled, not daring to breathe. Clearly, Grey Tooth held a very high status and authority among all the wolfmen. No wolfman dared to defy his will. In fact, all the plans were orchestrated by the elderly wolfman. In his youth, he had been captured by a human mage and made a servant, subjected to various experiments. Although he had endured much torment, Grey Tooth subsequently gained wisdom far beyond that of ordinary wolfmen. He also learned many spells and became the spellcaster of the wolfman tribe. While he may not excel in charging into battle, his power was not to be underestimated. Moreover, his methods were extremely cruel and ruthless. Thus, the other wolfmen did not dare to act recklessly in front of him. Haha, lack of discipline. I apologize for the general's amusement. Surrender is easy to say, but the elderly has one condition. If the general can agree, our Grey Iron tribe might consider surrendering. Grey Tooth leaned on his goat-head staff, revealing a meaningful smile. At this moment, Yi Xian was within the territory, using identification magic to observe information about Grey Tooth and the others. Race Wolfman, Iron Wolf, Deputy Chieftain, level tier 4. 2 stars, quality orange, leader black iron, level BOSS, skills twin blade / tier apart, rampage, ambush. Race Wolfman, Grey Tooth, Chieftain, class Earth Mage, level tier 4. 5 stars, quality orange, leader black iron, level BOSS, skills intermediate, earth spells, basic knowledge, wolf roar, basic bloodthirst. While this Grey Iron Wolfman tribe actually possesses 2 black iron level bosses. This is intriguing, no wonder they dare let Long Qian in. It turns out their strength is so formidable. Yi Xian was astonished upon seeing the attribute information of Grey Tooth and others. Through identification magic, he discovered that not only Iron Wolf and Grey Tooth were Black Iron level BOSSES, but there were also 3 other Tier 4 Wolfmen, with the rest being Tier 3 with 8 or 9 stars of strength. This meant that the Grey Iron tribe had 5 Tier 4 monsters in existence. Such terrifying strength could be considered extremely powerful. At least in the novice village, it was definitely the strongest force present. On Long Qian's side only she had reached Tier 4 strength. 1 vs 5 plus over 100 powerful Tier 3 Wolfmen. This disparity in strength was too great. Master, should I go help? Kagura, seeing the overwhelming difference in strength, began to worry. Puff! A silver arrow pierced through gold and stone, shooting toward Long Qian's throat like lightning. This strike occurred at the moment Long Qian's If you were a 4th tier boss, I could understand it. The key issue is that this Wolfman tribe actually has 4 4th tier monsters. Although apart from Iron Wolf and Grey Fong, the others are all 4th tier 1 star. However, there are dozens of 3rd tier high star Wolfman warriors around, eyeing them covetously. This time the gap in strength is much greater than that of the Plague Ratman tribe back then. It's fine, since Takemi dares to delve into the wolf den, she must have her confidence. You should know her better than I do. Choose to trust her. Yi Xian shook his head, wrapping his arms around Kagura's delicate waist to comfort her. To be honest, when his palm rested upon it, slowly sliding and kneading, it truly felt wonderful, silky and bouncy, simply amazing. My lord, I can opt out. Can you keep your hand still? It tickles. Kagura glared at Yi Xian, who was taking advantage of the situation. She quickly pressed down on Yi Xian's restless hand. If he continued to knead upwards, he would really touch Kagura in places that had never been touched before. If Yi Xian were to touch such sensitive areas, Kagura wouldn't be able to bear it. Even though the one caressing her was Yi Xian, her trembling body clearly showed she was a bit scared. Haha, alright, I know you're shy, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Kagura's blushing face, Yi Xian playfully pinched her small nose and gave up on going further. Some things are best left at a certain point. Beautiful things should be savored slowly for more flavor. At this moment, he was actually a little nervous, glancing towards the battle at the Wolfman tribe's side. Although he was well aware of all the backup plans Takemi had, he was still extremely astonished and impressed by her intricate arrangements. However, even so, facing the unprecedentedly powerful Grey Iron tribe, he still felt a bit uneasy. After all, monsters above 4th tier had already entered the ranks of experts. Reaching this level of strength is incredibly formidable and terrifying. It is not easy to kill them easily. Moreover, there exists the cunning and seasoned Grey Fong, who is even above Takemi in realm. This old guy is truly no simple matter. His wisdom surpasses that of ordinary humans. Do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? Either submit to my master and become a well-behaved dog, the most loyal slave. Dare to resist, and you shall await annihilation. With a cold glare, Takemi fixed her eyes on Grey Fong, scoffing. In her eyes, such an ugly and weak creature was only fit to be a real dog. Alternatively, they could become a slave under Yi Xian, ready to accept their fate as cannon fodder. Otherwise, there would only be one path: destruction. She did not want to waste time with the other party. If it weren't for her curiosity about whether this Grey Iron tribe could provide her with a little surprise, she would have already attacked and barged in. Upon seeing the strength displayed by the opponent, she immediately found it dull. Compared to her prepared backup plans, everything seemed simple and boring. You are too arrogant. Infuriating me, being so disregarding of others. It's simply seeking death. I, Grey Fong, am the powerful leader of the Grey Iron clan. Since you do not cherish the opportunity provided, prepare for total annihilation. Upon hearing Takemi's words, Grey Fong was instantly furious. He did not expect the other party to be so disrespectful. There was no indication that they intended to heed his demands. Although this demand was also extremely unfriendly towards the lord behind Takemi. However, since the other party considered listening a waste of time, what was the point of negotiating? Although Grey Fong was wise, he also counted as a very submissive wolfman. Nonetheless, he was still a wolfman. Wolfmen are notoriously impatient, known for their ferocity and aggressiveness. If not for him holding them back, the wolfmen beside him would have already attacked. Now that the other party had torn the facade, Grey Fong could no longer restrain himself. Attack, try to leave these women a breath. Ooh, I want to teach them what cruelty means. With a sinister laugh, Grey Fong waved his staff. Owl, owl, owl. In an instant, dozens of 3rd tier high star wolfmen rushed out with sinister howls. Their target was, of course, all of Takemi and her troops. As they moved, owl, 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 the entire Grey Iron tribe was suddenly filled with the sounds of howling. This was the signal to begin battle. All Wolfman warriors had already prepared, charging en masse. They surrounded Takemi's troops from all directions, blocking their escape routes. Moreover, in every shadowy corner atop the watchtowers, There were already hundreds of wolfman archers aiming at Takemi and her people. With each howl, a rain of arrows descended from the sky, attacking them. It can be said that this was an unprecedented crisis. Everyone spread out and fight. It's time to test your strength. Remember, first destroy those traps hidden in the dark. For our Lord, we shall not shy away from a battle. Annihilate all monsters, since they seek death. Let us satisfy them. Takemi calmly ordered, showing no emotion in the face of such formidable foes approaching. Yes, Commander. All the Dark Elves archers and Black Panther hunters were exhilarated. They had been waiting for. Moreover, after entering, they had already grasped the terrain within the Grey Iron tribe through the Moonshadow Sentinel. They knew where defenses were laid, where traps were hidden. Even if the defenses were weak, they were already well aware. After Takemi gave the order, everyone scattered to engage in individual battles. It was not that they did not want to unite. Rather, their numbers were too few, and uniting would not be advantageous. Additionally, the Grey Iron tribe was not a jungle and could not leverage their advantages. Acting separately would actually maximize their strength. Once scattered, the enemies would find it hard to easily injure them. However, given the current situation, even trying to scatter would be exceedingly difficult, because all the escape routes were blocked by groups of wolfmen. They charged at them with knives, arrows, and clubs. Above their heads, a rain of arrows descended. It felt as if at this moment they were all destined to die, with no escape in sight. Give up resistance. I can make your deaths less painful. Human girls are my favorite. To play with them fiercely before skinning and crushing them is the most delicious. He, the leader, is indeed wise, tricking you all in here. None can escape. It's so delightful. I can already feel the exquisite bodies of the girls, the expressions of pain as they struggle and beg for mercy in my hands. Iron Wolf drew two massive short blades, excitement etched on his face as he gazed at Takemi and the others roaring. He licked his crimson tongue, his mouth full of sharp teeth grinding, as if he had already sensed the most wonderful flavor. You dead dog, I'll use you to sacrifice my blade first. Upon hearing this, Takemi's eyes turned cold, becoming even more fierce. Blood battle, heaven and earth break. With that, Takemi swung her massive blade towards the sky. In an instant, a terrifying blade intent shot up into the sky. A horrifying blood aura rose from Takemi. This blood aura actually condensed into substance, transforming into a hazy, blood-colored demon shadow. When Takemi swung her blade, hundreds of blood-colored blade lights burst forth. Blood battle, heaven and earth unleashed terrifying combat power. With one swing, the hundreds of descending arrows instantly shattered into powder. Not only that, the blade aura violently radiated outward. Owl! 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 More than 20 wolfmen howled and screamed, instantly shredded by the blood-colored blade light. Their bodies exploded in an instant. Ultimately, they shattered into several pieces, their bodies completely torn apart. Even those wolfmen standing further away had several wounded by the blood-colored blade aura, crying out in pain. With the might of one blade, nearly 40 wolfmen were killed in an instant. More than 20 bodies exploded and died, while over 10 had lost their fighting capacity, lying on the ground howling. With just Takemi's strength, a path to survival was opened in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. The other Dark Elves echoed in unison, their eyes growing colder, their killing intent evident. They either drew bows and shot arrows, or dove into the wolf pack to fight up close. Or riding Black Panthers, they leapt up, even jumping onto the buildings, directly bypassing the crowd, attacking in all directions. When the entire legion scattered, the strength of the wolfmen immediately dispersed, unable to concentrate their fighting power in one place. They could only chase after the shadows of those Dark Elves, splitting up to encircle and hunt them down. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out. And at the location where Takemi stood, there remained only her, standing with her blade. Haha, foolish one, you're the only one left. Do you still wish to resist? He, daring to say I will use you as a sacrificial blade, how arrogant. Let me show you how Iron Wolf will ravage and destroy you. Iron Wolf laughed maniacally. Just now, although Takemi's attack had shocked him, most of the deaths were second-tier wolfmen, with only a few third-tier. Now he still had dozens of third-tier wolfmen on his side, along with the clan leader and several fourth-tier powerhouses. Iron Wolf vowed to capture Takemi, making her feel his terror. Everyone attack together with me here. She is absolutely no match for you. The clan leader Grey Fong also revealed a sinister smile, his expression filled with cunning. Group Bloodthirst spell. He waved his staff and began to chant softly. Instantly, a series of blood-colored halos drilled into the bodies of the surrounding wolfmen. Owl! 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 Suddenly, all the wolfmen, illuminated by the bloodthirst spell, howled. Their strength instantly surged, their eyes turning a deep red, becoming extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious. This is one of Grey Fang's trump cards. With the group Bloodthirst spell, all wolfmen become fearless and significantly more powerful than before. The terrifying bloodthirst power erupted, and all the wolfmen charged madly towards Takemi, seemingly intent on tearing her apart in an instant. This was indeed a battle of stark disparity. Of course, this disparity could refer to either strength or numbers. The number of the wolfmen held an absolute advantage. On the other hand, the Dark Elf Legion, led by Long Qian, possessed individual strength that far surpassed these monsters. Furthermore, all members of the Dark Elf Legion had reached at least the 3rd tier. Adding in the 20 Black Panthers, this meant there was also a combat strength of 60 at the 3rd tier or above on this side. Although in terms of numbers 60 versus 480, they were already at a disadvantage. However, once everyone spread out, a terrifying lethality erupted. Those wolfmen were strong in power, but they were far outmatched in agility and movement by the Dark Elves. Kill for the glory of our master. Kill, these dead dogs deserve to die. Kill, our Dark Elf clan fears no opponent. Many Dark Elves, growing braver with each kill, uttered cold shouts. They were indeed a highly combative race, synonymous with cruelty and plunder. Facing a monstrous horde that far outnumbered them, they showed no fear. Instead, they became even more frenzied. One wolfman after another fell, either having their heads exploded or their hearts pierced. The Black Panther hunters ascended the buildings, unleashing their blood drops moon blades, causing several monsters to keel over. Some Black Panther hunters engaged in combat separately from their panthers. Roar! The Black Panther leapt over 10 meters, and upon landing it had already bitten through the necks of 2 wolfmen. Puff! A flash of cold light appeared as a 2nd-tier wolfman was eviscerated by the Black Panther's claws, killed instantly. Of course, not everyone was having it so easy. There were still Dark Elf archers besieged by several 3rd-tier monsters. While Dark Elf archers were not weak in close combat, they were not particularly strong either. One Dark Elf archer found herself surrounded by 3 3rd-tier wolfmen and several 2nd-tier ones. Faced with such a moment of despair, even if I die in battle, I won't give you the satisfaction. For the glory of our master, I can offer my life. This Dark Elf archer sneered, showing no signs of panic or fear. To her, death was an embrace of darkness, the best refuge, and she felt no fear. She knocked an arrow. Puff! To her surprise, 4 dark arrows had formed on her longbow. Normally, she could only condense 2 arrows at a time. But on the brink of life and death, she broke through and condensed 4 arrows with power far exceeding her usual capability. Bang! 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 The 4 arrows shot out in a flash. In an instant, they pierced through the heads of 4 wolfmen, 2 of which were 3rd tier and 2 2nd tier. However, after this rapid-fire shot, she was already feeling a bit drained. The enemies were already upon her. She could only draw a short dagger from her waist, preparing to charge into battle for a last desperate fight. She was already ready to sacrifice herself for Yi Xian. He die, evil woman, you can't escape. We will shred you, crush your bones, and devour every inch of your... The remaining 3rd-tier wolfman laughed maniacally. This lone Dark Elf archer was already within his grasp. He followed behind several 2nd-tier wolfmen, sneaking to find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Puff! Puff! Several 2nd-tier wolfmen had their necks slit by this Dark Elf. She kicked away another wolfman that lunged at her. Good opportunity. The 3rd-tier wolfman laughed madly, swinging his large blade through the opening. A flash of cold light appeared, ready to cleave this Dark Elf archer, who refused to retreat, in half. But in the next second, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! Suddenly, the head of this 3rd-tier wolfman flew high into the air, and his body was instantly torn in half. An eerie shadow flashed through the battlefield. Immediately, screams echoed as all the wolfmen surrounding the Dark Elf archer collapsed in agony. Demon Blade Assassin. The Dark Elf sheathed her dagger, took up her longbow again, astonished. She had not anticipated that these eerie ghost-like assassins would appear here. Weren't they guarding the territory of the plague rat people from afar, defending the new territory? Was all of this a backup plan arranged by Commander Long Qian? Thinking of this, the Dark Elf archer instantly reacted, becoming even more impressed with Long Qian. This commander truly surprised them. First, she arranged for hunters and released the Moonshadow Sentinels to scout the enemy intelligence of the Iron Grey tribe. Then she had the Demon Blade Assassins hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Don't get distracted, we are all blades in our master's hand, let us slay all enemies. This Demon Blade Assassin mysteriously appeared behind the Dark Elf archer, whispering softly in her ear. Beneath the veil, she even stuck out her little tongue, licking the earlobe of this Dark Elf archer. Oh! Suddenly, this Dark Elf archer shuddered all over. A strange pleasure surged through her, causing her to involuntarily emit a shameful moan. In such a dangerous battlefield, she was actually teased by an eerie assassin. Many members of the Dark Elf clan are indeed bisexual. Faced with such teasing, she became even more excited. Turning around, she found that the Demon Blade Assassin who had provoked her had already vanished. Kill for the glory of our master. This Dark Elf archer, now reinvigorated, charged into the horde of monsters. She had become even more excited, her eyes filled with a cruel light. She only sought more slaughter to prolong this thrill. Similar scenes were unfolding throughout the Wolfman tribe. Whenever a dark elf archer or Black Panther hunter faced danger at such moments, the demon blade assassin would mysteriously appear. Emerging from behind the monsters, she unleashed her ultimate assassination technique. After taking down powerful wolfmen, she also resolved the dark elves' deadly crises. Killing rare second tier 6 stars Wolfman Warrior gained 160 energy points primary iron or 20 primary with 30. Killing rare second tier 9 stars Wolfman Warrior gained 190 energy points primary iron or 50 primary with 60 first tier Earth Crystal Core. 1 killing elite third tier 6 stars Wolfman Warrior gained 420 energy points primary iron or 50 primary with 60 claw set unidentified. Killing elite third tier 7 stars Wolfman Warrior Leader gained 440 energy points primary iron or 80 primary with 90 second tier Earth Crystal Core 1. With this bloody battle, Yi Xian's panel kept refreshing various notifications. Energy points, crystal cores, primary ores, and Wood's even experience were all rapidly increasing. Moments into the battle, Yi Xian had already broken through to 3 stars, reaching the 7th tier. Indeed, only through war is the best and fastest shortcut to wealth. Yi Xian licked his lips, feeling the surge of power within him, excitedly speaking. Yi Xian stood up, and a series of crackling sounds echoed from within his body. A terrifying aura spread out, and Yi Xian's bloodline power seemed to have increased several times. If his meridians were once merely a stream, they had now gradually transformed into a river. Rivers of blood-colored power surged through his meridians like giant pythons. They seemed to be exceedingly thirsty, craving more energy intake. They wished to grow larger and more robust. He hurriedly swallowed 5 bottles of spiritual energy moon water to replenish the thirsty bloodline within. Let's try these advanced blood chi pills, Yi Xian said, directly opening his mouth and conjuring 5 crimson pills to swallow. These 5 advanced blood chi pills were obtained from the bronze treasure chest that burst forth from Long Qian. At that time, opening the bronze chest had directly signaled a critical hit, granting him a perfect bronze-level reward. Then these 5 advanced blood chi pills appeared. Advanced blood chi pill tier 3 premium significantly enhances the thickness of blood and chi within the body, strengthens the physique, continuously fortifying the physical body with effects akin to foundation establishment. Note that these pills possess a slight toxicity and should not be consumed in excess at once, as it may lead to blood explosion and the risk of accumulating mild pill toxins. Yi Xian had just studied the properties of these advanced blood chi pills. Simply put, they were among the best pills for foundation establishment. However, they were not perfect-grade blood chi pills, hence they possessed slight toxicity. Nevertheless, for Yi Xian, this was hardly a concern. His physique was already immensely powerful, and he should have reached the initial stage of the Crimson Crown level by now. As long as his physique was strong enough, he would quickly refine and eliminate any slight pill toxins. As for the concern of consuming too many at once leading to blood explosion, that was non-existent. He was the Lord of Darkness, endowed with the power of the Dark Magic Tower, and enhanced by his troop attributes, completely fearless. Roar! The immense power compelled Yi Xian to let out a howl. The power within him surged violently, blood and chi swelling, resembling evolving pythons that became increasingly thick and terrifying. Once his blood and chi truly transformed into the form of a dragon, even becoming true dragon blood, he would break through to another level. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through the shackles of your bloodline once again. I feel you have become even stronger than the crown-level bloodline. With your foundation, you are already outstanding among your peers. It won't be long before you surpass me. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Kamiyura's eyes as she looked at Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian gave her a sense of danger. The terrifying bloodline power emanated from him, causing a stir in her heart. This was a feeling of attraction to a powerful male, or rather to a formidable being. Though Yi Xian was only 18, he had undergone numerous transformations, and his physique had become increasingly perfect. With his sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, his gaze was as deep as the stars. Coupled with his sculpted physique, strong and perfect, he was an ideal partner. Though his realm had not changed, his strength had undoubtedly become even more formidable. Haha, I still have a bit of a gap compared to you all, but I will surpass you soon. Let's continue to watch the battle over there. I'm quite looking forward to the surprises these wolfmen will bring me next. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back, a calm and composed look on his face. All of our Demon Blade clan assassins have been dispatched by Long Qian. Then that girl Eileen must be there too. Kamiyura reluctantly withdrew her gaze from Yi Xian, exclaiming in surprise. In fact, the Demon Blade assassins had been assigned to another territory, and she was unaware that they had already been dispatched by Long Qian. Now that she thought about it, Eileen seemed to be absent from the territory. So everything was easily explained. If she were here, she would have clung to Yi Xian, sleeping on him. Since she wasn't by his side, there was only one possibility. Long Qian had already communicated with Eileen and taken her away. We shall wait and see. Yi Xian nodded excitedly, stating, "Hurry, do not let these invaders leave alive. Prepare the giant crossbow, target all approaching enemies." A wolfman chief on the city wall roared. Within the Gray Iron tribe, chaos ensued with bloodshed everywhere. Meanwhile, several dark elf panther hunters had already broken through with their advantage. They were about to reach the base of the city wall. Their objective was simple: to eliminate the defensive forces here and reduce the wolfman's viable strength. Puff, puff, puff. The wolfman archers on the city wall unleashed a barrage of arrows at the panther hunters. On the city wall, 6 giant crossbows had quietly aimed at the panther hunters. The speed and power of the giant crossbow bolts were exceptionally terrifying. As long as they aimed at the enemies, they could essentially achieve accurate kills. Just as the wolfmen on the city wall were preparing to ambush the breaching panther hunters, suddenly a terrifying aura descended. Damn it, what is that? A wolfman sentinel on the city wall looked towards the distant sky. There a blinding golden light flickered. Even under the bright noon sun, that golden glow was so dazzling that one could hardly look directly at it. Stinky doggies, goodbye. From above the sky, Eileen waved gently at the Gray Iron tribe below. In an instant, a golden thunder echoed and crashed down. A streak of golden arrow light split into 2, then 4. In an instant, it transformed into dozens of golden arrows descending from the sky hundreds of meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The walls of the Gray Iron tribe, even the nearby buildings and watchtowers, were struck by the golden arrows in an instant. Sounds of terrifying explosions rang out. The walls of the Gray Iron tribe shattered, with dozens of wolfmen screaming as they were obliterated, turning into clouds of blood mist. Within a kilometer radius, all buildings and wolfman warriors were instantaneously devoured and killed by the golden arrow light. When the golden arrow light fell to the ground, everything was obliterated, devoid of life. This horrifying scene left all the distant wolfmen and dark elf members stunned. Even Yi Xian, who was watching, broke into a cold sweat, shaking his head in disbelief. Eileen, that little demon, is too terrifying. She's simply a moving nuclear warhead. With her in group battles, I can rest easy. Yi Xian looked at that small figure, marveling at the terrifying destructive power she unleashed. Truly a descendant of the dark elf divine bloodline, whose such prowess I cannot match. Beside him, Kamiura also appeared, slightly entranced. Little girl, your specialty is close combat. If that little girl Eileen were within 10 meters of you, she wouldn't escape your blade, would she? Yi Xian asked, half in acknowledgement and half in curiosity, as he patted Kamiura's small head. 50-50. Kamiura shook her head, not fully conceding. But the unhidden fervor in her eyes let Yi Xian know that she was also secretly competing. The time rewinds a few minutes back. At this moment, Long Qian is surrounded by dozens of formidable wolfmen. Among them are more than 50 second-tier wolfman warriors. Additionally, there are about 20 or 30 more wolfmen, all monsters of the 3rd tier. These wolfmen are the most elite and powerful warriors of the Gray Iron tribe. Moreover, there are 2 wolfman leaders, each possessing strength at the level of 4th tier 1 star. Lastly, there is the Vice Chieftain Iron Wolf at 4th tier 2 star. And lurking behind all the wolfmen is the Chieftain Gray Fong, secretly casting spells. It can be said that to deal with Long Qian, the wolfman tribe has concentrated its most elite and powerful forces. Such power is incredibly terrifying. At the very least, if it were in another territory, this force could absolutely destroy everything. At this moment, Long Qian is completely isolated and helpless. The members of the Dark Elf Legion have been ordered to disperse. As for her, she faces the thousands alone, emanating a terrifying momentum of unstoppable resolve. With a single move blood battle under heaven, she slaughters over 10 elite wolfmen. However, the other wolfmen do not retreat because of this. They still occupy an absolute advantageous position. The strongest batch of wolfmen has not suffered any losses. All warriors charge. Fight to the death, she can't hold on for long. Regardless of life or death, as long as we defeat her, our Gray Iron tribe will achieve ultimate victory. The Vice Chieftain Iron Wolf grinned menacingly. At this moment, apart from him, the other wolfmen have red eyes, gradually becoming frantic. Aru, Aru, Aru. All the wolfmen emit excited and ferocious howls, their battle intent surging. Although Grey Fang's group bloodthirst skill is only at the beginner level, it can still increase their combat power by more than 30%. Their sense of pain becomes dulled and weakened while their battle power continuously rises. The side effect is they will gradually lose their sanity, becoming frenzied and bloodthirsty. After 3 minutes, they will become weak and exhausted. They must kill the enemy to quell their rage. In other words, they must kill Long Qian within 3 minutes. Otherwise, as they gradually weaken and wear down, their strength will plummet, making it easy for them to be counterattacked. They are originally the most elite warriors of the Wolfman tribe. Under the enhancement of the bloodthirst skill, they have become even more powerful and terrifying. Although they will gradually lose their sanity with so many elites, isn't it simple to kill a 4th-tier woman within 3 minutes? Kill die. Iron Wolf charged forward, howling with excitement. He stepped forward wielding 2 massive short blades and fiercely struck down towards Long Qian. Dual Blades Frenzied Slash. This is Iron Wolf's strongest combat skill. It is a mid-level combat technique stolen from a human knight's training in a human city by the chieftain Grey Fawn. After practicing for over 20 years, Iron Wolf has already reached a latest proficiency. Using it with 4th-tier strength combined with the Bloodthirst skill is extremely terrifying. As the dual blades are unleashed instantly, no wolfman dares to approach within 3 zhang. Puff puff, dozens of snow-white blade energies crisscross, slicing through the ground, transforming into a torrent that crashes down mercilessly towards Long Qian. Dozens of condensed blade energies dance like mad demons seeking to devour everything. This move was executed by Iron Wolf to perfection. Even those of the same tier would either die or be severely injured. It is absolutely impossible to withstand this move. Hidden. Die, foolish woman. Iron Wolf roared as he frantically slashed, instantly reaching Long Qian's front. It seemed as if he would devour her in an instant. To slice her into countless pieces. Too slow, too weak. You are not qualified to use a blade before me. Long Qian's gaze turned icy as she let out a cold snort. She raised her giant blade and casually flicked it. Bang! A razor-sharp blade intent coalesced, instantly transforming into a massive blade energy over a zhang long. The blade energy shot out like a bullet, crashing into the barrier of Iron Wolf's blade energy. Impossible. Iron Wolf let out a cry of despair, spewing a mist of blood as he was sent flying by a single strike. His body directly shattered the chieftain's grand tent behind him, crashing into a stone mountain in a disheveled manner. His body was lodged in a big shape, and for a moment he lost all combat ability. Kill, kill. Though Iron Wolf was sent flying by a single strike, the other wolfmen showed no signs of fear. They were all affected by the Bloodthirst skill, gradually losing their sanity. In their eyes there was only slaughter left. Ripping apart Long Qian was their only goal. Instantly, all the wolfmen abandoned any pretense. Some raised wolf-tooth clubs, others wielded large knives, and some thrust spears forward. Another 4th-tier wolfman leader hiding behind took out a finely crafted crossbow. The crossbow was loaded with a silver arrow glinting with cold light. Damn you, female demon, die. This is an enchanted crossbow crafted by human mages, and this dispelling arrow can even kill 4th-tier powerhouses. Hee hee, you want to escape death. This 4th-tier wolfman leader, due to his powerful strength, was not greatly affected by the Bloodthirst skill. He hid in the shadows using the assassination move, enchanted crossbow prepared by the chieftain, ready to launch a surprise attack. The silver arrow was the only one, but its power was immense, terrifying beyond measure. This was a highly malicious assassination tool. Using it in such a chaotic battlefield was most appropriate. You don't know what's good for you, since you are eager for reincarnation, I will grant you that. Demon Blade Manifestation appear. Faced with the onslaught of countless powerful bloodthirsty monsters, Long Qian finally unleashed a terrifying murderous intent. Behind her, a bizarre and evil phantom emerged. This phantom stands 6 zhang tall, clothed in purple golden armor, resembling a transparent ripple, its face indistinguishable. From its shape, this manifestation appears to be female, possessing 4 arms. Each arm wields a long, curved demon blade. Her 4 arms are extremely long, about 3 zhang in length, coupled with the gigantic demon blade of over 1 zhang 9 feet in her hands. It looks terrifying, like a hellish Azura. The 4-armed demon blade manifestation is one of Long Qian's. Once this manifestation appears, her aura becomes several times more terrifying, and a murderous aura rises to the heavens. At the moment the 4-armed demon blade manifestation coalesces, Long Qian instantly transforms into a demon blade Azura, appearing extremely fearsome. Even those wolfmen charging recklessly felt a sense of foreboding, revealing expressions of fear. However, it was all too late. Kill. Long Qian simply uttered the word kill. Instantly, the demon blade manifestation behind her moved, all 4 arms in unison. In the blink of an eye, she slashed out dozens of massive purple golden blade shadows. Each blade shadow solidified, resembling blades of death, harvesting terrifying beyond measure. Puff, puff, puff. In the next second, a horrific and bloody scene unfolded. All the wolfmen charging forward were instantly sliced apart by the purple golden blade shadows, their bodies shattered into pieces. Within 10 zhang around Long Qian, it transformed into a hellish slaughterhouse, a merciless meat grinder. Limbs flew, blood mist sprayed into the sky, and the carnage reached an extreme level. Whether 2nd-tier, 3rd-tier, or even 4th-tier wolfmen, their fate was miserable, instantly shredded on the spot. Wherever the purple golden blade shadows passed, piercing screams echoed in all directions like the lament of hellish wraiths. Without exception, all monsters approaching within 10 zhang were instantaneously cut down. Puff! A silver arrow pierced through gold and stone, shooting toward Long Qian's throat like lightning. This strike occurred at the moment Long Qian's manifestation completed the slaughter of enemies within Tinzhong and halted her blade swing. One could say that this assassination strike was executed with exceptional precision. Such a terrifying assassination strike. If it were anyone else, even a fourth-tier powerhouse would meet a bitter end on the spot. But the one being ambushed is the formidable Long Qian. In the face of this terrifying assassination, Long Qian showed no expression. Foolish and weak beings will eventually wither away. Long Qian spoke coldly, her demeanor reminiscent of a hellish messenger whispering softly. Then behind her the fearsome four-armed demon blade avatar gently raised a hand and waved. Bang! A purple golden blade aura sliced through the air. In an instant it shattered the terrifying enchanted silver arrow. Not only that, but the blade aura surged forth unstoppable. No, it's impossible. The fourth-tier Wolfman leader's face was filled with terror. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Even if he could break free from the aura locking onto him and successfully escape, he wouldn't be able to dodge this strike. The purple golden blade aura was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Puff, this fourth-tier one-star Wolfman leader, met the same fate as all his kin. His body was torn in half and exploded into a mist of blood. Killed rare second-tier 8-star Wolfman warrior gained 180 energy points basic iron or 30 basic, with 20. Killed rare second-tier 9-star Wolfman warrior gained 190 energy points basic iron or 50 basic, with 15. First-tier Earth Crystal Core 1 killed elite third-tier 9-star Wolfman warrior gained 480 energy points basic iron or 900 basic, with 80. First-tier Earth Crystal Core 1 killed elite 4th-tier 1-star Wolfman warrior leader bronze level BOSS gained 3,100 energy points basic iron or 200 basic magic crystal. 200. Third-tier Earth Crystal Core 1 it killed elite 4th-tier 1-star Wolfman archer leader bronze level BOSS gained 3,100 energy points basic iron or 150 basic magic crystal. 250. Bronze treasure chest 1. Yi Xian's information list refreshed with dozens of notifications. In just a few minutes, nearly 100 wolfmen besieging Long Qian had already lost over half. On the opposite side, only over 30 wolfmen remained, all retreating in fear. Faced with the killing god Long Qian, even under the influence of bloodthirst, they felt a deep-rooted fear and dared not to attack, even slightly. Long Qian's strength is indeed formidable, effortlessly killing so many high-tier wolfmen. Hey, what a guy! There are still 2 bronze BOS level leaders. Third-tier crystal cores, bronze treasure chests. So many good things, this is awesome. Yi Xian couldn't help but feel both surprised and delighted at his harvest. What astonished him was that this gray iron wolfman tribe had 5 BOS level monsters. Adding the 3 bronze bosses he had killed earlier, there were a total of 5. Even the previous plague ratman tribe had only 2. This was the absolute gap in strength. These BOSSs, if they appeared alone, could likely wipe out some low-tier territories. Yet Yi Xian had already continuously annihilated so many. He was completely unconcerned about whether Long Qian could handle the remaining patriarch. Instead, he was very pleasantly surprised to gain so many benefits. Long Qian had even directly killed 2 BOS level monsters of the same tier. This strength was indeed terrifying. No wonder she was the youngest leader of the Demon Blade clan, possessing a powerful Shikigami bloodline. Long Qian is a descendant of a certain divine-level Shikigami bloodline, as she certainly won't let her master down. Shikigami are not true deities, they are merely powerful spiritual entities of special bloodlines. Long Qian is very unique, a fusion of a strong Demon Blade clan member and a Shikigami with limitless potential. Shinra's eyes shone with excitement as she explained. Seeing Long Qian of the Demon Blade clan perform so excellently brought her great satisfaction. If all the limelight were snatched away by the Dark Elf clan, how would she, the head of the Demon Blade clan, hold her head high? Indeed, Long Qian had never let her down. Indeed, not bad. When she returns, I must reward her well. Yi Xian said with a smile, nodding. Master, rewards are fine, but don't go overboard. She's younger than I am and hasn't encountered men yet. Long Qian once said that all men are bastards. She will never touch a man in her life. Anyone who confesses to her will be killed on the spot. Oh, she dislikes men so much. By the way, you said she's younger than you. How old are you and how old is she? Yi Xian looked at Shinra curiously. It's not so much dislike, she just wants to become stronger. Absolutely, matters between men and women are an obstacle that will affect her speed in drawing her blade. If it were you, she certainly wouldn't dislike it. In the realm of the Demon Blade clan, I have already reached 96 years old, while Long Qian is 90. Our lifespan is exceptionally long, easily living over 2,000 years, even longer than the elven race. If calculated according to human standards, I should be under 9 years old, while Long Qian is about 8. Of course, this calculation isn't entirely accurate, but it's close enough. In any case, we are indeed not considered adults in our own race adulthood. Is it 300 years? Shinra explained seriously, even counting on her fingers. Yi Xian listened nearby, unable to stop the cold sweat from flowing down. He now wore a face full of confusion and shock. Damn, turns out this group of prodigies around me are all children still underage. Yi Xian couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, whether it was Shinra Longqian or Aaron, these women couldn't be judged by human standards. They were all special beings. Moreover, their figures and development were nothing like children. They truly embodied the image of mature women. Shinra looked like she was only 16 years old. In contrast, Longqian, who was younger than her, appeared to be around 18 or 19. In any case, he wouldn't feel any guilt about teasing Shinra. Regardless of Yi Xian's various dramatic psychological changes, the battle within the Wolfman tribe had already entered a heated phase. After Longqian had slain dozens of powerful Wolfman warriors, Aaron also made her appearance from the sky. At this point, Longqian had already retracted her four-armed demon blade avatar. Only you are left. Since you've attacked, be prepared for complete annihilation. She held the gigantic demon blade, pointing it at the Greifang tribe leader, speaking coldly. At this moment, the other wolfmen didn't dare to look directly at Longqian. When she raised the giant blade and pointed it at the Greifang, all the wolfmen trembled in fear and retreated frantically, exposing their patriarch. A bunch of useless trash. The Greifang, seeing this, immediately roared in anger. He never expected Longqian to be so terrifyingly strong. 1 vs 100, and they were easily crushed. Such terrifying strength made even the patriarch's heart race in fear. But now it had come to a life-or-death moment. If Greifang didn't fight with all his might, he might die here. Iron Wolf, if you're not dead, hurry up and join the battle. If you keep pretending to be dead, we're all going to die. Let's attack together. We still have a glimmer of hope. That ability she just used must have taken a huge toll. She definitely can't last long. At this moment, Greifang turned to glare at the deputy patriarch, who was leaning against the rock nearby, and let out a cold snort. He understood Iron Wolf the best. This dog was truly a master of pretending, the epitome of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Although Longqian's previous strike was powerful, it wasn't enough to kill him. After all, he was a 4th-tier black iron level boss monster with thick health. He wouldn't die easily. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide from your sharp eyes, patriarch. I secretly took 2 healing pills just now, and am almost all better now. Not far away, the Iron Wolf, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly jumped up. Ouch, it hurts. This woman is terrifying. I can probably only unleash 70 to 80% of my power now. The Iron Wolf walked to Greifang's side, touching the deep gash on his chest with a grimace. There was a half-meter-long wound that was gradually healing, no longer bleeding. However, the terrifying power of the demon blade was rampaging within the Iron Wolf. If he didn't find a way to force out the hidden demon blade power quickly, it would eventually lead him to a fate worse than death. I will channel the power of bloodthirst entirely onto you. Those wounds will no longer affect you in the slightest, and will instead heal instantly. Let's attack together, tear this woman apart, and devour her. It will definitely allow us to advance further. Greifang laughed coldly, his previously kind demeanor vanishing, turning utterly ferocious. Frenzy bloodthirst. A terrifying blood-colored light erupted from Greifang's staff. Immediately after, a rich blood aura surged into the Iron Wolf's body. The Iron Wolf let out a thunderous roar. The leather armor on him instantly burst apart, and his form rapidly grew larger. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering monster nearly 5 meters high, with bulging muscles like a coiled steel wolfman. His explosive strength and massive form resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A pair of sturdy arms extended claws nearly a meter long. This was a true monster. Under Greifang's full effort, at the cost of his vitality, the Iron Wolf had completely transformed into a monster. The terrifying aura even approached the exaggerated level of a 5th-tier being. Meanwhile, Greifang, having drained his life force, appeared much older, with all his gray fur turning white. Woman, are you afraid? I have already attained 5th-tier power. I will tear you apart and crush your bones. I want to see you in pain, struggling, begging for mercy. The Iron Wolf's eyes were a deep red, panting heavily as he looked at Longqian with a greedy gaze. The unprecedented power gradually overwhelmed his rationality, making him extremely bloodthirsty. The Iron Wolf was empowered by Grey Tooth's Berserk Bloodthirst technique. This was an enhancement obtained at the cost of Grey Tooth's lifespan. The attributes of the Iron Wolf instantly surged more than 3-fold. Naturally, his strength skyrocketed. Although his realm had not changed, his power had indeed reached the level of an ordinary Tier 5 powerhouse. After the 4th tier, the power gap between each major realm is immense. Although the Iron Wolf was only at Tier 4, 2 stars, the sudden surge in strength filled him with confidence. Of course, Greytooth did not tell the Iron Wolf that while this berserk bloodthirst technique could temporarily enhance his strength and even instantly heal all his injuries. However, the power gained from the berserk bloodthirst technique would quickly dissipate afterward, leading to rapid deterioration of his internal organs, ultimately resulting in complete paralysis. It could be said that this berserk bloodthirst technique has severe side effects and is extremely vicious. Greytooth, in order to save his life, did not hesitate to sacrifice the Iron Wolf, truly exemplifying a wolf-hearted dog-longs. Kill. The Iron Wolf howled and instantly vanished from his spot. In fact, due to his incredible speed, his original position left behind a residual shadow. Boom. The place where he had been standing exploded violently, shattering into fragments. At this moment, the Iron Wolf, whose strength had reached the late stage of the 4th tier and was even close to the strength of an ordinary tier 5 powerhouse, unleashed terrifying combat power. With a single dash, his speed broke through the sound barrier, producing a sonic boom. In an instant, he covered a distance of over 100 meters. He appeared before Long Qian in a flash, striking down with a claw aimed at her head. Die, foolish woman. You cannot escape. The Iron Wolf revealed a sinister smile, his sharp claws descending like a mountain. In his eyes, Long Qian would be torn into countless pieces, killed with a single slap. Before his towering figure, Long Qian, standing at 2 meters tall, seemed as small as a child, easily extinguishable. Long Qian stood her ground, her gaze cold and devoid of any ripple. In fact, she showed no intention of dodging at all. However, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred, leaving the Iron Wolf completely stunned. Slap. A delicate jade hand stretched out, lightly pressing against the terrifying claw beneath. The originally heavy and sharp claw, weighing like a mountain, was unexpectedly subdued by Long Qian's fingertip. Boom. The ground where Long Qian stood exploded violently, creating a massive pit of 8 to 9 meters. However, astonishingly, the spot where she stood was completely unaffected, with only a slight tremor of dust. This perfect and terrifying control over power astounded everyone, including Yi Xian, who was observing from the sidelines. Damn, this control over power is simply perfect, pure art. Yi Xian couldn't help but internally complain. If it weren't for the fact that he could no longer extract skills from the Demon Blade clan, he would definitely have copied several of Long Qian's abilities. This girl's understanding of swordsmanship and control over power might even surpass that of Kagura. How is this possible? How could you catch my strongest claw? At this moment, the Iron Wolf felt a storm of emotions rise within him, along with a hint of genuine fear. This was terrifying. He couldn't even injure his opponent with all his strength. Moreover, the opponent had completely withstood it without a scratch. This was unscientific. Too bizarre, too terrifying. It's truly laughable. You are far from the power of Tier 5. Pitiful and weak monster, you know nothing of true power. After lightly catching the Iron Wolf's claw with a finger, Long Qian couldn't help but sneer. Kneel. Long Qian's right arm, holding the knife, gently shook. In an instant, a purple blade of light flashed by. Puff. The Iron Wolf's massive and sturdy thigh was suddenly severed at the root and flew off. The Iron Wolf let out a miserable howl. The remaining leg also lost all strength and knelt down before Long Qian. Only after kneeling did a wave of excruciating pain hit him, causing the Iron Wolf to roll on the ground in agony. After enhancing his strength threefold, he had been defeated in a single encounter. Moreover, it was a thorough defeat. Even though that strike could easily crush hundreds of tons of boulders, it could not shake Long Qian in the slightest. This absolute gap in strength was like an insurmountable chasm, an absolute difference. Captain, be careful. Not far away, a watching Demon Blade assassin suddenly appeared and shouted in alarm. It wasn't that she didn't want to help. It was just that Long Qian fought too dominantly with destructive power. They could not get close at all. Moreover, with Long Qian's imposing presence, no one would dare to interrupt her enjoyment of the battle. At this moment, even before this Demon Blade assassin could speak, a terrifying attack came from behind Long Qian. The ground behind her suddenly solidified, forming 6 soil spikes several meters long, shooting towards her back. Earth Serpent Rending Technique. Not only that, as Greytooth wielded his staff and cast the spell, the ground before Long Qian collapsed violently. A terrifying giant serpent over 10 meters long formed from soil and stone coalesced and raised its head. It opened its massive maw and viciously lunged at Long Qian to swallow her whole. This vicious combination attack was perfectly timed when Long Qian had just struck against the Iron Wolf, leaving her no time to spare. Greytooth was indeed a cunning figure from the Grey Iron tribe, showcasing his malicious scheming at the outset. At the cost of the vice leader's life, he created an excellent opportunity to kill. As long as this combo landed successfully, Long Qian would either be dead or severely injured. There were still over 30 wolfmen by his side charging forward. They would certainly take Long Qian's life. All warriors charged together. Kill this woman, tear her apart. After casting the spell, Greytooth coldly commanded. Immediately the remaining 30 wolfmen trembled all over. They bared their fangs and charged madly at Long Qian. This little trick dares to scheme against me. Long Qian remained unfazed, letting out a cold snort. She showed no intention of turning back. Instead, she directly swung her knife fiercely. A purple blade aura condensed and instantly sliced through the 10-meter-long soil giant serpent. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 terrifying soil spikes that had shot toward her shattered explosively behind Long Qian. A ripple appeared behind her, blocking all sneak attacks. This was the unique demonic chi of the Demon Blade clan, a method Long Qian used to condense her Dharma form. Unless someone's strength far exceeded Long Qian's, or their attack could break through the chi. Otherwise, any sneak attack on Long Qian from any angle would be ineffective. As Yi Xian said, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are in vain. No, don't kill me. The Iron Wolf rolled on the ground in pain, crying out for mercy. After having his thigh severed, the effects of the bloodthirst technique rapidly faded. His physique quickly shrank. The side effects began to manifest with waves of piercing pain radiating from his internal organs. You, the leader, you even plotted against me. The Iron Wolf reacted and looked furiously at Grey Tooth, who was not far away, and roared. Useless thing, since you cannot kill this woman, dying is what you deserve. Grey Tooth sneered. Oh, whoa. He threw his head back and howled. His form rapidly changed, tearing apart the tiger skin cloak on him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive gray-furred wolf. This was his unique skill, Wolf Roar. It allowed him to transform into his true wolf form, gaining strength far beyond his current state. Originally, he was an aging spellcaster. However, after revealing his true wolf form, he became a nimble melee monster. This greatly enhanced his physical strength, rejuvenating his originally feeble body. Although once transformed into a giant wolf, it would take a month to revert back to his wolfman form. Nevertheless, escaping was the priority, and he couldn't care less about that. As long as he could survive, even if it meant reverting to a primitive life of eating raw flesh and blood, Grey Tooth didn't mind. While all the wolfman warriors were engaged with Long Qian, knowing he couldn't win, Grey Tooth directly revealed his wolf form and turned to flee. He leaped away, landing 20 to 30 meters away. In just a few steps, he leapt up the steep cliff behind the tribe. On the sheer cliff hundreds of meters high, Grey Tooth climbed like it was flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he scaled the cliff, reaching the summit. Damn invaders, wait until I recover and come back for revenge on you. You exterminated those filthy rats and destroyed my gray iron tribe. Those corrupt snake people will definitely not let you off. Wait to be avenged by us. Grey Tooth stood on the peak, spitting words at Long Qian and the others below. Cunning old dog, you run pretty fast. Long Qian, however, had no intention of pursuing him. Instead, she shook her giant blade and swept it horizontally. In an instant, a wail erupted. The Iron Wolf's head flew high into the air, blood gushing. Along with it, the several wolfmen that had rushed forward were also slain with a single strike. In the distance, Grey Tooth, who was turning to escape, suddenly showed a look of terror and looked up at the sky. Oh, did you just say you wanted to seek revenge on us? Eileen flapped her wings, hovering several dozen meters above the gigantic wolf's head, curiously asking it. You, how is it possible? I can't sense any of your aura. Grey Tooth looked up at Eileen in terror, feeling a tumult of emotions rising within him. Eileen was so close to him, yet he remained completely unaware. Had she not spoken, he might not even have realized what was happening until it was too late. This little creature gave him a very dangerous feeling. Wrong answer, eat an arrow from Eileen. Eileen, seeing that Grey Tooth was talking nonsense, immediately showed an angry expression. She calmly drew her bow. In an instant, a golden arrow of light coalesced and aimed at the Grey Tooth. He'll fight you to the end. Earthwall flow. Grey Tooth, sensing that escape was futile, suddenly roared, stamping his feet heavily on the ground. Instantly, 3 soil walls several meters high appeared to block his front. He turned to leap down the mountain to escape. Go! Eileen gently released the golden arrow. In an instant, the golden arrow shot forth faster than lightning, silent and unseen. Puff! All the soil walls instantly exploded and shattered. The golden arrow penetrated the giant wolf's head, pinning it forcefully to the ground. Boom! Grey Tooth's head exploded into a cloud of blood mist, easily killed by Eileen's arrow. Killed. Rare Tier 3 8-star Wolfman Warrior gained 480 energy points, low-grade iron, or 800 low-grade, with 60 Tier 2 Earth Element Crystal Core. 1 killed. Elite Tier 3 8-star Wolfman Warrior gained 480 energy points, low-grade iron, or 900 low-grade, with 80 Wolfman Leather Armor undetected. Killed. Elite Tier 4 2-star Wolfman Vice Leader Black Iron Level BOSS gained 3,400 energy points, low-grade, with 500 low-grade Magic Crystal, 300 Tier 2 Evolution Crystal Core. 1 killed. Elite Tier 4 5-star Wolfman Leader Black Iron Level BOSS gained 4,000 energy points, mid-grade iron, or 100 low-grade Magic Crystal, 500 Goat Head Staff undetected. Silver Treasure Chest 1 Holy crap, Tier 2 Evolution Crystal Core Silver Treasure Chest. Yi Xian looked at the items that had dropped on the information panel, instantly feeling both shocked and delighted. He never expected that the Tier 2 Evolution Crystal Core he so desperately desired would drop today. Yi Xian did not expect that he would obtain the coveted second-tier Evolution Crystal Core so quickly. I hope it doesn't get sold. Yi Xian hurriedly opened the trading channel to check the items he had exchanged. Last time, in order to obtain the Evolution Crystal Core, Yi Xian had spent 9,000 energy points. This can be said to be an astronomical figure. He had poured substantial resources to be the first to reach Tier 3. After all, the benefits for the first person to upgrade to a Tier 3 territory were absolutely not limited to just 9,000 energy points. Fortunately, no one is trading. Yi Xian looked at his trading items and quickly revoked the listing. Since he had already revealed himself, there was no need to purchase the second-tier Evolution Crystal Core. He saved 9,000 energy points. This time, the extermination of the Wolfmen was truly exhilarating. It can be said that the rewards from this endeavor were quite bountiful. Clear out the entire Wolfmen tribe, gather all materials, and don't miss any corner. Yi Xian commanded through the sharing system. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. All the assassins of the Demon Blade clan and the archers of the Dark Elf clan responded in unison. At this moment, the battle over there was also approaching its end. Without the Grey Fong and Iron Wolf, the other Wolfmen were no match and would soon be exterminated. Moreover, everyone had leveled up by 2 to 4 stars. The lower the realm, the more experience gained. After all, most of the Wolfmen were above Tier 2 or 3, with a significant number of elite monsters that provided substantial experience. This time, the strength of the troops under him had collectively enhanced significantly. Among them, several Dark Elves had even broken through amidst life-and-death battles. They had even comprehended new abilities, becoming stronger and more terrifying. In time, the outstanding among them would naturally be promoted to minor leaders by Yi Xian, capable of leading teams into battle. It can be said that the rewards from this endeavor were unprecedentedly rich. It's already 2 in the afternoon. It will be too late to find those cunning and powerful corrupted serpent men. Then let's establish a new territory at the Wolfmen tribe as the northern city. Kagura looked towards the northwest with narrowed eyes, having made a decision. In fact, he had yet to figure out where the corrupted serpent men, the overlords of the corrupted hills, were hiding. The surrounding corrupted hills were not large, only spanning a few dozen miles. In the past few days, he had already exterminated the 2 strongest factions on this novice map. However, there had been no trace of the corrupted serpent men. He did not know where they were hiding. Only a few hours were left before nightfall. Finding them would take considerable time. Moreover, judging from their displayed strength, they should be much stronger than the Wolfmen tribe. With his current troops, taking down such a powerful tribe was already pushing it somewhat saturated. If he were to face even stronger corrupted serpentmen, the remaining time today would definitely not suffice. Unless he could recruit new troops once again. However, it was impossible for now. He would have to wait until the 8th day to recruit again. Now the only thing he could do was upgrade to a Tier 3 territory. With the current resources and troops, completing the city defense battle should not be too difficult. However, after he completed the hidden quest last time, the system had already warned him that his city defense battle would become more challenging. Even though he was very confident he could not afford to be careless, it was best to be prepared. Once the cleanup was complete, he could establish a new stronghold territory. There would be a new stronghold in the north and south. This meant that the places he needed to defend had now become 2. Although these 2 territories would not affect the core territory even if breached in a short time. However, once the monsters breached the territory, he would need to clear the monsters again and spend time reoccupying it. His cooldown card would expire by tonight. He could only go to the new territory first to establish walls and defensive structures. Defending both territories would be at least 4 to 5 times more difficult. But since Yi Xian chose to do this, he would go all out. At 3 in the afternoon, Yi Xian arrived at the location of the Wolfmen tribe. At this moment, the tribe had been completely exterminated. The bodies of those monsters had also vanished automatically. Generally speaking, where there are powerful monster tribes, if the area is not occupied after extermination, new monsters may appear in a few days. Therefore, occupying the cleared areas and expanding territory is essential for a lord. This terrain is more treacherous than the Ratmen tribe with cliffs on 3 sides. With some forces, it should be defensible here. Ryu Qian stood on the newly established walls, pointing at the terrain openings in various places. This time the walls were built on the small peak where Grey Fong had last fled. There was no way. The maximum height of the fortified walls could only be 30 meters. Here, surrounded by mountains, building below would have no effect. As far as the eye could see, the small peak sloped down to a steep rocky path. Below the peak, several miles away, a great river circled, surging fiercely towards the distance. Not bad. This place has natural barriers, making it hard to invade. Focusing on the Ratmen tribe side should suffice. However, on the day the monsters attack the city, no one knows what will happen. Therefore, AI Lin, you will have to work a bit harder. Since you are the fastest, I will entrust the support work to you. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, and then looked at AI Lin sitting on his shoulder. Don't worry, my lord brother. With AI Lin here, we will definitely defend all territories. I have now broken through to Tier 4. I can teleport 5 kilometers in one blink, absolutely no problem. AI Lin raised her head proudly, confidently assuring him. This time she had also slain many monsters in the Wolfmen tribe. In fact, she was the one who killed the chieftain Grey Fong. Grey Fong was a 4-star 5-tier black iron level BOSS, providing substantial experience. AI Lin directly leveled up 2.5 stars from Tier 3 10 stars to Tier 4 2 stars, significantly increasing her strength. Meanwhile, Ryu Qian also advanced from Tier 4 2 stars to Tier 4 3 stars. Although it was just a 1-star increase considering her foundation, the enhancement in strength was quite formidable. At least her 1-star increase would provide a substantial attribute boost to Yi Xian. Currently, only Kagura had barely broken through to Tier 3 10 stars, while Xue Mei was at Tier 3 9 stars. However, after they practiced for a day at the spiritual moon well tonight, and tomorrow they should be able to make a small breakthrough of 1 star. With Kagura, Ryu Qian, AI Lin, and Xue Mei, Yi Xian was quite confident for the monster siege battle. Moreover, he himself had also reached Tier 3 10 stars. He just needed 35 more experience to break through to Tier 4. After all, he could absorb the experience from everyone defeating monsters along with the attribute boost from leveling up. After breaking through to Tier 4, his power could even rival that of AI Lin, Kagura, and Ryu Qian. As long as he sits quietly at the spiritual moon well for 2 hours over the next 2 days, he could break through. This was simply exhilarating. Alright, for this side, let your Dark Elf clan defend with 10 archers and 10 Black Panther hunters, and Blood May will come here later. Kagura, Ryu Qian, and the remaining troops will defend the southern territory. AI Lin will stay with me to guard the core territory, adapting to changes as needed. Yi Xian made a decision and directly organized the deployment. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, lord brother. Everyone replied in unison, respectfully acknowledging. No one would question Yi Xian's orders. There would be no. The lord had absolute authority. Moreover, with their loyalty at 100, they were completely devoted to Yi Xian. In the time that followed, Yi Xian first spent over 20,000 energy points to acquire a large batch of ice-type crystal cores, along with his original savings. He first established 16 second-tier ice arrow towers in the Wolfmen tribe. Fortunately, after exterminating the Wolfmen tribe, he obtained many second-tier earth-type crystal cores. It was completely sufficient to construct several hundred meters of second-tier fortified walls with surplus left. However, Yi Xian felt that all of this was still not enough. To be honest, whether it was the fortified walls or the ice arrow towers, they only had second-tier strength. For the upcoming monster siege, second-tier defenses were still too weak. Other territories might only require first-tier defensive buildings. But Yi Xian felt that if his territory only had second-tier defenses, he might not dare to look at it at all. Therefore, in the morning, he asked Su Yao Yao and Ice Little Rabbit for help. He asked them to help gather higher quality defenses, attacks, and other constructions or special defensive items from the world. There was still more than a day left. If luck was on his side, he might be able to acquire better defensive building schematics. Moreover, as of now, among the tens of billions of lords in the entire Divine Demon continent, those who could afford buildings above Tier 3 were definitely few. After all, the resources required for second-tier buildings had already deterred most. The resources needed for third-tier buildings would only be more. Everyone follow me back to the core territory first, and let's celebrate tonight. After Yi Xian occupied the territory and set up defenses, he took everyone and left the place. After midnight, no one would be able to step out of the territory. During this time, the territory would not be attacked by any monsters. Everyone could only remain in the territory quietly, awaiting the arrival of monsters after the 7th day. This time was for all lords to organize resources. Relying on their intelligence, they began to make defensive arrangements. Yi Xian was no exception. Soon, everyone returned to the territory. At Yi Xian's invitation, everyone went to practice by the spiritual moon well. Only Kagura and Xue Mei practiced for a day without incident, staying by Yi Xian's side. The resources are all prepared, so let's begin upgrading to a Tier 3 territory. Yi Xian stood in front of his territory castle, revealing an excited expression. A Tier 3 territory, I wonder what benefits and surprises await me. When upgrading to a Level 2 territory, Yi Xian was the first to achieve success, and the benefits truly came as a delightful surprise. The first upgrade to a Level 3 territory should yield even greater rewards, right? However, Yi Xian did not upgrade immediately. Instead, he began to clear out the resources. Mainly, he had accumulated an abundance of resources from the 2 recent battles. Previously, during the intense combat, he had no time to properly assess the resources he had acquired. Now, with a moment to pause, he could slowly sort through them. First, he began to examine the resources obtained from the Ratman tribe. The materials from both the Ratman tribe and the Wolfman tribe had all been sent to Ice Bunny. They consisted of materials from level 2, 3, and even 4 monsters. With Ice Bunny's current capabilities, she could only forge level 3 equipment at most. Moreover, the success rate was not high, only 15. However, if given another day to upgrade, her success rate for level 3 equipment should improve significantly. Now Ice Bunny had reached level 6 of tier 2. In just 6 days, she had directly increased by 26. Such a rate of upgrade could be considered among the forefront of all lords. After all, she only possessed a leader-level auxiliary troop. This speed even surpassed some who had title-level troops. This was thanks to her being equipped entirely with high-quality tier 2 and even tier 3 gear. Having good equipment significantly enhanced her strength and accelerated her upgrade speed. Additionally, she possessed powerful tools for clearing monsters such as the NT-7 Flame Bomb, the tier 2 Rapid Crossbow, and the explosive Enhanced Desert Eagle. These were all blueprints she had obtained or valuable items found in treasure chests. Yi Xian had also pre-ordered a batch to be delivered by Ice Bunny on the 7th day. Of course, only blueprint-crafted items could be produced in bulk. At this moment, Yi Xian was sorting through the other gains from the Ratman tribe. After defeating the Rat King, he successfully acquired a second mysterious treasure map. Now he only needed the last treasure map from the Corrupt Serpent, and he could gather the mysterious treasure. It's just a pity that he wouldn't be able to complete it within 7 days. He would have to wait until after the siege battle to collect it. In the Ratman tribe, he discovered a large reserve of meat, mostly from ferocious beasts. Yi Xian listed the items in the trading channel and made a small profit of over 3,000 energy points. Additionally, he found that he had over 1,000 units of basic iron ore and basic wood. This was also a significant sum. It directly provided Yi Xian with all the resources needed to upgrade to a level 3 territory. Furthermore, hidden within the Rat King's large package were some crystal cores. 2 tier 2 dark-type crystal cores, 3 tier 2 poison-type crystal cores, and 300 units of basic magic crystals. Among them there was also another blueprint. After identification, Rat King's secret diary map, you have obtained a map with chaotic patterns. If you can decipher its location, you will receive unexpected surprises. Hint: you may ignore the special symbols unique to the Rat tribe. Understand the terrain and uncover the Rat King's hidden secrets. You may discover something astonishing. My lord, I have carefully studied this terrain map. From my observations, this should be the location of the cave where the Rat King escaped to the back mountain. These chaotic terrain markings should be inside that cave where the secret is hidden. Bloodcharm said seriously while analyzing the terrain map. She had spent the morning studying the blueprint and had indeed discovered the Rat King's secret. With her intelligence, she could easily analyze all useful information. Very well, let's investigate after the siege battle. Yi Xian nodded and handed the Rat King's secret diary map to Bloodcharm for safekeeping. With her assistance and analysis, they should quickly decipher all the information. Next, he checked the gains from the energy points had increased by over 30 to 40,000. Moreover, there were nearly 20 pieces of tier 2 and tier 3 weapons. Most of them were rare equipment that could definitely fetch a good price. He decided to display this batch of equipment together with Ice Bunny's. That way he would surely make a large profit. He then took out a few pieces of equipment and chose to identify them. Ding! Congratulations, Dark Lord, you have successfully identified the Rat King's roar. Obtain tier 3 elite roar boots, agility 15, evasion 20, critical hit 10, additional skill. Rat King's roar unleashes a piercing mental attack that stuns for 13 seconds. The stronger the enemy, the weaker the effect. Hint: this is a life-saving tool prepared by the Rat King for himself. With it you will gain more possibilities. Who could refuse such equipment? Only fools would not wear it. While this is a super rare piece of equipment, its attributes are too strong. Yi Xian exclaimed in delight as he saw the attributes of the gear. Without any hesitation, he directly put on this remarkable piece of gear. No joke, increasing agility is one thing, but having evasion and critical hit attributes as well. Most importantly, this equipment also came with a skill. This skill could stun enemies, which was simply too powerful. With this piece of equipment, his critical hit rate had already reached a terrifying 20. Do not underestimate a 20 critical hit. That is already extremely impressive. Basically, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, a critical hit would occur within a few attacks. A critical hit means an increase in damage dealt. For example, if he could punch with a force of 100 tons after a critical hit, it could exceed 140 tons. A critical hit is an absolute super rare attribute without any side effects. He then identified the second piece of equipment. Ding! Congratulations, Dark Lord, you have successfully identified the Goat Head Staff. Obtain tier 3 elite magic goat staff, casting speed 20, e-spell critical 15, mana recovery 20, additional skill. Rage of the magic goat enhances the power of any spell below tier 4 by 50, lasting 3 minutes. Hint: this is a trophy obtained by Grey Fong after ambushing a human mage possessing the power of a Tier 4 magic goat leader's crystal core. With it you will become a frenzied spellcaster unstoppable. No wonder all the equipment dropped by Black Iron bosses are top tier. This staff will be a gift for us. This little girl has given me quite a few things, but it's time to return the favor. Yi Xian couldn't help but brighten up as he looked at the magic goat staff. This attribute given to a mage would absolutely be a divine weapon. With this weapon, Ice Bunny should find the siege battle much easier. This little girl had sent him blueprints for hardened walls and some additional ores and resources. Moreover, she would send Yi Xian a batch of clearing tools tomorrow. Though these consumables were all Tier 2, they were definitely still quite good. The NT7 Flame Bomb and Tier 2 Rapid Crossbow could easily sell for 2,000 to 3,000 energy points each. Given Ice Bunny's reliance on Yi Xian, she would surely send a considerable quantity. As a return gift, this staff, which Yi Xian had no use for, would offset part of what he had given her. Only through mutually beneficial cooperation can it last. Yi Xian was not a petty person and certainly wouldn't always think of exploiting her. Little bunny, this is a gift for you, don't refuse it. You have already contributed a lot. Remember, you must survive the siege battle. I'm counting on continuing our cooperation. Yi Xian sent the magic goat staff right away. He also sent over 10 bottles of spiritual moon water. He had produced a total of 60 bottles, used 15, and still had 45 left. Today, tomorrow, and there would still be a total of 30 bottles produced. As a gesture of goodwill, he also sent 5 bottles to Su Yaoyao. This girl had also been quite attentive to his matters, often gathering materials for him at the first opportunity. Additionally, she had sent him some Tier 1 ice-type crystal cores. Last time during the dungeon task, he had greatly benefited. It was time to return the favor. Thus, giving away 5 bottles didn't pain him at all. In total, he sent out 15 bottles, and after 7 days, he would still have 60 bottles left, more than enough. Wu am so touched and happy. Yi Xian, you are too good to little bunny. He'll accept the items. I will try my best to forge a batch of consumable weapons for you, big brother Yi Xian. Rest assured, little bunny will definitely survive bravely and won't be eliminated. I still hope to meet big brother Yi Xian one day and fight side by side. Ice Bunny quickly replied with a long message filled with various emotions and crying emojis, clearly very excited inside. She found it difficult not to be happy or moved upon receiving such a precious gift from Yi Xian. After all, it was such a superb Tier 3 weapon. Its current price would definitely exceed 10,000, even 20,000 energy points. Yet it was still a rare item on the market. After all, not every lord could kill Tier 3 and 4 Black Iron bosses. Moreover, she could currently only forge ordinary Tier 3 equipment. The success rate for rare Tier 3 equipment was only 5, and she couldn't dare to waste materials on it. Unless she had blueprints for Tier 3 or above, the success rate would reach 100. However, at the moment, blueprints for Tier 3 and above were also frighteningly expensive and extremely rare, nearly impossible to find in the trading market. Yi Xian, thank you. These potions are incredibly useful to me. The items you asked me to collect are starting to take shape. I will do my best to help you acquire them. Su Yaoyao quickly replied as well. Although she did not express excitement like Ice Bunny, her words conveyed very well. The price doesn't matter as long as it's not absurdly high. Just purchase directly, I don't lack money. Yi Xian stated bluntly. As Yi Xian opened the silver treasure chest for the first time, his face lit up with anticipation. Ding! Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Congratulations to Lord of Darkness for receiving a reward, 5,000 energy points, a blueprint for a Tier 3 elite level explosive arrow tower, and the talent skill Tier 5 elite level magic twin stars. Explosive arrow tower construction requires 1,000 energy points, 300 primary iron, or 300 primary magic crystals, and 1 Tier 2 fire elemental core. Tier 3 elite level explosive arrow tower toughness 30, overall defense 15. Explosive damage 35, 15 critical hit 6 attacks per second lasting for 3 minutes with a 3-minute cooldown. It has a strong killing power against monsters below Tier 4 and can even deal considerable damage to Tier 4 monsters. The explosive arrow tower, like a cannonball, will surely surprise you. While this explosive arrow tower is truly amazing, it's so powerful. This attribute is simply exquisite. With the explosive arrow tower, defending the city will definitely be much easier. After seeing the attributes of the explosive arrow tower, Yi Xian's breath quickened with immense excitement. This tower was like having a pillow delivered when he was sleepy. Such a powerful attribute skill is a terrifying artillery piece. Although it can only shoot for 3 minutes at a time and requires a 3-minute cooldown. But this is already more than enough. By constructing a certain number of explosive arrow towers and alternating their attacks, he can continuously inflict damage. However, the construction cost is indeed a bit too high. Other lords who obtained the blueprint would probably only be able to sell it. Not to mention that the 300 primary magic crystals and the Tier 2 fire elemental core are not something just anyone can afford. Fortunately, I agreed to cooperate with Su Yaoyao last time, so I made a profit on a batch of fire elemental cores which will come in handy. Yixian glanced at the storage in the warehouse, and his eyes brightened. Last time he and Su Yaoyao had cleared a dungeon accumulating quite a few fire elemental cores of both Tier 1 and Tier 2. He has 9 Tier 2 fire elemental cores. Coupled with over 40 Tier 1 fire elemental cores, he can synthesize 4 Tier 2 cores. As long as he buys another batch of fire elemental cores, he can build a few more explosive arrow towers. Unfortunately, he currently only has over 2,000 primary magic crystals. This item has a current exchange rate of 110 with energy points. In other words, one energy point can only purchase 1,000 primary magic crystals. Right now, he has just over 6,000 energy points. After purchasing fire elemental cores and primary magic crystals, and acquiring other resources, he would probably have very little left. Fortunately, he still has a batch of equipment on hand. Additionally, with the dividends from Ice Bunny, he would certainly have enough energy points. Talent Skill Tier 5 Elite Level Magic Twin Stars. After learning, it automatically condenses 2 magic spheres within the body capable of storing vast magical elemental energy. Effect magic spheres can contain 2 types of elemental magic, enhancing the user's mental strength and magical recovery speed, while mastering 2 magical abilities, allowing those without any magical foundation to become advanced mages and dual element mages. You heard it right, this is a capability possessed only by super geniuses. Tip: this talent skill only enhances magic below Tier 5 inclusive, increasing damage by 40, magic recovery by 20, and critical hit rate by 20. Any magic skill above Tier 5 will not benefit from the enhancement. Why does the talent skill really have to be this strong? Yixian was completely stunned as he looked at the properties of magic twin stars. Originally, he had considered a dual cultivation of martial arts and magic, focusing primarily on martial arts with magic as a secondary pursuit. He never expected to obtain such a divine skill, magic twin stars, so soon. This skill allows even those who don't understand magic to automatically gain the ability to cast spells. The principle is to condense magical elemental spheres within the body. However, based on the tips, he can only choose 2 types of magical elements. Moreover, these 2 magical elements must be harmonious with his internal attributes. It seems Yixian will definitely condense a dark elemental sphere. After all, he has learned Aaron's dark techniques and possesses a foundation in dark magic. In fact, even without magic twin stars, he could already cast dark magic. Recently, he has comprehended several more dark spells from the dark techniques. Since that's the case, he'll focus on dark elemental magic and additionally condense 2 other magical elements. With this, I can cast 3 types of magic at once. It's simply exhilarating. Yixian was extremely excited, calculating in his mind. He immediately learned this skill without hesitation. What a joke! This skill is not only valuable now, but will also be incredibly precious in the future. If sold, it would not just be worth 100 energy points, but possibly even 500 or a million energy points. Unfortunately, no one can afford such a high price right now. Such a skill is definitely something to learn for oneself. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord of Darkness for automatically learning magic twin stars, condensing 2 elemental spheres. Please choose the magical elements to store. Tip: only attributes that resonate with one's own can unleash the strongest power of magic twin star. After detection, the host is most suited to cultivate dark magic, followed by fire, wood, blood, ice, lightning, and weak space elements in that order. The host is advised to begin absorbing magical elements within a day. After 1 day, dark and fire elements will be automatically stored. My elemental affinity shows that fire is second, and I even have a weak affinity for space magic. Yixian was completely shocked upon reading the tip. He never expected to possess a talent for cultivating space magic. If enough is developed in the future, he might even be able to cultivate genuine space magic. It's worth noting that both dark and space magic are very rare and powerful. Each type of magic, when perfected, is an extremely terrifying existence. However, the affinity for space magic is too low. Choosing space magic now would certainly be a loss. Moreover, finding suitable space magic to study is also quite difficult. For now, the best choice would be fire and wood magic. After all, there is a full day to decide after finishing these trivial matters. As Yixian learned magic twin stars, 2 pure white magical spheres the size of yellow beans quickly condensed within him. Currently, Yixian has no time to spare for cultivation. The urgent task at hand is to upgrade to a 3rd tier territory. He first opened the attributes panel. Lord Yixian talent Dark Sovereign Unique Myth level tier 3. 10 stars title Misty Vanguard talent skill Demon Energy. Twin Stars skills Demon Blade, Dance, Demon Shadow Stealth, 1 Sword Style Lions Song, Advanced, 3 Color Dominance, Flicker Valkyrie, Sword Dance Dark Arts. Equipment 3rd Generation Ghost Blade Tier 3 Roaring Boots Tier 3 Demon Manted Light Armor Tier 2 Treasures Storage Ring Reputation 4,000 prestige, 1 not bad, 3 pieces of top-notch equipment. Yi Xian glanced at his attributes panel revealing a satisfied expression. Currently his strength has reached the peak of Tier 3, and he will soon break through to Tier 4. He possesses many skills, all of which are quite powerful. With his equipment and various attribute boosts, his strength should not be inferior to that of Kaguya, that little girl. The main advantage is that he can absorb the attributes of all troop types for upgrades. He can also merge the abilities of the Demon Blade clan and the Dark Elf clan. It would be hard not to become powerful. Next, he opened the territory attributes panel. Lord Yi Xian, level Tier 2 territory, 46 plots, 46 square kilometers, buildings, owned dark magic tower, Tier 2 intermediate castle, Tier 2 spiritual energy moon, while Tier 1 ice arrow tower, Tier 2 reinforced walls, Tier 2 only functional buildings are recorded troop types, Demon Blade clan, sorceress, Dark Elf clan functions, intermediate appraisal, 67 primary storage, intermediate gathering progress, 88 intermediate defense, etc. Constructible buildings, beautiful and intermediate watchtowers, spiritual energy moon, well, ice arrow tower, reinforced walls, explosive arrow tower, warehouse, primary iron, or 4250, primary, with 3950, primary spirit stone 450, primary magic crystal 2350, intermediate iron, or 510, intermediate, wood 460, Tier 1 earth, elemental crystal 5, Tier 2 water, elemental crystal 6, Tier 1 water, elemental crystal 18, Tier 1 poison, elemental crystal 32, Tier 2 poison, elemental crystal. Yi Xian smiled in satisfaction upon seeing the territory attributes. The items in the warehouse are the fruits of his labor over the past 6 days. These are the resources left after he spent several times more. The earth elemental crystals and ice elemental crystals were the most used. Next, he has already spent at least over 100,000 on energy values. However, it has resulted in his current 46 square kilometers of territory, making it all worthwhile. Yi Xian has come to realize that the consumption of elemental crystals is always of utmost importance. From now on, regardless of the attributes of the crystals dropped, they should not be sold, but saved for personal use. It's troublesome to have to buy them later when needed. System begin upgrading to a 3rd-tier territory. Yi Xian wasted no time and stated directly. He couldn't wait to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory. He also wanted to see what benefits come with being the first to upgrade to a 3rd-tier territory. He wasn't worried about anyone else beating him to it. After all, he has been racing against time. Moreover, with the support of the supreme myth-level buildings, he barely met the standard for upgrading to a 3rd-tier territory on the 6th day. Such speed is simply extraordinary, akin to hacking the game. He believes that no other lord could reach the upgrade standard in such a short time, let alone surpass him. Even if someone could reach the conditions for upgrading to a 3rd-tier territory, even if they upgraded on the same day as him, they would never surpass him. Upgrading a territory requires time. And now he has a cooldown card that allows him to finish it in just 3 minutes. Ding detected that the Lord's resources are all gathered. Reaching the upgrade standard can be upgraded to a 3rd-tier territory. Notice upgrading to a 3rd-tier territory requires a waiting period of 12 hours. Please be patient, Lord. Ding detected that the Dark Sovereign possesses a cooldown card time shortened to 3 minutes. The system's notifications kept ringing. Soon an incredible scene unfolded. The area where the Lord's castle stood erupted with a roar. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, what's happening? The castle is getting bigger. Not only that, look. The territory is also expanding. Is the territory leveling up? Kaguya, Shuame, and Takikawa were all astonished. At this moment, Eileen was sleeping soundly on Yi Xian's back, oblivious to the territory's upgrade. At this moment, the entire territory was shaking. Originally, the core territory had only a range of 1 plot, 1 square kilometer. Now it has expanded to 3 plots, 3 kilometers in size. The continuous expansion of the invincible shield is a clear indication. Moreover, the originally upgraded intermediate defensive wall has automatically expanded to a range of 3 kilometers. This expansion of such a large range would have cost Yi Xian a fortune if he had to pay for the upgrade. But now, after the territory upgrade, the automatic expansion of the defensive range is quite nice. The most significant change is that little castle. The castle within the territory suddenly rose from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 30 meters, transforming into a large composite castle. Moreover, this castle with its water pavilions and exquisite carvings became even more magnificent and grand. In just 3 minutes, it transformed into a massive structure covering more than 2 football fields. Just looking at its impressive appearance indicates a significant increase in defense. Yi Xian even noticed that there were cannons appearing in the special corners of the castle's corridors. He counted, and there were exactly 18 cannons. This castle has become virtually impregnable. The outer perimeter is defended by intermediate defensive walls. Additionally, there are fortresses on both sides of the new territory. It would be extraordinarily difficult to break through and destroy the crystals within the core territory's castle. Additionally, there are fortresses on both sides of the new territory. It would be extraordinarily difficult to break through and destroy the crystals within the 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the Dark Sovereign for being the first to upgrade to a third-tier territory, leading all lords worldwide, and receiving a reward, a luxurious gift package. Would you like to open it now? Only the first lord to upgrade to tier 3 will receive a reward. Notice after the lord claims the reward package, a global announcement will be immediately issued. Would you like to claim it now? The system's notifications appeared once again. Claim the reward. Yi Xian rubbed his hands together like a young man who suddenly won 50 million, his eyes shining with excitement. The rewards from the last upgrade were extremely generous, surely this time would not be any less. As for the third global announcement, and the uproar it might cause, he was completely unconcerned. Unlike the last reward, this time it has transformed into a luxurious gift pack. What kind of reward can truly be called a luxurious gift pack? Therefore, at the moment he saw the reward, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see just how luxurious this reward was. Ding! Congratulations to the Dark Lord for receiving the reward, a luxurious gift pack. With the system's prompt, a golden gift pack appeared in his territory's warehouse. Yi Xian was about to open it, when suddenly the system's prompt appeared again. This time the message echoed throughout the world in a voice that everyone could hear. Congratulations to Dark Lord the first to upgrade his territory to tier 3. He has created a miracle and the world celebrates receiving the reward, Dragon Kingdom's Fortune 3. All lifespans increased by 10 years, Physique 3, 100 gifted warriors, and those with talent will have a chance to comprehend martial talent. Tip 1. The first lord to upgrade to a tier 4 territory will grant their country a spiritual energy revival reward leading to great fortune. Everyone, let's strive together. Tip 2. After the monster siege, corresponding numbers of monsters will appear based on the number of eliminated lords, and eliminated lords will gain all abilities of the upgraded world troops. Weapons and items cannot be taken away, facing the arduous trials once more. Everything is either destruction or rebirth. Tip 3. All lords are bound to the fortune of their respective countries. If the country behind them is destroyed, the surviving lords will also see a decline in fortune, increasing the risk of downfall by 90. Everything is interconnected. The prompt appeared only once. However, the world announcement for the Dark Lord upgrading to a tier 3 territory lasted a full 5 minutes. The bright red headline banner shocked all the lords. At this moment, every lord in the world was utterly... At this moment, they could only frantically chat in the world channel to vent their astonishment. This prompt was unlike any before. Not only would the Dark Lord gain immense benefits, but even the country behind him would receive tremendous rewards. Such benefits left everyone dumbfounded. Wow, this is terrifying. The Dark Lord actually upgraded to a tier 3 territory first. How is this terrifying? It's simply true greatness. This reward is astonishingly luxurious. Damn it. Why did the Dragon Kingdom receive the fortune boost, and not our empire? We're doomed. With the Dragon Kingdom receiving such rewards, they will definitely surpass all countries and fend off those invading monsters. Didn't you see the prompt? After the elimination of lords, they will gain the world's abilities, but will still face the monster trials. It's truly a nightmare of reincarnation. Everyone stop holding on to false hopes. Let's fully prepare for the defense battle. Dying in vain could be even worse. We might face true death. Many people analyzed a lot from the brief information. Most of the weaker lords began to frown, becoming worried. Originally, they thought dying in the demon realm meant just returning to Blue Star. But now it seems nothing is that simple. If they fail, they might face the invading monsters on Blue Star. Moreover, the lords will definitely face new trials. If killed on Blue Star, it would be a true end with no possibility of rebirth. Knowing this outcome, many pessimistic lords have begun to feel fear. Of course, many lords believe this could also be an opportunity. First, they essentially have 2 lives. Even if they die in the demon realm, they can still be reborn in Blue Star and gain upgraded power. Second, as long as their country has lords growing stronger in the demon realm, there is a possibility of bringing great hope to their nation. Third, the fate of all lords is bound to their respective countries. It can be said that they rise and fall together. Only by striving to enhance the national fortune can they continue to thrive in the demon realm. Otherwise, if their country is completely destroyed, what awaits them is almost certain annihilation. After all, with a 90 increase in downfall risk, very few can truly survive. Now you foolish birds should understand, right? The Dark Lord comes from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. We should unite to resist the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Exactly. All our countries should unite against the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the Dark Lord. I am Lawrence, a noble from the Great Eagle Empire. I possess legendary troops. Add me as a friend if you wish to ally and plan to defeat the Dark Lord. Count me in from the Semita Kingdom. We have long been displeased with the Dragon Kingdom. I am Inoue Shurlong, a member of the Sakura Kingdom, and I agree to unite against the Dark Lord and the Dragon Kingdom. Any like-minded individuals from my country add me as a friend. We can deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Our Shiva Kingdom is also willing to join. The alliance is fine, but our empire must be the leader. You all must listen to our commands. The Dragon Kingdom is definitely not our match. Those shameless ones above, let's go at it together. Our Great Bear Kingdom will take you all on. The Dragon Kingdom is our eternal friend, hurrah. A bunch of fools. You don't even realize you're being used. You're not even worthy to shine the Dark Lord's shoes. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. We of the Dragon Kingdom fear no provocation. We have never feared the 10-nation alliance. Why would we fear you filthy flies? I am Tuan Chuanzi from the Dragon Kingdom's broadcasting team. My troops are the legendary iron-eating beast. Are you scared or not? Wow, Tuan Chuanzi is mighty and imposing, possessing the legendary iron-eating beast. Let's crush those shameless ones. With Tuan Chuanzi and the Dark Lord around, we fear no one. The World Channel has truly gone mad. From the initial shock to a complete shift in tone, it has turned into a crusade against Yi Xian, the Dark Lord. Who did I offend? Is it just upgrading to a Tier 3 territory? Why do all the lords in the world want to hunt me down and kill me? Are they bored? In this world, strength is paramount. Anyone can talk big. I want to see who can truly defeat me. Yi Xian scoffed repeatedly. Seeing the chaotic chatter in the World Channel, he found that many countries still stood on their side. Not everyone wants to deal with the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, they would just be used as pawns, ending up bloodied with no... Open the gift box. Yi Xian willed it silently, and instantly unlocked the golden deluxe treasure chest in his inventory. Would the first tier upgrade reward, level 3, live up to his expectations? Ding! The deluxe gift box has been successfully opened. Random reward allocation is now commencing. Reward draw complete. Distribution underway. And congratulations to Lord of Darkness resource rewards granted. Tier 3 Evolution Core 1, Tier 3 Dark Attribute, Core 3, Energy Points, Primary Spirit Stones, 1-0 Primary Demon Crystals, 300. And congratulations to Lord of Darkness Enhancement rewards granted. Feng Ho Chiman Legendary Tier 6, Advanced Fire Release Technique Epic Tier 6. And congratulations to Lord of Darkness Special rewards granted. 5 recruitment slots for next unit wave, Vajra Purified Pills 5. And this bounty is not merely lavish, it is extraordinary. It's divided into 3 distinct categories, even a Tier 3 Evolution Core gifted outright. Yi Xian first turned his gaze to the first reward category. He was utterly stunned. He had never imagined the resource tier alone would be so extravagantly generous. Valued collectively, these materials would easily exceed 100,000 energy points. To put it in perspective, Tier 2 Evolution Cores currently command market prices of 7 to 8,000 energy points, and remain scarce even at that premium. A Tier 3 Evolution Core would cost no less than 30 or 40,000 energy points, if obtainable at all. Is this meant to catapult my territory straight to Tier 4? Seeing such abundance, especially the Evolution Core, Yi Xian felt both astonishment and elation. He had not anticipated rewards of such magnitude, yet when he shifted his attention to the second category, his excitement surged further. Skill Feng Ho Kaiman Rank Tier 6. Legendary description originating from the world of the Lone Warrior. This ability allows the user to anchor the central palace beneath their feet, then freely manipulate the 4 plates of the Chiman Duanjiao formation. Within the formation, time-space and the generative destructive relationships among the plates are entirely subject to the wielder's will. As the user's cultivation deepens, the formation's spatial influence expands accordingly. Note 1. Skills ranked legendary or higher transcend fixed potential. They evolve continuously with the user's strength, revealing ever deeper layers of power. Note 2. Upon learning Feng Ho Chiman, the user automatically attains mastery over foundational techniques, including Kuan Sun, Li Qian Jin Luang Jin Tua, and the 8-gate transportation method, though full mastery demands sustained study and profound insight. Skill Advanced Fire Release Technique and Rank Tier 6. Epic description of fire-based ninjutsu drawn from the Naruto world, seamlessly adapted to this realm's laws as a unique fire elemental ninjutsu magic hybrid. Upon acquisition, the user gains comprehensive proficiency in all fire release techniques ranked a class or lower within the Naruto world. Note 1. The efficacy of each fire technique varies according to the user's innate magical affinity, cultivation level, and depth of comprehension. Note 2. No technique is inherently supreme. Only its wielder determines its might. Even a crank technique in the hands of a peerless master can unleash cataclysmic force. Uchiha Madara's crank, Great Fireball technique, once repelled the 5-nation Shinobi Alliance. You too may surpass him. Blazing Heavens, Feng Ho Chiman, and Fire Release. Instant mastery. Unbelievable. Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly, eyes alight with exhilaration. He had not expected such formidable innate abilities, practical, versatile, and devastatingly potent. Feng Ho Chiman excels in boundless adaptability, and profound esoteric subtlety, while fire release embodies raw, overwhelming destructive power, transformed here into fire elemental ninjutsu magic under the divine laws of the Shinma continent. Its execution requires no incantations, only hand seals. At peak proficiency, sealing completes in a mere 0.1 to 1 second, a feat of extraordinary speed and precision. Moreover, mastery grants access to all a rank or lower fire release techniques from the Naruto world, an immense advantage. He recalled clearly in that world no fire release technique exceeded a rank. Such techniques hinged not only on elemental variation, but on the practitioner's sheer strength. Should one surpass even Madara himself, a single great fireball technique could shatter heaven and earth. The Tao resides in simplicity, yet at his current level such transcendence remains distant. Higher-tier fire techniques would undoubtedly yield greater destructive yield. Feng Ho Chimen conceals principles of space and time, profound, arcane, ineffable. Since the system has bestowed these two unparalleled gifts, I shall begin mastering them immediately. A spark of sharp resolve flashed across Yi Xian's eyes as he silently resolved his path. Until now he had hesitated, wondering which elemental magic to fuse with his dual-star, demonic energy. With Feng Ho Chimen and fire release secured, his choice, crystallized darkness, remained primary fire second, and space magic third. Having already grasped rudimentary spatial principles through Eileen's blink technique, Feng Ho Chimen would deepen his comprehension exponentially. For space itself encompasses temporal law, and perhaps in time even causality and other supreme cosmic principles. Yet for now foundation building remained paramount. Learn Feng Ho Chimen and advanced fire release. Yi Xian declared without hesitation. At his command, an immense arcane torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness, akin to a prodigy who had spent 5 or 6 years mastering both arts to profound depths. Shinla, Shuemei, test your attacks against me. Yi Xian turned toward Shinla and Shuemei, who stood frozen in quiet awe. In truth, since opening the deluxe chest, unguarded delight had lingered upon his face. The two women assumed his joy stemmed solely from his territory's advancement. Yet this guileless, radiant smile was unprecedented, leaving them quietly astonished. Are you certain, Lord? Shuemei voiced disbelief. The request struck her as strangely whimsical. Beware. Shinla spoke, and drew her colossal demon blade in the same breath. With a sharp shhhk, the blade swept horizontally, cleaving directly for Yi Xian's throat. A clean hit would have severed his neck entirely. Clearly Shinla held nothing back. She attacked with lethal intent. She would grant his foolish request without reservation. Blood release technique, blood spike. Shuemei raised her staff without pause. Instantly thick, visceral blood energy coalesced, forging 3 half-meter-long crimson spikes. Radiating chilling, ruthless dark blood essence, they shot forward, aimed straight at Yi Xian's face. The sisters moved as one, executing ruthless, coordinated assassination strikes, with no hesitation, no mercy. Faced with the two masters charging at him, Yi Xian stood his ground, a serene smile gracing his lips. He showed no intention of dodging. However, Shingura's expression suddenly changed slightly. He had exerted 70% of his strength with that strike. Under normal circumstances, it would have been effortless to annihilate a bronze boss. Yet that strike went awry. To be precise, after he swung his sword, had his position shifted. He had clearly aimed forward, but the blade's landing point had shifted to the front left. The Blood Enchantress blood-based spell attacks were also absurd. She had clearly locked onto Yi Xian, but in the moment she approached, he tilted his head slightly and evaded the fatal blow. It seemed effortless, as if a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. All the lethal attacks couldn't touch Yi Xian. What is going on? My strikes shouldn't have any deviation. Has my position changed? How is that possible? I didn't feel any change just now. Shingura sheathed her demon sword, looking at Yi Xian in disbelief. Master, your technique resembles a formation. I once faced a formation master who could shift positions invisibly. Your ability is somewhat akin to that master's formation skills. After a moment of contemplation, the Blood Enchantress made a basic judgment. In fact, the instant she and Shingura had attacked, they had already entered Yi Xian's formation. They had just made a careless mistake and inadvertently fell under Yi Xian's influence. Blood Enchantress, your eyesight is truly sharp. Indeed, you are now within my... They had just made a careless mistake and inadvertently fell under Yi Xian's influence. Blood Enchantress, your eyesight is truly sharp. Indeed, you are now within my Chimen formation. They had just made a careless mistake and inadvertently fell under Yi Xian's influence. Blood Enchantress, your eyesight is true. In fact, during the moment Shingura and the Blood Enchantress were stunned, he had quietly activated the Wind Rear Chimen. This was one of the 8 wonder techniques in a world of one. In fact, during the moment Shingura and the Blood Enchantress were stunned, he had quietly activated the Wind Rear Chimen. This was one of the 8 wonder techniques in a world of one, endowed with immense power and unpredictable changes. This little experiment left him quite satisfied. That last move was called Chaos Golden Strike. Chaos Golden Strike, a method for controlling time. Within the wind Rearchiman technique, it designates the change speed of certain objects within the formation, decoupling them from the world's speed of change, allowing for either slowdown or acceleration. All objects at different speeds cannot affect each other. The ability of Chaos Golden Strike is the mastery over the forces of space and time. Such a formidable ability, as long as the opponent is not overwhelmingly stronger, they cannot easily escape the formation's control or harm him. Alright, it's already dark. Let everyone who cultivates gather in the castle. Today our gathering will be held inside the castle. As Yi Xian spoke, he strolled leisurely into the giant castle ahead. This castle was as large as 2 football fields. The interior space was also immense. From its appearance, it resembled the grand castles of the medieval era. In fact, it looked more like the ultimate castle of the underworld boss from the pirate world. On top of the castle, many cannons extended out, looking majestic and imposing. Such a massive castle could easily accommodate thousands of people. Thus, Yi Xian planned to arrange for all the troops to stay inside for rest. This also demonstrated his consideration as a lord, making them appreciate him even more. Of course, Yi Xian wasn't thinking too much about it. He just felt that the castle was too large, and living alone was rather lonely. Having everyone move in would create a lively atmosphere, and it would be nice to have people around to attend to him. Thinking about it, being surrounded by a group of stunningly beautiful women of various styles would indeed make life much more enjoyable. Next, Yi Xian instructed the blood enchantress to arrange for people to prepare various food ingredients. As for him, he exchanged for some top-quality wines, champagne, fine teas, fruits, and so on. This time, he spent lavishly, directly redeeming food materials worth 2,000 energy points. Meanwhile, Yi Xian reached the highest point of the castle and stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The corruption hills have almost been cleared. Those damn snake people should also give me a surprise with. Meanwhile, Yi Xian reached the highest point of the castle and stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The corruption hills have almost been cleared. Those damn snake people should also give me a surprise with this monster siege, right? Yi Xian looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless darkness, revealing countless lurking monsters with bared fangs and claws. He opened the castle's information to take a look. Lord Yi Xian, level tier 3, territory 46 squares, 46 square kilometers, buildings owned, dark magic tower tier 2, intermediate castle tier 2, spiritual moon, well tier 1, ice arrow tower tier 2, reinforced walls tier 2. Only functional buildings are recorded. Advanced rapid fire turrets requires materials to activate. A total of 18 units. Troops owned, demon sword clan, witches, dark elf clan. Functions, intermediate appraisal 67, primary storage, intermediate gathering progress 88, intermediate defense, etc. Constructible buildings, exquisite inns, intermediate watchtowers, spiritual moon wells, ice arrow towers, reinforced walls, explosive arrow towers, warehouse, primary iron or 4250, primary with 3950, primary spiritual essence stone 1450, primary magic crystal 5350, intermediate iron or 210, intermediate wood 260, tier 1 earth crystals 5, tier 2 water crystals 6, tier 1 water crystals 18, tier 1 poison crystals 32, tier 2 poison crystals 6, tier 3 poison crystals, 1 tier 1 ice. Turns out so many materials are needed, it's simply several dozens of times more difficult. Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded upon seeing the tier 4 upgrade requirements. This was countless times more resources than he originally imagined. By this standard, there was no way to think about upgrading to tier 4 in just a few days. At the very least, it would have to be calculated on a monthly basis. Even though Yi Xian was confident, it would still take him at least half a month to gather such abundant resources. It seems that after reaching the 3rd tier, every advancement is a tremendous challenge. However, considering the luxurious gift package received upon upgrading to the 3rd tier, Yi Xian felt very pleased. If every reward became even more generous, it would be absolutely delightful. He believed that if other lords knew how outrageous the reward for being the first to upgrade their territory was, they would definitely be envious and resentful of Yi Xian. Fortunately, his reward had not been disclosed. Otherwise, those who were envious would come knocking. Although he was powerful, having too many flies around could be quite annoying. Next, he began to check the conditions for upgrading the 3rd tier troops. Building dark magic tower, quality supreme myth unique, level 2nd tier, function 1. Only summons female troops of the dark type 2. Territory female troops, talent 1-3. Territory female troops, bloodline 1-4. Territory female troops, attributes 50, beauty 105. Probability of obtaining a noble troop unit 40, a legendary troop probability 20, mythological troop probability 8. Upgrading the territory and dark magic tower can enhance more attributes and probabilities. Tip: after upgrading the dark magic tower, the number of troops recruited will vary, guaranteeing at least orange leader level troops. Conditions for upgrading to 3rd tier energy points. 2nd tier Dark Evolution Crystal 2. 3rd tier Dark Evolution Crystal 1. Intermediate Magic Crystal 300. The Lord's Castle can be upgraded to 3rd tier. If I remember correctly, the probability of recruiting troops has increased. Yi Xian was surprised upon seeing the attributes of the Dark Magic Tower. He recalled that previously the probability of recruiting noble troops was only 30, legendary troops 15A, and mythological troops 5. After reaching the 2nd tier, all the probabilities had significantly improved. However, other attributes seemed unchanged. It appears that only by reaching a higher level could new abilities be added. However, the guarantee of obtaining orange leader level troops is truly enticing. In other words, he would at least have troops of orange leader level or higher, which is simply amazing. Perhaps after leveling up a few more times, the guarantee would be for legendary level troops or above. By then, as long as he was given some time, the demon world would definitely have a new master. What? The Dark Evolution Crystal actually requires 3 pieces, and intermediate magic crystals aren't easy to obtain. Yi Xian felt a bit puzzled upon seeing the upgrade requirements. He just happened to have 1 2nd-tier Dark Evolution Crystal in reserve obtained from the last time he teamed up with Su Yaoyao in a dungeon. But he still lacked 2. By the way, I remember that dungeon can be entered once every 3 days. I wonder if the bosses on the 1st and 2nd floors will respawn. If I can break into the 3rd or even 4th layers of the Dark Abyss, perhaps I'll have a chance to obtain the 3rd-tier evolution crystals. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian became excited. Yi Xian was quite pleased with his earlier collaboration with Su Yaoyao. Now the resources he needed to upgrade his troop buildings depended on the Dark Abyss dungeon. Once the city defense battle concludes on the 8th day, he would be able to re-enter the Dark Abyss. Perhaps he could even refresh some intermediate magic crystals. 100 low-level magic crystals, 1 intermediate magic crystal. Although he currently had over 500 low-level magic crystals in reserve, it was still a huge gap from upgrading the 3rd-tier troop building. He could only hope that the Dark Abyss contained the materials he needed. Otherwise, trying to acquire them through the World Trading Channel would surely be expensive, and they might not even be available. These 2 girls actually messaged me at the same time. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze turned towards the friend notification. Their both icons were flashing. One was the ice blue battle rabbit icon, and the other was the bloodthirsty bat icon, both representing Bing Xiaodu and Su Yaoyao. Feeling a bit bored, Yi Xian opened them all to check. Upon seeing the messages, he was stunned. Su Yaoyao, Yi Xian, quick look at the world channel. Someone is spamming and specifically challenging you. It's a super big shot. It looks like a good show is coming. Smirk fireworks emoji. Bing Xiaodu, brother, Yi Xian, it's bad. You need to check the world channel quickly. A super big shot is specifically challenging you. Excited emoji. Bing Xiaodu, oh my, I'm stunned. This is truly a super big shot. The first appearance of a mythological level lord. How exciting. Shocked emoji. Shocked emoji. Bing Xiaodu, brother, Yi Xian, don't be dazed. Hurry out to see the spectacle. If you miss it, you won't see the spamming effects. Big speaker urging emoji. Su Yaoyao sent a message with a somewhat teasing tone, while Bing Xiaodu sent 3 messages appearing extremely. However, when he saw the words spamming super big shot and mythological level lord, he was slightly astonished. A mythological level lord? No way. After all this time, has a big shot finally gotten restless and come out to show off? Yi Xian also felt curious and hurriedly opened the world chat channel. He saw a golden border appearing at the top of the world chat channel. Next to the border was a golden trumpet icon. Inside the golden border, a message was displayed in golden characters looking extremely ostentatious. Lord of Darkness, I am Kaisa Lin, the Holy Maiden of the Vatican's Holy See, the owner of the mythological level troop, Holy Angel. Today I declare war on you. The first place of the city defense battle absolutely belongs to me, Kaisa Lin. From now on, I will take over all first places. The light will eventually dispel the darkness, and one day I will bring the brilliance of the Holy Angel Legion to judge you. The darkness of this world will be dispelled by me, and the glory of the Lord will shine upon every living being of the demon world, every inch of land. This message with the golden trumpet was pinned at the top of the world channel for a full 3 minutes before slowly dissipating. It must be that holy maiden named Kaisa Lin using a special chat item. However, the effect was indeed quite flashy, quite ostentatious, and quite saintly. What does it mean that the glory of the Lord will shine upon every living being of the demon world, every inch of land? This arrogance was truly excessive, and the light will eventually dispel the darkness. Did she specifically name Yi Xian as the source of darkness deserving to be attacked? A person seeking fame and reputation, wanting to stand on my name to rise. PFF. Yi Xian coldly snorted upon reading this message. It seems that he had been gaining too much attention lately, and the title Lord of Darkness clearly belonged to the Dark Camp faction. This Kaisa Lin, possessing the mythological level Holy Angel troops, certainly could not allow the Lord of Darkness to be so arrogant. At this moment, the World Channel was completely erupting due to the first appearance of a mythological level troop, Big Shot. Mythological level troops had not appeared in everyone's view before. The appearance of Kaiser Lin completely ignited the World Channel. No one expected that there would truly be a myth-level powerhouse who would publicly declare war against the Dark Lord. Oh my god, this is going to be a great show. A myth-level powerhouse making such a grand entrance. Haha, I knew it. There must have been people who couldn't stand him for a long time. This coward called Dark Lord only managed to gain a few lucky announcements. I look with a myth-level powerhouse declaring war, he doesn't dare to make a sound. His name is the Dark Lord. He is definitely a dark-type powerhouse completely restrained by the Holy Angel. Just wait for him to be trampled under the light. Indeed, this Dark Lord, apart from knowing he is from the Dragon Country, has no idea of his own standing. Perhaps he is just a legendary level powerhouse who has been scared silly. The Dragon Country is indeed a dark realm having such a shady figure as the Dark Lord. He will definitely not last long. Our Sakura Country will surely surpass the Dragon Country. We the Semida Country fully support Kaiser Lin in suppressing the Dark Lord and surpassing the Dragon Country. After Kaiser Lin's appearance, the World Channel was exceptionally lively. Of course, the vast majority of the lords are mocking the Dark Lord, disparaging him and the Dragon Country. To put it bluntly, most are just too envious and jealous of Yi Xian's current achievements. He is now ahead of all the lords, which naturally makes many people uncomfortable. Finally, a myth-level powerhouse has appeared to declare war. Many lords applauded and expressed their support. Of course, most of the lords had a face that seemed to enjoy the show. That's right, the Dark Lord is currently ahead of all the lords, which has already proven his strength. I suspect the Dark Lord might also have a myth-level powerhouse. Who knows who will win or lose? I will forever support the Dark Lord. He is my little sister's idol. Our Dragon Country's lords are forever YYDS. Count me in. I am Bing Bing, the host from the Dragon Country. The Dark Lord has made a tremendous contribution to our country, and I hope everyone will support him. I am Inakawa Rimi, and I also support the Dark Lord. He is the idol I most want to see. Adorable. Wow, everyone look. All the girls upstairs are goddesses. Did they all confess their feelings for the Dark Lord at the same time? What a dreamlike scene. The 4 girls upstairs are national popular goddesses. How could they suddenly fall? No matter what, we must support the man our goddess likes. Dark Lord, I am the host, Ji Xiaoxuan, and I am your male fan. Because of the appearance of the 4 popular goddesses supporting him, a large number of male fans started to follow suit and support the Dark Lord. This situation has definitely taken a strange turn. Among over 5 billion lords, the lords from the Dragon Country account for over 1.5 billion. With such a huge base, once the Dragon Country takes action, they can instantly control the reviews on the World Channel. At this moment, the World Channel was filled with a single line of text: support the Dark Lord, the Dragon Country fears nothing. Support the Dark Lord, the Dragon Country fears nothing. This phrase instantly flooded the screen, igniting passion and fighting spirit. In an instant, this phrase resonated with everyone. Even the friendly giant bear monster and Iron Country quickly rallied to support it. For a moment, the World Channel was filled with this phrase. The voices of insults, mockery, and disparagement instantly vanished. At this moment, the whole world was shocked. Who would have thought that Kaiser Lin's declaration of war would unite the Dragon Country like never before? For other countries that harbor enmity towards the Dragon Country, this was undoubtedly as unpleasant as swallowing a mouse's droppings. Seeing the Dragon Country so united left everyone astonished. This scene, of course, did not escape Yi Xian's notice. What does it matter if the myth-level holy angel powerhouse? When the day comes that we meet, I will turn you into a fallen angel plunging into the abyss of... Yi Xian revealed a knowing smile. He was increasingly looking forward to the upcoming city defense battle. As for the support from the 5 national popular goddesses, he didn't care much. In his eyes, strength was everything. He didn't lack goddesses, he already had enough around him, and was too busy to... Moreover, the divine and demon continent was fraught with dangers. Whether they could survive until the day they met him was still uncertain. If there was a chance to meet in the future, he could consider helping them out for this support. As for now, of course, the most important thing was preparing for the upcoming city defense battle. Congratulations to the Dark Lord for causing a huge sensation, gaining a great reputation. Reward: prestige 10,000, energy value 10,000. The Dark Lord's fame skyrocketed, piquing the interest of powerful figures in the darkness, receiving a reward: prestige 2. Reminder: the higher the fame, the greater the benefits, but it will also attract unnecessary troubles. Be careful. Suddenly, the system's notification sound appeared. Fame has spread, attracting the interest of powerful figures in the darkness. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback, surprised. He never expected that this upgrade to a Tier 3 territory would cause a stir in the world and even grant him additional rewards. Looking at the reminder, it seemed that increased fame wasn't entirely beneficial. It might also lead to other troubles. Could the troubles be those big shots in the darkness? Are these powerful figures in the darkness other powerful lords or indigenous strongmen of the divine and demon continent? Yi Xian pondered. No matter who it was, as long as they obstructed his path, he would crush them all. First, let's go to the trading market to acquire a batch of resources and upgrade the territory. Yi Xian thought for a moment and decided to prepare for the most important matter at hand. Since that holy angel myth-level powerhouse wanted to claim first place, he didn't mind letting her get slapped in the face first. He first activated the conditions for the advanced rapid-fire artillery. High-level rapid-fire turret Tier 3 Extraordinary. Ability description: 30 shots per minute covering an area of 300 square meters with a maximum range of 10 kilometers, inflicting significant damage to creatures of Tier 4 inclusive and below with a burst fire duration of 3 minutes and a cooldown of 5 minutes. Activate high-level rapid-fire turret intermediate iron or 30 Tier 2 fire element crystal 1 3000 energy points. Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing the resources required to activate the turret. However, this device had tremendous destructive power against Tier 4 monsters. Moreover, its range was sufficiently far capable of striking targets within a 10-kilometer radius. Although it was a bit pricey, it had to be activated. Without hesitation, he directly opened the World Trading Channel. The price of 3,000 for a single Tier 2 fire element crystal was steep, and he bought 15 of them at once, consuming a total of 45,000 energy points. After spending 20,000 energy points, he purchased 200 units of intermediate iron ore. With just these resources, Yi Xian's hard-earned 800 energy points were nearly depleted. Now Yi Xian realized what it meant for money to be of little value. His current financial situation was hardly significant. Furthermore, he also had the explosive arrow tower yet to be constructed, which also required a hefty amount of resources. Spending money like water, Yi Xian began to worry about running out of energy points. He could only pin his hopes on Bing Xiaodu. During this time, he had provided Bing Xiaodu with a substantial amount of monster materials. Among these, many were high-quality materials of Tier 3 or even above. Yi Xian roughly calculated that he had given Bing Xiaodu over 1,500 various grades of materials. Of course, a small portion of these materials would end up as waste during practice. Additionally, some were lost due to failures in equipment production. To produce a successful piece of equipment, Bing Xiaodu once mentioned that at least 1 to 5 materials were needed. This meant that the number of monster materials exceeding 1,500 would not yield many equipment pieces. Having 4 or 5 dozen pieces of equipment would be considered good. If it exceeded 100 pieces, that would be deemed extraordinary. However, Yi Xian believed in Bing Xiaodu's capabilities, confident that the number would not be less than 50. Moreover, with his reserves of over 30 pieces of equipment ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3, it was possible to surpass the triple digits. The coming time was a moment of celebration. In a vast living room, everyone gathered joyously. Including Yi Xian, there were a total of 45 members. They all sat together at a long table that spanned several meters. On the table were an array of prepared fruits, ingredients, beverages, and more, making for a lavish spread. According to Shuem Mice report, this feast was crafted by several hunters from the Dark Elf tribe alongside the witches. Yi Xian did not expect that these elves not only excelled in combat, but also included quite a few excellent cooks. If you have great culinary skills, from now on stay in my castle at night next door to me to take care of my meals. Yi Xian took a few bites and couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction. He was seated at the head of the long table, his gaze sweeping over the few people in the middle of the table, which he acknowledged. The food was prepared using their otherworldly methods, offering a uniquely special taste that was quite impressive. Yi Xian felt slightly amazed. In his line of sight were 3 Black Panther hunters, 2 elf archers, and 3 witches. 8 beautiful girls had removed their veils, revealing their exquisite and stunning faces. Though their charm and beauty were slightly inferior compared to Shun Lutang, Chen Ai Lin, and Shui Mei, they could still be considered top-tier beauties. Their overall standard definitely surpassed that of a former star from the Dragon Kingdom, Fan Xiaobing. Having such maids responsible for meals would certainly lift his spirits every day. Yes, my lord. Yes, master. Your request is a great affirmation and honor for us. The 8 stunning girls displayed joy on their faces. They trembled slightly with excitement, their bodies swaying forward, appearing extremely thrilled. Suddenly being acknowledged by Yi Xian and granted permission to stay by his side was a tremendous honor for them. The other female warriors looked at them with envy. The banquet concluded in a pleasant and cheerful atmosphere lasting until midnight. After a few drinks, these girls performed enchanting and alluring dances for Yi Xian. These girls were truly fairies and witches. As they twisted their waists, revealing their alluring forms, even Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow hard, repeatedly amazed. It's no wonder the ancient emperors indulged in wine and pleasure every night. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After midnight, upon returning to his room, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Immediately after, Ai Lin, reverting to her normal form, dashed into Yi Xian's embrace. Lord brother, can I sleep with you tonight? AI Lin's face was flushed, slightly tipsy, her cute face pressed tightly against Yi Xian's chest. AI Lin, you're still young. How about you sleep on the small bed next to us? Yi Xian felt somewhat helpless. This little clingy one, why did she suddenly come here? He directly picked her up in a princess carry. Lifting the light as a willow leaf AI Lin, he intended to place her on the small bed beside the big bed. Previously, he had promised AI Lin that she could come to his room anytime to sleep together. Thus, Yi Xian had already prepared a small bed. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance, especially since AI Lin was a young divine being and too young. Although her intellect and age were immature, this little girl had truly exceptional looks, resembling a 17 or 18-year-old girl. If they were to sleep together, Yi Xian genuinely feared he might do something inappropriate. I won't. Lord brother, you promised to sleep with AI Lin, you must keep your word. I'm staying here tonight, I won't leave. Woo AI Lin is scared sleeping alone, please don't chase me away, Lord brother. AI Lin clung tightly to Yi Xian's neck, clearly unwilling to sleep on the small bed. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned, afraid to sleep alone. With AI Lin's strength, he suspected she was even stronger than Tang Qian. What kind of monsters would dare to target her? Her fear was obviously false. She just wanted to snuggle close to Yi Xian and not leave. Alright, you can stay, but don't move around. Yi Xian had no choice but to hold AI Lin and place her on the big bed where he slept. Hoo, a wave of fragrance wafted into his nose as AI Lin hung on Yi Xian's chest. Her delicate body pressed tightly against him, and she had already fallen asleep. This little one could truly fall asleep anytime, anywhere, as long as she hung on Yi Xian. Yi Xian could only helplessly adjust his sleeping position, allowing AI Lin to rest on him. The two of them thus lay closely together, embracing each other as they slept. This intimacy felt strangely harmonious, akin to a daughter snuggling with her father. A peaceful night passed without incident. On the 7th day at 10 in the morning, Yi Xian awoke leisurely. Upon waking up, Yi Xian discovered that the little girl AI Lin had already vanished without a trace. She had left quietly, and he had not sensed a thing. It seems that the little one AI Lin was also afraid of waking him, and had gone out to play. He changed into a brand new exquisite outfit. The ordinary clothes exchanged from the system were stylish and beautiful, but of little use, available for a mere 20 energy points. Today he donned a black vest suit, elegant and steady yet shrouded in mystery. As he walked into the living room, a lavish breakfast spread awaited him. Several of his chosen beautiful chefs, witches, and elves had donned exquisite black silk chef outfits, leaving a stunning impression. Please enjoy your meal, master. 8 stunning beauties spoke in unison, respectfully addressing him. The service and attitude truly made Yi Xian feel like an emperor enjoying his reign. While other lords were racking their brains for survival and living in constant fear of the city defense battles, Yi Xian had already begun to indulge in a life of luxury. The disparity was such that if other lords knew, they would surely spit blood. After finishing breakfast, Yi Xian opened the World Chat channel for a glance. In the World Chat channel, everyone was discussing the upcoming city defense battle. Everyone was speculating about the level of danger expected tomorrow. Some were discussing the best strategies for the city defense battle, and among them many thoughts astonished Yi Xian and made him laugh out loud. My troop type is the rare stinky bug beast. I have stocked up on 500 stink bombs, and tomorrow I will surely suffocate those monsters. Can the stink bombs kill second-tier monsters? Put them on the trading channel. Ooh, I want to buy some. Can stink bombs really kill monsters? Have you lost your mind? Look at me being clever. I dug over 100 deep pit traps around the territory. It's a guaranteed kill. My troop type is the rare flamingo, and I have half a ton of pig lard stored. When the time comes, I'll pour it out, and with a single flame from the flamingo, every monster will be obliterated. You are all so weak. My troop type is the leader-level poison spike giant bear. With a single home run, I can crush all monsters. Woo, I am the little fool. My water element spirit leader is already 3rd tier, and she has run off into the river outside, refusing to come back. What should I do? Goddess, I will send you a 2nd-tier water crystal core. The water element spirit will definitely love it and come back to protect you. Woo, I am the campus beauty from Seoul University. My troop type kimchi beast is no longer listening to commands. Who can save me? I will do anything as long as I can survive the city defense battle. As various eccentric exchanges unfolded in the world, Yi Xian felt a little embarrassed. At that moment, he noticed that the avatar of Ice Little Bunny was bouncing. He quickly opened to check. Brother Yi Xian, I forged equipment all night long and finally completed all the materials. There are still some 4th-tier materials left for later use. Guess how much equipment I forged? Ice Little Bunny sent an excited voice message. At least over 50, Yi Xian conservatively estimated. He had not expected that Ice Little Bunny stayed up all night forging equipment. This little girl had been working extra hard these days, as if she were on something. Ever since Yi Xian encouraged her to work harder and survive to accompany him, further Ice Little Bunny had transformed completely. Not only had she reached second-tier level 9, but she also worked harder at forging equipment. Moreover, this little girl had recruited over 200 individuals to her troop. Her troop type was the powerful support type, Yin Dwarf Orange Leader. The recruitment of support types was relatively high. She could recruit 30 people daily, totaling 210 in 7 days. Although she lost over 20 troops in 7 days, she managed to recruit them all back with money. Among them, 1/5 of the Yin Dwarf elites had already successfully broken through to the 3rd tier. Equipping them with a batch of premium weapons significantly boosted their strength. Additionally, Ice Little Bunny had good luck frequently obtaining treasure chests and uncovering many good items. Surviving the city defense battle should not be a major issue. Hee smug laughter, brother. Yixian, you underestimate Little Bunny too much. I have over 200 dwarf blacksmiths. Apart from their upgrade time, they are all working overtime forging equipment diligently. Currently, there are 102 pieces of 1st-tier equipment, 56 pieces of 2nd-tier equipment, and 31 pieces of 3rd-tier equipment. Along with brother Yixian's 30-plus pieces of equipment, we now have over 200 pieces of equipment in total. Haha, I am impressive, right? Ice Little Bunny spoke excitedly, her tone filled with pride like a child waiting. Little Bunny, you are amazing, very good. Please put all this equipment on the market, and I will set the prices. Today, let's sell everything and exchange it all for energy points to facilitate our acquisition of the necessary items and resources in the world. Yixian first praised Ice Little Bunny, then expressed his thoughts. He had not anticipated that Ice Little Bunny had forged so much equipment. As it stands, over 200 pieces of equipment constituted a tremendous resource. If they could sell everything, the profits would be substantial. Alright, I will do as brother Yixian says, and put all the equipment on the market now. Ice Little Bunny responded without hesitation, seemingly obedient to Yixian's arrangements. Remember to keep a few pieces of the best equipment for yourself. Yixian reminded her. Don't worry, brother Yixian. I have the wand you gave me, and a few premium pieces of equipment. That should be enough. Ice Little Bunny replied with a tone full of gratitude. Soon over 100 pieces of equipment were successfully put on the market. Yixian looked at the quality of the various pieces and adjusted the prices according to the market. Now was the last day of the safety period before the city defense battle. As soon as the equipment appeared on the trading channel, it was snapped up. There was no choice with tens of billions of lords. Those with good equipment were few and far between. The equipment in the market was hardly enough to fill the gaps. Whenever good equipment appeared, it would be immediately sold out. There were still many wealthy lords. These lords either had powerful troops or were lucky enough to open treasure chests and defeat bosses. Alternatively, some cunning lords had amassed great wealth through crowdfunding scams and other means. However, such lords were rare, as not everyone could be easily deceived. First-tier ordinary equipment costs 500 energy points. First-tier rare equipment costs 1,000 energy points. First-tier premium equipment costs 2,000 energy points. Second-tier ordinary equipment costs 1,500 energy points. Second-tier rare equipment costs 3,000 energy points. Second-tier premium equipment costs 6,000 energy points. Third-tier ordinary equipment costs 3,000 energy points. Third-tier rare equipment costs 6,000 energy points. Third-tier premium equipment costs 12,000 energy points. These are the prices set by Yixian. These prices far exceeded the normal market prices by 2 to 3 times or more. Third-tier equipment is inherently rare, with only a few dozen in total. However, the market is currently highly competitive. Although Yixian's prices are expensive, there will undoubtedly be buyers. Once he set the prices and listed everything for sale, the entire trading market erupted once more. Brother Yixian, this price is too high, isn't it a bit too black-heart? The innocent Ice Little Bunny exclaimed upon seeing the prices. In response to the puzzled look of Bing Xiao, Yixian simply replied with 2 words, don't worry. Now it had already been the 7th day, and everything was imminent. What's wrong with a slightly higher price for such good equipment? This was the hard work of both him and Bing Xiao. Bing Xiao had spent several nights to obtain this much equipment. That being said, the surgical fee should be increased. In Yixian's view, he had offered a rather low price. If he were to raise it a bit more, he could easily list it at 5 times the price, and there would definitely be bosses who would buy it instantly. Although he walked ahead of all the lords, it did not mean he was the most interesting lord. In this world, there were many. He even discovered that some lords with business acumen had already formed their own trading firms, continuously developing and growing through pooled investment. Though it had only been 7 days, there were already tens of thousands of established trading associations and alliances. Among them, there were many wealthy bosses. Wherever there are people, there is a world of its own. In the divine demon continent, talents from all walks of life could still showcase their abilities. This time, when Yixian listed the equipment, they were not sold out instantly. Instead, after the first-tier quality items were sold out, the second-tier equipment began to gradually diminish. Yixian had set up a bidding cooldown mechanism. That is to say, first-tier equipment could be snatched up at will. However, for equipment above the second tier, there was a 3-second cooldown. Within those 3 seconds, if another boss raised the price, it would go to the next person. This bidding would have a minimum increment of 500 with a limit of 10 times. In other words, if a boss was determined to bid, reaching the limit would yield an extra 5,000 energy points. This is not Yi Xian being cunning. Rather, it is the most mainstream method for auctioning quality items in the current trading channel. It is divided into fixed bidding and free bidding. Yi Xian set up fixed bidding. For equipment of rare quality and above in the second tier, it would increase energy points by 500 each time, and bids could be increased freely multiple times. For equipment of rare quality and above in the third tier, it would increase energy points by 1,000 each time, limited to 10 times. Meanwhile, free bidding had no minimum bidding threshold. Bosses could fill in amounts at will with a maximum of 10 bids. Generally, items that dared to be offered for free bidding were either rare materials that were not well known or very valuable items and equipment. Such bidding not only benefits sellers, but also maximizes the selling price. This is somewhat similar to the mechanism of an auction house. At this moment, the trading channel had already become bustling. WoW Master Tussforge is finally open for business with over 200 pieces of equipment at once. Such a bold move, so extravagant. Don't rush, first-tier items have all been snatched up by you guys. Save me a second-tier piece. That Ratman warrior armor is nice, I want it. Although I want to say that these items are a bit overpriced, the attributes are too appealing, with quality items having no less than 3 attribute boosts. Everyone clear out, I am the 3-star prince. I want a set of third-tier equipment. No matter the price, I will take it. Ladies and gentlemen, wealthy bosses, don't rush. We at the Wanhao Trading Association have contracted all equipment above the second tier. What is the Wanhao Trading Association? Our Ruishi Central Union hasn't even made a move, and I've already raised the price 3 times. Do you dare to compete? Haha, just 3 times. Our Waki Union raised the price 5 times. Give up if you lack courage. You guys can bid freely for equipment above the third tier. Our Skull Association guarantees to raise the price 5 times. We have the resources to fight. We are not short on money. Crazy, it's chaotic. Big shots are rushing out to grab equipment. What can we ordinary lords compete with? Damn, so many rich tycoons. The Sanjing Consortium, Samsung, Union, Morgan Tycoon, Waki Union, Homeman Alliance. These are all super financial groups. Whoa, so many rich guys. It's terrifying. Master 2 is definitely going to make a fortune this time. A true overnight fortune. Envy 10,086. There's no choice. Tomorrow is the city defense battle. If these rich guys don't take action now, they might not have another chance. Over 200 pieces of quality equipment. Once listed, it had already caused a tremendous rush. Yi Xian had completely underestimated the strength of the wealthy lords. This divine demon continent has indeed started to experience severe internal competition. Just a few days, and so many super trading alliances and unions have been formed. It seems I am still too young. Fighting alone may not be as fast as these alliances developing through pooled resources. Yi Xian was shocked to see the explosive bidding in the trading channel. These financial groups and unions were well known to him from Blue Star. They were all prominent financial tycoons. To his surprise, within just 7 days, they had formed their own alliances and trading firms. It seems those social elites are not to be underestimated. Even if their initial troops were weak, if they huddled together for warmth, they could still exert tremendous value. He had been operating alone, and if he wasn't careful, he might get surpassed. In terms of personal strength, Yi Xian was confident he could rank among the top 3 of all the lords. However, in terms of wealth and resources, he might not surpass the powerful leaders of those super trading alliances. These big shots would do everything they could to gather initial capital and develop exponentially. If he couldn't keep leading, he would likely be surpassed. Very well, it's getting more and more interesting. You all keep fighting. Although Yi Xian may be weak, as long as I develop quickly enough, you will all be waiting to be plucked clean by me. Yi Xian revealed a cold smile. He was truly grateful that he had invested in Bing Xiaodu back then. With this little girl around, he would definitely be able to get a head start and develop a massive business empire. Managing business and making money may not be his strength, but he could let others handle that. All he needed to do was accumulate capital. Moreover, this is a world where strength reigns supreme. No matter how rich you are, without strength you will be crushed. Yi Xian aims to break through all barriers and crush everything. Finally, after about half an hour, this round of equipment was completely sold out. Among them, quality second-tier and third-tier equipment had surprisingly exceeded 5 rounds of bidding. There were also more than 10 pieces of equipment with the best attributes, all sold at the price of 10 rounds of bidding. This round can be said to be a significant profit. A true overnight fortune. When the final transaction price came out, Yi Xian and Bing Xiaodu were both stunned. 215,500 energy points. Damn, it really went crazy. Sold this much energy value. Yi Xian was also astonished when he saw the final. After the 40-60 split and the system's 1% surgical fee deducted, Yi Xian's one-time income reached 127,000 energy points. After tirelessly killing so many monsters, I only accumulated over 8,000 energy points. Yet this transaction made me an overnight millionaire, a result Yi Xian definitely did not expect. Whoa, brother Yi Xian, we made so much money. With so much money, how should we spend it? How about I give you a little more? Bing Xiaodu was stunned after seeing her earnings of over 8,000 energy points, feeling a bit at a loss as she sent the message. This is truly a fortune. At least for the initial stage, it should be an astronomical figure, almost frightening. Yi Xian did not expect that the equipment this time would sell beyond expectations. It seems that there are still many wealthy lords. However, he checked the back-end data and found that those pompous trading guilds like the Union Pay are not as wealthy as they appear. They still cannot manage to buy more than 10 pieces of equipment at once, nor bid more than 10 times. Especially for the third-tier premium equipment, if it exceeds 10 bids, it would cost over 1,000 energy points. No one would be foolish enough to casually squander 1,000 on a third-tier piece of equipment unless they were out of their minds. The highest bid for third-tier premium equipment is only 9 times, totaling 1,100 energy points. This is that so-called prince from the 3-star realm who has spent so much money under the provocation of other lords. This price has already exceeded 8 or 9 times the value of third-tier equipment. I believe that after he takes it back, he will definitely regret it. Overall, although those wealthy individuals are rich, not all of them are worth millions. In just 7 days, most lords' worth is only a few thousand energy points. Little Rabbit, we have already agreed on the division. Your share should be kept well. The consumption for blacksmiths is enormous. After the third tier, the money you spend on enchanted crystals will be astronomical. Remember to convert money into power and defense. Work hard to secure a good position. Let's strive together. Yi Xian spoke earnestly, offering encouragement. These energy points seem plentiful, but are only a small consumption in the early stages, giving the illusion that they cannot be spent. Once reaching the third tier, the prices of soldiers, buildings, crystals, etc. will constantly soar. In the later stages, they will simply not amount to much. If the initial 1 million energy points are effectively spent on arming oneself, there will be a qualitative leap in strength. At that time, securing a good ranking will be much easier. Little Rabbit understands. Brother Yi Xian, I will definitely not hold you back. Recently I saw several third-tier blueprints. The materials consumed are quite expensive. If I buy them all today, my blacksmithing level will significantly improve, and I can also enhance the strength of the territory. Little Rabbit thought for a moment and replied seriously. After that, the two chatted for a while longer. After Yi Xian clarified the layout of Little Rabbit's territory, he provided some guidance and ended the topic with satisfaction. I must say, Little Rabbit is truly a super lucky individual. Her territory is an underground world that is easy to defend and hard to attack. She only needs to guard a narrow entrance. At the only defensive point, she is fully equipped with many powerful city defense armaments. There are all sorts of bizarre weapons like poison crossbows, explosive arrow towers, and bomb-carrying wooden doves. There are also various landmines, bombs, and other modern magical armaments. Plus, her primary unit, named Flamehead Chief, can even control a portion of the volcano's power. At a critical moment, she can trigger a volcanic eruption covering every corner around her territory. Even the strongest monsters would find it difficult to breach her defenses. Finally, Little Rabbit is also a fire-type explosion mage. She is fully equipped with top-tier fire damage gear, which is extremely terrifying. In the future, she may have the opportunity to advance to a fire-type forbidden spell mage, becoming a true mobile nuclear weapon. This little girl should have no trouble defending her territory. Perhaps she can achieve excellent results. Time flew by quickly. It is already 9 o'clock at night. At exactly 9, the system's notification finally arrived. Attention, all lords of the Divine Demon Continent, the city defense battle will begin tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. This is a huge test. The surviving lords can continue to stay in the Divine Demon Continent, while the eliminated will return to Blue Star and face difficult challenges again. Please note that after the city defense battle ends, corresponding scores will be awarded based on performance. Those who rank within the top 100 will receive nice rewards. Lords who rank within the top 100 or top 100 will receive significantly greater rewards, and the fortunes of their respective countries will also rise correspondingly. The lord with the highest overall score will receive the world's only hidden inheritance mission, the privilege to choose dual professions, and generous mysterious rewards. The fortune of their nation will also receive a tremendous boost, unlocking martial arts talent. Monster Siege rules divided into 2 mechanisms each lord can choose for themselves. The first type, defend the city for 3 days, during which various monsters will continuously attack from all directions, and the monsters will become increasingly powerful, with powerful bosses appearing each day. As long as the first day is defended, one can choose to end the monster siege at any time and begin scoring. Failing to defend on the first day will lead to elimination. The second type, survive a total of 3 waves of monster sieges. These monsters appear according to each lord's strength, thus lowering the relative risk and increasing survival chances. Please note that choosing the first type of monster siege mechanism is the only way to push for a high score ranking and secure the first place. All lords strive to survive and embrace the arrival of the new world. Do you want to expand your territory and become a regional overlord ruling the world? Fight on until the very. This system notification is quite lengthy and detailed. It presents the choices of the siege battle before. After the system notification, the world channel became lively. The city siege battle is finally about to begin. A brave lord like me with rare troops will naturally choose the second option. The person above is a coward. Assessment complete. I as a leader-level troop will also choose the second option. If you disagree, come debate me. A bunch of old men, not as good as women. Please remember my name is Li Chia, and I choose the first option. Li Chia. I am Yi Fan, and I also choose the first option. Let's meet at the peak of the heavens. Why are you all a bunch of clowns? Why not claim to be ancient saints? I am the Jade Emperor, and I also choose the first one. These Dragon Kingdom people are so strong. Why are so many choosing the first option? I urge all of Semida country to choose the second option, so we can all survive and surpass these foolish Dragon Kingdom people. Indeed, we of Shiva country will also choose the second option. Those fools aiming for ranking won't survive. We of the United States Empire will certainly choose the first option. In the future, we will unify the divine demon continent and trample all lords underfoot. The world channel's discussions grew increasingly heated. Yi Xian glanced at it and found that the vast majority of lords had chosen the second type of monster siege mechanism. This is the safest and most secure method. Brother Yi Xian, I choose the first type. I knew you would choose this. Little Rabbit aims to push for ranking and become stronger. Soon Ice Little Rabbit sent a message. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. He did not expect this little girl to be so decisive and dare to choose the infinite siege mode. Little Bunny, you made a wise choice. Yi Xian affirmed Bing Xiaotu's decision. He felt a quiet relief that she possessed such resolve. The girl had always been timid and timid-hearted, a laid-back and different sort. Yet to honor her promise to Yi Xian, she had thrown herself into it. Yi Xian, did you choose the first option? Su Yaoyao sent a message at that moment. Yes. Yi Xian did not deny it. I want to make a deal with you, is that all right? After a brief pause, Su Yaoyao asked. Yi Xian, curious, replied, what kind of deal? At a time like this, any proposal would surely relate to tomorrow's city defense, he thought. Su Yaoyao answered simply, I chose the first option too, and I need your help. Su Yaoyao's reply arrived. Yi Xian sent a questioning look. He knew that soldiers could not be traded during a siege, and a lord could not leave his territory, so he could not imagine how he might assist. He could not conceive how he might help Su Yaoyao. Although they had once cooperated successfully, he could not spare time from the siege to aid another. My unit Huan Yaodia is in a slumbering evolution and needs tremendous energy to support it, she said. It is a rare bloodline evolution. If it succeeds, its quality and power will leap forward. This reward comes from a hidden task. My request is simple. I want 2 tier 3 dark crystal cores, she continued. And I need a single drop of blood from your unit Shun Lu to fuse with it, so Huan Yaodai can grow stronger. Whatever attribute Huan Yaodai absorbs will be strengthened accordingly, she pleaded. This is my earnest request. Will you agree? Su Yaoyao laid out the terms of the trade slowly and sincerely. One could feel genuine entreaty. Yi Xian was blunt. What will you give me in return? He could meet her demands, but he would not give aid for nothing. If it was a bargain, there had to be benefit. Although collaborating with Su Yaoyao had already brought him many advantages, he would not offer this assistance free of charge. A drop of Xin Li's blood. Her eyesight was sharp. Xin Lu, as a legendary peak tier unit, possessed boundless potential. And to steer Huan Yaodai onto a dark-type path was audacious. He had to admire Su Yaoyao's decisiveness. Channeling dark power into Huan Yaodai would unquestionably strengthen it. Such attributes were rare indeed. Xin Lu, would losing a drop of blood harm you? Yi Xian asked, turning to her seriously. If a single drop had great consequence, he would refuse, even attempting trade. Xin Lu was the first unit leader he had ever recruited. His feelings ran deep, and he would not squander her lightly. A single drop. Xin Lu replied. It has no lasting effect. My talent allows rapid self-healing. One night is enough. If my lord is willing to give me 5 bottles of spirit moon water, I will recover fully within half an hour. Xin Lu blinked, and with an indifferent expression explained seriously. He did not know why the lord had asked, but a single drop, though precious, was easy to make up for. Moreover, even if Yi Xian demanded all of her blood, she would not refuse. Dark Lord, I know you do not lack energy points. I have something better to offer, Su Yaoyao said. For tier 3 fire crystal cores and a teleportation scroll. That scroll will send you into a special dark cavern instance, she continued. Defeat the monsters inside and you are guaranteed at least 1 tier 3 evolution core plus rare dark materials and equipment rewards. Is that acceptable? After she finished speaking, she actually mailed the fire cores and the black scroll. Su Yaoyao was remarkable. Was she not afraid he might refuse and keep those resources? Yi Xian frowned slightly and asked, why did you keep the teleportation scroll for yourself? He did not rush to accept the items from the mailbox. Instead, he asked curiously. That legendary scroll was likely one of the rewards from the dungeon they had once completed together. He had not expected her to pull it out and trade it with him. Thinking back, Yi Xian smiled in surprise. Perhaps all the rewards from that instance had now become his. I lack the strength. There may be a tier 4 boss inside, but I know you would dare to go. Su Yaoyao replied promptly. Also, dark materials are useless to me for now. Evolving Huan Yaodai is more important. Very well, I agree to the trade. Hearing that, Yi Xian did not hesitate and accepted. Although dark crystal cores were valuable to him, he could buy them or farm the instance later. What intrigued him more was the teleportation scroll. With a soft sound, Shun Lu opened her mouth, and a drop of dark golden blood no larger than a soybean flew out. This was Shun Li's essence, bearing the primordial power of the Yao Dao Zu. Though a single drop, Yi Xian felt the purity of dark power within it. There was even a faint destructive aura entwined with that darkness. Master, if Huan Yaodai absorbs my blood, it may come to esteem me greatly, and possibly submit. Shun Lu spoke frankly. My blood holds the power of Yao Dao royal lineage. Races with weaker bloodlines that absorb it risk being enslaved. Ah, is that so? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Shun Li's blood was far more fearsome than he had imagined, but he was not interested in enslaving Huan Yaodai. He completed the trade without further comment. In the following hours, Yi Xian inspected the warehouse resources and the morethanone million energy points, and began to plan. He purchased another batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 fire crystal cores. Tier 3 fire crystal cores cost 5,000 energy points apiece now, and Tier 2 cost 1,500 each. He camped on the trade channel for over 3 hours, and obtained only 29 pieces. He also bought 32 Tier 2 ice crystal cores along with basic magic crystals and common iron ore. This round of purchases spent more than 300,000 energy points. Over 1 million energy points were He bought so many materials to construct more defensive buildings, explosive arrow towers, frost arrow towers, and the consumable armaments Bing Xiaodu had supplied. He also planned to upgrade the Tier 2 Spirit Moonwell. The explosive arrow tower required 100 energy points, 300 basic iron, or 300 basic magic crystals, and 1 Tier 2 fire crystal core to build. Constructing a Tier 2 Spirit Moonwell required 200 energy points, and 2 Tier 2 water crystal cores. To upgrade a Tier 2 frost arrow tower required 100 basic iron, or 100 basic timber, 600 energy points, and 1 Tier 2 ice crystal core. The cooldown cards had expired. These buildings would take 4 hours to finish upgrading. Yi Xian set them all to be built, arranged the defenses, and then went to sleep. Night passed uneventfully, and morning came quickly. Today is the siege. I suddenly feel excited. What is that about? Yi Xian rose at 6, stretched, and saw Shun Lu beside the bed, putting on her battle attire. Last night, to prevent Ai Lin from causing trouble, the girl had slept at his side. At that moment, Ai Lin still clung to Yi Xian's chest, not yet awake. The two beauties had fallen asleep together after a delightful night. Yi Xian felt unusually confident about today's monster siege. Today marks the 8th day of the siege. At 6:30 in the morning, Yi Xian, unhurried, began to deploy his forces only after having breakfast with his subordinates. Under his command, Nanshu City was to be defended by Long Qian and Kagura. They were accompanied by 5 witches and 20 dark elf archers. As for Beigo City, it was under the charge of Shui Mei and 20 elven Black Panther hunters. The dark elven Black Panther hunters combined amounted to a formidable force of 40. Moreover, the strength of the Black Panther hunters is significantly greater than that of the dark elven archers. This combination can be said to be the best allocation possible at present. After all, Yi Xian is now a 3rd-tier lord with a vast estate. Other lords may only need to defend their core territory of 1 square kilometer. They only need to secure 1 entrance. However, generally 2nd-tier and even 3rd-tier lords may have to defend multiple points. Not only do they have to defend against more monsters, but they also face stronger foes, which can be quite challenging. Of course, currently among the billions of lords, only Yi Xian has ascended to the 3rd tier. 2nd-tier lords do not need to expand their territories. In fact, many lords consider that an enlarged territory can hinder defense. Thus, even if they have the resources, they would choose not to upgrade their territory, but rather to enhance their troop buildings. This way they can maintain their strength while making defense easier. As for Yi Xian, he possesses both strength and confidence in his ability to defend, so it is of little concern. Remember, the integrity of the territory, the number of monsters killed, and the levels of the monsters slain will all contribute to the overall score. For lords who choose to face the first type of monster siege, the quicker they kill monsters, the more and stronger monsters they will face, so proceed with caution. Understanding the timing and utilizing the strengths of their troops and territory to the greatest advantage is essential for earning more points. The system's prompts appeared once more. All the lords began to mobilize nervously. In fact, every lord faces different monsters due to their varying birthplaces and positions. For instance, some lords on islands might face monsters from the sea. Others whose starting point is in a cave will undoubtedly contend with underground creatures. There are also lords on snow-capped peaks or above cloud cities who may face more aerial monsters. Additionally, lords born in dark lands will contend with creatures far more powerful than ordinary monsters. Of course, there are lords whose natural geographic positions are very advantageous, being easy to defend, yet hard to attack, making them much more comfortable. Lastly, there are those very fortunate lords. They exist within the territories of powerful human empires and receive protection from the empire. When the monsters launch their siege, local NPC factions might even come to assist in exterminating the monsters. Various bizarre circumstances abound. My troop type is the elite, furious giant bear, and this is the territory of the bearkin. They have already promised to assist me, and this time I will definitely break into the top 10,000. My territory lies within a noble's domain, and I have charmed his daughter. He said he would send a knight regiment to help me defend. Aren't you envious? While I see a lot of strange birds gathering in the sky over there, they are flying towards my territory. I'm so scared. What are strange birds? My territory is on a small island, and I can already see many large shadows appearing in the sea. Oh no, could my island be swallowed whole by a giant beast? On the World Channel, various lords were voicing their concerns. Most lords seemed to be venting their fears. Of course, some lords relying on their natural advantages were provoking conflict. It can be said that things were gradually becoming chaotic. However, most lords had no time to chat. In such moments, it is essential to focus on the impending crisis. The larger the territory defended, the more monsters there will be, and thus the more points will be earned. The quicker the monsters are slain, the more there will be, and they will grow stronger. Yi Xian stood atop the castle, gazing into the distance, feeling a surge of excitement. It seems that expanding his territory was indeed a very wise choice. Although the difficulty of defense will increase, it also allows for the accumulation of more points. Since he aims for the top position, he must increase the challenge. Moreover, the integrity of the territory is also factored into the score. This means he must ensure that his territory remains undamaged. In Nanshu City, he constructed 3 layers of fortified walls, 30 explosive arrow towers, and 46 ice arrow towers. In Bago City, 2 layers of fortified walls were built along with 25 explosive arrow towers and 30 ice arrow towers. With the consumable weapons gifted to him by the Ice Bunny, totaling hundreds, his defenses can be considered impenetrable. Moreover, he, along with Ai Lin and 5 assassins from the Yao Dao clan, are stationed at any moment for support, ensuring absolute security. The second-tier spiritual energy moon well has the following functions. 1. Increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory. 2. Sitting beside the spiritual energy moon well can accelerate cultivation speed and comprehension. Sitting quietly for 1 hour increases fixed experience points limited to no more than 30 in 1 day. 3. The spiritual water within can enhance physique and strengthen meridians. 4. 10 bottles of spiritual energy moon water can be produced daily. Up to 6 can be built. Further functions require level upgrades. The second-tier spiritual energy moon water instantly restores 30 of stamina and vitality, recovering 6 of various states per second within 10 seconds. This water has good detoxifying effects, calms fears, and long-term consumption strengthens the body. The effects of this second-tier spiritual energy moon water are truly powerful. Yi Xian looked at a small ice blue vial in his hand, slightly surprised. This was the new potion obtained after the spiritual energy moon well was completed today, totaling 10 bottles. Looking at it, he realized that the most important attribute was calming the fear in one's heart. When facing endless powerful monsters, if he can dispel fear, he will undoubtedly unleash even more formidable combat power. At this moment, the time reached 7:59. The moment of the monster siege was approaching. Brother Lord, look quickly, the monsters are appearing. I'm so looking forward to facing such formidable foes. Ai Lin is eager to welcome new challenges too. Ai Lin, perched on Yi Xian's shoulder, gently tugged at his earlobe, speaking with excitement. Hearing Ai Lin's prompt, Yi Xian immediately tensed slightly, putting aside his little thoughts and gazing into the distance. Did the monster appear? Yi Xian hurriedly accessed the shared system, looking towards the outskirts of his 2 territories. Before his eyes, a dense mass of skeletons emerged. They were launching an attack on his territories at an astonishing speed. Damn, is it this terrifying on the Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly as he saw the menacing skeleton-like monsters. Whether it was Nanshu City or Bago City, the number of monsters in the first wave definitely exceeded 500. With so few people in both cities, could they really defend against this? As those dense skeleton-like monsters drew closer, Yi Xian finally got a clear look at their appearance. They were terrifying monsters resembling skeletal aliens. They crawled on all fours or leaped high into the air racing towards him. Given their speed and agility, it would be absolutely easy for them to scale the city walls. Yi Xian quickly activated his identification technique. Race Undead Ghoul Level 3rd Stage, 2 stars quality blue rare common Undead Warrior Skills Corpse Devouring Ghoul Frenzy Monster Description Ghouls are one of the lowest ranks among the undead, but that doesn't mean they are the weakest. They can evolve by constantly devouring flesh and blood, recovering their wounds. As long as their bodies are not completely shattered, they cannot be killed and will return to attack again. Fear them. Damn, I'm facing monsters above the 3rd stage on the first day. The system's assessment of my strength is indeed very accurate. It recognizes my potential. After seeing the information about these monsters, Yi Xian couldn't help but scoff. Logically speaking, the first wave of monsters on the first day should be the weakest and the easiest. However, being faced with the rare 3rd stage monsters, undead ghouls on the first day, what is this nonsense? It should be noted that among the 50 billion lords, at least 40 billion are only at the 2nd stage, or even the 1st stage. Others might only have to face 1st stage monsters in the first wave. But Yi Xian starting off is facing 3rd stage undead. This is like entering a berserk mode. Afterward, it will surely escalate to hellish difficulty, right? The undead are a group of monsters that cannot be killed. The difficulty rating is off the charts. Since they think so highly of me, let's crush all the enemies. Yi Xian sneered, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He then coldly commanded, eliminate all monsters at the fastest speed. We must become the strongest territory. Yes, my lord. Yes, master. All the troops responded in unison. Bago City Shui Mei stood atop the city walls. Here it was a defensible, yet difficult to attack territory. The city walls towered atop a mountain with a slope of about 2 kilometers below. Several miles away there was a large river blocking the way. However, despite being over 100 meters wide, this river could not stop the monster's advance. The ghouls roared and howled crazily, charging out from the darkness in the distance. Puff, puff, puff. As they approached the river, they leapt directly, crossing over a distance of more than 100 meters with ease, reaching the opposite bank. Of course, due to their overwhelming numbers and low intelligence, a small portion fell into the river during the rush. The turbulent river roared and surged, instantly sweeping away some of the ghouls. Some ghouls reacted quickly, leaping high from the river and making it to the shore. However, the presence of the river slowed their speed. It even reduced some of the hassle. Once they come within 1,000 meters, initiate the first wave of explosions. Shui Mei stood atop the city walls, a cold smile gracing her lips. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. 1,200 meters. 1,000 meters. As the first monsters stepped into the kilometer range. Boom, boom, boomed. A series of terrifying explosions resounded. These were the landmine magic bombs given to Yi Xian by the ice little rabbit buried outside the city. The explosion radius of a landmine magic bomb can affect an area of 150 meters. Ahead, 60 bombs were buried in various critical positions. 60 landmines cost as much as 3,000. War is all about money. Now Yi Xian was financially extravagant, having purchased hundreds of thousands of weapons in one go. These were all crafted from blueprints able to automatically synthesize as long as there were materials without requiring time. This was a 2nd stage rare landmine magic bomb. After the explosion, any monsters standing in the core area of the landmine would be completely torn apart, even the 3rd stage ghouls. Of course, the body strength of 3rd stage ghouls is indeed formidable. A landmine magic bomb can kill 4 to 5 ghouls at once. More often than not, it can only kill 2 to 3. The impact of the landmines hardly dealt substantial damage to these monsters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ghouls let out low growls, seemingly enraged. As they passed through the explosion area, they leaped up several dozen meters. This way they could successfully avoid some dangerous areas. Soon they approached within 500 meters, coming to the bottom of the slope. Do you think you can invade my territory that Shui Mei defends? Shui Mei remained unflustered, gently shaking her staff. Instantly, 20 Black Panther hunters simultaneously threw large basin-sized gray packages towards the bottom of the city walls. NT-7 Fire Bomb. This was also the work of Master Rabbit, and Yi Xian had prepared plenty. With the strength of the Black Panther hunters, they could easily throw them several hundred meters away. Although these things needed to be manually thrown, their effects were anything but trivial. The NT-7 firebomb would explode 3 seconds after being infused with a trace of chi. Being thrown approximately 500 meters, it would just explode upon impact. This item is also a 2nd stage rare bomb. Unlike landmines, the NT-7 firebomb is a continuous damage weapon. Once thrown, they could be bitten by the ghouls jumping up or fall into the crowd of ghouls. Bang, bang, bang. A series of fire mushrooms shot up into the sky as all NT-7 firebombs detonated violently. As the explosions occurred, fiery oil particles scattered hundreds of meters, covering all the ghouls. Instantly, waves of intense flames ignited. The ghouls that were smeared with fire particles ignited in flames. These flames were highly corrosive, causing 5 damage within 10 seconds. Suddenly, as the ghouls ran, their bones were burned to shreds, their bodies collapsing as well. The effects of the NT-7 firebomb were even more powerful than those of the landmines, instantly engulfing over 100 ghouls. Such a scene was also unfolding in Nanshu City. The same strategy was prepared for these monsters outside both cities. Killing Rare 3rd Stage, 2 stars Undead Ghoul, gained 320 energy points, Basic Magic Crystal 32. Killing Rare 3rd Stage, 1 star Undead Ghoul, gained 310 energy points, Basic Magic Crystal 31. Killing Rare 3rd Stage, 4 stars Undead Ghoul, gained 340 energy points, Basic Magic Crystal 34. Oh, these ghostly things can also drop magic crystals. Yi Xian looked at the data on the panel, feeling pleasantly surprised. He was worried about having too few magic crystals, but unexpectedly these monsters brought them. What the master said is indeed correct. Explosions are an art. Let these damned monsters all enter the crematorium. In Beigo City, Shui Mei stood on the city walls. Seeing hundreds of ghouls being consumed by landmines, bombs, and flames, Shui Mei immediately raised her staff and exclaimed excitedly,